A teenager unexpectedly awakened a mysterious profession, only to find out it was even less useful than the most basic life professions. In a classroom at Nanyun High School, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline stood at the podium, explaining the survival rules of this world. He categorized professions into three main types: combat professions, crafting professions, and life professions. Combat professions were the backbone of humanity, responsible for venturing into dungeons, slaying monsters, and pioneering new lands. Crafting professions, such as blacksmiths and appraisers, specialized in enhancing equipment. Life professions, however, were limited to gathering resources in low-level dungeons, barely making ends meet. Sitting in the audience, Xu Tian's heart raced with anticipation. As someone who had been transported to this world 3 years ago, he understood the significance of awakening a profession today. His parents had tragically lost their lives during a dungeon expedition, leaving only him and his adopted sister, Su Yun, to rely on each other. Su Yun, an ordinary gatherer, risked her life daily in the lowest level dungeons to provide for his education. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Xu Tian's mind. Ding. A host from Blue Star has been detected. Beginning system binding. Ding. Super exploration system successfully bound. A starter gift pack will be issued after the host awakens a profession. As their homeroom teacher, Zhao Gao, began calling names, the students took turns heading to the adjacent room to awaken their professions. It wasn't until their class monitor, Liang Mu, awakened as a warrior that the class finally saw its first combat profession. When it was Xu Tian's turn, he entered the neighboring room. Following the guidance of a young woman in black stockings, he reached his hand into the glowing halo. Suddenly, a dazzling light filled the room, and a luminous orb with a golden beast-shaped emblem appeared in Xu Tian's hand. The sight shocked the awakening specialist and the elderly observer present. A mysterious profession, but as they got a closer look at the beast-shaped emblem, their expressions turned complicated. It turned out that Xu Tian had awakened as a beast tamer, one of the mysterious professions, but also the most troublesome. 5 years ago, another beast tamer had appeared at the school, but their inability to control feral beasts resulted in their entire team's demise. Even those who managed to tame creatures could only control low-level monsters, ultimately succumbing to their backlash and dying. Zhao Gao's explanation hit Xu Tian like a bolt from the blue, plunging him into despair. Just then, Liang Mu's mocking voice rang out from the classroom. Did you really think I was praising him? Don't you know? Beast tamers are the most useless among the mysterious professions. They're even worse than life professions. After all, no one can control the monsters in the apocalypse world. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaoye stared blankly at Xu Tian, her voice trembling with disbelief as she asked, "What? How could this happen?" The sympathetic glances and mocking laughter from the surrounding classmates made Xu Tian clench his fists tightly. His face darkened as he turned and walked out of the classroom without a word. Zhang Xiaoye shot a furious glare at Liang Mu, then hurried to chase after Xu Tian, only to be stopped by a girl calling out, "Xiaoye, it's your turn to awaken." She could only watch helplessly as Xu Tian's figure disappeared into the distance, biting her lip in frustration. Xu Tian strode quickly out of the school, his heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Today was not only the day for awakening professions, but also the last day before graduation. Tomorrow, everyone would enter the beginner dungeon, and their performance there would determine which university they would be admitted to. Xu Tian's thoughts were heavy with bitterness as he considered his predicament. Warriors, mages, assassins, even gatherers, every profession had a role to play in the world of Tianqi. Yet his own profession, Beastmaster, seemed utterly useless. Was he really supposed to tame a dog and bring it into tomorrow's dungeon? The mere thought felt absurd and humiliating. But what pained Xu Tian the most wasn't his own misfortune. It was the thought of his sister, Su Yun. To pay for his tuition, she had risked her life countless times gathering resources in the dangerous world of Tianqi. How heartbroken would she be when she learned he had awakened this so-called worthless profession? Standing at the door of his home, Xu Tian hesitated for a long time, unable to summon the courage to enter. Suddenly, the door swung open. His dejected expression met Su Yun's bright, eager eyes. "Xiao Tian, why are you back so early?" Su Yun asked, surprised. Xu Tian froze in place, staring at his sister's youthful yet slightly weary face. Guilt surged through him. If it weren't for him being such a burden, she wouldn't have to work so hard. "I finished my awakening, so I came home early," Xu Tian replied, forcing a smile. "You completed your awakening? What profession did you get?" Su Yun asked, her voice full of anticipation. "I awakened a mysterious profession," Xu Tian said, his tone heavy with disappointment. "Mysterious profession?" Su Yun exclaimed, her excitement growing. "Xiao Tian, that means you have a bright future ahead. I knew you wouldn't let me down." Seeing his sister so overjoyed only deepened Xu Tian's sense of anguish. He couldn't bear to deceive her any longer, so he confessed, "Sister, I awakened as a beastmaster." The teacher said it's the most useless profession. Su Yun's smile froze, her expression shifting to disbelief. What? Beast Master? She knew all too well about this profession and the rumors of beast masters being killed by their own tamed creatures. After a moment of stunned silence, she forced a reassuring smile and said, "It doesn't matter. Even if beast master is weak, it's still a mysterious profession. I'm sure some university will accept you. And if not, I'll sell everything I have if it means getting you into school." The more Su Yun tried to reassure him, the heavier Xu Tian's heart grew. "Sister," he choked, wanting to say more, but Su Yun cut him off. "You must be exhausted from today. I'll go buy some groceries and make a feast for you. Just head inside and rest," Su Yun said firmly, ushering him into the house before he could protest. After Su Yun left, Xu Tian collapsed onto the couch, feeling like a fish out of water, helpless and desperate. He had hoped to awaken a powerful profession, yet now even his sister's gatherer profession seemed more useful than his own. Was he destined to keep relying on her for the rest of his life? Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your profession awakening. You have received a beginner's gift pack. Your profession has been upgraded to Divine Beast Master. The system proceeded to explain the enhanced abilities of the Divine Beast Master, including increased taming success rates, expanded beast slots, attribute linking, skill extraction, and more. Additionally, Xu Tian gained the Eye of Insight skill, a superior exploration function, and a universal map. Hearing this, Xu Tian's spirits lifted instantly. He had almost forgotten about the system. Not only had his Beastmaster profession been upgraded to a divine level, but it also came with powerful abilities. While he still had concerns about the limitations of the role, the advanced exploration function and universal map gave him a glimmer of hope. Maybe this was the opportunity he had been waiting for to turn his life around. The next morning, the school field was already crowded with people. Xu Tian found his class amidst the throng of students, most of whom had already arrived. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself for the challenge ahead. Mr. Zhao, the homeroom teacher, stood solemnly in front of the shimmering portal, addressing the group with a serious expression. These portals are the entrances to the beginner dungeons. Although the monsters inside are calibrated to be manageable for newcomers, they are still creatures of the apocalypse world, vicious and merciless. Do not underestimate them. He gestured towards the wristbands on the students' arms. Remember, if you're in danger, just pull off the wristband to instantly exit the dungeon. You must enter in teams, with a maximum of 4 members per team. I recommend forming balanced teams based on your roles. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoya bounced over to Xu Tian, her small tiger-like teeth showing as she smiled brightly. Xu Tian, we're one person short. Want to team up with us? Before Xu Tian could respond, a boy and a girl standing behind Jiang Xiaoya both frowned. Xiaoya, why do you want to team up with him? The girl asked, her face full of disapproval. Isn't he in a useless class? Bringing him along will just drag us down, the boy complained. We're not teaming up with him, they both declared in unison. Jiang Xiaoya's smile froze instantly. She hurriedly tried to explain. Sutan, don't take it the wrong way. They didn't mean that. We absolutely meant that, the girl interrupted, her tone sharp. Xiaoya, this is a beginner dungeon. The results will be recorded in our university profiles. It's a life-defining matter. How can we afford to bring someone useless? At that moment, the class monitor, Liang Mu, approached with another male student. The girl's eyes lit up as she turned to Jiang Xiaoya. Xiaoya, why don't the two of us team up with the class monitor and his teammate? The monitor is a warrior, and Lu Hai is a shield guard. Combined with your class, we're guaranteed to do well. Standing nearby, the boy who happened to be Lu Hua's boyfriend remained silent, but a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. Both he and Lu Hua were in item-based classes, and they had planned to secure a strong combat-based teammate for support. Yet, Lu Hua was now suggesting abandoning him entirely. Xu Tian observed the scene coldly, a faint smirk forming on his lips. So, this is reality, huh? Without saying another word, he turned and strode straight into the dungeon alone, unwilling to waste another moment on them. The crowd was instantly stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. Someone gasped, Xu Tian, he actually went into the dungeon by himself? Everyone froze in place, staring in disbelief as Xu Tian charged into the dungeon's glowing portal alone. As a rookie facing the ferocious monsters of the apocalypse world, his chances of survival were already slim, let alone the fact that Xu Tian was stuck with a useless profession. Just as they were still reeling in shock, a graceful figure darted in after him, following close behind. Class monitor Liang Mu was the first to snap out of it. With an awkward smile plastered on his face, he remarked, well, we'll go find a team to join too. Lu Hua quickly chimed in, class monitor, why don't you team up with us? We can help. Liang Mu frowned and replied coolly, you might not be suitable. His only goal was Jiang Xiaoya, the mysterious profession holder. As for the others, they were of no importance to him. Lu Hua froze at his response, her face falling with disappointment. In the shadowy forest, Xu Tian stood alone, the chilling wind sending shivers down his spine. Scanning his surroundings, he realized that this must be the beginner dungeon, Shadowed Forest. The system's reward, a universal map, unfolded before his eyes, displaying resource points marked in various colors, ranging from white to red to indicate rarity. Xu Tian decided to use the exploration opportunity granted by the system's first-day reward. Just then, a system notification chimed, detected first dungeon entry of the day, rewarding one red-tier premium resource. Overjoyed, Xu Tian immediately retrieved the stealth talisman from his starter pack and began heading toward the red marker on the map. The talisman would render him immune to monster attacks for 2 hours, providing substantial security. After over an hour of trekking, Xu Tian arrived at the red-tier resource spawn point. The surrounding monsters were far above his combat capabilities, but with the stealth talisman in hand, he felt no fear. Venturing deeper, his eyes fell upon an oval-shaped object. Xu Tian froze. It weighs an egg? A red-tier premium resource turned out to be an egg? The grand treasure or legendary equipment he had envisioned was nowhere to be found, leaving him momentarily questioning reality. Just then, the system spoke again. Biological entity detected. Would you like to use the Eye of Insight? Xu Tian nodded, and the analysis results appeared. Target, Divine Beast Egg. Potential? Status, unhatched. Species? Strength? Speed? Defense? Stamina? Skills? What the? A Divine Beast Egg? Xu Tian's mind was blown. A red-tier premium resource turned out to be a Divine Beast Egg, far exceeding his expectations. Staring at the glowing egg, Xu Tian gulped. He suddenly realized that his seemingly useless Beastmaster profession might finally come into play. While he couldn't tame high-level creatures, an unhatched egg should be manageable, right? Especially since he possessed the Super Beastmaster's Loyalty Bond talent, which ensured absolute loyalty from his pets. A loyal divine beast could undoubtedly catapult him to new heights. Without hesitation, Xu Tian summoned a contract formation beneath the divine beast egg, nervously waiting. With a resonating hum, the once-dull formation lit up, emitting a gentle glow. It worked. Xu Tian trembled with excitement as he felt a peculiar connection forming between himself and the divine beast egg. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the eggshell, rapidly spreading. A snow-white creature emerged from the fractured shell, rubbing its eyes with tiny paws. Xu Tian was stunned. What kind of creature was this? He immediately used the Eye of Insight to analyze it. Target, Sacred White Tiger. Species, Divine Beast. Potential? Status, Juvenile. Level, 1. Health, 179. Strength, 81. Speed, 97. Defense, 74. Stamina, 99. Skills, Godslayer Domain, Tiger's Majesty, Shapeshift, Razor Wind Claw. Godslayer Domain creates a 20-meter radius domain, enhancing all allied units' attributes. Strength increases by 50, speed doubles, and defense improves by 30. Each skill activation has a chance to trigger Wind God's Blessing. Tiger's Might. The roar of the white tiger intimidates all enemies within a 20-meter radius, dealing 120 wind damage and reducing their defense by 20. Transformation. The white tiger enters its combat form, boosting all attributes by 100. Razor Gale. With a swipe of its claws, it unleashes 7 sharp wind blades, each dealing 50 physical damage. If all blades strike the same target, an additional 70 speed attribute damage is inflicted. Xu Tian stared at the stat panel of the divine beast white tiger, his eyes wide with disbelief and his heart pounding wildly. This wasn't just a regular petit, was practically a walking killing machine. Even an ordinary level 10 warrior might not boast such jaw-dropping stats. He couldn't help but dream of the possibilities. With a companion this powerful, clearing the beginner dungeon would be a breeze. Who would dare call Beast Tamers the weakest class now? Just as Xu Tian was lost in his fantasies of dominating the game, a soft meow snapped him back to reality. Looking down, he saw the white tiger cub rubbing against his ankle, wobbling adorably as it tried to please its new master. However, the little cub lost its balance and fell flat on the ground with a soft thud. Xu Tian's mouth twitched as he looked at the frail little creature, doubts creeping into his mind. This tiny thing, can it really fight? He muttered to himself. As if understanding his skepticism, the white tiger cub let out another cry. What happened next was nothing short of miraculous. Its petite frame began to grow and expand at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, a majestic, muscular tiger stood before Xu Tian. Its razor-sharp claws gleamed coldly, and its piercing eyes radiated a fierce aura. The king symbol on its forehead further emphasized its noble lineage. What the? It can transform? Xu Tian exclaimed, finally recalling its transformation skill. The white tiger let out a low growl and gently nudged Xu Tian's chest with its massive, rounded head. Then, it raised a paw and pointed toward a nearby boulder before swiping through the air. In an instant, a sharp wind blade roared forward, striking the boulder with precision. With a thunderous crack, the solid rock shattered into countless fragments. Xu Tian stood frozen, his jaw practically on the floor. He was so exhilarated he almost jumped for joy. This level of power was enough to obliterate a level 20 monster in a single strike. Even against a level 10 warrior, this level 1 white tiger would likely hold the upper hand. He couldn't suppress the excitement bubbling within as he thought to himself, with a partner like this, what challenge could possibly stand in my way? An hour later, Xu Tian and Xiaobai arrived at the second boss spawn point in the beginner dungeon. This location was marked as a green resource refresh point. Although not particularly high level, it was already considered top tier within this beginner dungeon. In the forest, a massive wild boar with its body engulfed in flames was leisurely wandering about. The red marker above its head clearly signified its identity as a boss. Hiding among the trees, Xu Tian whispered, "Inside eye." Instantly, the boar's stats appeared before his eyes. New boss discovered in beginner dungeon. Target, blazing boar. Potential, bronze tier. HP, 84 strength, 26 speed, 15 defense, 32 stamina, 20. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, what pathetic stats. His judgment wasn't unfounded. On their way here, he and Xiaobai had cleared out all the monsters they encountered and even defeated the first boss. After grinding through the dungeon, Xu Tian had already leveled up to level 5. While his level wasn't particularly high, his stats were absolutely monstrous. Host, Xu Tian. Class, Divine Beast Tamer. Level, 5. HP, 9,872 strength, 3,819 speed, 4,627 defense, 3,415 stamina, 4,023. Skills, Inside Eye, Godslayer's Domain. These jaw-dropping stats were thanks to the attribute linking ability of the Divine Beast Tamer class, which allowed him to gain a percentage of his pet's attributes. As for the Godslayer's Domain skill, it was extracted directly from Xiaobai. With this level of power, Xu Tian could easily take down the blazing boar on his own. As for Xiaobai, despite its slow leveling speed due to its Divine Beast classification, it had already more than doubled its stats since level 1, even though it was only level 3 now. Pet, Sacred White Tiger. Type, Divine Beast. Potential, Level, 3. Status, Juvenile. HP, 563 strength, 193 speed, 276 defense, 169 stamina, 234. Skills, Godslayer's Domain, Tiger's Might, Illusion, Razor Wind Claws, Devour. The attribute linking system seemed to grant Xu Tian 10 of Xiaobai's stats. Notably, Xiaobai had also unlocked a new skill called Devour, targeting an enemy's weak spot for a critical strike, dealing 200 damage with a chance of instantly killing the target. With such power, even without using any buff stacking skills, Xiaobai could easily dispatch the blazing boar in one hit. Despite the 5-level gap, the boar had no chance. It was simply destined to be obliterated. Such was the terrifying potential of a divine beast. Xiaobai, finish it, Xu Tian said casually, waving his hand. Xiaobai let out an excited roar, instantly shifting into battle form and charging at the blazing boar like a bolt of lightning. In less than 3 seconds, a notification chimed in Xu Tian's mind. Congratulations! You have defeated the boss blazing boar. You have earned 800 points and the blazing boar's treasure. A green light flashed, and a pile of loot appeared on the ground. Xu Tian's eyes lit up. Oh, equipment this time? The first boss had only dropped some low-grade materials and potions, but this blazing boar had dropped actual gear, a bronze tier dagger, and an iron armor. Although the stats were modest, adding just 3 points to strength and 4 points to defense, they could fetch a decent price in the trading market. After extracting the blazing boar's valuable tusks, Xu Tian glanced at his watch. There were still 40 minutes left until the exam ended. Having already killed 2 bosses, his score was undoubtedly at the top of the school rankings. But Xu Tian wasn't satisfied. His goal was to claim the provincial champion title. While bosses were challenging, a well-coordinated team of combat class elites could take down 3 bosses. That is, as long as the bosses remained at the bronze tier. If a silver tier boss appeared, things could get tricky. The rewards for the provincial champion were incredibly interesting: a full set of silver tier equipment and the privilege of freely choosing any university. It was a prize coveted by countless participants, including Xu Tian. Besides, sweeping through the dungeon would also help Xiaobai level up, making it a win-win situation. With that, Xu Tian and Xiaobai pressed onward toward the next boss spawn point without delay. Meanwhile, at the next boss spawn point, 2 teams had converged, both eyeing the boss with determination. One team was led by Liang Mu, the class president of Class 2, while the other was led by Jiang Xiaoya, Behind Jiang Xiaoye stood a trio of triplet sisters, all combat class awakeners, who had joined her team because of her healing abilities. Liang Mu was trying his best to persuade them. This is the final boss of the Dark Forest. The other two bosses have already been taken by someone else. If we want a good score, we must take down this boss. Remember, each boss gives 800 points. Even if we split it 8 ways, that's 100 points per person, easily enough to rank in the province's top 100. Jiang Xiaoye, however, stood silently across from him, her expression cold. It was clear she hadn't forgotten Liang Mu's earlier mockery of Xu Tian. Xiaoye, why don't we just agree to this? With 2 teams of all combat classes, we can definitely take down a boss, said one of the triplet sisters, excitement flickering in their eyes. Clearly, they were tempted by the idea. Jiang Xiaoye noticed their expressions, hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly before finally nodding in agreement. After all, without the 3 sisters, her support class wouldn't have made it this far alone. After a brief discussion, the 8 of them cautiously stepped into the boss's territory. However, less than 10 minutes later, several disheveled figures came scrambling out in a panic. Liang Mu's face was pale, and he was gasping for air as he shouted in terror, "It's a Silverdeer potential boss. Its stats are way too high." Behind him, 2 of the team members, aside from Lu Hai, had already broken their teleportation bracelets to escape. The triplet sisters were equally terrified, their faces pale as they trembled and stammered, "It's too horrifying. That Silverdeer potential boss is way beyond what we can handle." Liang Mu, still panicking, readied himself to leave, muttering to console himself, "Luckily, we haven't broken our bracelets yet. There's still some time before the exam ends. If we focus on taking down elite monsters, we can still get a decent score." But just as he turned to leave, the triplets grabbed him. The eldest sister gritted her teeth and demanded, "Are you just going to leave? Xiaoye is still in there. She stayed behind to cover us. We have to go back and save her." Liang Mu immediately shouted in shock, "Are you crazy? That's a Silverdeer potential boss. If we go back in, we'll all get killed." For all we know, Xiaoye might have already used her bracelet to teleport out by now. The triplets glared at him furiously, silently cursing Liang Mu for being so shameless. He was the one who suggested taking on the boss in the first place, and now that things had gone south, he wanted to run away? Just then, a cold voice suddenly broke through the tense atmosphere. "Who's still in there?" Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a peculiar-looking young man walking toward them. What was even more surprising was that, in this dangerous dungeon, he was completely alone and cradling a white cat in his arms. "Xu Tian?" Liang Mu's eyes widened as he recognized him. Then, noticing the cat in Xu Tian's arms, he couldn't resist mocking, "You actually tamed a cat? What can it even do? Help you fight monsters?" Xu Tian ignored the taunts entirely and repeated his question coldly, "Who's still in there?" Liang Mu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Jiang Xiaoye, obviously. She tried to show off and fight the boss, but she ended up stuck in there alone." "You?" The triplets were furious. Liang Mu's words were utterly outrageous. Xiaoye had stayed behind to protect them, and yet he had the audacity to twist the truth like this? They couldn't help but think, how could someone like him possibly deserve to be the class monitor of Class 2? Xu Tian shot Liang Mu a frosty glance, said nothing, and turned to stride straight into the boss's territory. "Oh?" Everyone froze in place, dumbfounded. Liang Mu's face was filled with shock. Was Xu Tian insane? It was already unbelievable that Head made it this far alone, but now he was actually charging into the Silverdeer boss's lair by himself? The triplets were equally stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. In their hearts, they couldn't help but wonder, who is this fearless guy? Screech! A sharp cry pierced through the dense forest, shattering the tranquility of the jungle. Before Xu Tian could get closer, he saw tree branches snapping and crashing down ahead, as if a colossal beast was rampaging through the woods. His heart tightened, and the image of Jiang Xiaoye flashed through his mind. In their class, Xu Tian had often been ridiculed by classmates due to his poor family background, to the point where he couldn't even afford school fees at times. Jiang Xiaoye had always silently helped him out. At this moment, he could only hope that she had already activated her rescue bracelet and was safe. Xu Tian quickened his pace and soon arrived at the center of the commotion. The scene before him made him gasp. A massive spider, its colossal body wreaking havoc in the forest. Its 8 legs, sharp as blades, swung fiercely through the air. From its mouth, it spewed thick, green, venomous silk that carried a pungent stench. Beneath this terrifying creature, a small golden shield stood out. Inside, Jiang Xiaoye cowered, her face pale as paper. The surface of the shield was covered in cracks, on the verge of breaking. Worse still, her rescue bracelet was nowhere to be seen, likely lost during the chaos. Xu Tian's heart sank. If the spider boss shattered the shield, Jiang Xiaoye would be doomed. He immediately activated his inside eye, quickly analyzing the enemy before him. Target. Venomous Spider Matriarch. Potential: Silver rank. Attributes: Strength 7, Speed 42, Defense 37, Stamina 50, Skill 40. Abilities: Venom Silk Bind, Devouring Bite, Spider Swarm Call. Description: a venomous spider matriarch lurking in dark forests, capable of producing offspring. Its venom is 30 more potent than that of ordinary venomous spiders. Venom Silk Bind fires multiple venomous webs to entangle enemies, dealing 5 physical damage per second. Devouring Bite grasps and bites the enemy, dealing 100 physical damage, with an additional 20 damage to targets ensnared by Venom Silk Bind. Spider Swarm Call summons nearby venomous spiders for coordinated attacks. Seeing these stats, Xu Tian let out a sigh of relief. For an enemy of this level, Xiaobai could handle it with ease. Xiaobai, transform, Xu Tian commanded calmly. Xiaobai leapt forward with a pounce, its body swelling rapidly, doubling in size compared to its level 1 transformation. It let out an earth-shaking roar, instantly drawing the attention of the venomous spider matriarch. The spider matriarch glanced down at the fragile golden shield beneath it, then shifted its gaze towards Xu Tian and Xiaobai. It seemed to be weighing the value of its prey. Ultimately, it let out a sharp screech and charged toward them with its 8 legs moving at lightning speed. Clearly, Xiaobai's transformed state was a far more tempting target than the vulnerable Jiang Xiaoya. But Xiaobai had no interest in this silver-ranked spider matriarch. Lazily, it swiped a paw, releasing a simple wind blade, not even bothering to use a proper skill. Boom! The wind blade hit the spider matriarch deadened, slicing a terrifying 1-meter-long gash across its body. Black blood gushed out, emitting a nauseating stench. To Xu Tian's surprise, Xiaobai's current attributes didn't kill it in one blow. Instinctively, he checked the spider matriarch's health bar and smiled faintly. It was down to just 1. Realizing Xiaobai's overwhelming power, the spider matriarch let out an ear-piercing screech. Creak, creak. Strange noises echoed from all directions. From the shadows, a dozen smaller venomous spiders crawled out, surrounding Xu Tian and Xiaobai. These spiders were mostly level 5, with bronze-level potential, each one comparable to a mini-boss. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoya's face turned even paler with fear. She worried silently. Can Xu Tian handle so many venomous spiders? However, Xu Tian showed no sign of panic. Instead, a smile played on his lips. He finally understood why Xiaobai hadn't finished off the matriarch in one strike. It had been baiting the others to emerge, maximizing the experience gain. Not bad, Xu Tian said, giving Xiaobai an approving look. Encouraged by the praise, Xiaobai grew even more excited. It glanced disdainfully at the surrounding venomous spiders, as if they weren't even worth its attention. Deep within its bloodline, it felt a natural dominance over these creatures. With a deafening roar, it unleashed one of its skills, Tiger's Might. This skill not only dealt damage to all enemies within range, but also weakened their defenses. However, against these low-level creatures, there was no need for defense reduction. They were obliterated instantly. In the blink of an eye, the venomous spiders lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. They hadn't even had a chance to attack before being annihilated by Xiaobai's roar. Jiang Xiaoya stared in shock, her mind reeling. These spiders had just crawled out of the forest, only to be wiped out by Xu Tian's pet? With a single roar? What kind of terrifying creature was this pet? With the danger eliminated, Xu Tian rushed over to Jiang Xiaoya. Xiaoya, are you okay? He asked with concern. Jiang Xiaoya deactivated the shield, which had been barely holding together, and a faint blush appeared on her pale face. I'm fine, Xu Tian. Thank you for saving me, she said gratefully. Xu Tian shook his head. No need to thank me. You've helped me plenty of times too. He paused, then asked curiously, by the way, what was that just now? Jiang Xiaoya immediately understood his question and explained, that was a golden grade defense scroll my father gave me, just in case of emergencies. Without it, I probably wouldn't have made it out alive. Jiang Xiaoya, slightly blushing, explained, this is a gold-tier defense scroll. Xu Tian immediately understood, and a trace of envy arose in his heart. He thought to himself that such high-level scrolls were typically only obtainable in dungeons above level 35, with a market price of well over tens of thousands of gold coins. To casually gift such a valuable item, Jiang Xiaoya's family background must be extraordinary. This also explained why she was always so generous during their school days. However, Xu Tian quickly adjusted his mindset. He felt fortunate to have the super exploration system. With it, as long as he unearthed a rare treasure, he could potentially acquire similar valuable items. Just then, Jiang Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly, Xu Tian, look! The Spider Queen dropped loot. As soon as she spoke, a dazzling blue light burst from the corpse of the venomous Spider Queen, and a pile of items appeared on the ground. Blue-grade resources? Xu Tian murmured thoughtfully. He recalled the map indicating that only green-grade resources were available in this area. Could it be that wiping out the entire spider swarm upgraded the rewards? Without overthinking, he quickly stepped forward to examine the loot. Among the drops were a piece of bronze equipment and some silver-grade materials, but the most eye-catching item was a scroll-like object. Zhang Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Could it be a utility scroll? Xu Tian's heart leapt with joy. Even the most basic bronze utility scrolls were worth a considerable amount and could help alleviate some of his household expenses. However, as he picked up the scroll and noticed the book-like pattern on its back, he froze in shock. This is a skill book? Xu Tian's heartbeat quickened. Even the most basic bronze skill books were worth at least 100,000 gold coins on the market. If it were silver, its value would double. Zhang Xiaoya also noticed the unusual nature of the scroll and gasped in surprise, her mouth wide open. She hadn't expected to encounter such a rare item in a beginner dungeon. Carefully, Xu Tian unrolled the scroll, revealing a line of text printed clearly on it. After reading it, a bright smile spread across his face. Silverder skill. Rising slash. Xu Tian read aloud with excitement. Unleashes the user's full strength attribute to deliver a powerful upward strike with a weapon, dealing 150 physical damage and adding triple the weapon's attack bonus. Class restriction. Warrior. This unexpected find left both of them overjoyed. To uncover such a rare skill book in a beginner dungeon was nothing short of a monumental surprise. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow, his eyes lighting up with surprise and delight at the spoils before him. A Silverdeer warrior skill book lay quietly on the ground, its description alone hinting at its immense value. With this high-tier equipment, a warrior could use it until level 50 without it becoming obsolete. It could easily sell for at least 1,000,000 gold coins, Xu Tian calculated in his mind. The realization that he had become a millionaire overnight left him momentarily dazed. As he savored the unexpected windfall, familiar voices reached his ears. Huh. The boss is dead? Xiaoyu, are you okay? That's great. Xu Tian turned to see the triplet sisters approaching, accompanied by a reluctant Liang Mu and Lu Hai. When they spotted the fallen boss, excitement flickered in their eyes. At this moment, Xiao Bai had reverted to its cub form and leapt nimbly into Xu Tian's arms. It glared warily at the newcomers, letting out a low growl like a protective tiger cub guarding its meal. Liang Mu strode forward, addressing Zhang Xiaoya directly. Xiaoyu, surely we deserve some credit for taking down this boss, right? After all, 2 of our teammates were eliminated in the process. In his mind, Zhang Xiaoya, with her mysterious background, must have used some special means to defeat the boss. Zhang Xiaoya frowned at his words, her tone icy. This boss was killed by Xu Tian. It has nothing to do with me. Liang Mu froze, staring at Xu Tian in disbelief. Isn't he just a useless beast tamer? How could he possibly take down a silver potential boss? As he puzzled over this, his eyes fell on the Silverdeer skill book in Xu Tian's hand, and a greedy glint appeared in his gaze. Xu Tian, that skill book in your hand, did it drop from the boss? Liang Mu asked eagerly, his voice trembling with excitement. Yes, and it's a Silverdeer warrior skill. Rising slash, Xu Tian replied with a cold smirk, already seeing through Liang Mu's intentions. Liang Mu swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with avarice. With this skill, my future will be limitless, he thought to himself. Straightening his posture, he spoke in a commanding tone. Sudun, you saw it yourself. If we hadn't weakened the boss to low health, how could you have finished it off? And we lost 2 teammates in the process. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? In my opinion, the loot from this monster should be split evenly. Lu Hai and I want take much just the Silverdeer skill book and half the boss points. The rest you 5 can divide among yourselves. His shameless demands left everyone stunned. The triplet sisters widened their eyes in disbelief, while Zhang Xiaoya's chest rose and fell with anger. She had never encountered someone so brazen. Xu Tian stared at Liang Mu for a moment before letting out a mocking laugh. Interesting. The boss being weakened, how is that even remotely related to you? And as for losing 2 of your teammates, what does that have to do with me? His gaze suddenly turned icy. You really want this Silverdeer skill book? Then go get it at the Tianyun auction house. With that, Xu Tian turned away to gather the remaining resources, refusing to waste any more time on this clown. He thought to himself, better to hunt more monsters and level up Xiao Bai. Infuriated by the blatant disregard, Liang Mu's anger boiled over. As the class monitor of Class 2, when had he ever been treated this way? And now, a so-called useless classmate dared to tell him to buy the book at an auction? Unforgivable. Blinded by rage, Liang Mu fixed his gaze on Xu Tian's back and launched a sudden charge. What he didn't realize, however, was that Xu Tian had leveled up to level 6 after defeating the Spider Matriarch, with all his attributes nearly reaching 50 points. In comparison, Liang Mu, a level 5 warrior, had just barely surpassed 20 points in strength. Xu Tian had already sensed the commotion behind him, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Looking for trouble? Don't blame me for what happens next. Just as Liangmu closed in, Xu Tian spun around abruptly, delivering a swift roundhouse kick straight to Liangmu's chest. Thud. The dull impact echoed as Liangmu's body flew through the air like a kite with a broken string. Before anyone could react, Xu Tian was already by Liangmu's side, a dagger gleaming coldly in his hand as its tip pressed against Liangmu's throat. Xu Tian, you can't kill me. Liangmu's words caught in his throat as he saw the unflinching determination in Xu Tian's eyes. Breaking into a cold sweat, he quickly activated his wristband, teleporting out of the dungeon in an instant. Xu Tian turned his icy gaze to Lu Hai, who trembled uncontrollably. Without hesitation, Lu Hai fumbled for his wristband and vanished just as quickly. Watching the two flee in disgrace, Xu Tian finally sheathed his dagger, the coldness on his face gradually dissipating. He walked back to the spider matriarch's corpse and began collecting the valuable loot it had dropped. Carrying a pile of loot, Xu Tian walked over to the triplet sisters. His gaze was filled with gratitude, and his voice was warm yet firm. Although defeating the boss wasn't your achievement, I want to thank you for taking care of Xiaoyu along the way and for never giving up on her. Here, each of you can pick one item. The triplets' eyes fell on the pile of items. Xu Tian had already put away a piece of silver tier equipment and a bronze tier one, but the remaining silver-grade boss drop materials were still quite valuable. Any single item could fetch thousands on the market. However, recalling Xu Tian's earlier ruthless demeanor, none of the sisters dared to make a move. Seeing their hesitation, Xu Tian frowned slightly but then lightened his tone. What's there to be shy about? Here, let me choose for you. With that, he picked out 3 materials, each worth around 3,000, making them some of the better items in the pile. He handed them to the sisters, his eyes brimming with kindness. Xiaoyu, there are still a few minutes before the exam ends. I'm going to grind some monsters. After explaining, Xu Tian picked up Xiaobai and headed deeper into the forest. The triplets watched Xu Tian disappear into the distance, admiration flickering in their eyes. To them, his solo defeat of the boss and his earlier move to drive Liangmu and his team out of the dungeon made him seem like the epitome of a domineering hero. They gathered around Jiang Xiaoya, eagerly bombarding her with questions. Xiaoyu, what's your relationship with him? Is he in your class too? He's so cool. What's his profession? Does he have a girlfriend? Can you give us his contact information? Faced with their sudden enthusiasm, Jiang Xiaoya was a bit flustered. Her cheeks turned slightly pink as her gaze lingered in the direction Xu Tian had vanished. Her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. Silently, she thought to herself, Xu Tian, you've finally become the person you've always dreamed of being. Meanwhile, Xu Tian, carrying Xiaobai, arrived at a monster-dense area on the map. Xiaobai had already transformed into its combat form, its claws slashing through enemies with ease, taking down one after another. Both Xu Tian and Xiaobai's experience points were rising rapidly. Although Xu Tian had just reached level 6, leveling up again before the exam ended was nearly impossible. However, Xiaobai's experience bar was almost full. With some effort, it might just level up again before the exam concluded. This was precisely why Xu Tian chose to grind monsters alone rather than wait with Jiang Xiaoya, and the others teaming up would split the experience points. Time ticked by second. Finally, in the last minute before the exam ended, Xiaobai finished off an elite monster, filling the final segment of its experience bar and leveling up to level 4. A system notification popped up. Pet. Sacred White Tiger. Type. Divine Beast. Potential. Level. 4. Status. Juvenile. HP. 872. Strength. 249. Speed. 301. Defense. 200. Stamina. 279. Immediately after, another message appeared. Congratulations. Your pet has learned a new skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. Congratulations to all the students. The major exam has successfully concluded. We will now begin calculating each student's total score to determine the school-wide rankings. The voice of the grade director echoed across the campus, marking the end of the exam. Xu Tian stood among the crowd, holding Xiaobai in his arms. The young white tiger, no larger than a cat, still had no visible markings on its forehead. Refusing to enter the contract space, it left Xu Tian no choice but to carry it around. Jiang Xiaoya approached from a distance with the triplets, her eyes filled with curiosity about Xu Tian. Faced with their enthusiasm, Xu Tian seemed a little overwhelmed. Why are you holding a cat? Is it some kind of mark of a master? The youngest of the triplets blinked her bright eyes and asked inquisitively, I heard that powerful experts always have strange weapons or pets with them. Xu Tian chuckled and said, Where did you hear that from? The sister puffed out her chest and replied earnestly, That's how it always is in TV shows. Her words instantly drew laughter from the group, though a hint of deep thought flickered in Jiang Xiaoya's beautiful eyes. She had seen the true form of this little cat during the dungeon run and knew it was capable of effortlessly defeating the Silver Spider Queen. As someone familiar with Xu Tian's Beast Tamer class, she understood that this white tiger was Xu Tian's contracted beast. However, Zhang Xiaoya wasn't particularly concerned about how Xu Tian had obtained such a divine creature. She was simply glad to see him regain his confidence. Amid the laughter and chatter as they waited for the score calculations, a venomous glare shot toward them from a distance. Liang Mu and Lu Hai stood there, their faces twisted with resentment. Having been intimidated by Xu Tian into ending their exam half an hour early, they had lost at least 50 points and a silver skill book. Their hatred for Xu Tian burned like wildfire, but Liang Mu knew all too well that even if he and Lu Hai joined forces, they were no match for Xu Tian. Xu Tian, Liang Mu muttered through gritted teeth, his gaze fixed on him. One day, you'll pay for what you've done. I swear it. Meanwhile, at the scoring center, 5 proctors were busy scanning the students' wristbands. These devices not only ensured the students' safety during the exam, but also automatically recorded the points earned from defeating monsters. Behind the proctors, a graceful woman and an elderly man stood silently, while 5 anxious homeroom teachers lingered further back. They all had one goal: to identify the team responsible for defeating 3 bosses. Since the founding of Nanyun High School, it was unheard of for freshmen to slay even a single boss during the exam. Despite the exam dungeons being set to their lowest difficulty and having been pre-cleared by staff, these students were still level 1 beginners. Defeating a boss required leveling up significantly, executing flawless teamwork, and having ample time. In previous years, seeing just one team accomplish this feat was considered extraordinary. This year, however, 3 bosses had been taken down. The woman in the qipao couldn't help but entertain a bold theory. What if all 3 bosses had been slain by the same team? As the scoring process neared its conclusion, the mysterious teams responsible for the boss kills had yet to step forward, deepening the woman's suspicions. Finally, as the crowd began to thin, Xu Tian, Zhang Xiaoya, and their group approached the desk. Zhang Xiaoya and the triplets handed over their wristbands first. A proctor, following protocol, asked, "Name, class, profession?" Zhang Xiaoya responded softly, "Zhang Xiaoya, class 2 of senior year 3. Profession, mystery class, holy angel." The invigilator's hands suddenly froze midair, their gaze lifting in astonishment toward Zhang Xiaoya. This seemingly ordinary girl turned out to possess the holy angel profession, renowned as a heavenly blessing. As one of the most formidable roles among the mysterious classes, a holy angel not only has nearly double the healing capacity of a priest, but also wields the terrifying ability to stack buffs. What followed caused an even greater stir. The profession details of the triplet sisters were revealed. Chu Qing, Chu Yun, and Chu Mian, the 3 sisters from class 4 of senior year 3, were revealed to be an archer, a warrior, and a mage, respectively, all combat-oriented professions. Their sweet looks, coupled with their enviable profession lineup, immediately drew the attention of their classmates. In the back, a graceful woman and an elderly man finally made a move. They exchanged a glance filled with excitement, clearly realizing that this team, composed of a mysterious holy angel and 3 combat class professions, was very likely one of the squads capable of taking down the boss. With the elder's nod of approval, the invigilator placed the wristbands on the detection device. In an instant, 4 gleaming numbers appeared on the screen: 735, 734, 735, 733. A team average exceeding 700 points was undoubtedly among the top scores in the entire school. Gasps of amazement erupted from the crowd, but the elder frowned. Despite the impressive scores, they still fell short of the standard required to defeat a boss, which demanded at least 800 points per team member. The elder couldn't help but wonder, could there be an issue with the dungeon? Had the 3 bosses failed to spawn? As everyone was still immersed in awe over Zhang Xiaoya's team, a cold voice cut through the commotion. "Xu Tian, class 2 of senior year 3, profession, mysterious class, beastmaster." This self-introduction once again ignited the atmosphere. Another mysterious class profession. The strength of this year's students at Nanyun High School was truly remarkable. However, the cheers were soon interrupted by a discordant voice. "Beastmaster? Are you kidding? That profession is completely useless. It can't even control a single beast. His score must be awful. Don't waste your time watching." As this sentiment spread, some of the previously excited students began to show disappointed expressions. Yet, Xu Tian remained composed in the face of skepticism, silently handing over his wristband. "Where are your teammates?" the invigilator asked with a frown, clearly puzzled by Xu Tian's decision to enter the dungeon alone. "I went into the dungeon by myself," Xu Tian replied calmly. The invigilator's frown deepened. Entering a dungeon solo was an extremely risky move. Surely this student knew that? Then again, cases like Xu Tian's, where a student was forced to go solo due to having an unpopular profession, were not unheard of. The invigilator assumed he must have just stayed near a spawn point to kill a few low-level mobs. His score would likely be under 100. With this assumption in mind, the invigilator coldly placed the wristband on the device. But the next moment, The number that appeared on the screen felt like a thunderclap, shattering his expectations. 3,921? The invigilator stared at the score displayed on the screen in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. It was still 3,921 points. Bewildered, he turned to the elderly man beside him. The latter, with a serious expression, took a deep breath and spoke. Hello, I am Xu Tian, the principal of Nanyuan High School. Immediately after, the elegantly dressed woman in a cheongsam introduced herself as well. Hello, student. I am Fang Qing, the grade director. Faced with the appearance of the principal and grade director, Xu Tian's expression remained unusually calm, as if he had anticipated this moment. Meanwhile, the surrounding students who hadn't yet dispersed whispered among themselves in astonishment. When they first saw the staggering score, they assumed it was a system error. Now, they realized the gravity of the situation. Xu Tian asked excitedly, Student Xu Tian, were those 3 bosses all defeated by you? Xu Tian nodded calmly. Yes, I defeated them. This simple response struck like a hammer, leaving everyone present gasping in shock. Even the triplet sisters and Jiang Xiaoya were stunned. They had initially thought Xu Tian only defeated the Spider Mother, but it turned out the other 2 bosses had also fallen at his hands. Qin Tianda and Fang Qing exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination. The principal then solemnly announced, Xu Tian, as the top scorer in this year's high school entrance exam, the school has decided to reward you with 1 million gold coins, a set of silver tier equipment, and a golden tier defense scroll. The announcement of such a generous reward caused an uproar among the crowd. In previous years, the first-place student would typically receive at most 300,000 gold coins. Yet, the rewards Xu Tian was granted were worth over 2 million. Xu Tian was slightly surprised, but he quickly accepted the reward. He understood that once his results were made public, numerous schools would vie for him, greatly enhancing Nanyuan High School's reputation. Fang Qing then added, Xu Tian, I also happen to have a silver tier Beast Tamer skill book that I'd like to give you. As she spoke, a glowing, silvery white skill book appeared in her hand. Xu Tian took the skill book and quickly skimmed through it, his face lighting up with excitement. It was a skill called Sacred Tree, which allowed the summoning of a tree that lasted for 10 minutes, boosting the attack power, defense, and experience gain rate of both the Beast Tamer and their pets. For the relatively niche Beast Tamer profession, this was an incredibly valuable skill. Thank you, Director, Xu Tian said sincerely. He knew just how much this skill book would help him. Fang Qing smiled warmly. You're welcome. She understood that while the skill book was of no use to her, it was of immense significance to Xu Tian. Moreover, as Xu Tian stood out as one of the most exceptional graduates of this year, her achievements in the future could undoubtedly elevate the career prospects of her grade director. After collecting his rewards, Xu Tian didn't head home immediately. Instead, he flagged down a taxi and went straight to the trading market. His backpack was still packed with materials he had obtained from the beginner's dungeon, including 2 pieces of silver tier equipment. While their attributes were rather unimpressive compared to the school's rewards, they could still fetch a decent price of 10 to 20,000 gold coins. Xu Tian wandered around the market, selling off all the materials he deemed useless, earning over 50,000 gold coins. He then headed to the auction house to consign the warrior's silver tier skill book. Only after taking care of these tasks did he leisurely make his way home. On the way back, Xu Tian couldn't help but touch the gold coin card resting in his chest pocket. It now held over 1 million coins. I never thought I'd become a millionaire this quickly, he mused to himself. His thoughts soon turned to the upcoming major exams. The tests at Nanyuan High School were only the first step. All results would be uploaded online for ranking, allowing students to choose their preferred academies for application. Of course, some academies might even proactively approach top-performing students, offering them invitations. However, this process would take at least another week. Xu Tian thought to himself, today, he'll just relax at home. But when he arrived, the house was shrouded in darkness. His brows furrowed, and a sense of foreboding crept over him. He quickly rushed upstairs and pushed open the door, only to find the room eerily silent. What's going on? Xu Tian wondered. At this time, my sister should have already prepared dinner and been waiting for me. The unease in his chest grew stronger. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. We're sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable, came the cold, automated response. Xu Tian's heart sank as realization struck. Su Yun must have gone into a dungeon. However, no matter the circumstances, she should have been out by now. Something must have gone wrong. Panic surged through Xu Tian as he dashed out of the house, hailing another taxi and heading straight to the city's virtual transmission center, the only gateway between the real world and the virtual world. Xu Tian stood anxiously at the front desk of the Instance Management Center, facing a young woman with delicate features. Her expression was stern, and her voice firm. I'm sorry, but without legal proof of your relationship, you are not authorized to inquire about someone else's instance entry. This is to ensure the safety of citizens in Longhua. Please cooperate. Xu Tian was desperate. He knew very well that his sister, Xu Yun, must have entered the instance to earn money for his college tuition. If anything happened to her, he would never forgive himself. But the young woman still shook her head. I'm sorry, but this is a matter of principle. Having no other choice, Xu Tian stepped aside and dialed Zhang Xiaoya's number. On the other end of the line, Zhang Xiaoya's voice was filled with surprise. Xu Tian? Why are you calling me so late? Xu Tian got straight to the point. Xiaoya, something's wrong with my sister. She entered an instance and hasn't come out yet. Can you help me find out where she is? Zhang Xiaoya immediately sensed the seriousness of the situation. She knew Xu Tian's sister was just a gatherer, a non-combat profession. If she hadn't returned by now, she was likely in danger. Don't worry, I'll ask my father to look into it right away. About a minute later, Zhang Xiaoya's voice came back. Xu Tian, I found it. Your sister entered an instance called the Crimson Moon Forest. The recommended level for that instance is 20. Level 20? Xu Tian was shocked. Xu Yun was only level 11. For his sake, she had taken the risk of entering such a high-level instance. Zhang Xiaoya offered to go with him, but Xu Tian politely declined. No need. Every second wasted increases the danger for my sister. I can handle it. With that, he hung up the phone and walked back to the front desk. I want to enter the Crimson Moon Forest instance, Xu Tian said firmly. The young woman was a little surprised. All right, the fee is 2,000 gold coins. She couldn't help but wonder this person didn't even know which instance he was looking for moments ago, and now he seemed so determined. Clearly, he wasn't just anyone. Xu Tian paid swiftly with his long card. After processing his request, the young woman frowned. Wait, is this your first time entering an instance? Yes, I just graduated, Xu Tian replied impatiently. The young woman was momentarily taken aback, but noticed his urgency. She quickly said, please provide your name, profession, and current level, and you can enter. Xu Tian, Beast Tamer, level 6, he answered decisively. All right, please stand in the circle of light. The young woman registered his information quickly. When she looked up, Xu Tian had already turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait a second, he's only level 6? And what even is a Beast Tamer? Inside the Crimson Moon Forest instance, a blood-red full moon hung high in the night sky, casting an eerie crimson glow over the entire forest. The system notification rang out, announcing that Xu Tian had been granted one exploration attempt and had discovered a golden resource. Xu Tian didn't bother checking the reward. He immediately scanned his surroundings. The dark forest seemed endless, and the instance map was vast. He quickly sent an in-game mail to his sister's ID and headed toward the location of the discovered resource. There, he found a golden tier weaponized soul hunter sword. This weapon, which once belonged to the demon king Guxier, had the power to pierce through souls. It boasted 127 physical attack power, 59 penetration, and a skill called Soul Flame Slash, which burned enemy souls. Xu Tian gasped. With this sword, he wouldn't even need his companion, Little White, to handle level 20 monsters. Just then, a mail from his sister arrived. It contained only a set of coordinates. Although puzzled, Xu Tian didn't hesitate. He picked up Little White and dashed toward the location. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Crimson Moon Forest, a 4-person adventuring team was moving cautiously. At the back of the group were 2 women. One of them was Xu Yun, Xu Tian's sister, and the other was a middle-aged woman. Both were non-combat professions and completely powerless against the adventurers. One of the team members asked nervously, Boss, are you sure this won't get us into trouble? The leader sneered. Trouble? They willingly agreed to team up with us to explore that secret area. If we want to take down the boss inside, we need someone to act as bait. Do you want to be the bait? The team member quickly shook his head, while Xu Yun and the other woman felt a chill run down their spines. Only now did they realize they had been tricked into serving as bait for the boss fight. The middle-aged woman panicked. What? That secret area is dangerous? Please, sirs, I don't want to go anymore. Can I leave? I have a husband and children at home. The leader's expression turned sinister. Leave? You agreed to this yourself just now. Backing out now? Too late. As he spoke, he inadvertently revealed a wolf-shaped tattoo on his chest. The woman's voice trembled as she saw the tattoo. You're from the Hunters Guild. Xu Yun's heart sank completely upon hearing that name. The Hunters Guild was a notorious organization, infamous for its ruthless and unscrupulous members who would do anything for profit. Trying to leave now would likely only lead to an even worse fate. Meanwhile, a young man holding a white cat quietly appeared in the dense forest. Through the thick undergrowth, Xu Tian's sharp eyes caught sight of a small group of people up ahead. His brows furrowed slightly as a thought crossed his mind. Hunters Guild? What are they doing with my sister? The Hunters Guild was notorious for its misdeeds, and it was certainly not good news if his sister had been taken by them. Xu Tian silently assessed the situation. For these people to show up in a level 20 dungeon, they must possess considerable strength. He glanced down at the white cat in his arms, hesitating over whether to act. Just then, a portal radiating intense energy suddenly appeared in front of the hunters. Xu Tian's pupils contracted as realization dawned on him. A secret realm. No wonder these hunters had captured his sister and another person. They intended to use them as bait to scout the way. Rage flared in Xu Tian's heart, and he could no longer suppress it. With a furious shout, he stepped out from the shadows. Who's there? The hunters turned sharply, startled by the unexpected voice, only to see a lone young man standing before them. Xu Tian. Xu Yun's heart was filled with both relief and dread upon seeing her brother. She was glad he had come to rescue her, but despair weighed heavily on her as she noticed he was alone. Her face turned pale, and hopelessness washed over her. Where did this guy come from? The four hunters exchanged puzzled glances. Who cares? Just a brat. Since he stumbled upon us, let's make him bait too. One of the hunters sneered. The leader of the hunters, however, turned to Xu Yun, narrowing his eyes as he barked, "Did you call for this little punk, you wretched woman?" Before his words finished, a white blur flashed past, and the hunter was sent flying with a single strike. He crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater. Blood poured from his mouth, and his life was extinguished in an instant. The remaining hunters stared in disbelief. Their leader was a level 24 warrior. What kind of creature could eliminate him so effortlessly? As they slowly turned their gaze, the sight before them sent chills down their spines. A majestic white tiger, its entire body gleaming like frost, was glaring coldly at them. Its enormous, piercing eyes radiated a terrifying ferocity. It's that thing. The little cat he was holding earlier. One of the hunters stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Xu Tian. Only now did they recall the small white cat the young man had been carrying. The three hunters exchanged horrified glances, a dreadful realization creeping into their minds. What kind of class is this? Is he a summoner? No more like a beast tamer? Are you a beast tamer? One of the hunters asked, swallowing hard, his voice filled with fear. Xu Tian smirked coldly. Congratulations, you guessed right. Your reward is death. Before the words had fully left his lips, the white tiger, as if understanding its master's intent, unleashed a wind blade that instantly obliterated the hunter. The two remaining hunters, shaken by Xu Tian's decisiveness, immediately began pleading for mercy. Please, young master, we were wrong. Spare us, we beg you. And if I don't? Xu Tian's tone was icy and indifferent. Hearing this, the hunters' expressions darkened, their eyes flashing with malice. They thought to themselves that this boy was far too arrogant. Despite possessing such a powerful beast, a beast tamer's own body was undoubtedly fragile. If they could just kill him, the beast would naturally lose its master and become uncontrollable. In a split second, the two hunters lunged simultaneously, one of them drawing a dagger aimed straight for Xu Tian's vital points. But their actions had long been anticipated by Xu Tian. He effortlessly stepped back, creating a 10-meter gap between them in an instant. The hunters' attacks missed entirely, disbelief written all over their faces. How is this possible? They gasped in shock. This young man couldn't be more than 18, likely having only recently awakened his class. How could his speed attribute be so high? They would never learn the answer. Xu Tian's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. A moment later, the white tiger pounced, tearing the two hunters to pieces. As he looked down at the four lifeless bodies on the ground, Xu Tian shook his head and sighed. I overestimated you. He had initially worried that four combatants over level 20 might pose a challenge for Xiaobai, but it turned out his concerns were unnecessary. Xu Tian, are you alright? Xu Yun hurried over, her voice filled with concern. I'm fine, sis. They never even touched me, Xu Tian replied casually. Hearing this, Xu Yun finally noticed the massive white tiger. Her face turned pale, and fear flickered in her eyes. Xu Tian. Sis, it's my beast companion, Xiaobai, a creature from the world of Tianqi. Xu Tian quickly explained, gently stroking Xiaobai's enormous head. In a soft voice he added, Xiaobai, this is my sister. Say hello. As if understanding Xu Tian's words, Xiaobai immediately approached Xu Yun, rubbing its fluffy head affectionately against her. Xu Yun couldn't help but laugh, her earlier tension melting away. Big sis, you're safe now. You should head home, Xu Yun said, turning to the other captive, a gatherer. The woman looked at Xu Tian and Xu Yun with gratitude. Young lady, I owe my life to your brother. Without him, I wouldn't have survived today. Xu Tian smiled and waved goodbye before turning his attention to collecting the hunters' dropped equipment and items. These hunters were surprisingly wealthy. Among their loot were 2 pieces of silver-grade gear, at least 5 bronze-grade items, and various materials that had spilled out of their storage space. Xu Tian, it's getting late. We should leave this dungeon too, Xu Yun said with a smile, watching her brother inventory his spoils. Although she didn't know how he had come to possess such a powerful tiger, it was undoubtedly a blessing for him. Wait a moment, Xu Tian replied, his gaze fixed on the still active entrance to the secret realm. A glint of interest sparkled in his eyes. Secret realms were rare occurrences, often appearing after defeating elite monsters or bosses, and they came in 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Typically, a nightmare-level secret realm required a team whose average level exceeded the dungeons by at least 10 levels. In other words, a level 20 dungeon like Red Moon Forest would require a level 30 team to tackle a nightmare-level secret realm. Elite monsters could only spawn secret realms up to nightmare level. Only bosses had a chance of triggering hell-level secret realms. Judging by the current circumstances, this secret realm was likely spawned by an elite monster and was already nearing its countdown to closure. Seeing the look in Xu Tian's eyes, Xu Yun grew alarmed. Xu Tian, what are you thinking? Don't tell me you're planning to. Xu Tian nodded and said softly, that's right, I want to go in. Hearing this, Xu Yun's face instantly turned pale with fear, and she exclaimed in panic, Xu Tian, are you out of your mind? This is an unknown level secret realm. Even those hunters from the guilds couldn't handle it, and wanted to use us as bait to lure out the secret realm boss. Xu Tian responded with a confident smile, sis, I'm not like those ordinary hunters. You saw Xiao Bai's strength. With it by our side, even if we can't defeat the secret realm boss, we can at least retreat safely. Xu Yun hesitated. University admissions were approaching, and with Xu Tian and Xiao Bai's abilities, his exam results would undoubtedly be outstanding. If he got accepted into a prestigious school, his future would be bright. She didn't want him to take risks at such a critical time. Yet, seeing the confidence in her brother's eyes, she couldn't bring herself to refuse him. All right, we'll go in. But you must promise me, if there's any danger, we leave immediately. Xu Yun finally relented. Xu Tian nodded enthusiastically. Don't worry, sis. Xiao Bai will definitely keep us safe, right? As he spoke, he patted Xiao Bai's head. Xiao Bai puffed out its chest confidently and let out a low growl, a woo. Xu Yun looked at the confident duo and sighed internally. Welcome to the nightmare-level secret realm. The Count's castle, a cold system voice announced. Legend has it that the Count resided deep within the forest in his castle. When the red moon appeared, the forest's creatures transformed, and the castle's inhabitants turned into violent, bloodthirsty beings. Listening to the ominous narration, Xu Yun's face turned ashen. She trembled and said to Xu Tian, Xiao Tian, this is a nightmare-level secret realm. How about we just leave? Xu Tian didn't answer. Instead, he walked forward slowly with Xiao Bai by his side. Suddenly, a strange woman in a maid outfit burst out, screaming, blood. I need blood. She charged at Xu Tian in a frenzy. But before she could get close, Xiao Bai swatted her away with a single paw. Inside eye, Xu Tian muttered. The target's information immediately appeared in his vision. Mutated maid. Level, 24. HP, 237. Strength, 54. Defense, 47. Speed, 60. Stamina, 50. Seeing the stats of the mutated maid, Xu Tian let out a sigh of relief. She was strong, but still within manageable limits. Just then, more and more mutated maids emerged from all directions, screaming for blood. Xiao Bai, Xu Tian said calmly. In the next moment, Xiao Bai's snow-white fur began to glow faintly red, and a dark red aura spread out from beneath its feet, forming a circle that extended outward. Divine Beast Skill. Slayer's Domain. The mutated maids, affected by the domain, noticeably slowed down. Looking at the maid-themed monsters, Xu Tian wasn't afraid. In fact, he was thrilled. He had just heard the experience reward for defeating the first mutated maid, 35 points. Considering his current experience bar was only at 500 points, and the small monsters in the beginner dungeon only gave 1 or 2 points each, this was a jackpot. Less than 20 of these maids, and he could level up. This wasn't a nightmare secret realm, it was an experience farm. Spirit Tree. Xu Tian called out, activating his newly learned skill. This ability increased experience gain by 20, making it perfect for this situation. Xiao Bai, go wild. With Xu Tian's command, Xiao Bai unleashed a massacre, while Xu Tian's mind was filled with the constant notification sounds of experience points pouring in. Half an hour later, Xu Tian looked at the pile of rewards dropped by the secret realm boss, still feeling unsatisfied. The leveling speed in this secret realm was insane. In just 30 minutes, he had gone from level 6 to level 13, and even Xiao Bai, whose experience gain was notoriously slow, had jumped 4 levels to reach level 8. If there was any difficulty in this secret realm, it was that the boss took Xiao Bai 5 whole swipes to defeat. Other than that, it had been a breeze. Xu Yun, standing off to the side, was still in a daze, staring at the glowing loot pile. They had cleared a nightmare-level secret realm in just 30 minutes? Even an average level 30 adventuring party might struggle to pull that off. and Xu Tian had only just awakened his class. Watching her brother and his pet playfully interact, Su Yun felt like she had just witnessed the rise of a pair of prodigies. After casually picking up the boss's loot, Xu Tian and Su Yun exited the secret realm, which promptly disappeared behind them. "Let's go home," Xu Tian said with satisfaction. This dungeon run had been incredibly fruitful. Not only had he leveled up significantly, but he had also gained a golden weapon from an earlier treasure chest. Definitely worth the trip. At the teleportation center, Zhang Xiaoye and a young woman in her 20s were waiting anxiously. The older woman was dressed in tight shorts that showed off her long, slender legs, paired with a simple white t-shirt that accentuated her slim waist, exuding both elegance and allure. In contrast, Zhang Xiaoye wore a light yellow knee-length dress, her delicate face radiating purity. The striking contrast between the two women drew the attention of everyone around them. "Sis, why don't we go in?" Zhang Xiaoye tugged at the older woman's arm, pleading. Zhang Xiaoying frowned slightly and said, "Xiaoye, it's already late. I've already gone behind Dad's back to bring you out here. Now you want to enter a dungeon? Absolutely not. The university entrance exams are just around the corner, and there's no way I'm letting you get into trouble before then." "But sis, Xu Tian really can't afford to be in danger." Zhang Xiaoye pouted and clung to her sister's arm, begging. Seeing her sister's adorable expression, even Zhang Xiaoying couldn't resist. She sighed and waved her hand. "Fine, I'll go with you. But we won't fight any monsters. You know, if I use my abilities in the Red Moon Forest, I'll be forcibly expelled." "I understand, sis. Thank you." Zhang Xiaoye beamed with joy. Just as she spoke, the teleportation portal lit up and a young figure emerged. "Xu Tian." Zhang Xiaoye instantly let go of her sister's hand and darted toward the boy. Feeling the sudden soft warmth in his arms, Xu Tian was momentarily stunned. Then he noticed the sharp gaze of Zhang Xiaoying, whose face had darkened considerably. Wait, was that killing intent? Before Xu Tian could react, the girl in his arms was lifted away by her collar. He looked up and was greeted by the sight of a pair of impossibly long, stunning legs. So long. Xu Tian couldn't help but marvel internally. "Your name is Xu Tian?" A graceful young woman, Zhang Xiaoying, strode over with her long legs, stopping right in front of Xu Tian. Her voice was cold as she interrogated him. Xu Tian instinctively nodded, answering hesitantly, yes." Zhang Xiaoying frowned deeply, her tone stern. "Xiaoyu has done so much for you. She not only defied our father by using the central system without permission, but also snuck out. When she returns, she's bound to face severe punishment." She gave Xu Tian a critical once-over before continuing. "I heard you're a Beast Tamer? You two come from completely different worlds. I hope you'll stay away from Xiaoyu from now on." Xu Tian, feeling displeased by her commanding tone, replied calmly, "And what if I refuse?" Zhang Xiaoying let out a cold chuckle. "You're welcome to try." With that, she revealed her stats, a shocking level 59, with every attribute in the 4-digit range. The bystanders farming in the area were stunned by the display. Someone whispered in awe, "Level 59? That's a 4th-tier powerhouse. She might even be on the leaderboard." Seizing the moment, Zhang Xiaoying unleashed her attribute suppression on Xu Tian, a special ability exclusive to high-level players. Under the suppression, Xu Tian's face flushed red, his eyes bloodshot, and his breathing labored. "Big sister." Zhang Xiaoye hurriedly grabbed Zhang Xiaoying's arm, attempting to stop her. However, Zhang Xiaoying remained unmoved, her cold eyes fixed on Xu Tian, as if waiting for him to yield. Just then, a sudden roar shattered the tension. From Xu Tian's arms, a small figure leapt out. It was Xiao Bai. In the blink of an eye, the creature's form expanded, transforming into a majestic white tiger, radiating an imposing aura. Zhang Xiaoying was taken aback by the appearance of Xiao Bai, but what truly shocked her was its stats. Despite its relatively low level, its attributes far exceeded the norm, surpassing even the diamond-tier bosses she had faced before. She couldn't help but wonder, what kind of potential does this creature have? Could it really be Xu Tian's tamed beast? But wasn't it said that beast tamers couldn't control height-tier beasts? With Xiao Bai standing by his side, the oppressive pressure on Xu Tian lifted. He met Zhang Xiaoying's gaze and said coldly, "You may be stronger than me now, but have you ever heard the saying, never underestimate the potential of the young?" Xu Tian's words struck a nerve, leaving Zhang Xiaoying momentarily shaken. Xiao Bai's formidable presence was indeed unexpected, but her strong-willed nature wouldn't allow her to back down so easily. After a moment, Zhang Xiaoying withdrew her attribute suppression, her brows furrowing. "I'll admit, you have potential, but don't forget, every beast tamer faces the risk of being devoured by their own beasts. Only if you survive that ordeal can you truly rise to greatness." Xu Tian smirked faintly. "You don't need to worry about that," he thought to himself, confident in his loyalist talent, which ensured absolute loyalty from all his beasts. Zhang Xiaoying, noticing his unwavering confidence, frowned. Xu Tian, don't get too cocky. There are countless awakened individuals in this world, and many of them have hidden, powerful professions. Even I am just beginning to explore the full potential of this world. Xu Tian ignored her warning and asked, so, are we from the same world now? Jiang Xiaoying hesitated for a moment before replying coldly, I suppose so. But if you want to be with Xiao Yu, you'll need to at least reach my level of strength. Your level? Fourth tier? You'll get there. Xu Tian chuckled lightly before turning to the nervous young woman behind him. Sister, let's go. As the two walked away, Jiang Xiaoye surprisingly didn't say anything this time. Instead, she lowered her head, a sweet smile curling her lips. Jiang Xiaoying sighed helplessly at her sister. Hey, they're gone. Do you have to look so love-struck? Jiang Xiaoye lifted her head, her bright eyes sparkling. Sister, did you just agree to let us be together? Jiang Xiaoying froze. When had she said that? Xiao Yu, he may have potential, but don't forget who we are. Maybe one day he'll reach our level, but who knows what will happen before then. I don't care. I believe in Xu Tian. Jiang Xiaoye pouted stubbornly. Faced with her sister's determination, Jiang Xiaoying sighed. Fine. I'll talk to father when the time comes and see what he thinks. Later that evening, back at home, Xu Tian's sister, Xu Yun, looked at him with concern. Xiao Tian, you were too reckless today. That girl is a level 59 fourth-tier powerhouse. If things had escalated, you would have been at a huge disadvantage. Xu Tian smiled reassuringly. Sis, she's Xiao Yu's sister. She wouldn't have gone too far. Besides, I had Xiao Bai with me. Hearing her name, Xiao Bai, nestled in Xu Tian's arms, raised her head proudly, as if declaring, I've got this. Xu Yun couldn't help but laugh, but she quickly turned serious again. Even so, it's not worth the risk. You've awakened the Beast Tamer profession and managed to bond with Xiao Bai's a rare opportunity. You can't afford to lose her. I understand, sis. They'll take good care of Xiao Bai, Xu Tian said warmly, touched by her concern. Good. Now, get some rest. Tomorrow, after breakfast, go run some dungeons. ITLL help you prepare for the entrance exams. With that, Xu Yan left Xu Tian's room. Watching her leave, Xu Tian scratched his head. He hadn't told her that he didn't actually need to take the entrance exams. With over 3,000 points under his belt, plenty of schools were probably fighting to recruit him already. The next day, despite not needing to take the exams, Xu Tian still headed to the teleportation hall, planning to grind a dungeon or two. After all, no one ever complained about leveling up too much. Plus, Xiao Bai, his experience sponge, required a steady diet of monsters to grow. Just as the receptionist was about to assign him a dungeon, his phone suddenly rang. The ringtone, "The vast horizon is my love," caught the receptionist off guard. Sorry, let me take this, Xu Tian said calmly, answering the call. Hello, Xu Tian? Are you home? We've assembled a team to run a level 25 dungeon, and I was wondering if you'd join us. Jiang Xiaoye's gentle voice came through the line. A level 25 dungeon? Xu Tian blinked in surprise. He couldn't help but marvel at her background. She was probably still under level 5. Who in their right mind would attempt a dungeon 20 levels above them? That was practically suicidal. But Jiang Xiaoye was clearly an exception. Though he hadn't seen it firsthand, Xu Tian could already imagine the luxurious team of high-level experts escorting her through the dungeon. Xu Tian pondered for a moment and decided to politely decline Jiang Xiaoye's invitation. He believed that grinding monsters alone with Xiao Bai would be more efficient. However, before he could say a word, Jiang Xiaoye's excited voice rang out, Xu Tian, turn around. I see you. Xu Tian turned to see Jiang Xiaoye, dressed in a pale yellow dress, running toward him. She had clearly put effort into her appearance, with her delicate makeup enhancing her pure and charming demeanor. Behind her, a pair of long legs followed closely, their owner wearing an icy expression that betrayed her displeasure. It turned out that Jiang Xiaoying had planned to bring 2 elite family guardians to protect Xiaoye. However, Xiaoye had instead invited Xu Tian. While Xu Tian and his white tiger were strong, the level 25 dungeon was still a significant challenge for someone around level 10 like him. Moreover, the optimal configuration for a dungeon party was 4 members. A 5-person team would significantly reduce the experience points gained. If Xu Tian and Xiao Bai joined, one of the elite guardians would have to be left out, which would undoubtedly slow Xiaoye's leveling progress. Xiaoye, Xu Tian greeted her before looking curiously at Jiang Xiaoying. Is she joining you for the dungeon run too? Xiaoye smiled brightly and explained. Yes, even though lower-level dungeons suppress higher-level players, my sister is a 4th-tier professional. Her stats are still stronger than most level 30 players. Xu Tian suddenly understood. Lower-level dungeons indeed suppressed the levels of higher-level players, capping them within the dungeon's range. However, dungeons above level 40 had no such restrictions. For awakening class players, every 10 levels came with a breakthrough and a chance for class evolution, bringing a massive boost in stats. As a 4th-tier professional, Zhang Xiaoying could likely dominate this dungeon, even with her level suppressed to 25. Xu Tian then turned his attention to the two people behind Xiao Yuya, a man in his 30s with a sturdy build and a calm demeanor, and a young woman with an average face but an undeniably striking figure. Xiaoya quickly introduced them. "Oh, I almost forgot. This is Uncle Chun, a 3rd-tier earth warrior. And this is Sister Lu, a 3rd-tier water mage." In the fire burial crypt dungeon we're heading to, Sister Lu's water element is perfect for countering the monsters. Xu Tian couldn't help but marvel at how these high-tier professionals were willing to assist Zhang Xiaoya. With a bright smile, Xiaoya invited him again. "So, Xu Tian, why don't you join us? I promise you'll hit level 20 in no time." Xu Tian had initially planned to decline, but on second thought, the idea of being carried by such powerful players was too tempting to pass up. With these 3 experts leading the charge, he and Xiaobai could simply sit back and rack up the experience. He quickly agreed, reasoning that the efficiency would far surpass what he could achieve on his own. Seeing Xu Tian's agreement, Zhang Xiaoying sneered. "Didn't someone say yesterday, 'Don't look down on the poor youth'? And now you're jumping at the chance to leech off others?" Xu Tian shamelessly replied, "That's right. I'll surpass you someday, but until then, isn't helping me level up the same as helping me surpass you? Thanks in advance." With that, he moved to stand beside Zhang Xiaoya. Zhang Xiaoying was stunned by Xu Tian's brazenness. Frustrated but unable to refute, she could only glare at him with gritted teeth. The 5 of them entered the level 25 fire burial crypt dungeon. Zhang Xiaoying chose to form her own party instead of joining their 4-person team. As they stepped through the glowing portal, the scenery around them transformed. They found themselves in a desolate, sweltering wasteland, littered with bleached bones. Not a single tree or plant was in sight. The eerie atmosphere made Zhang Xiaoya cling to Xu Tian, huddling together with Xiaobai for comfort. Uncle Chun and Sister Lu, however, appeared calm and familiar with the dungeon. Before long, Zhang Xiaoying used an item to locate their group and join them. "Let's get started," Zhang Xiaoying said coolly before dashing forward in a blur. Crack, crack, crack. The bones scattered across the ground suddenly began to stir. One by one, skeletons assembled themselves and shuffled stiffly towards Xu Tian's group. "Inside eye," Xu Tian murmured, activating his skill to reveal the monster's attributes. Target: Fire Crypt Skeleton. Level: 25. Health: 976. Strength: 96. Speed: 78. Defense: 129. Energy: 60. The monsters in this dungeon were of a similar level, but their stats were nearly double those of the creatures Xu Tian had faced in his last secret realm. And these were just the standard monsters, not the elite ones from the secret realm. It's probably due to the difference in dungeon levels that such a disparity exists. However, with monsters of this caliber, not to mention Xiaobai, even Xu Tian himself could easily take them down. Feeling the surging power within him, Xu Tian brimmed with confidence at his level 13 strength. As a god-tier Beast Tamer, his stats were far beyond the average person. Strength 76, Speed 70, Defense 69, and Stamina 70. What was even more impressive was his attribute link with Xiao Bait's Bite only receiving a 10 boost. It was enough to overpower these skeleton creatures with ease. That said, Xu Tian didn't need to make a move this time. Zhang Xiaoying darted through the skeleton horde like a streak of lightning. Her agile figure almost blurred into afterimages, and every strike she delivered landed with pinpoint accuracy, leaving the skeletons teetering on the verge of collapse. Xu Tian and Zhang Xiaoya followed closely behind, finishing off the monsters with synchronized final blows to maximize experience gain. This teamwork was undoubtedly the most efficient strategy for farming and leveling up. While battling, Xu Tian couldn't help but make comparisons. Although these skeleton monsters had higher levels and stats than those in the Nightmare Secret Realm, the experience points they awarded were less than half. He sighed inwardly, thinking of how generous the rewards were in the Secret Realm, and began to wonder if they might uncover a new Secret Realm here. Time flew by, and after a full day of grinding, Xu Tian's level only increased by 2. In contrast, Zhang Xiaoya, likely benefiting from the low-level bonus, had jumped to level 10. Along the way, they encountered several elite monsters, but unfortunately, no secret realms were triggered, nor did they come across a boss. Still, their overall gains weren't too bad. Over the next few days, Zhang Xiaoya persistently invited Xu Tian to team up for dungeon runs. With Zhang Xiaoying, such a formidable ally, in their party, Xu Tian gladly accepted and enjoyed the effortless leveling experience. However, their peaceful routine was disrupted one night. Staring at the magical, invisible universal map, Xu Tian's eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted, "The boss has spawned. Let's go fight it." From his observations over the past few days, Xu Tian had realized that the Fire Tomb Ghost Cavern didn't lack boss spawns. It was just that someone had been camping there, immediately taking down the boss as soon as it appeared. But this time was different. The boss icon on the map had been visible for over 3 minutes without disappearing, signaling that they finally had a chance to challenge a real boss. Hearing Xu Tian's exclamation, Zhang Xiaoying was momentarily stunned, wondering how he knew the boss had spawned. But she quickly dismissed the thought this wasn't the time for questions. Bosses not only provided a wealth of experience, but also had the potential to drop rare and valuable gear. Without hesitation, she led the group in a swift charge toward the boss location, their faces brimming with anticipation and excitement. 10 minutes later, the group found themselves on the outskirts of the boss's spawn area. Numerous teams had already gathered, but they were all held back by hordes of powerful monsters, making it nearly impossible to break through. These creatures were noticeably stronger than those on the outer edges, a clear indication that the boss they were about to face was no ordinary one. Zhang Xiaoying surveyed the surroundings and murmured, "Maybe we should skip this boss?" Zhang Xiaoya softly agreed. "After all, we're here to level up. There's no need to take unnecessary risks for a boss." Xu Tian chuckled and countered, "Xiaoya, we've got a tier 4 expert here. If we back out now, there might really be no one left who can handle this boss." Hearing this, Uncle Chen and Lu Zhao's faces darkened with displeasure. After spending several days together, their dissatisfaction with Xu Tian had reached a boiling point. This young man had been leeching experience every day without contributing any effort. If it weren't for the second young lady's presence, they would never have brought along someone they deemed a seemingly useless Beast Tamer. Zhang Xiaoying shot Xu Tian a glare but eventually said, "Xiaoya, Xu Tian does have a point. The boss is right in front of us, so can we just walk away? Besides, taking down a few bosses will be beneficial for both you and Xu Tian's future growth." "Got it, sister." Zhang Xiaoya nodded earnestly. Xu Tian, however, remained as nonchalant as ever, urging, "If we don't hurry, the boss might be gone for real." The group quickened their pace in clearing out the monsters. With Zhang Xiaoying, a tier 5 expert, leading the charge, they carved through the enemies with ease. However, as they entered the inner circle of the boss's territory, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The monsters here were all elite level at level 28, with overwhelming numbers. Even Zhang Xiaoying couldn't manage to take them down in a single strike. This boss might have gold tier potential. Zhang Xiaoying's expression grew serious. A gold tier potential boss was an extremely rare occurrence in a level 20 dungeon and posed a near insurmountable challenge for most awakeners. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Xiaoying decided to form a temporary 5-person team. Although this would have the experience gained, safety took priority. Soon, they devised a strategy. Zhang Xiaoying and Uncle Chen would act as the front line. Lu Xiao would handle range damage, and Zhang Xiaoya would provide healing support. Xu Tian, however, seemed completely useless in this setup, deepening Uncle Chen and Lu Zhao's disdain for him. Xu Tian, unfazed, instead focused on studying the universal map in his hand. Moments ago, he thought he saw the boss icon flicker and split into two, but it disappeared just as quickly. As Xu Tian rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had imagined it, Zhang Xiaoya suddenly cried out, "Sister Lu Xiao, watch out." This was followed by Lu Zhao's panicked scream. An elite skeletal wolf had broken through the defensive line and was charging straight for Lu Xiao. With its high attack power and speed, the fragile mage was at risk of suffering a fatal blow. Xu Tian knew he couldn't stay on the sidelines any longer. He quickly drew the golden weapon, the soul-hunting sword, while wearing wind spirit boots and a golden silk soft armor. These pieces of equipment significantly boosted his stats, putting him almost on par with Zhang Xiaoying, who was currently suppressed at level 29 as a tier 4 expert. Blazing slash. With a low shout, the skeletal wolf was instantly shattered, its remains reduced to smoldering bones. Lu Xiao, still shaken, clutched her chest as she struggled to catch her breath, her forehead dotted with cold sweat. Zhang Xiaoying and Uncle Chen, having cleared the surrounding monsters, rushed over. "Lu Xiao, are you okay?" Zhang Xiaoying asked anxiously. "I'm fine, thanks to Xu Tian." Lu Xiao shook her head, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a strange light. Xu Tian's speed and strength had far exceeded her expectations. The young man they had dismissed as useless had just saved her life. Zhang Xiaoying and Uncle Chen stared at Xu Tian in shock, the latter especially filled with disbelief. How could a beast tamer with no beasts manage to take down an elite skeletal wolf? Zhang Xiaoying's gaze fell on Xu Tian's equipment, and she froze. She realized that Xu Tian was wearing 3 pieces of gold tier gear that had no level restrictions. Each of these items was worth millions of gold coins, far beyond what an ordinary family could afford. Yet she distinctly remembered Xiaoya mentioning that Xu Tian came from a modest background. Zhang Xiaoying stared at Xu Tian in astonishment, as if she were seeing a ghost. First, he possessed a beast with divine potential, and now he had 3 unrestricted gold tier items. Everything about him was shrouded in mystery. She began to question whether it had been wise to threaten him in the past. As the difficulty of the dungeon increased and the number of elite monsters continued to grow, the frontline defenses were on the verge of collapse. Observing the perilous situation before him, Xu Tian decisively suggested, "Let me join the front line. This way, I can help alleviate some of the pressure." No sooner had he spoken than Uncle Chin frowned and questioned, "You? Are you sure? The front line is critical. It not only requires high defense and health, but also decent offensive capabilities. You're probably not even level 20 yet. How do you expect to fight alongside us?" Xu Tian gave a helpless smile and simply displayed his attribute panel. Health, 1,598. Strength, 379. Defense, 407. Speed, 421. Stamina, 321. Seeing these numbers, Uncle Chin and Lu Xiao were utterly stunned, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Uncle Chun instinctively rubbed his eyes in disbelief, muttering, "Are these really the stats of a Beastmaster? And at level 17, no less? Impossible. This can't be real." He glanced at his own attribute panel again. As a third-tier warrior, his strength had just barely surpassed 300. Uncle Chin couldn't help but sigh. This is outrageous. Moments ago, he had doubted Xu Tian, but now he was beginning to question who the real warrior was. Xu Tian added, "Oh, by the way, these stats don't include the bonuses from my golden equipment. Once I put them on, I should be even stronger." That nearly made Uncle Chun cough up blood. Without wearing golden equipment, Xu Tian was already outperforming a third-tier warrior. With it, he'd be unstoppable. Beside them, Jiang Xiaoying's expression turned complicated. Her own strength stat was just over 400, and her level was capped at 25, limiting her to silver equipment. If Xu Tian equipped those 3-level unrestricted golden items, his stats would undoubtedly surpass hers. Sensing the tension, Jiang Xiaoya quickly chimed in, "Sister, Uncle Chen, let Xu Tian take the front line. I'll double my healing efforts to ensure everyone's safety." After a brief moment of consideration, Jiang Xiaoying nodded in agreement. All right. With Xu Tian joining the front line, the team's burden was significantly reduced. His combat style was straightforward and brutal. Whenever he encountered an elite monster, he would unleash a blazing slash with his weapon's built-in skill, often killing it instantly. Lu Xiao's rear-line support was perfectly in sync, using water-based slow effects to hinder any monsters approaching Xu Tian, allowing him to fight with ease. Finally, the team reached the dungeon boss, a skeletal knight riding a flaming horse. The knight's face burned with flames, his white, bony features like a deathly mask, and he wielded a battered knight's longsword. Beneath him, the ghostly skeletal horse trod on eerie flames, the entire scene exuding a chilling menace. Jiang Xiaoying promptly threw out an identification talisman, revealing the stats of the two monsters. Target, Ghostly Knight. Potential, Golden. Health, 3,721. Strength, 782. Defense, 896. Speed, 642. Stamina, 862. Skills, Flame Domain, Flaming Slash, Knight's Combo Strike, Meteoric Firestorm. Target, Ghostly Horse. Potential, Golden. Health, 4,286. Strength, 684. Defense, 921. Speed, 936. Stamina, 532. Skills, Flaming Stomp, Reckless Charge. Upon seeing the stats of these two bosses, even Jiang Xiaoying's face turned pale. A golden potential Ghostly Knight and Ghostly Horse should have appeared in a level 39 dungeon. How were they here in a level 25 dungeon? Even worse, this was a twin boss encounter. If the two combined their powers, their combat strength would double. Retreat immediately. Jiang Xiaoying commanded decisively. Even a full team of level 25 capped, 4th-tier awakened fighters would struggle to defeat these bosses. But just as her words left her mouth, a ring of rising flames suddenly enveloped the area, sealing off all escape routes. Kihi. The Ghostly Knight let out an eerie laugh. "This is Badit's Flame Domain, the boss' ultimate skill. It's not letting us leave," Jiang Xiaoying said grimly, her face darkening. Uncle Chin, Lu Xiao, and the others were equally ashen-faced. Once a golden potential boss' ultimate skill locked onto its targets, there was no way to leave the boss domain. The only options were to kill the boss or be killed. Faced with this desperate situation, the team exchanged uneasy glances, unsure how to deal with the sudden crisis. Ultimate moves are usually only triggered when a boss is enraged, so why is this one using it before the battle even begins? Uncle Chin's face darkened instantly, his brows furrowed tightly as his voice carried a mix of shock and worry. This golden boss is already unleashing its ultimate move? That's completely against the norm. Jiang Xiaoying's delicate face turned pale as well. Even though she had reached the 4th tier of strength, being suppressed to the current level meant she couldn't possibly take down two golden bosses on her own. Fear surged through her like a tidal wave, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Seeing the despair etched on everyone's faces, Xu Tian sighed with a hint of exasperation. "We're not at a dead end yet. Why are you all so pessimistic? What else can we do? Someone retorted, their voice filled with frustration. These are ghost knights and ghost steeds. Each of them has a defense over 800 points. We can't even break through their defenses. Lu Xiao's voice suddenly choked, and tears began streaming down her face uncontrollably. Wah, it's so unfair. I haven't even found a boyfriend yet, and now I'm going to die here. As soon as she finished speaking, she broke into sobs. Watching this scene, Xu Tian couldn't help but feel speechless. Their morale is really something else, he thought. Uncle Chun let out a deep sigh, his tone filled with resignation. Xu Tian, let's just give up. We can't beat these two bosses. Yeah, you're right, we can't beat them, Xu Tian said calmly, before suddenly shifting the tone of his voice.
But my pet can.
Your pet? Uncle Chun and Lu Xiao froze, staring at Xu Tian in disbelief as they spoke in unison. You have a pet? Of course, Xu Tian replied matter-of-factly. I'm a beast tamer. What kind of beast tamer would I be if I didn't have a pet? Uncle Chun and Lu Xiao exchanged confused glances. While Xu Tian's reasoning made sense, wasn't it common knowledge that beast tamers couldn't actually tame beasts? A flicker of doubt and astonishment crossed their faces. Could Xu Tian really tame beasts? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Xiao asked cautiously, where's your beast? Xu Tian turned around and pointed toward a small white creature he had left with Jiang Xiaoya earlier while clearing the front lines. Over there. What? That cat? Lu Xiao's gaze landed on the little white cat, and the glimmer of hope that had just sparked within her was immediately extinguished. Uncle Chin's mouth twitched as he struggled to process the situation. How could a cat possibly defeat a ghost knight? They had initially thought Xu Tian might have some formidable beast under his command, but it turned out to be a pet cat. Disappointment was written all over their faces. Seeing their reactions, Xu Tian frowned and retorted, why can't a cat defeat a ghost knight? Then, turning to the little white cat, he commanded, Xiaobai, show them what you've got. Roar. A thunderous tiger's cry echoed through the space as a majestic divine beast, the white tiger, erupted from the void with a powerful roar. Its shimmering, snow-white fur swayed gently in the breeze, exuding an unmatched aura of dominance and majesty. The sudden and breathtaking scene left Uncle Chun and Lu Xiao wide-eyed, staring in disbelief at what had just unfolded before them. The little kitten that had just been cradled in someone's arms, was it really the mythical white tiger? And even more shocking, it was under Xu Tian's command. The two turned to Xu Tian in astonishment, their minds swirling with questions. Wasn't it said that beast tamers couldn't control divine beasts? How did he manage to acquire such a powerful creature? Jiang Xiaoying's eyes narrowed slightly as she caught sight of the white tiger. She had seen this divine beast before, but back then, it had been in its juvenile form, with a level not even reaching 10. Could it really stand a chance against the skeleton knight and skeleton horse? After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Xiaoying spoke up. Let me assist it. She knew her unique profession allowed her to evade attacks to a significant extent, while others might risk being instantly defeated if they joined the fight. Xu Tian glanced at Jiang Xiaoying, considering her offer. Her profession was indeed mysterious, seemingly leaning toward an assassin-type role. As a fourth-tier expert, she could certainly provide some support to Xiaobai. However, Xu Tian deemed it unnecessary. He shook his head, a faint smile curling his lips, and waved at Xiaobai. The tiger immediately understood, nudging its large, round head closer to enjoy Xu Tian's affectionate strokes. Xiaobai, go take care of those two, Xu Tian instructed softly, pointing at the two bosses in the distance. Roar. Xiaobai straightened up, brimming with confidence and pride. Go on then, Xu Tian said with a smile. Without hesitation, Xiaobai charged toward the two bosses. A deafening tiger's roar instantly lowered their defenses. Then, the killing god domain was unleashed. A dazzling white beam of light rapidly gathered in Xiaobai's mouth before erupting with devastating force, piercing straight through both the skeleton knight and skeleton horse. As the white light faded, the skeleton knight and skeleton horse were gone without a trace, leaving behind only two piles of glowing loot and a group of stunned onlookers. Uncle Chun swallowed hard, his eyes as wide as saucers. Those were the skeleton knight and skeleton horse, and they had been defeated in mere moments? Then again, considering Xu Tian's beast was a divine creature, it wasn't all that surprising. Was this the sheer terror of a divine beast's power? Jiang Xiaoying was equally astonished. The white tiger had been at least 20 levels below the skeleton knight, yet it had dispatched the enemy with such ease. It was truly terrifying. All done, Xu Tian said casually, letting out a lazy yawn as he glanced at the loot scattered on the ground. Among the pile of treasures, a radiant golden glow stood out. It was undoubtedly a piece of golden equipment. Given that the skeleton knight and skeleton horse were bosses with golden potential, the appearance of golden equipment wasn't unexpected. For Jiang Xiaoying and her companions, the equipment held little appeal as they had long surpassed this level. For Xu Tian, it wasn't particularly enticing either. as it was a staff-type weapon geared toward support and healing rather than offense. However, for Zhang Xiaoya, this piece of equipment was highly desirable, as her holy angel profession specialized in support and healing. Without hesitation, Xu Tian handed the staff to Zhang Xiaoya. Here, this golden equipment is for you. Zhang Xiaoya's cheeks flushed as she quickly waved her hands to refuse. I can't take it. You're the one who defeated the bosses. Without you, we might have been in danger. I can't accept this staff. Xu Tian frowned slightly. I'm giving it to you, so take it. Besides, you've taken care of me plenty during our time at school. But Zhang Xiaoya was about to protest further when Zhang Xiaoying intervened with a sigh. Xiaoya, just accept the staff. We can pay for it at market price. Zhang Xiaoya hesitated but was clearly tempted. She glanced at Xu Tian, waiting for his response. Seeing through her thoughts, Xu Tian knew she wouldn't accept the staff without agreeing to this condition. He nodded. Fine. Let's settle it at a flat rate 300,000 gold coins. His generosity stemmed from a recent discovery of a rare purple gold resource during his leveling adventures, which had yielded incredible treasures. Compared to that, golden equipment seemed insignificant. Deal. Zhang Xiaoying agreed readily. A piece of golden equipment was worth at least 300,000 gold, and weapons typically fetched even higher prices. Xu Tian's offer was undeniably generous. Xu Tian then quickly swept up the remaining loot, which consisted mostly of materials and a silverdeer skill book. Since the Zhang sisters showed no interest, he claimed everything for himself. Back at the teleportation hub, Zhang Xiaoying said, All right, let's wrap up the leveling for now. Tomorrow is the day the results are announced. You and Xiaoya should prepare for enrollment. He'll transfer the money to you. Perhaps due to the earlier encounter with the skeleton bosses, Zhang Xiaoying's attitude towards Xu Tian had noticeably softened. Xu Tian nodded in agreement, and the three parted ways. As they said goodbye, Zhang Xiaoya lingered for a moment, glancing back at Xu Tian with a reluctant expression. Afterward, Xu Tian made his way to the trading center alone. Xu Tian didn't head straight home but instead made his way to the familiar trading center. He walked directly to the materials shop he frequented, ready to handle the spoils he had accumulated over the past few days. Just as he arrived, the notification sound of a bank transfer from Zhang Xiaoying chimed. Xu Tian glanced at his account balance and couldn't help but smile in satisfaction, had earned another 1,000,000 gold coins in just a few days, pushing his total earnings past the 2 million mark. Hey there, you've been running dungeons pretty often lately, huh? The materials merchant greeted him warmly, his tone friendly and familiar. His eyes gleamed with a clear intention to build rapport. After several transactions, he had already identified Xu Tian as someone with great potential. The frequent sales of monster materials, especially rare boss drops, were a testament to the young man's impressive abilities. Not too bad, Xu Tian replied coolly, fully aware of the merchant's intentions. The merchant didn't seem bothered by Xu Tian's indifferent attitude and continued enthusiastically, Let me share a little insider info with you lately. The boss respawn patterns in the dungeons have been acting up. If you're planning to head in, be extra cautious. Xu Tian paused slightly at this information. It reminded him of the 2 skeleton bosses he had defeated earlier today and the spider queen he had encountered in the beginner dungeon. Thanks, he said softly, acknowledging the merchant's goodwill. By the way, my name's Su Fu, the merchant said, seizing the moment and handing over a golden boss business card. Erase my card. If you bring your materials to me, I'll buy them at 10% above market price. Xu Tian took the card but suddenly shifted the topic. Shuga, are there any auctions happening soon? Auctions? Su Fu was momentarily caught off guard, but then he nodded. Yes, there's one tomorrow at 8 p.m. Having obtained the information he needed, Xu Tian gave a nod of thanks before turning and striding quickly in the direction of the auction house. Inside the Tianyun auction house, a woman in a cheongsam sat idly at the reception desk, staring absent-mindedly at the auction catalog for the next day. The centerpiece of tomorrow's auction was a platinum-tier skill book. While valuable, its worth was only a few million gold coins far from the 50 million target she needed to meet her monthly sales quota. Ugh, looks like I'm not hitting my target again this month, she sighed softly to herself. Just then, a young man, dusty from travel, strode into the auction house. Without any preamble, he spoke directly. Hello, I'd like to auction an item. The woman looked up, her gaze landing on the unexpected visitor. A flicker of curiosity flashed in her eyes as she took in the sight of the confident young man standing before her. Xiaoya caught a glimpse of the young man's face, and a faint trace of disappointment flickered in her beautiful eyes. Pressing her rosy lips together, she thought to herself, an awakened one at this age, even if he belongs to a combat profession, probably doesn't have anything rare to offer. It seemed her spuro-femit decision to wait in the reception hall was, indeed, unrealistic. Nevertheless, Xiaoya maintained a professional smile and asked in a soft, pleasant voice, Good day, sir. May I ask what item you would like to auction? Xu Tian seemed momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an item. I'd like to auction this. A scroll? Xiaoya raised her delicate eyebrows as she examined the object Xu Tian produced. The scroll looked unusual, entirely golden and radiant, yet it didn't resemble a golden skill book. Instead, it exuded a sense of ancient mystery. Could it be some kind of utility scroll? Xiaoya speculated, disappointment deepening in her heart. Utility scrolls were typically single-use items and not particularly valuable. Even a platinum-grade utility scroll would be worth no more than 100,000 gold coins. Understood, sir. They'll have this taken to our expert for appraisal and provide you with a conservative estimate shortly, Xiaoya said, maintaining her professional demeanor. All right, Xu Tian nodded in agreement. Just as Xiaoya stood up to leave, Xu Tian suddenly stopped her. Wait a moment. I have a question. How much is a mysterious class job-changing scroll worth? Xiaoya froze mid-step, her body suddenly stiffening. She slowly turned back, her delicate face etched with shock. Sir, what did you just say? I said, how much is a mysterious class job-changing scroll worth? Xu Tian repeated softly. This time, Xiaoya heard him clearly. Her right hand trembled slightly as she struggled to contain her emotions. She returned to her seat, her legs, clad in black stockings, visibly trembling. Sir, are you saying this is a mysterious class job-changing scroll? Xiaoya's voice was strained as she stared at Xu Tian. Yes, a mysterious class scroll for the fire controller profession, Xu Tian replied calmly. He went on to explain that he had obtained the fire controller job-changing scroll a few days ago while opening a legendary golden treasure chest. The fire controller, as one of the mysterious professions, offered significant advantages over the fire elementalist. They could manipulate unique flames in the world of apocalypse, greatly amplifying spell damage and earning a reputation for explosive output. According to the rules, mysterious class job-changing scrolls allowed individuals in combat professions to switch to mysterious ones, but they were unusable by those in crafting or utility professions. Xiaoya's heart raced as she listened. The fire controller was one of the most powerful damage-dealing mysterious professions. Typically, anyone lucky enough to acquire such a scroll would use it immediately. It was rare, almost unheard of for mysterious class job-changing scrolls to appear in auction houses or trading firms. Yet here was this young man, casually offering to sell one. Just how formidable was his current profession? Xiaoya's demeanor instantly became far more respectful. Sir, I'll immediately summon the most experienced appraiser in our auction house. Please wait a moment. She stood and bowed, the deep neckline of her dress briefly catching Xu Tian's attention, causing him to swallow involuntarily. Okay, sure, Xu Tian stammered, nodding awkwardly. A few minutes later, an elderly man with graying hair hurried in. He carefully examined the scroll under a magnifying glass, then took a deep breath and declared solemnly, there's no mistake, this is a job-changing scroll, and it's for the fire controller profession. The old man looked at Xu Tian with excitement. The drop rate for job-changing scrolls is less than 1 in 10,000, and for mysterious class scrolls, it's even lower. Sir, this fire controller scroll is priceless, a true miracle. Xu Tian interrupted him, exasperated. Enough. I just want to know the starting price for the auction. The appraiser and Xiaoyu exchanged glances before Xiaoyu spoke seriously. Sir, I would recommend setting the starting price at 1 billion gold coins. 1 billion. Xu Tian jumped to his feet in shock. Xiaoyu smiled. Sir, 1 billion is actually a modest starting price. I'm certain the final sale price will far exceed your expectations. Xu Tian nodded, already imagining the scene of billions of gold coins being credited to his account. Can this scroll be listed for auction tomorrow? He asked eagerly. Xiaoya hesitated, her red lips parting slightly. What? Is there a problem? Xu Tian asked, puzzled. Not exactly, Xiaoyu explained with a wry smile. Sir, an item like the fire controller job-changing scroll has far-reaching implications. We'll need time to promote it and attract more interested bidders. Oh, I see. Xu Tian nodded. All right then, handle it as you see fit, and let me know when the auction date is confirmed. Also, keep an eye out for lifestyle job-changing scrolls for mesomething with a high safety factor, like a chef profession. Of course, they'll make sure to look into it for you, Xiaoyu replied with a nod. As Xu Tian turned to leave, Xiaoyu quickly caught up to escort him out. Walking side by side, Xu Tian couldn't help but notice the fair skin peeking out from her neckline, nearly causing him to lose his composure. It wasn't until they reached the entrance that Xu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, he realized just how exhausting an auction house could be. The next day, the results were announced. Xu Tian emerged as the top scorer with an overwhelming lead, crushing all the prodigies in the southern province. The only surprise was the runner-up, Wenro, who scored an impressive 2,300 points, just 1,000 points shy of his own. As Xu Tian reviewed the results, the doorbell at his home rang. His sister opened the door to find several people in suits, carrying various packages, standing outside. Hello, is this Xu Tian's residence? I'm the admissions officer from South University. Hello, I'm the admissions officer from North University. Hello, I'm here on behalf of Qing University. Su Yun froze for a few seconds before stepping aside. Please come in. The group of 7 or 8 people filed in, making the room feel crowded. Xu Tian, stepping out to see the scene, was equally stunned. Did you all come as a group? The admissions officers exchanged awkward smiles, though their gazes carried a hint of rivalry as they eyed one another. Xu Tian immediately understood they must have rushed over as soon as the results were announced. He couldn't help but chuckle. These were, after all, the top universities in China. Their efficiency was indeed unmatched. The admissions officer from Tianan Academy got straight to the point and extended an enticing offer to Xu Tian. Su, if you join us, all dungeon fees will be fully covered, and we'll grant you access to dungeons of all levels. On top of that, we'll reward you with a Dragon Residence Villa, 3 pieces of gold-tier equipment, and a gold-grade exclusive skill book. This straightforward proposition left the other academy representatives stunned. Someone scoffed under their breath. Is that all they've got? How embarrassing. The admissions officer from Haimen University quickly followed up, saying, Su, join our academy, and we'll match Tianan's offer. Moreover, we'll add another piece of gold-tier equipment and a platinum-grade skill book. Hearing the mention of a platinum-grade skill book, Xu Tian's heart skipped a beat. As someone in a niche profession, such a rare and invaluable skill book was extremely tempting. Soon, other academies joined the bidding war, each one upping the ante. One promised 2 sets of gold-tier equipment, while another raised it to 3 sets with an additional platinum-grade skill book. The scene quickly descended into chaos as the representatives argued incessantly. Xu Tian sighed helplessly and said, Everyone, please calm down. You're here to recruit students, not to start a fight. Taking advantage of the moment, one representative chimed in shamelessly, Su, our Tianfu University is known for its abundance of beautiful women. Join us, and I'll introduce you to a few. His brazen comment instantly drew disdainful glares from those around him. Just as Xu Tian was feeling overwhelmed, a soft yet confident female voice cut through the noise. Su, our Qing University hasn't presented our offer yet. The speaker was a young woman with an air of elegance. Her presence quieted the crowd slightly. Someone asked cautiously, Chu Wan, what can Qing University offer? Chu Wan smiled calmly and replied, We have something that no other academy can provide, and I believe Su will find it very appealing. What is it? Xu Tian asked, intrigued. Shenzhou Zhulu, Chu Wan said, her words instantly changing the expressions of everyone present. She elaborated, It's a mysterious dungeon, 10 times the size of a standard one, and its resources are 100 times more abundant. In this dungeon, monster killing experience is doubled, equipment drop rates are tripled, and there's a chance to obtain artifacts, unrestricted combat class transfer scrolls, and legendary skill books. Chu Wan continued, Entry tickets to this dungeon are extremely rare, but this year, Qing University managed to acquire one. If you join us, this ticket will be yours. Xu Tian's heartbeat quickened. The allure of Shenzhou Zhulu was too great for someone like him, equipped with an exploration system. Without hesitation, he made up his mind. All right, he'll join Qing University. The other admissions officers looked visibly disappointed upon hearing his decision. They all understood that with the resources available in Shenzhou Zhulu, even a dog could come out fully equipped and transformed, with the potential to dominate the rankings. Xu Tian's extraordinary score of 3,000 points stunned all of Huaxia. His unprecedented feat of single-handedly defeating 3 bosses became the talk of the nation. Universities across the country competed to recruit this top scorer, but in the end, Qing University emerged victorious. Chu Wan, the admissions representative from Qing University, gracefully extended her slender hand to Xu Tian. As their hands met, Xu Tian felt a cool, soothing sensation. Xu Tian, there's one more thing, Chu Wan said softly. This year, there's a special entrance exam jointly organized by several prestigious universities. You already qualify for direct admission, but you can choose to participate if you wish. A flicker of interest crossed Xu Tian's eyes. What's the reward? He asked. Chu Wan's lips curled into a charming smile, dimples appearing on her cheeks. The first place winner will receive a special reward, including a diamond-tier Beast Tamer skill book. I'm in. Xu Tian replied without hesitation, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Chu Wan stood up, her elegant figure radiating poise. Very well. Here is my contact information. They'll notify you before enrollment begins. Enjoy your holiday. As Xu Tian moved to see Chu Wan out, he noticed Zhang Xiaoya and Zhang Xiaoying, the 2 sisters, standing at the doorway. The 3 greeted each other, and Xu Tian was surprised by how well they seemed to know one another. Xiaoying is a student at Qing University, and I was planning to visit Xiaoya next, Chu Wan explained. Zhang Xiaoya eagerly asked, Xu Tian, are you going to Qing University? Xu Tian nodded in confirmation. That's amazing. I'm going to Qing University too. Zhang Xiaoya exclaimed with excitement. Chu Wan smiled warmly. That saves me a trip. Xiaoya, We'll discuss your enrollment rewards later. With that, she departed gracefully. After the Jiang sisters entered the house, Jiang Xiaoying gave Xu Tian a meaningful look. I didn't expect the university to go so far as to send teacher Chu herself to recruit you. Xu Tian looked puzzled. Is there something unusual about that? Jiang Xiaoying raised her eyebrows slightly upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. She looked at Xu Tian with a playful tone. You probably don't know, right? Teacher Chu isn't just an ordinary mentor. She's a frost and snow elementalist, a mysterious and powerful profession. Xu Tian was momentarily stunned, but Jiang Xiaoying continued to explain. Teacher Chu's skills combine control, penetration, and area damage. Whether it's clearing mobs or taking down bosses, she's incredibly formidable. Many people are willing to spend a fortune just to have her join their team for dungeon runs. She paused for a moment before adding, and on top of that, Teacher Chu is only a nominal mentor at Qingda Academy. She usually doesn't take on students. I can't believe the academy actually managed to invite her out of retirement just for you. Hearing all this, Xu Tian suddenly understood why the admissions office seemed so cautious about Chu Wan. However, he frowned immediately after. But Teacher Chu didn't tell me any of this. Jiang Xiaoying's eyes showed a hint of confusion as she pressed further. Wait, you didn't even know? Then why did you agree to enroll in Qingda Academy? Xu Tian shrugged nonchalantly and replied, they promised me a ticket to the Shinjo battle for supremacy. A Shinjo battle for supremacy ticket? Jiang Xiaoying's eyes widened in shock, and a wry smile crept onto her lips. No wonder the academy actually gave that to you. Standing nearby, Jiang Xiaoye couldn't help but chime in, her voice full of pride. Sister, now you see Xu Tian's potential, don't you? Even Qingda Academy holds him in such high regard. Jiang Xiaoying's expression grew more complex. Just a few days ago, she had threatened Xu Tian, but now, his displayed potential was already reaching a level that even she found intimidating. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Xu Tian broke the silence. By the way, what did you come to see me for? The Jiang sisters exchanged a glance before Jiang Xiaoying spoke up. You probably don't know our true identity, do you? Seeing Xu Tian shake his head, she took a deep breath and revealed. We are the daughters of the provincial governor. The provincial governor? You mean Jiang Tianwen? Xu Tian's hand trembled slightly, almost spilling his tea. Though he had speculated before, he never dared to imagine they were the daughters of Jiang Tianwen, the governor of the southern province. Xu Tian let out a bitter laugh and asked, you didn't come here just to tell me that, did you? Of course not, Jiang Xiaoying replied. Yesterday, I told my father about how you saved us in the dungeon. He was extremely grateful and specifically asked us to deliver a token of thanks. As she spoke, she pulled out an intricately designed gold-patterned card. Xu Tian's pupils contracted as he recognized Ida's Supreme Privilege card from the bank, requiring a minimum deposit of 10 million to qualify. The governor's generosity was truly astonishing. Jiang Xiaoye giggled at his reaction. What's wrong? Are we worth less than 10 million in our father's eyes? She looked at Xu Tian expectantly, hoping he would accept the card. After all, knowing Xu Tian's modest background, this money could significantly improve his life. Both Jiang Xiaoying and Xu Tian fell silent. Xu Tian understood that this wasn't just a gesture of gratitude, it was likely an attempt by Governor Jiang to win him over. He suspected the Jiang family had already learned about his connection to the mythical beast. Jiang Xiaoying spoke earnestly, rest assured. Aside from this 10 million, our family guarantees not to reveal anything about Xiaobai. Moreover, if you ever face any difficulties, the Jiang family will always be there to support you. Hearing her promise, Xu Tian hesitated. He realized the governor wasn't just showing gratitude, this was an investment in his future. Nevertheless, he had enough confidence in himself, believing he was destined to rise to the top. Ultimately, Xu Tian decided to accept the Jiang family's gesture. After that, Jiang Xiaoye chatted with Xu Tian for a bit about her excitement for university life before reluctantly leaving with her sister. Back at the Jiang residence, Jiang Xiaoying changed into a casual nightgown. Compared to her usual aloof demeanor, she now appeared softer and more approachable. She reported to her father, Dad, as you instructed, we've delivered the gift to Xu Tian, and he accepted it. Good. Jiang Tianwen nodded enthusiastically, a hint of excitement on his face. He asked further, Xiaoying, I want to confirm again, can he really tame high-level beasts to fight for him? Jiang Xiaoying replied solemnly, yes, I saw it with my own eyes, along with Xiaoye and Uncle Chun. His pet is only level 10, but managed to defeat the strongest golden potential skeleton knight and skeleton horse. I suspect his pet is a legendary divine beast. A divine beast? Jiang Tianwen's expression was filled with astonishment. He murmured, everyone says beast tamers are a useless profession, but they don't realize how terrifying a beast tamer capable of controlling a divine beast can be. What kind of fortune must Xu Tian have to acquire such a companion? His future is boundless. Indeed, Jiang Xiaoying agreed. Then, Recalling something, she asked, "By the way, Dad, about Xiaoya, what do you think we should do?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tianwen replied, "From now on, you don't need to stop Xiaoya from interacting with him. Let things take their natural course." Understood. Zhang Xiaoying nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. Xiaoya was simple-hearted and grew up in a prominent family, so Zhang Tianwen had always been cautious about her being used by others. This was also why Zhang Xiaoying had initially been wary of Xu Tian. But now, she felt there was no need to worry. After spending time with Xu Tian in the dungeon, she had come to realize that he was a decent person, someone who would never harm Xiaoya. "Oh, and one more thing," Zhang Tianwen added. "Didn't you say he also enrolled at Qingda Academy? Since you'll be in close proximity, you can take the opportunity to help bring him and Xiaoya closer together." Zhang Xiaoying was taken aback. She remembered how protective her father had always been of Xiaoya. Yet now he seemed almost eager to push his daughter towards someone else. However, when Zhang Tianwen mentioned bringing them closer, a strange and inexplicable feeling stirred within her. With over a month until the Startopterm test, Xu Tian decided to use this time to reach at least level 40. This time, he chose to tackle dungeons alone, as his current strength made solo runs more efficient. With the divine beast Xiaobai by his side, Xu Tian even dared to challenge level 30 dungeons. However, platinum dungeons above level 30 were regulated by the state and required proof of affiliation with an academy or guild to access. As Xu Tian had yet to enroll in school, platinum dungeons were out of reach for now. Fortunately, the monsters and gold tier dungeons were more than enough for his leveling needs. Just as Xu Tian was about to enter a dungeon, his phone suddenly rang. It was Zhang Xiaoya, her voice carrying a hint of excitement. "Xu Tian, Uncle Chun is busy today. Can you take me to grind some levels?" Xu Tian raised an eyebrow, teasing her. "Sure, but what could Uncle Chun possibly be busy with?" "Well, it seems that some important guests from the Ren family of the magic capital have arrived in the southern province. Uncle Chun went with my father to receive them," Zhang Xiaoya explained. Xu Tian was momentarily stunned. He had initially thought this was just an excuse for her to see him, but it turned out to be true. Zhang Xiaoya continued, "Yeah, the Ren family from the magic capital is one of the 4 founding families behind the Hunter Guild. They're incredibly prestigious in Huaxia. Even my father has to show them respect." "Oh," Xu Tian responded flatly, unimpressed by the Hunter Guild. Zhang Xiaoya didn't notice his indifference and spoke excitedly. "Anyway, wait for me at the teleportation center. I'll be there soon." With that, she hung up. Left with no choice, Xu Tian sat in the teleportation hall to wait. Before long, a striking pair of a man and a woman entered the hall. The woman was especially eye-catching, dressed in luxurious attire with a sapphire pendant adorning her snow-white neck and a face of striking beauty. Xu Tian gave her a quick glance before looking away. However, the woman walked straight toward him, looking down at him as she spoke. "Finally found you. You must be Xu Tian, right?" Xu Tian frowned. This woman seemed to be here specifically for him, but he didn't recognize her. "I am Xu Tian. And you are?" The woman sized him up and then continued, "If my information is correct, your awakened class is Beastmaster, right?" Hearing her reveal his class, Xu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, but he said nothing. "Hey, I'm talking to you. What's with the attitude?" The woman snapped, displeased with his silence. A flicker of annoyance appeared in Xu Tian's eyes. "What do you want?" "Huh. Just as the report sighed, an orphan, uneducated, and uncultured. I'm here today to offer you a great opportunity, and this is how you treat your benefactor," she mocked. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ren Qian, the eldest daughter of the Ren family from the magic capital. Surely you've heard of the Ren family? One of the 4 founding families of the Hunter Guild, with connections spanning all of Huaxia." Xu Tian's expression darkened immediately. Not only was this woman arrogant, but she also insulted his parents. If they weren't in a public place, he might have already lost his temper. "Get lost." Xu Tian snapped coldly. Ren Qian's face changed slightly. "What? You dare to insult me? Do you even know where I come from?" "Why should I care where you come from? All I know is if you don't get out of my sight right now, I won't be polite," Xu Tian replied icily. "Humph. Such an unruly commoner. Fine, you'll overlook it for now and get to the point. I bet once you hear what I have to say, you'll be begging me for forgiveness," Ren Qian said, still full of arrogance. Xu Tian cast her a cold glance, showing no interest in what she had to say. Ren Qian ignored his indifference and continued. "You're aware of the unique nature of the Beast Master class, aren't you? On your own, it's impossible to tame the powerful beasts of the apocalypse world, even if you spent your entire life trying. But I can give you the chance to control a height-ear beast." With that, Ren Qian retrieved a sealed cage from her storage space. Inside was a massive beast, lying dormant. Xu Tian cast an identification skill on it, and his pupils contracted instantly. Target: Young Barbarian King Bear. Potential: Legendary. Level: 12. Health: 5,679. Strength, 672. Defense, 645. Speed, 527. Energy, 308. It was a juvenile barbarian king bear, a creature with legendary potential that typically appeared in dungeons above level 80, and even level 90 elites might struggle to handle it. That the Ren family could capture a cub like this was astonishing. However, Xu Tian had no interest in the young barbarian king bear. He already had Xiaobai, a divine-tier beast companion. At a similar level, Xiaobai's stats had already surpassed 1,000 in all attributes, while the bear was still hovering in the triple digits. To Xu Tian, a so-called legendary potential pet was nothing impressive. Impressed? Shocked? Ren Xianxian smirked, her red lips curving into a smile. A country bumpkin like you has probably never seen such a powerful creature. If you knew that this bear's father is the strongest boss of the Star Doe Forest at level 87, I bet you'd be shaking in your boots. Xu Tian, this is the opportunity I'm graciously offering you. This young barbarian king bear is under control in this sleep cage. While it's asleep, it won't resist, so you can form a contract with it directly. There's no risk of it going berserk and causing the taming process to fail. The Sleep Kajian epic level artifact. Ren Xianxian raised her fair chin, her eyes gleaming with a sense of superiority as she began to describe the extraordinary properties of this treasure. She elaborated on how the sleep cage could render creatures unconscious, stripping them of any ability to resist, and detailed how the Ren family had dispatched their elites into the Star Doe Forest dungeon to capture this cub. Xu Tian listened to her arrogant boasting, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He stared directly at Ren Xianxian's proud face, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Something this valuable, and you're actually willing to give it to me? Completely oblivious to Xu Tian's mockery, Ren Xianxian's expression grew even more triumphant as she declared her terms. Of course. But from now on, you must swear loyalty to me and obey my every command. Her voice grew increasingly imperious. And you'll kneel and apologize for your earlier insolence. If you agree, they'll reward you with this barbarian king bear cub. From then on, you'll become a beast master with epic potential, basking in unparalleled glory. Hearing her outrageous demands, Xu Tian's anger flared within him. He fixed Ren Xianxian with a cold, piercing gaze and spat out 2 words, idiot. Ren Xianxian's expression instantly shifted from arrogant to stunned, before twisting into one of sheer rage. She shrieked, You orphaned wretch without a mother, how dare you insult me? Her words struck a nerve, like a dagger plunging into Xu Tian's heart. His eyes flashed with a chilling light, sharp and predatory like a wolf about to pounce. He locked his gaze onto Ren Xianxian with such intensity that she instinctively stepped back. However, she quickly regained her haughty demeanor. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, Zhang Xiaoya hurried onto the scene. Her delicately made-up face carried a hint of worry, and her pale yellow dress swayed lightly with her steps. With concern in her voice, she anxiously inquired about what was happening. Xu Tian gave her a brief explanation of the events. Zhang Xiaoya attempted to mediate, but before she could finish speaking, Ren Xianxian rudely cut her off. Her demeanor grew increasingly aggressive, and to everyone's shock, she suddenly raised her hand and slapped Zhang Xiaoya hard across the face. The crisp sound echoed through the hall, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Zhang Xiaoya clutched her reddened cheek, her eyes welling with tears. Meanwhile, Ren Xianxian let out a derisive laugh, becoming even more brazen as she flaunted her status. This scene ignited the fire of Xu Tian's fury. He took measured steps toward Ren Xianxian, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. Ren Xianxian continued sneering, but before she could finish her taunts, Xu Tian struck with lightning speed. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Ren Xianxian's body was sent flying by the sheer force of his blow. She tumbled across the ground several times before coming to a halt. As she struggled to her feet, her once elegant dress was now dust-streaked, revealing a pale stretch of her leg. She lifted her head, her delicate face contorted with rage, and screamed, You filthy commoner! How dare you hit me? Ren Xianxian glared at Xu Tian with gritted teeth, her delicate face contorted in anger. You scumbag! You lowlife! You're finished! Do you even know who you've offended? I am run from the MO. Before she could finish, Xu Tian let out a cold laugh and interrupted. Mohatran what family? Do you just walk around spouting these words like a broken record? Normally, Xu Tian wouldn't lay a hand on a woman, but Ren Xianxian had crossed the line. Calling people lowlifes as if they weren't even human was simply intolerable. Hearing his words, Ren Xianxian's face froze, and a wave of humiliation surged in her heart. She tried to maintain her composure and yelled, You insolent lowlife! Do you have any idea that I could end your life in an instant? Xu Tian smirked coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Miss, do you really think you're still in Shanghai? Ren Xianxian felt a chill crawl up her spine as Xu Tian's piercing gaze bore into her. Trembling, she stammered. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you. If you dare lay a hand on me, no matter where you run, my family will hunt you down. Xu Tian's eyes flashed with icy sharpness as he spoke calmly. Still threatening me? Without another word, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Ren Qianqian's face. The force of the blow spun her around 1.5 times before she collapsed to the ground. A vivid red handprint bloomed on her pale, delicate face, resembling a swollen apple. By now, a crowd had gathered, murmuring among themselves as they cast odd glances at the scene. Someone muttered, "Such a beautiful girl. Beaten like this? That guy sure is ruthless." Xu Tian stepped closer to Ren Qianqian and said coldly, "That slap was on behalf of Xiao Yu." Hearing this, Ren Qianqian's body trembled in fear as she looked up at Xu Tian with terror in her eyes, her voice quivering with tears. "You dare hit me? My family will tear you to pieces, dismember you limb by limb." Still threatening me? Xu Tian's gaze narrowed dangerously, and he raised his hand again. However, just as he was about to strike, Zhang Xiaoya quickly stepped in to stop him. "Xu Tian, that's enough. She's the eldest daughter of the Ren family. If this escalates, it won't end well," Zhang Xiaoya pleaded. Xu Tian frowned. "And so what? She hit you and insulted my parents. Today, I'm going to teach her a lesson about respect." Zhang Xiaoya, moved by his words, continued to reason with him. "Xu Tian, she's a guest my father is hosting. Please, just let it go for my father's sake." Xu Tian hesitated, his gaze softening slightly as he noticed the handprint on Zhang Xiaoya's cheek. After a moment, he relented. "Fine, for Uncle Zhang's sake. Thank you. I'll handle the rest." Zhang Xiaoya nodded quickly and walked over to the still cowering Ren Qianqian. She spoke gently, "Miss Ren, I am Zhang Xiaoya, the daughter of the provincial governor. I deeply apologize for what has happened here. I'm sure there's been some misunderstanding. I've already informed my father, and he'll be here shortly." Ren Qianqian's fear immediately turned into rage upon hearing Zhang Xiaoya's words. "What? You're the governor's daughter? How dare you team up with this thug to assault me? Is this how the Jiang family treats its guests? Let me tell you, the Ren family has high-ranking officials in the capital. I'll make sure our elders crush your family into the ground. Your Jiang family will be ruined." Zhang Xiaoya's expression darkened. Though she had been trying to mediate, Ren Qianqian's aggressive attitude left her unwilling to back down. "Miss Ren, I've witnessed everything that happened here. The truth speaks for itself. Even if this goes to the capital, your behavior won't necessarily win you any favor." "Oh, so you're challenging the Ren family's power now? Let me tell you, your father's position as governor means nothing to us. If we wanted, we could put a dog in that seat. And as for that orphan with no manners, you think you can go up against me?" Ren Qianqian sneered, her face twisted with arrogance. Xu Tian had heard enough. The moment her words fell, he strode forward and delivered another powerful slap. This time, Ren Qianqian was sent flying several meters, a tooth knocked loose as blood trickled from her lips. "Ah!" Ren Qianqian staggered to her feet, trembling with fury. You animal! How dare you hit me again? I'll have you torn to shreds." Her eyes suddenly landed on a nearby cage, and a hint of madness flickered in her gaze. "You will all die for this!" she screamed as she rushed toward the cage and flung it open. Inside, a massive creature stirred. The beast, a towering barbarian king bear, lumbered out of the cage, its hulking frame like a moving mountain. Its eyes glowed with ferocity as it let out a deafening roar. Roar! The sound sent a wave of terror through the onlookers, their faces paling. Someone shouted in panic, "A legendary tier beast! The barbarian king bear!" Chaos erupted as the crowd scattered in fear. The sudden appearance of a legendary potential beast at the teleportation center caused a wave of panic. Chaos erupted everywhere, and even the staff fled in fear. Ren Qianqian watched the scene unfold, her face hardening with a ruthless expression. Her once delicate features were now consumed by hatred. "So what if you're powerful? Do you really think you can handle a beast with legendary potential?" Ren Qianqian sneered coldly. Xu Tian frowned as he observed the barbarian king bear emerging from its cage. He had just reviewed the beast's attributes and knew he was no match for it. However, he had one trump card. "Xiao Bai. You think a legendary potential beast is some kind of rare treasure? Xiao Bai, come out and show her what you're made of," Xu Tian said calmly. A contract formation appeared behind him as he spoke. Hearing Xu Tian's words, Ren Qianqian was momentarily stunned. What does that mean? Could it be this Beast Tamer has already succeeded in taming a beast? From the glowing contract formation, a small, adorable white tiger emerged. At the sight of Xiao Bai, the uneasiness in Ren Qianqian's eyes instantly turned into mockery. "Is this it? This is your tamed beast?" It's just before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Bai's form suddenly expanded, transforming into a majestic, snow-white tiger. Its fur shimmered with a radiant glow, as if bathed in divine light. Ren Qianqian gasped, covering her mouth in shock. This is. The moment the white tiger appeared, the young barbarian king bear on the other side began trembling uncontrollably. Eventually, it collapsed to the ground, bowing submissively to the white tiger. How is this possible? Ren Qianqian's mind raced, coming to only one conclusion: the white tiger's potential far surpassed that of the young barbarian king bear. Could it be a divine beast? You've actually tamed a divine beast? Her disbelieving eyes widened. How is this possible? Isn't it said that no beast tamer has ever managed to tame a high-level beast? How did he do it? Xu Tian smiled faintly. Well, it seems the young lady has some sharp eyes to recognize a divine beast when she sees one. Hearing this, Ren Qianqian felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. She had come to Xu Tian to have him tame the young barbarian king bear, boasting that no one else in the world could claim such a high-level beast. Yet now, Xu Tian had a divine beast as his companion. Her earlier arrogance now seemed utterly ridiculous. It all made sense now. No wonder Xu Tian had shown no interest in the barbarian king bear. This was why. Ren Qianqian's face twisted with anger as she glared at Xu Tian. As the eldest daughter of the Ren family, she had never endured such humiliation or mockery before. But at the moment, the young barbarian king bear, cowed by the presence of Xu Tian's white tiger, couldn't even muster the courage to lift its head. How could it possibly avenge the slap she had received earlier? Was she really going to swallow her pride and accept this humiliation? No, absolutely not. Ren Qianqian screamed internally. She was the Ren family's eldest daughter. If today's events spread, how could she ever show her face again? No matter the cost, she had to ensure Xu Tian wouldn't leave the teleportation hall alive. Only then could she salvage her dignity. With this thought, Ren Qianqian gritted her teeth and suddenly activated a remote control. Originally designed to subdue the barbarian king bear, the device was now being used to provoke it into a frenzy. She pressed the switch, and in the next instant, the barbarian king bear let out a low growl. When it raised its head again, its eyes were blood red. This is bad. The barbarian king bear has gone berserk. Zhang Xiaoya, standing to the side, turned pale. How could someone from the Ren family dare to do this? A berserk barbarian king bear's attributes increase fivefold, with its stats surpassing 2,000 in all areas. And this is just a low-level teleportation hall. Even if all the guards here joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against it. Zhang Xiaoya continued, her voice trembling. If it were a beast with golden potential, there might still be some hope. But this is a legendary potential beast. Its base stats are already overwhelming, and going berserk only makes it even more terrifying. She glanced anxiously at Xu Tian, only to find him calmly watching the berserk barbarian king bear without a trace of fear. Zhang Xiaoya was momentarily stunned. Xu Tian, aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? It's just a beast with legendary potential, Xu Tian replied with a faint smile. Then, he turned to Xiaobai and said softly, go. As soon as Xu Tian finished speaking, a blood-red aura enveloped Xiaobai. The Slayer's domain. Strength attribute increased by 50. Speed doubled. Over the past few days, Xiaobai had leveled up to level 12, with an average stat of over 1,000. Its strength attribute alone had reached an astonishing 1,327. After transforming, Xiaobai's attribute skyrocketed, with its strength surging to over 3,000 points. This astonishing figure came not only from a 100 base boost, but also from an additional 50 enhancement provided by the Slaughter domain. At the same level 12, Xiaobai, with its skill bonuses alone, far surpassed the berserk state of the barbarian bear king, showcasing the insurmountable gap between a divine beast and an ordinary ferocious beast. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaobai launched its attack. A thunderous tiger roar echoed through the mountains and forests, instantly reducing the barbarian bear king's defense by 1/5. Following this, a dazzling white tiger roaring light wave shot forth, directly striking the barbarian bear king. Roar! The barbarian bear king was blasted several meters away by the ferocious strike, landing heavily on the ground. Its previously menacing appearance vanished in an instant, replaced by pained howls and incessant rolling. Strangely enough, its cries carried a hint of grievance, which was oddly amusing. Xu Tian and Zhang Xiaoya exchanged bewildered glances, utterly stunned by the scene before them. Xiaobai's attack was not only overwhelming but also managed to knock the barbarian bear king out of its berserk state entirely. With a low growl, Xiaobai glared at the whimpering barbarian bear king, as if declaring its victory. To everyone's surprise, the barbarian bear king, despite its injuries, crawled over to Xu Tian, curled up into a ball, and took on an almost pitiable demeanor, resembling a scolded puppy. At this moment, Xiaobai also trotted over to Xu Tian, affectionately rubbing its head against his leg. Then, it raised a paw and pointed at the barbarian bear king. Xu Tian immediately understood its intention. Xiaobai wanted him to take the barbarian bear king as a pet. Xu Tian fell into deep thought. Normally, A beast tamer could only tame one pet in their lifetime. However, he was different. As a system-enhanced god or beast tamer, he could tame multiple pets. Moreover, the barbarian bear king had incredible defensive capabilities. It had just endured Xiao Bai's terrifying 3000 strength attack and only let out a few cries in response. Additionally, as a legendary grade ferocious beast, the barbarian bear king had immense potential and wouldn't become a liability in the future. If Xiao Bai ever got tired of grinding, having it help out wouldn't be a bad idea. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Tian decisively cast a contract formation. The barbarian bear king didn't dare resist and immediately signed the contract. This scene left Ren Xianqian, Jiang Xiaoya, and the others utterly speechless. A flood of questions filled their minds. Weren't beast tamers incapable of forming contracts with high-level ferocious beasts? Wasn't the process of contracting ferocious beasts supposed to be extremely challenging? Shouldn't high-level ferocious beasts become violently resistant during the process? How did Xu Tian manage to complete the contract so effortlessly? Everything about this defied their understanding, leaving them deeply puzzled and shaken. Ren Xianqian's eyes burned with fury, her mind teetering on the brink of madness. The humiliation inflicted by Xu Tian had driven her to unleash the ferocious barbarian bear, intending to kill him. Yet, not only had her plan failed miserably, but she had also suffered a crushing loss. To her utter dismay, the barbarian bear had been contracted by Xu Tian himself. "You bastard! How dare you contract the barbarian bear that belongs to my Ren family?" Ren Xianqian bellowed in rage. "Do you have any idea how much effort and resources my family invested to obtain it? If you don't hand it over today, you won't leave this place alive." Xu Tian let out a cold laugh and slowly stepped closer to her, his eyes filled with disdain. "Not leave here alive? And you think you're in a position to make such threats? Tell me, what exactly do you plan to rely on?" With that, he turned to leave, unwilling to waste another moment on this self-absorbed woman. Xu Tian's words struck her like a bucket of ice water, and Ren Xianqian suddenly realized she was no match for him. Even her last hope, the barbarian bear, was now under his control. But almost immediately, she remembered her own position and status. She burst into wild laughter. "Don't forget who I am. Once I leave here, I have 1,000 ways to make you kneel at my feet. I'll issue a bounty and have everyone hunt you to the ends of the earth. Your friends and family, no one will be spared. They'll all pay dearly for your actions today." Her words made Xu Tian halt in his tracks. Slowly, he turned back, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He could disregard threats to his own life, but he would never tolerate anyone endangering his family. His sister, Su Yun, was the only family he had left after their parents' death. If she were to suffer because of him, he would never forgive himself. Xu Tian clenched his fists and began walking toward Ren Xianqian, each step radiating an increasingly menacing aura. Ren Xianqian, a spoiled heiress who had never faced such raw, terrifying hostility, felt the suffocating pressure engulf her. Her legs turned to jelly, and she could barely stand. Just as Xu Tian was about to act, hurried footsteps echoed in the distance. Miss, are you all right? What happened?" Several men in suits rushed over and quickly supported Ren Xianqian. One of them glanced down and froze, his pupils contracting in shock. "Miss, you wet yourself." On the ground beneath her was a conspicuous puddle of pale yellow liquid. The onlookers immediately pulled out their phones to take pictures, provoking furious outrage from the Ren family members. "Who did this?" one of them roared, glaring at Xu Tian. The Ren family steward scrutinized Xu Tian, astonished that this young beast tamer had managed to terrify their spoiled young lady to such an extent. When his gaze fell on the white tiger behind Xu Tian, his shock deepened. A divine beast. The potential of this young man was immeasurable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the steward decided that Xu Tian had to be dealt with to eliminate any future threat to the Ren family. Weighing his options, the steward reached out to grab Xu Tian's shoulder. "Kid, you're coming with us." The white tiger beside Xu Tian, little white, growled and prepared to lunge, but a shimmering wave of light enveloped it. Xu Tian instantly recognized the aura of a high-level spatial mage, likely above level 60. His heart sank. Little White, still in its juvenile stage, stood no chance against such an opponent. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, a deep voice cut through the tension. "Hold it right there." Another group approached, led by someone Xu Tian recognized, Jiang Xiaoying, a middle-aged man whose commanding presence was impossible to ignore. It was Jiang Tianwen, the provincial governor of Nan province. The Ren family steward's expression darkened. "Governor Jiang, what is the meaning of this?" Jiang Xiaoya, seeing her father, immediately ran to him, her face filled with grievance. Jiang Xiaoying noticed the red handprint on her sister's cheek and gasped. "Xiaoya, who hit you?" Jiang Tianwen's face hardened as he pieced together the situation. He turned to the steward with a cold expression. "Mr. Liu, don't you think your family owes me an explanation?" The steward sneered. How amusing, Governor Jiang. Our young miss was beaten to this state by that boy over there. And yet you're demanding an explanation from us? Jiang Tianwen finally noticed the unconscious Ren Qianqian in the puddle beneath her. His gaze shifted to Xu Tian, a mix of exasperation and reluctant admiration flickering in his eyes. The steward pressed on. Governor Jiang, you should know the Ren family's influence across the nation. We'll overlook your daughter's involvement in this incident. But as for that Beast Tamer, Xu Tian, we are taking him with us today. Jiang Tianwan remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. And if I refuse to let you take him? Jiang Xingshou, what exactly do you mean by that? Lu Guanchu's eyes turned icy cold, his tone carrying a veiled threat. Let me give you a piece of advice, didn't bring trouble upon yourself. Jiang Tianwan remained composed, staring directly into Lu Guanchu's eyes. He replied steadily, Lu Guanchu, my meaning is clear. This incident occurred within the territory of Nan Province. As the provincial governor, it is my duty to investigate the matter thoroughly. Until the truth is uncovered, everyone involved must remain in Nan Province. However, your family's young lady is gravely injured, so you may take her back for treatment. Before Jiang Tianwen's voice had fully faded, Lu Guanchu erupted in anger, raising his voice several notches. Jiang Tianwen, do you even realize what you're doing? This matter concerns the honor and reputation of the Ren family, something far beyond the authority of a mere provincial governor like you. Let me warn you. Hand over the person involved, or you'll be digging your own grave. Jiang Tianwen remained unfazed, his tone calm but resolute. Lu Guanchu, as a government official, I am bound to uphold justice. Everything I just stated aligns with the laws of Huaxia. Even if higher authorities hold me accountable, I can justify my actions. Rest assured, Lu Guanchu, I will ensure a thorough investigation of this matter. If it turns out that Xu Tian was indeed the aggressor, I will give you a proper explanation. Lu Guanchu let out a bitter laugh, his anger boiling over. Well, Jiang Tianwen, you're determined to shield this boy, aren't you? Fine, just you wait. The Ren family will not let this go. With that, he stormed off with Ren Qianqian in tow. Once the Ren family had left, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Tianwen walked over to Xu Tian and said with a wry smile, this is no small matter. The Ren family isn't just the founding family of the Hunters Guild. They're also one of the 4 great families of the Magic City. You've really landed yourself in a heap of trouble this time. Standing nearby, Zhang Xiaoya quickly pleaded, Dad, you have to find a way to help Xu Tian. Jiang Tianwen let out a bitter laugh. It's not that I don't want to help, but this matter is beyond my capabilities. It won't be long before the Ren family sends someone much more formidable. Xu Tian interjected, Xiaoya, don't worry. This is my mess, and I'll take responsibility for it. Governor Jiang stepping in to protect me just now is already more than I could ask for. He knew full well that if not for Jiang Tianwen's timely intervention, he would have already been subdued and taken away by that level 67 spatial mage. Jiang Tianwen spoke earnestly, Xu Tian, this isn't your fault. Besides, you're a friend of Xiaoya and Xiaoying. I will do everything in my power to protect you. Xu Tian was taken aback. For Jiang Tianwen to go against the Ren family, one of the Magic City's most influential clans, on his behalf was no small matter. Though he didn't know why Jiang Tianwen was willing to go this far, he couldn't deny that he now owed him a great debt. After a moment of thought, Jiang Tianwen suggested, here's what we'll do. I'll reach out to my mentor and see if he might be willing to step in. If he agrees to help, this matter will be much easier to resolve. However, my mentor is eccentric and has kept a low profile for many years, so there's no guarantee he'll agree. As a backup plan, Xu Tian, I suggest you seek out someone else. Who? Xu Tian asked, slightly puzzled. Your future mentor, Chu Wan, Jiang Tianwen said softly. Xu Tian's mind immediately conjured up an image of that serene, aloof woman with her ethereal beauty. Jiang Tianwen explained, that's right. Her background is anything but ordinary, and the connections she has behind her are even more powerful than the Ren families. If she is willing to fully support you, this matter will be resolved without issue. Xu Tian sighed. All right, I'll give it a try. He and Chu Wan had no real connection yet. Their relationship as mentor and student had not even officially begun. For all he knew, she might refuse to take him on as a student after hearing about the trouble he'd caused. Jiang Tianwen concluded, in that case, let's act quickly. I'll do my best to buy you time and create opportunities. Let's hope you can get through this safely. Turning to his daughters, he added, you two should go with Xu Tian. Xiaoying, as a student at Qing University, you might be able to offer some assistance. The Jiang sisters nodded in unison and watched their father leave the teleportation center, leaving a few personnel behind to clean up the aftermath. Xu Tian suggested, there's no time to waste. Let's go see Teacher Chu right away. Though he wasn't personally in a rush, could always hide in a dungeon where the Ren family couldn't touch him, was worried about his sister, Su Yun. If the Ren family used her against him, he'd be in a much tougher spot. Fortunately, Chu Wan had left an address last time, so the three of them quickly found their way to a high-end hotel. After speaking with the receptionist, they arrived at Chu Wan's floor. They rang the doorbell, and after a short wait, the door opened. Chu Wan, her face free of makeup, stood there in cartoon pajamas, holding a toothbrush mid-brush. The moment she saw them, she froze. In the next instant, the usually composed and elegant woman bolted back inside. Several minutes later, she reappeared. This time, she was dressed in casual loungewear that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. However, a faint blush still lingered on her earlobes. Facing away from them, Chu Wan's voice quivered slightly. "Why is it you? I thought it was room service bringing supplies." Xu Tian could sense her discomfort, likely still embarrassed by the earlier scene. Even he hadn't expected that the high and mighty, poised teacher Chu would have such a down-to-earth side wearing cartoon pajamas and enjoying a late morning, nearly noon, sleep-in. After a moment of silence, Xu Tian spoke up. "Teacher, we're here because we need your help." Chu Wan looked at him curiously. What kind of help? She hadn't expected the nation's top student to approach her for assistance. Xu Tian got straight to the point. "It's a long story, but to sum it up, I ended up hitting the Ren family's young lady." The Jiang sisters hadn't anticipated Xu Tian's bluntness and were momentarily stunned. Chu Wan, too, took a moment to process what he just said. "You hit the Ren family's young lady? Which Ren family?" Chu Wan asked. "The one from the Magic City," Xu Tian clarified. Chu Wan's brows furrowed slightly. Hearing the name didn't seem to alarm or shock her much. "Tell me the whole story," she said after a pause. Xu Tian recounted the events in detail. After listening, Chu Wan fell silent for a moment before finally murmuring, "This can be resolved." The Jiang sisters' faces lit up with delight upon hearing this. Xu Tian fell silent for a moment, then asked, "What do you need me to do?" A glimmer of admiration flashed in Chu Wan's eyes as she smiled slightly. "As expected of the nation's top scorer, you're sharp. While your title as the national top scorer in the college entrance exam is impressive, you should know that it was just the beginning. Back then, everyone's careers had only just awakened. While your results were indicative, they don't represent your ultimate potential. All the top academy's leaders, including the people backing me, are waiting for the entrance exam that will take place in a month." She locked eyes with Xu Tian, her tone resolute. "This year's entrance exam will be conducted jointly by the top academies from multiple provinces and cities. The exceptional talents emerging from this will be the true prodigies of Huaxia. If you can secure first place in the entrance exam, the people backing me will ensure your safety." Xu Tian hesitated for a moment before asking, "And until then?" "Until then, I'll ensure your safety," Chu Wan replied calmly, her words carrying an undeniable confidence. Her statement immediately drew gasps of amazement from the Jiang sisters, and even Xu Tian was taken aback. He thought to himself that choosing Qing University was undoubtedly the right decision. After some thought, Xu Tian spoke cautiously. "Teacher, actually, I just want to ask for your help in protecting my sister. I plan to train in a dungeon for a month to improve my level and strength, but I'm worried that during this time, the Ren family might target her." Chu Wan nodded. "I see. How about having your sister stay with me? I've already bought this hotel, and the Ren family wouldn't dare make a move here." Xu Tian took a sharp breath. He recalled that this beautiful mentor was only temporarily staying in the southern province, yet she had bought an entire hotel outright. Such wealth, she was undoubtedly a rich lady. His curiosity about the forces backing Chu Wan grew, but he refrained from asking out of politeness. Later, Xu Tian prepared to go home and inform his sister about the arrangement. Concerned that he might not explain things clearly, Chu Wan decided to accompany him. At home, after Xu Tian explained the situation, his sister Su Yun burst into tears and said anxiously, "The eldest daughter of the Ren family from Magic City? Xu Tian, why would you provoke someone like that? Won't this lead to trouble?" Xu Tian felt a warmth in his heart at her concern and chuckled lightly. "Sister, don't worry. With Xiao Bai and Xiao Man, my two powerful pets, I can handle even a level 30 dungeon with ease. Besides, lower-level dungeons have suppression mechanisms. As long as we stay inside, the Ren family won't be able to touch me." Hearing this, Su Yun felt somewhat reassured. She wiped her tears and said, "Xiao Tian, don't worry. During the month you're in the dungeon, I'll stay with your teacher and take good care of myself." Understanding the close bond between the siblings, Chu Wan smiled and said, "Su Tian, you can go without any worries. I'll make sure your sister is well taken care of." "Thank you, teacher," Su Tian said with heartfelt gratitude. At the teleportation hall, Zhang Xiaoya looked at Su Tian with an apologetic expression and said, "Su Tian, I can't go to the dungeon with you. My dad said this will be a rare opportunity for you to grow, and if I go with you, I'll only hold you back." Xu Tian smiled. "How could you think that? Your Holy Angel class has great potential and will become incredibly powerful as it develops. But for now, it's best to follow your father's advice. I'll likely face a lot of challenges in the dungeon. He knew in his heart that the Run family would never let him have a peaceful month. They would undoubtedly try everything, even issuing bounties to hunt him down. Under such perilous circumstances, having just himself to worry about was fine, as Xiaobai and Xiaoman could protect him. But with Zhang Xiaoya along, things could get complicated. Zhang Xiaoya, trusting Xu Tian's ability to handle danger, clenched her fists and said with a hint of pride, "But don't think you can get rid of me that easily. My father has a special leveling plan for me too. During the entrance exam, I'll make sure to surprise you." "Oh, now I'm looking forward to it," Xu Tian replied with a grin. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoying, who had been standing behind them, stepped forward and said, "Xu Tian, we're leaving now. Make sure to come back alive. I'm still waiting for you to join Qing University and become my junior." "Who's going to be your junior?" "If anything, I'll be your senior." Xu Tian yawned in response. He didn't have a bad impression of Zhang Xiaoying. Although she had been a bit overbearing when they first met, it was all for Xiaoya's sake. As the Zhang sisters' car drove off and the Zhang family's guards withdrew, Xu Tian knew it was time to enter the dungeon. He walked up to the counter and confidently stated the name of the dungeon he'd already decided on. Level 37 Dungeon, Beast Mountain Range. Although this dungeon was slightly high-level, it had the largest map among the level 30 dungeons, making it ideal for evading pursuers. As the teleportation light began to glow, Xu Tian glanced behind him, noticing the many eyes lurking in the shadows. Just as his figure disappeared into the light, the last Zhang family car left the teleportation hall. Immediately, countless figures emerged from the darkness, all with the same target, the Beast Mountain Range. Inside the Beast Mountain Range, Xu Tian commanded his two massive companions, Xiaobai, Xiaoman, don't slack off. The more monsters you kill, the more experience we gain. Over there. Yes, and that one too, take them all down. One of his companions was a majestic white tiger with fur as pure as snow, while the other was a hulking bear, as towering as a mountain. After an hour in the Beast Mountain Range, Xu Tian had nearly figured out the monster spawn patterns and focused on areas with high monster density. He didn't relax for a moment, continuously using his summoning tree skill to maximize his experience gains. Most of the monsters were around level 30, but they only had the potential of bronze-tier creatures, barely lasting 3 seconds against Xiaobai and Xiaoman. Of course, if Xu Tian had to fight them himself, it would be a different story. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, "Ding! Congratulations on defeating a monster. You have unlocked a resource exploration opportunity. Beep. Resource exploration successful. A red tier premium resource has been discovered. Would you like to proceed?" A red tier premium resource. Xu Tian's heart leapt with joy. Since activating the super exploration system, he'd only encountered red tier resources once when he found Xiao Bai's egg. Most of the time, he had to settle for purple tier rare resources. While those rewards were decent, they paled in comparison to the benefits of red tier resources. Quickly pulling out his universal map to locate the resource, Xu Tian's excitement grew. He hopped onto Xiao Bai and, with a wide grin, exclaimed, "Red tier premium resource, here I come." Before Xu Tian even reached the prime resource location, he sensed danger lurking around him. With perception rivaling that of a level 30 expert, he immediately realized these assassins were sent by the Ren family. Unwilling to let them ruin his treasure hunt, Xu Tian stood tall and commanded coldly, "Come out, all of you." Before his voice faded, over a dozen assassins emerged from all directions, glaring at Xu Tian with hostility. They were from 3 different organizations, all seemingly targeting him. Xu Tian couldn't help but smirk. "Looks like my life is worth quite a bit, huh?" A burly man wielding a spiked mace sneered and growled, "Kid, you're facing death and still acting tough? Surrender now, and maybe we'll spare you some pain." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao Bai leapt forward, letting out a thunderous roar that shook the assassins to their core. Its piercing tiger eyes glimmered with menace, forcing the group to instinctively retreat half a step. "I heard this kid has a beast of divine rank. Could it be this one?" "Nonsense. No one can own a divine beast. It's just a bluff. Who cares? Kill him, and we get 1,000,000 gold coins." A few skeptical assassins charged toward Xiao Bai, but before they could even get close, a razor-sharp wind blade slashed through them, killing them on the spot. The shocking scene instantly crushed the morale of the remaining assassins. They exchanged uneasy glances, and some even began to argue among themselves. Xu Tian watched with a faint shake of his head. The lack of professionalism among these assassins was truly disappointing. He spoke calmly, "How about this? I won't let Xiao Bai step in. I'll take you all on by myself. Deal?" The assassins froze, then stared at Xu Tian as if he were insane. He had a divine beast yet chose to fight alone? Was something wrong with his brain? Still, they couldn't let this golden opportunity slip away. The lure of 1,000,000 gold coins was enough to make them risk it all. "You asked for it. Don't blame us for being ruthless," one assassin sneered as he charged at Xu Tian. A trace of disdain flickered in Xu Tian's eyes. These level 30 assassins, with average stats barely over 300, were no better than Lu Xiao, the water mage who'd been suppressed at level 25. Xu Tian, though only level 19 with base stats around 150, had Xiao Bai's attribute link boosting him. Even with just a tin link, his stats were comparable to those of a level 30 expert. Slayer's Domain. Xu Tian muttered, instantly activating an ability he'd gained from Xiao Bai. In a flash, his strength surged past 400 points, and that was without any weapons. The assassins immediately sensed something was wrong. Xu Tian's stats, which had been around 150, suddenly skyrocketed to 400. Was this guy really just a Beast Tamer? Despite their fear, they had no choice but to attack. One assassin gritted his teeth and drew a silver-curved blade. Xu Tian merely shook his head, unfazed. Ironbone of the Barbarian King, he called out, triggering another ability. His body underwent a sudden transformation. With a sharp clang, the silver blade struck Xu Tian's body and shattered into two pieces. The assassin froze in disbelief, his face pale as if he'd seen a ghost. Xu Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. Just as he'd expected, even with weapons, this assassin couldn't penetrate his defenses. This was thanks to the passive defensive skill he'd recently acquired from the Barbarian King Ironbone of the Barbarian King. When under enemy attack, Xu Tian's body seemed to be cloaked in an invisible armor. This defense not only reduced incoming damage by 30, but if the opponent couldn't break through it, it could negate all damage entirely, reflecting the equivalent of Xu Tian's defense back at the attacker. This near-divine ability, the Barbarian King's Iron Will, combined with the power of the God of War domain to enhance all attributes, transformed Xu Tian from an ordinary Beast Tamer into a formidable all-around warrior. One of the assassins, unwilling to believe in such power, drew a bronze weapon and thrust it fiercely at Xu Tian's chest. However, the weapon shattered into two pieces with a crisp sound the moment it made contact. Xu Tian's lips curled into a sly smile as he quipped, "You should be glad you didn't try punching me. Otherwise, your bones would already be broken." Before his words fully landed, Xu Tian delivered a powerful kick to the assassin's chest. The immense force sent the man flying, tumbling across the ground several times before slamming into a tree with a heavy thud, instantly knocking him unconscious. The surrounding assassins, witnessing this scene, swallowed hard in fear. Only now did they begin to understand why Xu Tian dared to challenge a level 37 dungeon with his mere level 19 strength. This guy was a complete monster. Not only was his contracted beast incredibly powerful, but he himself was terrifying beyond belief. Xu Tian's gaze shifted to the remaining assassins, his expression brimming with confidence as he taunted, "Who's next?" Yet, not a single one of them dared to step forward. They knew full well that their own strength was on par with their fallen comrade, and their equipment was similarly unimpressive. If that man had been instantly defeated, what chance did they stand? Just then, a cold laugh echoed from within the group of assassins. A masked figure stepped forward slowly. The moment the others saw this person, their pupils constricted in shock. "It's Black Wind. He's here too," someone whispered in alarm. Seeing the assassin step forward, Xu Tian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Hey Feng, is there really a surname like Hey? Idiot. That's my nickname. Get it?" The assassin, wearing a black mask, sneered disdainfully. "They call me Heifeng because I kill as swiftly and silently as the wind." "Oh, so it's a nickname." Xu Tian feigned a look of sudden realization, though a glint of caution flickered in his eyes. Noticing this, Heifeng shook his head mockingly. "Clueless even on the brink of death. But hey, dying by my hands? At least your life won't have been entirely meaningless." With that, he revealed his attribute panel. Every stat was over 400, some nearing 500. Xu Tian narrowed his eyes, internally assessing the situation. A formidable opponent, he thought. The other assassins were numerous but weak, many not even reaching level 35. However, Heifeng was level 37. Xu Tian suspected his true strength exceeded even that level, meaning Heifeng was operating under level suppression to assassinate him, and he had undergone class reincarnation. Xu Tian quickly calculated. Typically, class reincarnation begins at level 20, and one can reincarnate every 10 levels thereafter, but the process demands immense resources and time. For ordinary people, reincarnating immediately after reaching level 20 is nearly impossible unless they come from extremely wealthy backgrounds, like Zhang Xiaoying, a level 59 powerhouse. She had reincarnated at every opportunity, earning her the title of a fully reincarnated individual. Those who failed to reincarnate completely were called incomplete or non-reincarnated. Xu Tian glanced at the surrounding assassins and immediately understood. These ordinary ones are all level 30 but haven't reincarnated even once. No wonder I crushed them so easily. But Heifeng is different. Each reincarnation brings dramatic changes, enhanced classes, attributes, and skills. It's a comprehensive boost. Against a fully reincarnated individual, incomplete reincarnates stand little chance. Heifeng's current attributes were comparable to Jiang Xiaoying's when she was suppressed to level 25. However, she had been level 25 at the time. To match her attributes, Heifeng, now at level 37 and fully equipped, was still falling short. This proved the immense benefits of reincarnation. Nevertheless, Xu Tian deduced that Heifeng had likely only reincarnated twice. Even so, the situation was tricky. As Xu Tian analyzed, Heifeng drew a dagger, his eyes cold and venomous behind the mask. Ready to die, kid? Noticing the dagger, Xu Tian smirked. Ah, so you're an assassin. All right then, show me what you've got. Xu Tian's calm demeanor visibly irritated Heifeng, who sneered. A mere level 19? And you're this arrogant? As his words faded, Heifeng's figure suddenly vanished. Xu Tian's heart skipped a beat. So, he's an advanced shadow assassin. He knew this class often utilized stealth abilities, allowing them to approach their targets undetected for a lethal strike perfect for an assassin's line of work. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed behind him as sparks flew. Heifeng had struck, but it seemed he hadn't used a skill, failing to breach Xu Tian's defense. Damn it, that skill again. Heifeng cursed behind him, but when Xu Tian turned, Heifeng had already disappeared once more. Xu Tian pondered briefly. The rebound didn't shatter his dagger. Looks like it's a golden grade weapon. Typically, golden weapons add 70 to 120 points to attributes. For instance, his Soul Hunter sword, a top-tier golden weapon, added 127 points to physical attack. Xu Tian estimated Heifeng's dagger might have a similar enhancement. If its quality was high, the next strike could potentially breach his defense. Not wanting to take unnecessary damage, especially since he was operating solo, without a healer, Xu Tian decided to play it safe. He hated using health potions. They tasted awful. Without hesitation, he equipped his golden silk armor. Clang! Heifeng struck again, this time using a skill, a silver grade 1 called Venom Strike. What? Still no breach? Heifeng was dumbfounded. His defense was just 400 earlier. How did it jump to 480? Wait, you're wearing golden equipment. But you're only level 19, how can you equip golden gear? Heifeng's exclamation startled the surrounding assassins, who began murmuring among themselves. Golden gear? What's his background? Is he cheating? Xu Tian sighed, exasperated. Haven't you heard of level unrestricted equipment? Seeing their shocked reactions, he thought to himself, are there any competent assassins here at all? Level unrestricted equipment? Heifeng froze. His panic was understandable. Such items were exceedingly rare, worth millions. And who in their right mind would buy such gear, anyway? But this kid, he clearly wasn't normal. Not only could he solo level 30 elites at level 19, but his attributes were also unnervingly high. No, this had to end quickly. A sense of unease crept into Heifeng's mind. Xu Tian was far too unpredictable. Steeling himself, Heifeng melted into the shadows once more, then lunged with a decisive strike. Clang! The sound of impact echoed as Heifeng finally breached Xu Tian's defense. Why? Why is there still no damage? Heifeng's gaze fell on the bracers Xu Tian had equipped. His eyes burned with fury. You had golden gear all along, why didn't you use it against those other assassins? Xu Tian yawned nonchalantly. What, you think I needed golden gear to deal with them? Heifeng felt his vision blur with rage. When he looked at his fellow assassins, they simply shrugged as if to say, not our fault, we're weak. Taking a deep breath, Heifeng refocused on Xu Tian. Is there anything else you're hiding? If not, he was ready to go all out. He couldn't bear to see Xu Tian's smug face any longer. I do have a sword. Xu Tian replied casually, drawing his Soul Hunter sword, a top-tier golden weapon. In an instant, Heifeng watched in disbelief as Xu Tian's strength attribute jumped from 400 to 520. He stood there, stunned. Wait. Before he could finish, Xu Tian's fiery slash sliced through him, reducing him to nothing but a pile of shimmering loot. His character was dead. The moment Heifeng fell, the entire assassin team was thrown into unprecedented chaos. They exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with terror. Heifeng was a level 43 second-tier powerhouse, yet he had perished in this level 30 dungeon. Only now did they truly realize how formidable an opponent Xu Tian was. Thinking back to when they first saw the bounty notice, they had dismissed it with arrogance. A level 19 beast master? They had thought he would be an easy target. But reality had delivered a harsh slap in the face. What a grave misjudgment that was. Did we come to the wrong place? One assassin murmured hesitantly. Before he could finish his sentence, the others were already preparing to retreat. Xu Tian, however, didn't even glance at them. He calmly summoned a contract array. As the array glowed, the massive figure of his companion, the barbarian King Bear, materialized. Go. You and Xiaobai, take care of them all, Xu Tian commanded indifferently. Roar. Howl. Two deafening cries echoed through the surroundings as the two ferocious beasts charged toward the fleeing assassins. Watching their enormous forms, Xu Tian couldn't help but marvel. These two creatures were still in their juvenile phase, yet their size rivaled that of fully grown beasts in the outside world. If they were to reach full maturity, wouldn't they be as colossal as giants? Xiaobai was manageable, given its ability to shapeshift and adjust its size at will. But the barbarian king bear was a bit more troublesome. Xu Tian thought it might need to make fewer appearances outside of combat in the future. 5 minutes later, Xu Tian began collecting his spoils of war. He gathered the golden loot scattered across the ground and stored it in his inventory space, calculating silently. The assassins certainly weren't short on wealth, especially Haifeng, who alone had over 3 million gold coins. His golden dagger, though just an ordinary gold-tier weapon with an attack stat of 77, could still fetch tens of thousands of gold coins. The other assassins' possessions were less impressive, but combined with their stored materials and items, the total value was conservatively estimated at 6 million gold coins. In comparison, Xu Tian's own savings barely amounted to 2 million. TSK, this is a surprisingly fast way to make money, Xu Tian mused, blinking as a mischievous thought crossed his mind. But he quickly dismissed it, chuckling at himself. Who am I kidding? That's not who I am. Besides, the auction was only a few days away. That mysterious class advancement scroll in his possession could fetch an astronomical price. With that money, he could buy whatever skills he desired. The thought alone was thrilling. As for the assassins, Xu Tian thought to himself, eliminating them was a matter of self-defense. After all, they were the ones who came for his life. Still, finding the treasure is my priority, Xu Tian reminded himself of his main objective. The last time he uncovered a red-tier resource, he had found the sacred white tiger beast egg. What treasure could it be this time? With anticipation, Xu Tian located the red-tier resource and carefully opened it. Whoosh! A blinding golden light burst forth, nearly dazzling Xu Tian. A golden legend. As the light gradually faded, Xu Tian finally saw the item before him, a platinum-colored scroll. Platinum? Could it be a skill scroll? Xu Tian frowned. While skill scrolls were useful, their value was far below that of equipment, and they couldn't compare to the class advancement scroll he had found last time. By all logic, such an item shouldn't appear in a red-tier resource. With a mix of curiosity and apprehension, Xu Tian unfurled the scroll. The moment he read its contents, his face lit up with excitement. It's a Beast Master exclusive skill book. Indeed, the scroll was a platinum-tier skill specifically for Beast Masters, and it was an exceptionally powerful one. Beast God's Descent. Temporarily inherit all attributes and abilities of your pets, augmented by the power of the Beast God, increasing damage to bosses by 200. Lasts 30 seconds. Causes a 1-hour debuff of weakness after use. This was a skill designed specifically for taking down bosses, allowing the user to temporarily gain the attributes and abilities of their pets. It could also be used in regular combat, though without the Beast God's buff. Even so, the skill was immensely powerful, enabling Xu Tian to briefly wield the attributes of a divine beast. As expected from a red-tier resource, it didn't disappoint. Xu Tian also noticed an interesting pattern. Items from red-tier resources seemed tailored to enhance his abilities directly. Other resources, on the other hand, produced random items, some of which had no relevance to him. For instance, the mysterious pyromancer scroll he had found earlier might be priceless to someone else, but it was utterly useless to him. He couldn't even pass it on to someone close to him. It was only good for selling. But red-tier resources were different. Every item he obtained from them significantly boosted his strength. Roar! Xiaobai let out a cry beside him and then transformed into a small white cat, leaping into Xu Tian's arms. The nearby barbarian king bear cast an envious glance at Xiaobai and tried to move closer, only to be stopped by Xu Tian. Hold it. You're better off staying in the contract space, Xu Tian said with a smile. The barbarian king bear let out a low, disappointed growl but obediently returned to the contract space. Watching the space fade away, Xu Tian chuckled. The Ren family from Modu sure has been generous. Not only did they gift me the barbarian king bear, but they also sent so many people to deliver money. I'll have to repay their kindness properly when I leave. 10 days later, in the Myriad Beasts mountain range. Hurry! I found that guy's trail. He's injured and can't have gotten far. A bloodied assassin suddenly appeared before a group of bounty hunters who had just accepted the contract on Xu Tian. He shouted excitedly, though a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. What? He's injured? Excellent. What a stroke of luck. That 1 million gold bounty is as good as mine, one assassin exclaimed, charging in the direction indicated. The others quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, the bloodied assassin smirked coldly as he watched them rush off. Deep in the forest, Xu Tian was lying leisurely on Xiaobai's massive form, enjoying the rare tranquility. He had to admit, this little creature was incredibly comfortable when in its larger form. Its soft, snow-white fur emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance that was indescribably soothing. Over the past 10 days in the Myriad Beasts mountain range, Xu Tian had rarely allowed Xiaobai to revert to its smaller size. Xu Tian, come out and accept your fate. Today is the day you meet your end. A loud, arrogant voice suddenly broke the silence as a knife-wielding assassin emerged from the woods. Oh, here to bring me money again? How much did you bring this time? Xu Tian asked lazily as he stood up and looked at the assassin. The assassin froze for a moment, puzzled by Xu Tian's relaxed demeanor. Wasn't he supposed to be gravely injured? He doesn't look it. Heh, you actually believe that guys lie? Xu Tian smirked. The assassin hesitated but then sneered. So what if he lied? Your life is mine to take today. Xu Tian sighed. He had heard this same line at least 5 times over the past 10 days in the Myriad Beasts mountain range. It was getting tiresome. Can't you come up with something more original? Xiaoman, Xu Tian called softly. A glowing array appeared before him, and out stepped a fearsome, hulking bear. Xiaoman's physique had grown significantly more robust compared to 10 days ago, now towering at a staggering height of over 4 meters, resembling a small mountain. Its level had skyrocketed from 12 to 19, teetering on the edge of adulthood at level 20. Upon reaching adulthood, Xiaoman was expected to undergo a dramatic transformation. Meanwhile, the small white beast under Xu Tian's command had also shown notable growth, though its level had only climbed to 17. As a divine beast, its potential required far more experience points, 50 more than Xiaoman, whose potential was merely legendary. Xu Tian had gradually come to terms with this, rationalizing it as powerful creatures simply have bigger appetites. He decided to let them level up by hunting on their own. After all, as the world's strongest beast tamer, his role was to sit back and enjoy the ride. Moments later, Xiaoman returned, letting out a loud burp. Its average stats were now approaching 4 digits, effortlessly dealing with the group of assassins. Xu Tian frowned and asked, "Hey, you didn't eat those guys, did you?" Xiaoman quickly stood up and waved its claws, drawing a pig's head on the ground. Xu Tian suddenly understood it had dealt with the assassins, gotten hungry, and then caught a pig that had been spying on it in the forest. However, Xu Tian couldn't shake the feeling that Xiaoman was embellishing the story a bit. What about the loot those assassins left behind? Xu Tian asked again. Xiaoman gestured with its claws and dashed back into the forest, returning shortly with a pile of items. Xu Tian happily stored them in his inventory. Just then, a notification sound caught his attention. Huh, a boss respawn? It was the alert function of his all-purpose map, indicating that a boss had appeared in the current dungeon. Over the past few days, Xu Tian had encountered bosses, but the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was an open dungeon, and by the time he arrived, bosses were almost always already defeated. This time was different. The resources around the boss were marked in purple on the map. It was worth noting that the bosses in the level 37 10,000 Beasts mountain range dungeon typically had gold tier potential, dropping blue or occasionally yellow resources. Purple resources, however, were exclusive to diamond tier bosses. While Xu Tian wasn't particularly interested in the purple resources, the unusual nature of this boss piqued his curiosity. He recalled a rumor shared by a merchant who sold materials, suggesting that something was off with boss respawns in the world of Tianqi. This seemed like the perfect opportunity to verify that claim. Xu Tian instructed Xiaoman to return to its contract space and prepared to head to the boss respawn point. Suddenly, a bloodied figure staggered into Viwit. Was one of the assassins Xu Tian had dealt with earlier. Huh, you're still alive? Xu Tian asked in surprise. This man had ambushed him before, only to be gravely injured by the counterattack of the barbarian King Bear. Xu Tian had then sent him off to gather the other assassins. Boss, I did everything you asked. Could you spare my life now? The assassin pleaded, trembling. After witnessing the ferocity of the barbarian King Bear, all his murderous intent had evaporated. Xu Tian looked puzzled. Wait, didn't I already let you go? You could have just left. The assassin froze for a moment before hurriedly explaining. Boss, I came back because... Before he could finish, a flash of light from Xu Tian's sword engulfed him in flames. The assassin was incinerated in an instant. Didn't expect you to still harbor murderous intent. Time to send you on your way, Xu Tian said, retracting his soul-hunting blade with a faint sigh. Just then, Xu Tian sensed something flicker above him. He immediately shouted, "Who's there?" His voice echoed through the forest, but no response came. This deepened his frown. Meanwhile, near the boss's location, a small team was discussing their next move. Sister Wenru, did you find a strong ally? Gu Yao, who was holding a staff, asked anxiously. Wearing a pristine white gown and exuding an air of innocence, Wenru gently shook her head. No, but I did come across someone interesting. Someone interesting? Gu Yao was momentarily stunned, but grew even more anxious. This boss could drop rare purple resources, and possibly even diamond tier equipment. They had already attempted to approach the boss once, but hadn't even caught a glimpse of it. With more and more people arriving in the area, losing the opportunity to someone else would be a huge blow. Winru, should we try again? Suggested a man clad in armor, carrying a knight's sword and shield. I promise I'll coordinate better this time. Winru shook her head. No need. Even if we manage to face the boss, we might not stand a chance. If it uses its ultimate move, we could be wiped out. The armored man's face turned pale at her words, and he fell silent. Are we really going to give up on a boss that can drop purple rewards? Guyao asked, unwilling to let go of the opportunity. A flicker of contemplation crossed Winru's eyes. Not necessarily. If he's willing to team up with us, we might have a chance. He? Who are you talking about? Guyao asked, looking at Winru in confusion. Xu Tian rode on Xiaobai and arrived at the boss respawn point, surprised to find the area almost deserted. Just as he was about to head straight in, a young man in armor stepped forward to block his way. Wait, the young man said, his voice carrying a hint of hesitation as he approached Xiaobai. Behind them, Guyao watched the scene in shock and turned to Wenro, exclaiming, did you see that? If Lin Fei hadn't stopped him, this guy would have gone in all by himself. How brave is he? Wenro smiled and stepped forward, addressing Xu Tian. Hello, I'm Wenro, the leader of this team. Would you be interested in joining us to take down the boss together? Xu Tian glanced down at Wenro, finding her name somewhat familiar. He yawned and replied indifferently, why should I team up with you? Lin Fei frowned and retorted, hey, do you even know how strong this boss is? The nearby monsters are all elite level, and the boss is likely to have diamond tier potential. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow. A diamond tier boss in a level 37 dungeon? Lin Fei scoffed. Don't you read the news? Boss respawns have been fluctuating lately. A diamond tier boss in a level 37 dungeon isn't unusual. Xu Tian suddenly understood. The officials had indeed issued a notice about that. He smiled faintly. Thanks for the heads up, but can you move aside now? Lin Fei, now irritated, snapped, hey, are you not listening? That's a diamond tier boss. If you don't want to die, you'd better team up with us. Xu Tian replied coldly, sorry, I don't need a team. With that, he prepared to ride Xiaobai forward. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. Who's there? Show yourself. The surroundings fell silent. Just as Xu Tian was about to command Xiaobai to attack, when Rose suddenly called out, wait. She closed her eyes for a moment, and shortly after, a woman in a black dress, identical in appearance to her, stepped out from the shadows. The woman in the black dress smiled. Hello. There was an innate allure about her presence. Xu Tian finally remembered. You're Wenro, the second-rank scholar in the nation. Your class is a twin soul master? The one row in the white dress nodded. That's right, I'm a twin soul master. Curious, Xu Tian asked. Which one of you is the original personality? The one row in the white dress explained. Of course, it's me. The second body is only taken over by the secondary personality when it's not under the control of the primary personality. Xu Tian pressed further. Why didn't you let her speak to me directly earlier? The one row in the white dress blushed. That? You should ask her yourself. Suddenly, the one row in the black dress appeared on Xiao Bei's back, smiling at Xu Tian. If I'm not mistaken, you're Xu Tian, the top scholar in the nation. A faint scent, reminiscent of orchid and musk, wafted into Xu Tian's nose. He looked up, only to see a woman in a black dress gazing at him with eyes full of allure. Her voice was low and seductive. I'm quite curious to see how the top scholar performs. Above US sisters. Before she finished her sentence, a sudden glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. In an instant, a sharp dagger appeared in her delicate hand, and she struck fiercely at Xu Tian's lower body. Damn, that's vicious. Xu Tian was startled, but his instincts kicked in, and he immediately activated his barbarian king's iron body. Clang. A crisp metallic sound rang out. The woman in the black dress froze in place, stunned, while the woman in the white dress standing nearby was equally shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief. So hard. The black-dressed woman murmured in a daze, her beautiful face frozen in astonishment. However, her unintentional remark caused the white-dressed woman, who had just snapped out of her shock, to blush furiously, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. This guy. What kind of wild, shameless words are these? The white-dressed woman thought to herself, silently grumbling. Without hesitation, she summoned a formation. Twin bond. In the next second, the black-dressed woman vanished into the array. Xu Tian finally snapped back to reality, rendered speechless by the series of events that had just unfolded. What the hell? So the gentle version of her has this kind of personality? No wonder Wenru herself is so resistant to letting her take over the body. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to Wenru herself. Her appearance and demeanor were incredibly pure, akin to the cold, untouchable goddess of a campus. Yet every time Xu Tian saw her face, his mind couldn't help but conjure up the sultry image of her black-dressed counterpart. The sheer contrast between the two personalities inhabiting the same face left Xu Tian momentarily at a loss. Almost without thinking, he blurted out a rather immature request. Could you let her come out again? Wenru's composed expression instantly shattered. Her face turned frosty, her voice sharp and commanding. Get lost. Xu Tian coughed awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension. Ahem, just kidding. Anyway, I'm off to fight the boss. I really don't need a team. Unless one of you happens to be a healer, he sighed, casting Wenru a peculiar glance before turning to leave. Wait. Wenru suddenly spoke, stopping him in his tracks. She seemed hesitant, biting her lip as if in deep thought. After a brief pause, she finally said softly, this form of mine is a healer. So, the white dress means you're a priest. What about the one in black? Xu Tian asked Wenru, who was seated behind him, while sending out Xiaoman to clear the mobs near the boss. At that moment, Wenru was also riding atop Xiaobai, sharing a tiger with a guy for the first time. The close proximity made her feel a bit uneasy. The black dress is for a mage, Wenru replied, rolling her eyes at Xu Tian. Then, as if recalling something, her gaze unintentionally flicked to a certain part of Xu Tian's body. Noticing her glance, Xu Tian instinctively shielded himself. You're not thinking of stabbing me there, are you? Wenru's cheeks instantly flushed. What are you even talking about? Honestly, you're ridiculous. And here I was thinking you had some kind of peculiar fetish. Xu Tian chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head. Internally, he marveled at Wenru's dual-class abilities as both a mage and a priest, a rare combination that offered both offensive and healing powers. No wonder she scored an astonishing 2,000 points on the entrance exam. After a brief silence, Wenru suddenly asked, by the way, isn't what you're doing considered animal cruelty? Huh. Xu Tian blinked in confusion. She gestured toward Xiaoman, who was fiercely battling nearby mobs. I mean, we're just sitting here comfortably, while it's doing all the work. Doesn't that seem a bit harsh? Xu Tian shrugged. I'm a beast tamer. If I don't let my pets fight, am I supposed to tank the damage myself? His eyes lit up with a sly grin. But if you want to help, you could summon her to deal some damage. Wenru's expression shifted instantly. No way. If I summon her, you'll just take advantage of me again. How is that my fault? She's the one being overly forward. Xu Tian protested. You. Wenru glared at him, her large eyes filled with frustration. This guy always had a way of turning things around. What could she do, though? After all, her other personality was, well, a bit too uninhibited. Just then, Xu Tian's expression turned serious. Wait, hold on. I think we're near the boss. His sharp gaze locked onto a spot deep within the forest. Wenru looked around, confused. I don't see anything. However, up ahead, Xiaoman was growling warily at a row of trees, ready to pounce. Beneath them, Xiaobai tensed up, its back arching as it prepared for battle. What was strange, though, was that Xu Tian couldn't spot the enemy either. Frowning, he activated his inside eye skill, scanning the surroundings for information. As his vision landed on a massive tree, a string of data appeared in his mind. Target: Ancient Vine Treant. Potential: Diamond level. Health: 38,671. Strength: 3,782. Defense: 4,236. Speed: 3,899. Energy: 4,657. Skills: Camouflage, Nightmare Bind, Sleeping Pollen, with Spirit, Cage Domain. Xu Tian's face froze. The next moment, the ancient vine treant seemed to sense danger, and countless vine-like tendrils shot out like venomous snakes. It's a diamond-level plant boss. Dodge now! Xu Tian shouted. Xiaobai reacted swiftly, leaping out of harm's way with a graceful bound, letting out a defiant roar. As a divine beast, how could it tolerate being provoked by something so inferior? Xiaoman, on the other hand, chose to endure the attack heaten. While its barbarian king's iron body skill provided some protection, its level was still relatively low. The sharp vines left several bloody gashes on its body, and its health bar visibly dropped. Seeing this, Xu Tian pulled Wenru off Xiaobai's back and ordered, "Go help Xiaoman." Xiaobai immediately charged into the fray at Xu Tian's command. Meanwhile, Xu Tian turned to Wenru. "Can you heal Xiaoman?" Without waiting for an answer, he drew his soul hunter sword and dashed toward the ancient vine treant. "Are you insane?" Wenru cried, grabbing his arm. "That's a diamond-level boss. You're a beast tamer. Why are you getting involved?" She couldn't fathom his logic. Even Xiaoman, with its legendary potential, had been injured. How could Xu Tian possibly think he stood a chance? Was he out of his mind? Xu Tian remained calm. Even though Xiaobai's attributes after transformation are on par with the ancient vine treant, its health pool is too small. With over 30,000 HP, the treant has nearly 3 times Xiaobai's life force. The only way to take it down quickly is for me and Xiaobai to fight together. When Ro was stunned into silence, her mind blank except for one thought. This guy is seriously crazy. She also possessed a skill that allowed her to view the attributes of her targets. Based on her observations, Xu Tian's average stats in the 4 main attributes were just over 700. While this number was already astonishing for someone at level 27, it was practically suicidal when facing a boss like the ancient vine monster. Even though the boss was only level 40, it had diamond tier potential. No matter how hard Xu Tian tried, breaking through its defenses was simply impossible. Yet, Xu Tian boldly declared that he and Xiaobai would take down the boss in seconds. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "You are more likely to be the one getting wiped out in seconds." Shaking her head, she decided to summon her own ally to assist Xiaobai. A twin contract summoning formation appeared in front of her, and a graceful figure dressed in a black gown emerged. The woman in the black gown had alluring red lips and enchanting eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. The black-gowned woman looked around in confusion before her gaze landed on the injured Xiao Man. She asked softly, "Oh, this big guy is hurt?" The woman in the white gown nodded in confirmation. "Yes, this is Xu Tian's pet." The black-gowned woman crossed her arms, her posture accentuating her captivating curves. She spoke with slight annoyance. "If it's injured, shouldn't you be the one to handle it? Why call me?" Seeing her pose, the white-gowned woman couldn't help but feel 3 imaginary black lines appear on her forehead. If it weren't for this alternate personality of hers, she might never have realized the extent of her own potential. As the two personalities bickered, the black-gowned woman suddenly asked, "Hey, is that Xu Tian? What's he doing over there?" It was only then that the two women realized Xu Tian had already ventured into the boss attack range. The white-gowned woman panicked and exclaimed, "But this is your fault. I completely forgot about the situation. Go pull Xu Tian back. His strength is entirely dependent on his pet. He probably can't even withstand a single hit from that ancient vine monster." The black-gowned woman, however, looked surprised. "Are you sure about that?" Sensing something was off, the white-gowned woman immediately turned to look in the boss direction. Her eyes widened in shock. Xu Tian and the divine beast Xiaobai were already up close and personal with the ancient vine monster. Xu Tian wielded a massive golden sword, its blade engulfed in roaring flames, as he relentlessly slashed at the boss. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was no less fierce, unleashing white energy beams from its mouth while striking with its powerful claws, dealing both wind and fire elemental damage. The ancient vine monster was being bombarded with a constant stream of damage. The entire scene was a dazzling display of numbers, like a spectacular fireworks show. The black-gowned woman stared in awe, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Wow, that's insanely powerful." Beside her, the white-gowned woman gulped nervously. At last, she understood why Xu Tian could single-handedly take down 3 bosses from beginner dungeons. His strength was absolutely absurd. In unison, the two women exclaimed, "Who says Beast Tamers are the weakest class?" "Final strike. Blazing slash." Xu Tian shouted, his voice echoing through the forest. The ancient vine monster let out a deafening roar before collapsing to the ground. The boss's life came to an end, leaving behind a trail of shimmering purple loot scattered across the ground. Xu Tian yawned as he sheathed his weapon. Dressed in a black dress, Wenru appeared beside Xu Tian like a graceful shadow. Her eyes widened in amazement as she gazed at the fallen monster. "Wow, that was incredible. So this is the prowess of the national champion? Truly terrifying." "Hey, you're here." Xu Tian's eyes lit up, but before he could say more, a wave of weakness washed over him. He stumbled a few steps forward and collapsed. "Hey, are you okay?" Wenru in the black dress rushed forward to catch him. As Xu Tian's consciousness faded, he felt himself fall into an embrace, soft, warm, and irresistibly comforting. He relaxed completely. At that moment, Wenru in the white dress approached as well. Seeing the two of them in such an intimate position, her eyes flared with jealousy. "Hey, stop letting him take advantage of me." The Wenru in black glanced down at Xu Tian in her arms and pouted. "What do you mean, your advantage? It's my body he's leaning on. But we look exactly the same." The Wenru in white was on the verge of losing her mind. "Not necessarily. Maybe it's just the face that's the same." The Wenru in black teased with a mischievous wink. The Wenru in white froze for a second before her face turned red with anger. "You. All right, all right." The Wenru in black quickly changed her tone when she saw her counterpart getting worked up. "Aren't you a healer? Hurry up and heal him." With a huff, the Wenru in white pulled out her staff and cast a healing spell. Moments later, she let out a sigh of relief. "He's fine. It's not an injury, just the fatigue debuff from using a skill." "A skill?" The Wenru in black tilted her head curiously. So the reason he could face the vine monster Hedon was because of a skill? The Wenru in white suddenly realized something and gasped. Isn't the Beast Master class supposed to be weak? How does he have such an overpowered skill? She recalled the Vine monster's average stats of over 3,000 in all attributes, while Xu Tian's base stats were only around 700. The skill must have boosted his stats by over 2,000. It was absurd. The two Winris exchanged a glance, both envious of Xu Tian's class yet secretly annoyed with each other. Just then, the Winru in white felt a tug at her sleeve. She turned to see Xiao Bai, who had reverted to its usual adorable and fluffy form, looking up at her with big, innocent eyes. Her heart melted instantly. What's the matter? Xiao Bai let out a soft meow and pointed with its paw at Xiao Man, who was lying nearby with visible injuries. Oh no, I completely forgot. The Winru in white's face flushed with embarrassment as she rushed over to heal Xiao Man. How could she have overlooked its injuries? An hour later, Xu Tian's debuff finally wore off, and he slowly regained consciousness. He rubbed his temples and muttered, "Wow, that debuff completely immobilized me. I guess I need to use that Beast God skill sparingly in the future." He thought back to the battle. The only reason he had been able to withstand the boss's attacks was thanks to the Beast God skill he had just acquired, which allowed him to temporarily inherit Xiao Bai's stats for 30 seconds. Even though it only granted him Xiao Bai's base attributes, when combined with Xiao Bai's transformation buff and their shared killing god domain, it was enough to defeat the Vine monster. Based on a rough estimate, Xu Tian guessed that Xiao Bai's average stats had already reached 4,000, a truly terrifying number. Looking over, Xu Tian saw the two Winris playing with Xiao Bai, who had transformed back into its small, cat-like form. "You're finally awake." Winru in the white dress let out a relieved sigh as Xu Tian approached. Xu Tian chuckled. "For a moment, I thought you two might have taken the loot and run off. Hey, do you really think I'm that kind of person?" The Winru in white frowned in displeasure. "You wouldn't. But her? I'm not so sure." Xu Tian raised an eyebrow at the Winru in black, recalling how she had stabbed him with a dagger the first time they met. "Come on, that was just my way of saying hello." The Winru in black replied with a sly smile. "Seriously? Saying hello?" The Winru in white's expression froze. What kind of excuse was that? "Anyway, do either of you want any of the loot? If not, I'm heading out." Xu Tian yawned, clearly uninterested in lingering. "This was your fight. We didn't contribute." "So." The Winru in white started to speak, but was promptly cut off by Xu Tian. "If you don't need anything, then it's settled. Xiao Bai, Xiao Man, let's go." The two Winris watched in stunned silence as Xu Tian walked away. After a moment, the Winru in black let out a soft laugh, her expression carrying a hint of dangerous allure. "What an interesting guy. If I'm not mistaken, that little bear cub of his is the same one the Ren family in Shanghai recently captured, isn't it?" The Winru in white frowned slightly. She had noticed the resemblance too, but hadn't been certain. Now it seemed. So I was right. Those assassins who entered this dungeon must have been after him. To steal something from the Ren family's got guts. I like that kind of courage. The Winru in black chuckled. The Winru in white's expression darkened. "Hey, what are you talking about? I don't like him. You and I look the same. If I like him, doesn't that mean you do too?" The Winru in black mimicked Xu Tian's earlier yawn before summoning a contract portal and stepping through. As the portal vanished, the Winru in white stomped her foot in frustration. But soon, she grew thoughtful. The Twin Souls class was rare in China, yet her situation seemed unique. After all, most Twin Souls were bound to obey their master, but in her case. Meanwhile, in the Ren family manor in Shanghai, Ren Qianqian sat in her room, her tear-streaked face full of grievance. She looked pitifully at the imposing middle-aged man before her. "Father, that Xu Tianhe is just a lowly beast master with no background at all. Yet he dared to treat me so horribly and even beat me up. You have to get justice for me. And what about the governor of the southern province? It's been days, and he still hasn't arrested Xu Tian. I bet he's trying to cover for him." Ren Yunshan sighed deeply as he looked at his spoiled daughter. "Qianqian, it's not that I don't want to help you. I've already sent people to the teleportation center. We'll catch him as soon as he exits the dungeon. But are you sure Xu Tian was the one who started the fight? According to my investigation, he's the national champion. While that's not a big deal, making a move against him could still cause some waves." He fixed his gaze on her, his eyes sharp. Ren Qianqian felt uneasy under the intense gaze and couldn't help but avert her eyes. She bit her lip and forced herself to stay calm as she said, "Yes, it was that uncivilized guy. He hit me first and even stole the contract for the Bear King's cub." Hearing this, Ren Yunshan's expression darkened, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He asked in a deep voice, "What? He took the Bear King's cub too?" Ren Yunshan's tone turned calm as he said, "I see. You should rest now." With that, he turned and walked out of the room. Outside the door, Steward Liu, who had been waiting since earlier, immediately stepped forward and bowed when Ren Yunshan emerged. With urgency in his voice, he asked, "Patriarch, That beast tamer named Xu Tian, did he really contract the Bear King's cub as well? How could I not have known about such a major event earlier? Ren Yunshan cast a faint glance at him, causing Steward Lu to tremble and drop to his knees in fear. Ren Yunshan spoke evenly enough. That boy is just a freshman who recently awakened his profession. Head to the southern province again, and make sure to bring him back. Steward Lu let out a sigh of relief and responded respectfully. Understood, Patriarch. Ren Yunshan's expression remained unchanged as he instructed. Remember, no mistakes. Steward Lu smiled confidently and replied, Rest assured, Patriarch. While I may not rival the family's top-ranked experts, dealing with a newly awakened boy will be no trouble at all. Ren Yunshan waved him off, signaling for him to leave. Meanwhile, at the teleportation center, Xu Tian had just appeared when he found himself surrounded by a group of assassins. It was clear they were after the bounty on his head. However, Xu Tian remained calm, having anticipated this scenario. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out, Make way! The Tianyun auction house is here to receive an esteemed guest. Step aside if you're uninvolved. The assassins froze in place, clearly taken aback. Although the Tianyun auction house was a business entity, its backing was formidable, far beyond what these bounty hunters could afford to provoke. Reluctantly, they stepped aside, creating a path, while Xu Tian stood still, unfazed. Several luxury cars pulled up in front of Xu Tian, and a graceful woman in a cheongsam stepped out elegantly. Her demeanor was as refined as a white rose, and her beauty was breathtaking. This was none other than Xiao Ye, the manager of the Tianyun auction house. The surrounding assassins watched, smirking inwardly. They assumed Xu Tian was doomed after offending the Ren family of Magic City. He now seemed to have attracted the attention of the Tianyun auction house. To everyone's shock, Xiao Ye approached Xu Tian, bent slightly in a respectful bow, and greeted him with a poised smile. Mr. Xu, we meet again. Xu Tian glanced at Xiao Ye's exquisite features and chuckled lightly. I didn't expect you to come for me, knowing I've offended the Ren family. Xiao Ya's red lips curled into a faint smile as she explained. Mr. Xu has brought us a mysterious profession transfer scroll. The Ren family doesn't have that, so it's clear which holds more value to us. She then surveyed the crowd, her eyes carrying a trace of authority as she warned, Mr. Xu is my honored guest. I suggest you think carefully before making any moves against him in the future. Ask yourselves if you can handle the repercussions from the Tianyun auction house. Her words left everyone stunned. They couldn't believe that Xu Tian, who was described as having no backing on the bounty notice, had such a strong connection to the Tianyun auction house, and was even considered a distinguished guest by its manager. Within minutes, dozens of assassins quietly dispersed, abandoning the bounty. Xiao Ya's decisive stance even surprised Xu Tian, who hadn't expected her to openly oppose the Ren familia prominent clan in Magic City. Could the Tianyun auction house truly be unafraid of the Ren family, one of the city's four great families? Satisfied to see the assassins retreat, Xiao Ye turned to Xu Tian. Mr. Xu, shall we go? Xu Tian nodded in agreement and followed her into the car. Not far away, the Jiang sisters sat in a Maserati, observing the entire scene. Jiang Xiaoye beamed with pride. I told you, didn't I? Xu Tian would handle those assassins with ease. Jiang Xiaoying frowned slightly and coldly remarked, Didn't you notice that woman just now? She's the manager of the Tianyun auction house. Don't you wonder why Xu Tian knows someone like her? Jiang Xiaoye replied innocently, Xu Tian is so amazing. Isn't it normal for him to know powerful people? Jiang Xiaoying sighed in exasperation and asked bluntly, Aren't you worried she might steal your Xu Tian away? Jiang Xiaoye laughed it off at first, but the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. She turned to her sister with a hint of panic and asked tentatively, She wouldn't, right? Jiang Xiaoying remained silent, leaving her younger sister to stew in her own thoughts. Inside the luxury car, Xu Tian caught a faint whiff of a delicate fragrance in the air, likely Xiao Ya's personal perfume. The car's interior had a soft, feminine touch, and from his vantage point, he couldn't help but notice Xiao Ya's fair legs beneath her cheongsam. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he shifted his gaze to the scenery outside the window. Xu Tian had chosen this specific time to leave the dungeon because he received a message from Xiao Ye about the upcoming auction of the Flame Controller's transfer scroll. Of course, he had other tasks to handle as well, such as his profession advancement. Having reached level 27, he was eligible for a profession rebirth, but he lacked the necessary materials, especially the rebirth core crystal, which had to be purchased in the human world. Suddenly, Xu Tian broke the silence. By the way, Manager Xiao, are you aware of the phenomenon where dungeon bosses are spawning erratically? Xiao Ye turned slightly, her captivating eyes meeting his as she replied, Boss spawning irregularities? Of course, I've heard about it. I haven't explored many dungeons myself, but the Tianyun auction house has extensive information channels. It's said that many dungeons have encountered this issue, with boss spawns becoming unpredictable and explorer death rate skyrocketing. Some dungeons even spawn monsters beyond their intended level. Why? Have you encountered it as well, Mr. Xu? Xu Tian nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He had indeed encountered similar situations more than once before. Xiaoya added, apparently, the government is already compiling statistics on the respawn patterns of dungeon bosses. They're planning to adjust the level requirements for dungeon access. Oh, Xu Tian nodded thoughtfully. If the government is stepping in, this must be a pretty serious issue. Upon arriving at the Tianyun auction house, Xu Tian didn't head straight to the auction floor. Instead, he pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoya. She took the list and quickly scanned the items written on it, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Mr. Xu, she asked softly, are you planning to reincarnate? Xu Tian was momentarily taken aback before it dawned on him. His personal information wasn't set to private, and the Tianyun auction house had clearly done their homework on him. For a newly awakened individual to reach a point of reincarnation in just half a month was indeed extraordinary. No wonder Xiaoya looked astonished. Since you already know my identity, there's no need to call me Mr. It feels a bit awkward, Xu Tian said casually, not minding that she had looked into his background. After all, it was standard practice for a large commercial entity like the Tianyun auction house. Xiaoya smiled. All right, then I'll just call you Xu Tian. And you can drop the formalities to just call me Sister Xiaoya. Sister Xiaoya? Xu Tian blinked, his expression slightly amused. Xiaoya's demeanor suddenly turned serious. But you should be careful of the Ren family. Even though I said what I did in the teleportation hall, the truth is, fortune comes with risk. There will still be those who keep a close eye on you. She paused and then asked, that young wild bear king, did you form a contract with it? Xu Tian let out a wry laugh. Sister Xiaoya, you've really dug up every detail about me, haven't you? Xiaoya quickly waved her hand, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Xu Tian, don't misunderstand. I only guessed because I know your profession. Am not aware of the specifics regarding the incident with the Ren family heiress. Besides, the Ren family has already suppressed the news. I see, Xu Tian replied calmly. Yes, I did form a contract with the wild bear king cub. But to be fair, it was the Ren family's young lady who provoked me first. Xiaoya looked at Xu Tian with a complex expression. Though she had already suspected as much, hearing him confirm it still left her somewhat shaken. She was almost certain that Xu Tian's future would be anything but ordinary. To dare seize the Ren family's pet as a newly awakened professional, such decisiveness was far from common. Do you know why the Ren family was so determined to capture that wild bear king cub? Xiaoya asked softly. Why? Xu Tian looked at her curiously. To be honest, he had always thought there was more to the situation. Otherwise, why would the Ren family go to such lengths to capture a wild bear king cub, even using a precious sleeping cage artifact? Lowering her voice, Xiaoya explained, because the Ren family discovered a restricted secret realm. It's an extremely rare one, and it might contain divine artifacts or top-tier skill books. What? A secret realm that could drop divine artifacts? Xu Tian was visibly shaken. He hadn't expected the Ren family to have stumbled upon such a treasure. But then, why did they need the wild bear king cub? Suddenly, Xu Tian narrowed his eyes, as if a thought had struck him. Xiaoya nodded to confirm. Yes, the restriction for entering the secret realm is tied to profession only beast tamers are allowed. Moreover, the secret realm is located within a level 60 dungeon, meaning only beast tamers of at least level 60 can enter. Additionally, their contracted beasts must have high potential to ensure success. That's why the Ren family spared no effort in capturing the wild bear king cub and used the sleeping cage to assist their beast tamer in forming a contract. Xu Tian frowned. Wait, don't they know that high-level beasts tend to turn on their masters? Even if a beast tamer successfully contracts that wild bear king cub, it's impossible to raise it to level 60 without facing backlash. Xiaoya explained, that's not a concern. The Ren family has already tested this. Beasts that turn on their masters typically do so at level 59, which is when they reach their prime. As long as the wild bear king is kept at level 59 and the beast tamer themselves reaches level 60, they'll be able to enter the secret realm without issue. Level 59? Prime age. Xu Tian was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had learned the specific timing of a beast's backlash. It was only then that Xiaoya realized Xu Tian was also a beast tamer. This meant that when his contracted beast reached level 59, he too would face the threat of being turned on. At that point, Xu Tian would have to either release the contract or risk being attacked by his own beast. Xu Tian, don't let this get you down, Xiaoya said in a comforting tone. If there's no other solution when the time comes, you can always release the contract. It's better than being harmed. Huh. Xu Tian snapped out of his thoughts and couldn't help but laugh at her words. He debated whether to tell Xiaoya that he was immune to backlash, but ultimately decided against it. After all, the notion that all beast tamers faced this issue was common knowledge. If he told her otherwise, she probably wouldn't believe him. Sister Xiaoya, let's discuss the auction for a bit. Xu Tiandao's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of worry crossing his face. After the auction ends, I hope you can help me find some buyers with beast taming skills, preferably ones with pet enhancement abilities, especially experience boosts. Xu Tian's gaze drifted toward Xiaoman and Xiaobai, who were resting not far away. These two little companions were leveling up too slowly, and it was starting to concern him. Especially Xiaoman, although its potential had reached legendary levels, without keeping up in level, its true strength couldn't be unleashed. Xu Tian recalled the embarrassing encounter earlier with the ancient vine treant, and shook his head in frustration. As for Xiaobai, it wasn't as much of a concern if it leveled up slowly. After all, its extraordinary skills allowed it to defeat enemies far beyond its level. Xiaoya nodded seriously, her eyes reflecting understanding and determination. All right, I'll have someone check the warehouse for you. If we don't have what you need, I can send out a purchase request. Just then, Xu Tian suddenly remembered something else. Oh, Sister Xiaoya, about that other favor I asked you for last time. He was referring to his request for her to help him find life profession transfer scrolls. Xiaoya's lips curled into a subtle, mysterious smile. I couldn't find the life profession scrolls, but I did come across something else. I think you'll find it even more interesting. With that, she carefully pulled out a scroll from her belongings and handed it to Xu Tian. Xu Tian quickly took the scroll and unrolled it with anticipation. The moment he saw the contents, his face lit up with excitement. This is amazing. With this scroll, my sister won't have to risk going into dungeons to gather resources anymore, he exclaimed, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Hearing this, Xiaoya's face softened into a warm, satisfied smile. It turned out Xu Tian had been searching for the scroll for his sister, and the depth of his sibling bond moved her. However, a flicker of regret crossed her gaze. It's a pity that unrestricted combat profession transfer scrolls are almost impossible to find. Otherwise, I'd have gotten one of those for you, Xiaoya said with a hint of disappointment. As someone who specialized in items, she understood just how rare and valuable such scrolls were. Xu Tian offered a reassuring smile. It's all right. This unrestricted item profession transfer scroll is already incredible. He glanced thoughtfully at Xiaoya and asked, this must have cost a few million gold coins, right? Xiaoya's smile was as warm as sunlight, and her words stirred something in Xu Tian's heart. You probably don't realize just how much allure that Fire Control Master's class change scroll holds. This time, not only are the 4 great families from Magic City here, but even many from the northern capital have come. Although other families may not afford it, they're still here for the excitement, she explained softly. Our Tianyun auction house has become a nationwide sensation. Popularity means profit, so even though this scroll is expensive, it's nothing compared to the revenue it will bring. As your sister, I'm making the call. This scroll is yours, free of charge. Xu Tian blinked and teased. So, does that mean I get a share of the auction's profits? Xiaoya gave him a sideways glance. In your dreams. Despite her words, Xu Tian could imagine the massive promotional effort Tianyun auction house had invested in. It's almost time. Let's head to the auction hall, Xiaoya said as she stood up, her elegant figure captivating. Xu Tian nodded in agreement. Tianyun auction house was one of the largest auction venues in the southern province. After tonight, that one of title might well be dropped. Xiaoya personally escorted Xu Tian to the VIP room number 1 before heading backstage to prepare. 2 young, graceful attendants stood respectfully on either side of the door. Xu Tian ordered a cup of tea and used the room's holographic projection to survey the auction hall. His VIP room was on the 2nd floor, but the projection made it feel as though he were seated right at the center of the 1st floor auction hall, offering an up-close view of the stage. Surrounding the 1st floor were countless seats for regular guests. As the auction attendees gradually arrived, Xu Tian remained calm, enjoying his tea and occasionally glancing at the 2 pleasing to the attendants. Xiaoya's melodious voice filled the hall, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. Honored guests, welcome to today's auction. I am Xiaoya, and it is my privilege to host this event. I know many of you have been eagerly anticipating this moment, and I assure you, you won't be disappointed. May you all leave with treasures you desire. Now, let's unveil our first item. The auction hall erupted with cheers. No way. It's Xiaoya, the goddess herself. She's actually hosting. Of course, I'm here just for her. She's my dream girl. Goddess, I love you. From his VIP room, Xu Tian was taken aback, his expression turning a bit strange. This felt more like a concert than an auction. Then again, considering Xiaoya's stunning appearance, figure, and voice, she could easily rival top celebrities, perhaps even surpass them. This woman seemed flawless. Xiaoya chuckled lightly. It seems everyone's quite enthusiastic. Allow me to introduce the first item. This comes from the Deep Sea Fish Valley dungeon and is sure to pique your interest. It's an epic-grade equipment blueprint with no level restrictions, name, Deep Blue Kiss. This is a healer-class staff blueprint with exceptional healing attributes and a unique skill called Song of the Deep Blue. This skill gradually restores teammates' health over 20 seconds while stacking a minor buff. It can be equipped by classes like priests, elves, and clerics. The starting bid is 1 million gold coins, with a minimum increment of 10,000 gold coins per bid. Let the bidding begin. As Xiao Yu's voice faded, the bidding war erupted. 2 million gold coins. 2.3 million gold coins. Xu Tian was stunned. No wonder Tianyun Auction House had such a reputation. The first item alone was so valuable. An epic-grade blueprint with no level restrictions was a rare gem. While it was just a blueprint, the weapon it could create would be incredibly powerful. Such items were usually purchased by major families or factions to nurture their heirs. Imagine a level 30 priest wielding a level 60 epic staff, healing a group of level 30 teammates. The sheer amount of health restored would be overwhelming. One heal could fully recover them. With such an item, dungeon raids would become a breeze, requiring only 3 heavy damage dealers. Truly, this was the kind of luxury only the wealthy could afford. Xu Tian sighed inwardly, grateful he wasn't a support class. Otherwise, he might have been tempted. As he pondered, the bidding for Deep Blue Kiss skyrocketed to 10 million gold coins, finally selling for 13.2 million to someone in VIP room number 2. Meanwhile, in VIP room number 2, Dad, aren't you planning to bid for the Fire Control Master's class change scroll later? Why waste money on this? Zhang Xiaoya asked anxiously, looking at her father, Zhang Tianwen. Zhang Tianwen laughed heartily. This Deep Blue Kiss is perfect for your Saint Angel class. It's an epic-grade, unrestricted blueprint. Besides, it only cost a little over 10 million gold coins. Compared to the Fire Control scroll, this is just a drop in the bucket and won't affect my plans. Zhang Xiaoya pouted, wanting to argue further. That's enough. The next item is coming up. Let's not dwell on this, Zhang Tianwen said dismissively, his tone calm. Zhang Xiaoying chimed in. Xiaoya, Dad's right. The Fire Control scroll will likely go for over 1 billion gold coins. Spending just over 10 million here is indeed insignificant. Fine, Zhang Xiaoya murmured, pressing her lips together and saying no more. The next item was decent, but didn't particularly catch their interest. Zhang Xiaoying glanced toward VIP room number 1 and asked softly, in past auctions, they always reserved VIP room number 1 for you. Why the change this time? Zhang Xiaoya blinked curiously. Yeah, does that mean the person in there outranks you, Dad? Zhang Tianwen chuckled. You're mistaken. The person inside is likely not an official. Care to guess who it might be? Could it Beta 1 auctioning the Fire Control Master's class change scroll? Zhang Xiaoying speculated instantly. Exactly. No one else would qualify. Zhang Tianwen confirmed with a nod. The two sisters exchanged glances, astonished to learn that the person in VIP room number 1 was the one auctioning the coveted scroll. They couldn't help but wonder someone bold enough to offer such an item must possess immense strength, perhaps even ranking among the top elite players. Zhang Xiaoya anxiously scanned the audience seats, but despite the holographic projection, Xu Tian was nowhere to be seen. She had little interest in the auction itself, her thoughts consumed by the search for the wanted man. He's still being hunted by the Ren family. It's unlikely he'd show up at an event like this. But didn't you say he was taken away by someone from Tianyun Auction House? Zhang Tianwen asked, his gaze thoughtfully drifting to the dazzling host standing on stage. Yes, that's her Xiaoya, the host on stage. We saw with our own eyes that she took Xu Tian away. Zhang Xiaoya confirmed with a nod, her tone laced with hostility. At that moment, Xiaoya was the center of attention, her elegant dress perfectly accentuating her stunning figure. Her fair, luminous skin glowed under the spotlight, resembling the finest jade. Even Zhang Xiaoya, as a woman, couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Really? But how would Xu Tian know someone from Tianyun Auction House? Zhang Tianwen murmured, his gaze narrowing as he studied Xiaoya. Meanwhile, in VIP box number 1, Xu Tian sat idly, watching the stream of auction items with little interest. Just as boredom began to set in, a commotion suddenly erupted among the crowd. Sir, I am the steward of the Ren family from Modu. Our family has taken a liking to this item. Perhaps you might do us the honor of withdrawing your bid? It would make future encounters more pleasant, came an arrogant voice from VIP box number 4, clearly pressuring the occupants of box number 17. The two boxes had been locked in a bidding war for several minutes. Instead of raising the bid, the Ren family chose to flaunt their status, attempting to intimidate their rival into submission. Xu Tian frowned, disgusted by the Ren family's shameless tactics. Xiaoya noticed the situation and immediately issued a warning. Esteemed guest in box number 4, coercion and intimidation are strictly prohibited during the auction. If you violate the rules again, we will be forced to take action. However, the Ren family steward shamelessly chuckled and replied, Miss Xiao, I am not intimidating anyone. I merely recognized an old acquaintance in box number 17 and decided to exchange a few pleasantries. Isn't that right, my friends in box number 17? The occupant of box number 17, clearly a sycophant, quickly chimed in with a nervous laugh. Indeed, I've known the steward for some time. I didn't realize it was him earlier. Otherwise, how could I possibly compete with him? Huh. After the auction, I must visit you for a drink, the Ren family representative said with a triumphant laugh. Xiaoya could only sigh in frustration and proceed with the auction. This time, the Ren family placed their bid again. With their identity now revealed, no one dared to challenge them. Within just a few rounds, the item was sold to the Ren family for a price far below its expected value. As the auction continued, the Ren family became even more brazen. Even if someone attempted to compete, they would only make a token bid before withdrawing, hoping to curry favor with the powerful family. This led to items being sold for prices significantly lower than Xiaoya had anticipated, leaving her increasingly anxious. The Ren family, one of the four major clans of Modu, wielded influence across the nation, far beyond what smaller southern families could contend with. Their behavior also emboldened representatives from the other three major families, who began to stir with ambition. In VIP box number 7, Xu Tian shook her head with a sigh. Miss, letting the Ren family get away with this is too easy. Should we? No. Acting like that would make us no better than them. Still, Tianyun Auction House is going to suffer a huge loss this time. Her beautiful eyes glanced toward Xiaoya on the stage, a flicker of pity crossing her face. In VIP box number 9, a woman in a black dress stretched lazily, her alluring curves on full display before her companion in a white dress. Interesting. Is the Ren family taking advantage of Tianyun Auction House's good nature? The woman in the white dress blushed at the sight, momentarily speechless. What are you staring at? Jealous that mine are bigger than yours? The woman in black teased with a playful smirk, catching her companion's gaze. The woman in white glanced down, realizing the undeniable size difference. Flustered, she lunged forward in mock anger. You insufferable woman! Hey, stop grabbing! The woman in black exclaimed in surprise. The auction pressed on. The current item was a rare material, essential for crafting legendary equipment, with a market value of at least 5 million. Yet, the Ren family's bid of 3.2 million was met with silence, leaving them poised to claim it at a bargain price. If this continued, Tianyun Auction House would undoubtedly suffer severe losses. Xiaoya's face turned pale. She had never anticipated the auction would spiral into such chaos, yet she was powerless to change the situation. The smaller families were too intimidated by the Ren family, while the larger ones were only interested in the coveted Fire Control Masterclass scroll and had no desire to meddle in minor disputes. Just as Xiaoya was about to lose all hope, a lazy voice suddenly rang out. 5 million. The voice came from VIP box number 1, instantly electrifying the room. Everyone was stunned. Even the Ren family fell into a brief silence. Since you've taken an interest in this material, my Ren family is willing to show you some respect, the steward from the Ren family said with a hearty laugh, clearly acknowledging the extraordinary status of the box number 1 occupant. The entire audience held their breaths, waiting for a response from VIP box number 1. After all, the Ren family was one of Moda's 4 major clans, and even the most formidable individual would typically offer some courtesy. However, the only response they received was utter silence. A full 5 minutes had passed, yet box 1 remained silent. The atmosphere in the auction hall grew increasingly tense and eerie, as the ordinary guests exchanged puzzled glances and whispered among themselves. The prominent figure in box 1 seemed to have quite the temper, showing no regard for the Ren family's reputation. The Ren family representatives were visibly embarrassed, refraining from bidding on the next 2 auction items. On stage, Xiaoya's bright eyes lingered on box 1, a flicker of gratitude flashing in her gaze. She knew exactly who was in box tonight was Xu Tian. What she hadn't anticipated was his intervention. His actions meant he would have to spend his own money to acquire those materials. Inside box 1, Xu Tian sat expressionless. He had long recognized the Ren family members in box 4, including manager Liu, the man who had threatened him days ago. This shameless man had not only issued threats, but was likely behind the bounty placed on him. And now, here he was causing trouble at the auction. To Xu Tian, money was no longer an issue. He simply wanted to teach this man a lesson. Xiaoya moved on to introduce the next auction item. This is a fragment of a map dropped from the level 76 Mystic Serpent Cavern dungeon. Legend has it that collecting all the fragments will lead to a hidden treasure, with rumors of someone having obtained a divine artifact from it. The starting bid is 3 million gold coins, with increments of no less than 100,000. The bidding begins now. Her voice had barely faded when the auction hall erupted into excitement. A treasure map for a divine artifact? Only 3 million? That's a steal. I bid 3.5 million. Calm down, it's just a fragment. There's no guarantee it will lead to anything. The debates rose and fell, until they were abruptly interrupted by a voice from box 4. 5 million gold coins, Manager Liu declared calmly, his tone brimming with confidence. The other bidders hesitated for a moment before collectively deciding to withdraw. Inside box 4, Manager Liu felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking to himself that completing the task assigned by the family head for just 5 million was quite a bargain. But just then, a voice emerged from box 1. 7 million. Manager Liu's expression froze. Xiao Ya's gentle voice followed. Box 1 bids 7 million. Any higher bids? Manager Liu glared at box 1, gritting his teeth. 8 million. 9 million. Xu Tian countered without hesitation. Manager Liu's anger flared. But before he could respond, Xiao Ya's voice rang out again. 9 million, going once. 10 million. Manager Liu blurted out in a panic, only to be interrupted by his assistant. Manager Liu, the family head's budget only has 10 million left. Startled, Manager Liu hastily instructed someone to call the family head for more funds. Meanwhile, Xiaoya had already called out. 9 million, going twice. Her hammer was poised to fall. 10 million. Manager Liu exclaimed, his voice tinged with desperation. 11 million. Xu Tian's lazy voice rang out once more. Manager Liu's face turned ashen. After a long pause, he forced a bitter smile and asked, honored guest in box 1, may I inquire who you are? I am Manager Liu of the Ren family in Modu, and this item is essential to our family head. Could you do us the honor of stepping aside? Our Ren family has connections with some of the top-ranked individuals. Let's not have a misunderstanding among allies. The crowd's expressions turned odd. Clearly, the Ren family was up to their old tricks again. Everyone was curious to see how the mysterious figure in box 1 would respond. Idiot. A single, sharp word came from box 1, sending the hall into uproarious laughter. Even Xiaoya couldn't suppress a chuckle. In box 2, Zhang Xiaoya giggled. The big shot in box 1 is absolutely savage. Zhang Xiaoying, deep in thought, murmured, why does this sound like someone I know? In box 9, the woman in the black dress leaned toward the woman in the white dress with a mysterious smile. Can you guess who's in box 1? Wait, can your skill? The woman in white asked curiously. It's Xu Tian. The woman in black revealed with a grin. The woman in white was stunned. Xu Tian? Isn't he the one who auctioned off the fire controller profession change scroll? Could it be that scroll was his to begin with? But he's never even cleared a level 90 dungeon. How could he have obtained it? The woman in black chuckled. Silly. He owns a divine beast. What's a mysterious scroll compared to that? The woman in white nodded in sudden realization. That does make sense. Meanwhile, in box 4, the auction house enforcers stepped in, their demeanor icy. Guests in box 4, you have repeatedly disrupted the auction. Please leave immediately. Manager Liu clenched his fists. I am the Ren family's manager. You wouldn't dare. The enforcer's gaze turned steely as he revealed his level 70 status. Sir, please cooperate, or we will be forced to take action. Faced with no choice, Manager Liu left begrudgingly, throwing out a final threat. Our Ren family won't let this go. Shortly after, Xiaoyu addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the guests in box 4 have been removed for violating auction rules. Now, it's time for the highly anticipated final item, the mysterious fire controller profession change scroll. This scroll allows any combat profession to transition into a fire controller, granting unparalleled offensive capabilities. It's a true game changer. The starting bid is 1.5 billion gold coins, with increments of no less than 10 million. Let the bidding begin. 180 million, 200 million, 300 million. The auction had barely begun, and the bidding skyrocketed like a rocket taking off. Sitting in box 1, Xu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. His breath quickened as he watched the scene unfold. He had initially estimated that the Fire Control Master Job Change Scroll would sell for no more than 200 million. Clearly, he had underestimated its allure. The bidding grew increasingly intense, and in the end, the scroll was sold for an astronomical 730 million to box 5. Xu Tian was ecstatic. He had never imagined he would one day possess such an enormous fortune. After the auction concluded, outside the venue, Steward Liu gritted his teeth in frustration. That damned box 1. They cost me the chance to bid. A cautious attendant asked, should we investigate who was in box 1? After a moment of thought, Steward Liu shook his head. Forget it. It might be someone from the Ren family that we've offended. Notify the family head instead. The attendant nodded and left. Xu Tian returned to the Tianyun auction house, where Xiaoya sat across from him and slid a purple gold card across the table. This is your auction proceeds. 730 million gold coins. With this card, you'll enjoy a 25% discount on all purchases at Tianyun Auction House and its affiliated businesses. Xu Tian asked curiously, no commission fee? Xiaoya smiled and explained, the president said you helped restore order during the event, so we've waived the commission. Additionally, the items we acquired from the Ren family are now yours, free of charge. Xu Tian nodded, accepting the card, but then pushed it back toward her. Use it to purchase the materials and advanced Beast Master skill books you'll need for the next 7 advancements. Xiaoya understood his intent, took the card, and left. The next day, Xu Tian handed the job change scroll to his sister, Su Yun. Leaving behind a savings card, he prepared to leave. Su Yun felt both relieved and heartbroken, but when she saw the staggering balance on the card, she was utterly dumbfounded. Before his departure, Xiaoya warned Xu Tian to be cautious of retaliation from the Ren family. He reassured her before heading to the teleportation center. The receptionist, noticing his information, level 27 Beast Master asked, "Which dungeon would you like to go to?" Xu Tian calmly replied, "Level 40, Blue Moon Canyon." The receptionist was taken aback and confirmed his request several times before finally activating the teleportation portal. Upon entering the dungeon, the system notified Xu Tian that he had unlocked a super exploration opportunity and discovered a black gold legendary treasure. He quickly realized that defeating elite monsters or bosses increased the chances of finding random exploration treasures, so he focused on hunting such creatures. 3 days later, in the real world, Steward Liu was still tracking Xu Tian's whereabouts. When he learned that Xu Tian had entered the level 40 dungeon, Blue Moon Canyon, he sneered. "That brat is courting death. A mere level 27? As a fifth-turn expert, I can handle this alone. No need to bring anyone else." Meanwhile, Xu Tian had been exploring Blue Moon Canyon for 3 days, but had only covered a tenth of the map. The sheer size of this level 40 open-world map was staggering. With its rich resources, high-level maps rarely attracted players whose levels were significantly lower than the map's requirements. Xu Tian had just slain a boss when a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the boss. You have gained a chance to obtain random exploration resources. A red tier rare resource has been detected. Please use the universal map immediately to locate it. Another red tier resource? Reclining on Xiaobai, Xu Tian instantly perked up and called Xiaoman back. He glanced at the time. Xiaoman had just taken down a level 42 lone windwolf in 3 minutes. Although it couldn't match Xiaobai's instant kills, it was an impressive feat for a defensive legendary potential pet. Xu Tian felt gratified by Xiaoman's progress. Its new skill, Thorn Armor, acquired after breaking through to level 20, was a game changer. Not only could it reflect damage back to attackers, but it could also deal damage even when the enemy failed to penetrate its defenses, significantly boosting its offensive capabilities. 3 days of grinding level 40 dungeons had raised Xiaoman to level 23, while Xiaobai was on the verge of breaking through to level 20 and entering its adolescent stage. Xiaoman now stood like a towering giant, its every step causing the ground to quake. Strange scales had grown on its chest and arms, greatly enhancing its defensive strength. Xu Tian himself had reached level 30, which unlocked the opportunity for a second advancement. However, he hadn't even completed his first advancement yet, as he had been busy farming experience in dungeons. He resolved to complete his first advancement right after finding this red tier resource. With this thought in mind, Xu Tian urged Xiaobai toward the location marked on the map. Xiaoman's massive frame lumbered behind, causing explorers along the way to scatter in awe and fear. Before long, they arrived at a secluded valley. Xu Tian leapt off Xiaobai's back and noticed a crowd of adventurers gathered around, their eyes wide with shock at the sight of him riding 2 colossal creatures. After making some inquiries, Xu Tian learned that a randomly spawning secret dungeon lay ahead. 3 groups had already ventured inside, but none had returned, suggesting the danger within was extreme. This only piqued Xu Tian's curiosity further, especially since the red treasure he sought was located inside. Without hesitation, Xu Tian led Xiaobai and Xiaoman into the cave. As they entered, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. "Adventurer, welcome to the level 47 Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon, Spider Queen's Lair. Enjoy your journey." Xu Tian's confident smile faltered slightly. A level 47 Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon, it was no wonder the previous teams hadn't made it out. Based on his calculations, even the regular monsters here would likely have stats averaging over 2,000. Still, with Xiaoman in its adolescent stage and Xiaobai on the verge of evolving, he felt confident they could handle it. Outside, the crowd of adventurers buzzed with speculation. Some mocked Xu Tian for his recklessness, while others guessed he might be a high-level expert. One individual, deep in thought, quickly left the scene. Inside the cave, Xu Tian's party encountered their first wave of attackers. Venomous spiders lunged at them, only to be sliced into puddles of poison by Xiaobai's wind blades. The narrow cave barely accommodated Xiaoman's enormous form, but it didn't matter. Its thorn armor alone was enough to repel the endless onslaught of spiders, killing them as they attacked. When a spray of venom splashed onto Xiaoman, Xu Tian's heart skipped a beat. However, to his relief and delight, Xiaoman's newly evolved armor completely neutralized the poison. With this immunity, the venomous spider's attacks became utterly ineffective. With Xiaoman tanking in the front and Xiaobai dealing damage from the rear, they swept through the enemies with ease. Soon, they reached the second stage of the dungeon. This area was filled with magma, and the walls were dotted with redandant black-striped spiders, the fire devourer spiders, known for their magma-spewing attacks. A particularly large fire devourer spider let out a piercing shriek and unleashed a stream of molten liquid. Xiao Man raised its arm to block, and the liquid was deflected harmlessly. Xiao Bai followed up with a wind blade, shredding the elite spider into fragments. Xu Tian smiled faintly. It seemed Xiao Man's armor could negate all liquid-based attacks, making it even more powerful than he had anticipated. With this discovery, Xu Tian ordered an all-out offensive. The two beasts charged forward with unstoppable momentum, swiftly clearing the stage and reaching the boss Lyra massive spider looming over a shimmering water pool. Target acquired. Xu Tian's gaze locked onto the information transmitted by the system. The poison marsh spider mother was a formidable platinum-ranked creature, boasting level 47 strength and astonishing attribute values. Not only did it possess dual abilities of water and poison, but it also wielded highly adhesive webs. The system helpfully provided a detailed description, warning Xu Tian not to get dragged into the toxic marsh. Xu Tian quickly realized that the seemingly ordinary pond ahead was actually a lethal poison marsh. He urgently called out to warn his companions about the webs, but it was too late. In an instant, a bundle of sticky threads wrapped around Xiao Man's arms, the force so immense that even the massive beast staggered. Xiao Bai! Xu Tian shouted urgently. Xiao Bai understood immediately, unleashing a wind blade at the webbing. However, the sharp attack only managed to sever half of the threads, leaving the rest stubbornly clinging to Xiao Man, letting out a furious roar. Xiao Man yanked forcefully, finally breaking free from the entanglement. Xu Tian's heart sank. It was the first time he'd seen Xiao Bai's wind blade struggle against an opponent. He hesitated, considering whether to activate his Beast God's Descent skill, but decided against it after glancing at the toxic marsh. At that moment, Xiao Bai suddenly let out a long howl, its snow-white fur gradually taking on a blood-red hue. Its attack, speed, and defense attributes soar. This was its killing god domain skill, which boosted the stats of all allies within its range. A flash of inspiration hit Xu Tian, as he remembered he had the same skill. Without hesitation, he activated his second killing god domain. Two crimson formations appeared beneath their feet, causing Xiao Bai and Xiao Man's attributes to skyrocket to astonishing levels. Take it down, Xu Tian commanded. Xiao Bai roared with excitement, a white glow gathering in its mouth as it unleashed its white tiger light wave. Meanwhile, Xiao Man grabbed a massive boulder and hurled it at the spider mother. The moment the white light struck, the poison marsh spider mother let out a piercing screech, spewing toxic liquid everywhere. Xiao Man quickly positioned itself in front of Xu Tian and Xiao Bai, its armored scales forming an impenetrable shield that blocked the venom entirely. Enraged, the spider mother launched another web attack, binding Xiao Man's arms once more. But this time, Xiao Man's eyes gleamed with disdain. With a mighty pull, it began dragging the spider mother closer, step by step. Realizing the danger, the spider mother struggled to retreat, but it was futile. Xiao Man hauled the spider mother directly in front of it and delivered a devastating punch to its head. The spider mother reeled, its 8 legs collapsing beneath it. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Bai followed up with another wind blade, and the two beasts commenced a relentless assault. Minutes later, the battle was over. The spider mother's lifeless body lay surrounded by glimmering loot. Xu Tian paid no attention to the spoils. His true target was the red resource marked on his map. He checked the map again, only to find that the resource was located within the toxic marsh. Turning to his two loyal beasts, who were eagerly awaiting praise, Xu Tian smiled warmly. Who among you brave warriors is willing to take on this task for me? Xiao Bai had anticipated this and leapt backward, avoiding eye contact. Left alone, Xiao Man stood there, looking utterly confused. All right then, it's up to you, Xu Tian said with a satisfied nod. Xiao Man hesitantly approached the edge of the toxic marsh, staring at the bubbling poison with a bewildered expression. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. It turned and ran toward the spider mother's corpse. What is it doing? Xu Tian wondered aloud. With a loud crack, Xiao Man tore off one of the spider mother's legs and began stirring the poison marsh with it. Moments later, it fished out a round object and excitedly brought it back to Xu Tian. Xu Tian stared at the bizarre sight of Xiao Man holding an unidentified object in one paw and the spider mother's leg in the other. The grotesque image made his stomach churn. Ugh! You little rascal, don't you dare tell anyone you're my beast companion. After retching, Xu Tian took a closer look at the mysterious round object. His eyes lit up as realization dawned on him. A divine beast egg. It was another divine beast egg, a rare red resource just like Xiao Bai's. Xu Tian's heart raced with excitement as he gazed at the green egg, knowing it would soon hatch. Sure enough, the egg began to tremble, a crack forming on its surface. The fissures spread rapidly, and the shell split in two. A deep emerald head emerged, followed by a sturdy shell and a short tail with a snake's head at its tip, flicking a crimson tongue. Xu Tian froze for a moment before the truth struck him. Could this be the divine beast Xuanwu? The little creature let out a low growl as it spotted Xu Tian and began crawling toward him. At the same time, information about the creature flooded Xu Tian's mind. Xu Tian gazed at the Xuanwu before him, his face brimming with joy. The stats of this mythical beast were simply astonishing. Life 1, Strength 843, Defense 128, Speed 307, Energy 52, Skills 278. Even more incredible were the abilities it possessed. Gravity Domain, Xuanwu Water Shield, Water Healing, Heavy Water Imprisonment, and Transformation. The Gravity Domain could generate a gravitational field within a 100-meter radius, significantly reducing enemy speed. The Xuanwu Water Shield added protection equivalent to 70 of the target's health and increased their defense by 50. Water Healing instantly restored 40 of the target's health and granted 20 damage reduction. Heavy Water Imprisonment trapped enemies in a water element cage for 10 seconds, during which they couldn't use skills and took 10 more damage. Even after the effect ended, they would remain slowed for another 10 seconds. Lastly, Transformation allowed Xuanwu to enter a combat form, doubling all of its attributes. After carefully analyzing these abilities, Xu Tian realized that while Xuanwu had not yet fully grown, its support and control capabilities were already outstanding. Gently stroking Xuanwu's turtle head, he said softly, "From now on, I'll call you Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu affectionately nuzzled Xu Tian's hand before climbing onto his right shoulder and transforming into a motionless turtle shell. Looking around, Xu Tian noticed that the secret realm had not yet disappeared. Since all the monsters had been cleared out and Xiao Bai along with his other pets were standing guard, he decided to undergo his rebirth right there. He retrieved the necessary materials, with the most crucial item being a Tier 1 rebirth stone. As he placed his hand on the stone's surface, mysterious runes enveloped his entire body, and the entire cave was illuminated with a golden glow. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, a sinister plot was unfolding. An adventurer was reporting Xu Tian's whereabouts to Steward Liu, the representative sent by the Ren family. Confident in his abilities, Steward Liu sent a subordinate to escort the adventurer to collect his reward, while he stayed back to personally deal with Xu Tian. As a level 67, 5th rebirth spatial mage, he looked down on what he considered a nameless rookie and a pair of pets. However, when Steward Liu attempted to enter the secret realm, he discovered there was an entry restriction. Frustrated but patient, he decided to wait outside for Xu Tian to emerge. A nobody with no backing dares to take a pet belonging to our Ren family from the Magic City? He doesn't know his place, he sneered to himself. A day later, a system notification chimed. Congratulations to the host on successfully completing the first rebirth. You now have the opportunity to choose a career specialization. Xu Tian was presented with 3 options: God Tier Ice Element Beastmaster, God Tier Fire Element Beastmaster, or God Tier Wind Element Beastmaster. Each choice would enhance the abilities of corresponding elemental pets and grant exclusive skills. The system also highlighted that as a God Tier Beastmaster, all rebirth class abilities could stack together. Xu Tian opened his eyes and was astonished to find that his career branch selection had directly become a system option. This unexpected development made him wonder, could this be considered some kind of cheat? Even more surprising was the fact that the abilities of his reincarnated professions could be stacked, completely overturning conventional norms. Normally, after undergoing a second career change, previous abilities would have to be discarded. However, Xu Tian had the unique ability to retain and accumulate skills from different professions. This meant he could potentially possess the abilities of 9 different careers simultaneously. The sheer potential of this realization left him exhilarated. Without much hesitation, Xu Tian decisively chose the third option, Divine Wind Element Beast Tamer. This choice was not random but the result of careful consideration. At the moment, he lacked beast taming abilities for fire and ice elements, while his companion, Xiao Bai, happened to have wind attributes. This made the Wind Element Beast Tamer the optimal choice. After completing this reincarnation, Xu Tian did not leave the secret realm. His goal was to undergo a second career change, and he had already prepared thoroughly for it. Before entering the dungeon, he had purchased all the materials needed for 7 reincarnations in one go. By now, his level had risen to 31, thanks to the high experience bonuses from defeating monsters in the secret realm. This level met the requirements for a second career change, and Xu Tian was determined to seize this opportunity to further enhance his strength. After quickly replenishing some food and water, Xu Tian began his second reincarnation without hesitation. 2 days later, when Xu Tian completed his second reincarnation, he realized that the time required for each reincarnation seemed to be increasing. He muttered to himself, 2 days have already passed? It seems the time cost for each reincarnation is going up. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the second career reincarnation. You have unlocked an additional career branch selection opportunity. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Steward Liu had been anxiously waiting for 3 whole days. Those 3 days had been pure torment for him. He couldn't stop wondering, what kind of secret realm could keep that kid Xu Tian inside for so long? During that time, he had tried multiple times to enter the secret realm himself, only to be mercilessly repelled every time. At the very least, this proved one thing. Xu Tian was still alive and remained inside. Steward Liu was on the verge of losing his mind. He began to suspect. Could it be that Xu Tian knew he was waiting outside and was deliberately staying in there? But he quickly dismissed the thought. There was no way Xu Tian could have predicted his arrival before entering the secret realm. While Steward Liu was consumed with worry, Xu Tian had successfully completed his second reincarnation inside the secret realm and was fully prepared for the adventures ahead. The ultimate choice between divine-level mastery of gold, dark, and earth elemental beast taming was laid before Xu Tian. Without hesitation, he opted for the last one divine-level earth elemental beast tamer. After all, his pet, Xiao Man, was an earth element beast, and he had no experience with the other two attributes. A system notification promptly sounded. Ding! Congratulations on becoming a divine-level wind elemental beast tamer. You have acquired the exclusive skill, Child of the Wind. Congratulations on becoming a divine-level earth elemental beast tamer. You have acquired the exclusive skill, Rock Barrier. The descriptions of the two exclusive skills followed. Child of the Wind grants the ability to manipulate wind elements for 60 seconds. All attacks deal an additional 20 wind elemental damage based on the user's attack power. Bestows the blessing of the wind god, allowing 3 instances of instant teleportation. Cooldown, 1 hour. Rock Barrier erects a rock barrier within a designated area, providing absolute defense, increasing healing speed by 50, and removing all negative effects from allies within the area. Duration, 20 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Xu Tian clenched his fists in excitement. The sheer power of these skills was astonishing. With these abilities, he felt confident enough to challenge a genuine level 50 Diamondeer boss, rather than the fake level 39 Ancient Vine Treant he had faced before. Brimming with excitement, Xu Tian opened his attribute panel to examine his stats closely. On average, level 30 adventurers had 4-dimensional stats of around 700, only reaching 1000 after their second-class transition. Yet, Xu Tian was already approaching those figures before his class advancement. More importantly, he now had 3 tamed beasts, and the system's attribute linking feature applied to all of them. After calculating, Xu Tian realized he could gain a 10 attribute link from each pet. Currently, Xiaobai and Xiaoman each had an average 4-dimensional stat of over 2000, which meant Xu Tian received a 400 attribute boost. Coupled with the higher base stats of a divine-level beast tamer compared to regular players, his average 4-dimensional stats had soared to an impressive 1600. Reflecting on this, Xu Tian couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He was already level 31, while Xiaobai was only level 19. Despite being 12 levels apart, Xiaobai's stats still surpassed his. Who's the master here, anyway? He thought to himself with a wry smile. Of course, this calculation didn't even include Xiao Wu's stats yet. If Xiao Wu could reach the same level as Xiaobai and Xiaoman, Xu Tian's attributes would climb even higher. Xu Tian had considered contracting additional beasts to further enhance his stats through attribute linking, but he ultimately dismissed the idea. As a divine-level beast tamer, he had only gained 2 additional pet slots, with 1 more unlocked every 10 levels. Currently, he could contract up to 5 pets, and with 3 slots already taken, he decided to reserve the remaining 2 for stronger beasts. Besides, Xu Tian wasn't particularly desperate to increase his own strength. With Xiaobai and Xiaoman by his side, there were few situations that required him to personally intervene. With that thought, Xu Tian waved to Xiaobai and Xiaoman, who were standing guard nearby. The two immediately perked up and dashed toward him. Xiaobai, now the size of a kitten, leapt nimbly into Xu Tian's arms. Xiaoman, on the other hand, was less graceful. Its massive head nearly knocked Xu Tian over. Meanwhile, the newly acquired Xiao Wu remained quietly tucked inside its shell, resting on Xu Tian's shoulder. Let's head out, Xu Tian said softly, holding Xiaobai as he walked out of the secret realm. The moment they stepped out, the cave behind them vanished without a trace. The vibrant scenery of the outside world greeted them, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the cave, lifting their spirits. However, the brief tranquility was shattered by a chilling voice. Heh, so you finally came out. I almost thought you died in there. Xu Tian turned to the source of the voice, his expression instantly hardening. Lu Guanshi. Alarm bells rang in his mind. How did he track me here? The surrounding onlookers, unaware of the situation, began murmuring among themselves. So this guy wasn't here to clear the secret realm but to confront that man? Looks like there's some bad blood between them. This guy cleared the secret realm solo. He must be pretty strong. This is going to be interesting. Wait, I remember now, this is the guy who had a bounty placed on him by the Ren family a while back. Then that man over there must be. The crowd's gaze shifted to Lu Guanshi, their eyes filled with apprehension. They had already pieced together his identity was from the infamous Ren family of the Demon City. No one could have imagined that Xu Tian would dare to enter a level 40 dungeon while still being hunted by the Ren family. This dungeon had no level restrictions, meaning Xu Tian would face the full force of the Ren family's pursuit. Onlookers whispered among themselves, lamenting that this genius, who had only awakened his profession a month ago, might not escape his fate. Rumor had it that he once killed a level 43 powerhouse whose abilities were suppressed. If left unchecked, he was destined to become a prodigy of Huaxia. Among the crowd, Steward Lu's lips curled into a smug smile. Fixing his gaze on Xu Tian, he spoke with disdain. Listen up, kid. Surrender now. Come back with me to the Ren family. Kneel before Miss Run and beg for forgiveness. If you agree to become a servant, I might just spare your life. Xu Tian responded with a cold laugh, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. Steward Lu, I suggest you worry about yourself first. If your master learns that you perished here, I wonder how they'll react. Steward Liu's smile faded, his eyes turning icy. Sharp-tongued brat, you're courting death. Before he finished speaking, a pure silver staff materialized in his hand, and in an instant, a wave of light shot towards Xu Tian. Roar! The battle erupted in an instant. Xiao Man lunged forward, shielding Xu Tian. The silver light struck its scaled armor with a deafening crash. When the glow dissipated, blood was oozing from Xiao Man's chest, and its armor had suffered significant damage. Xu Tian's heart sank. A casual attack from Steward Lu had injured Xiao Man. His strength was clearly beyond expectations. Without hesitation, Xu Tian activated his inside eye to analyze his opponent's stats. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. Target, Lu Yonghong. Level, 67. Class, Spatial Control Mage. Rebirths, 5. Health, 23,748. Strength, 7,782. Defense, 8,063. Speed, 9,792. Energy, 13,642. That staggering energy stat of 13,642 confirmed Xu Tian's worst fears. There was no doubt this was the most terrifying opponent he had ever faced. Steward Lu hovered in midair, looking down at Xu Tian with a mocking smile. Too high. Even with all kinds of buffs stacked, Xiao Bai's stats can't possibly catch up to his. Is this the power of a 5th-rank expert? Xu Tian was inwardly shocked. How about it, kid? Feeling hopeless yet? It's not too late to regret now. Steward Lu's voice brimmed with confidence. His entire body was equipped with epic gear, and he had completed his 5th-class advancement. Just his void staff alone added over 1,000 energy points. This overwhelming power made him feel that Xu Tian had no chance of resistance. Xu Tian took a deep breath and fixed his determined gaze on Xiao Bai. Steward Lu, do you really think you've got me cornered? Xiao Bai seemed to understand, letting out a furious roar as a red light emanated from its body. At the same time, Xu Tian activated his ability, and 2 crimson auras enveloped both of them. Dual Godslayer Domain. In a visible instant, Xiao Bai and Xiao Man's stats began to soar. Beyond that, a mystical radiance surrounded their bodies, significantly enhancing their abilities. For Xiao Bai in particular, the Godslayer Domain amplified its power by an impressive 70. Xu Tian quickly checked Xiao Bai's stats panel. Its strength attribute had reached a staggering 6,784. However, he knew that even with this, breaking through Steward Lu's defenses would still be a monumental challenge. Steward Lu frowned slightly as he noticed the sudden spike in the pet's stats, with its strength exceeding 6,000. A divine beast? Huh? Truly formidable. To think it could boost its stats by so much. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he stared at Xiao Bai. This divine beast will belong to the Run family from now on. Just then, a green creature with a round, prominent shell suddenly appeared beside Xu Tian. A turtle? Steward Lu was momentarily stunned. Another beast? I hadn't heard that Xu Tian had other contracted beasts. Could it be a new contract? Thinking this, he sneered. It seems this kid is desperate, even bringing out a newly contracted pet to fight me. As Steward Lu prepared to move, his expression suddenly shifted. He was astonished to find his speed drastically reduced, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. Even in midair, his movements were sluggish. A control-type pet? Steward Lu looked at the divine beast Xianwu in shock. Though still young, the creature was already capable of hindering his speed. This isn't an ordinary petit, must also be a divine beast. His gaze turned sharp and ruthless. What a terrifying kid, able to contract 2 divine beasts. If he grows any stronger, the Ren family might be doomed because of him. Originally, Ren Yunshan had ordered him to bring Xu Tian back alive, but now he changed his mind. He decided to eliminate Xu Tian. No matter how strong you are, you're only in your 20s. I'll show you what a real power gap looks like. Steward Lu said coldly, waving his staff as a spatial energy orb shot directly toward Xiaobai. Seeing this, Xiaoman immediately charged forward, positioning itself in front of Xiaobai and taking the hit Heaton. However, the damage from a level 67 mage was no trivial matter. Even a basic energy orb caused Xiaoman's health bar to plummet by half. Xu Tian's heart tightened. He quickly called out, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu let out a low growl and promptly activated its healing and shielding abilities, enveloping Xiaoman. The 40 healing effect rapidly restored Xiaoman's health bar, while a massive damage-absorbing shield was also applied. It can heal? What an incredible support pet. Steward Lu looked at Xin Wu in astonishment. By now, he was almost certain that this turtle was another divine beast. How else could it possess such extraordinary abilities? Unfortunately, you haven't matured yet. Even a full heal isn't enough to counter the damage from just one of my basic attacks, Steward Lu said coldly, launching another spatial energy orb. Xiaoman, its eyes blazing red, once again stepped forward to shield Xiaobai. The high spell damage instantly shattered the shield Xiao Wu had provided, leaving Xiaoman critically injured. 14,000 energy points. How terrifying. Xu Tian's mind raced as he realized that continuing like this would spell disaster. Steward Lu's damage was simply too overwhelming. Xiaobai, disrupt him. Xiao Wu, immobilize him. Xu Tian commanded decisively. Xiaobai immediately responded, slashing its claws to unleash a series of wind blades towards Steward Lu. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu activated its water-based immobilization skill. Oh, do you think this can hold me back? Steward Lu sneered, waving his staff as the surrounding space trembled violently. Boom! With a resounding crash, the immobilization effect shattered, and Xiaobai's wind blades were deflected by an elemental spatial shield. Too weak. Steward Lu shook his head, a mocking glint in his eyes. Is this what they call the top talent of the college entrance exams? How disappointing. Crushing a so-called prodigy like you is so satisfying. All right, I've had my fun. It's time for you to die. Steward Lu's gaze locked onto Xu Tian, his eyes shimmering ominously. Xu Tian felt an intense sense of danger as spatial energy surged from Steward Lu, forming a massive spatial tornado that spiraled toward him. Child of the Wind, Xu Tian shouted, his body flickering as he teleported several dozen meters away, narrowly avoiding the attack. Spatial teleportation? Steward Lu stared at Xu Tian in shock. He has spatial teleportation abilities? How could Xu Tian possess such a skill? This is an advanced ability for spatial mages, and even I don't have the qualifications to learn it. How is this possible? You continue to surprise me, but I refuse to believe you can keep using that ability. Steward Lu's expression turned venomous as he unleashed another attack. Xu Tian took a deep breath and once again used the Child of the Wind ability to teleport away from the attack. Steward Lu's lips twitched, his expression growing increasingly unhinged. Let's see if you can dodge again. The spatial energy flickered, and Xu Tian teleported once more. With that, his last teleportation use was exhausted. Steward Lu was on the brink of fury. Fine. You brought this on yourself. Spatial lockdown. Suddenly, the surrounding space shifted, as if sealed by an invisible force. Xu Tian frowned, unsure of what this ability entailed. Abruptly, an elemental cage fell over Xiaobai. Xiaobai! Xu Tian shouted in alarm, but before he could react, another cage trapped Xiaoman. Moments later, Xiao Wu was also ensnared. Steward Lu's maniacal laughter echoed. Xu Tian, I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeve. Within my spatial lockdown domain, I can control your pets at will. The only reason you've lasted this long is because of those 3 beasts. Without them, what can you possibly do? The moment Steward Lu finished speaking, Xu Tian felt a chill run through his heart. The overwhelming power of a spatial mage left him gasping in disbelief. Steward Lu was right. Xu Tian had only managed to hold his ground thus far thanks to the help of Xiaobai and the others. Without his pets, he was nothing more than an ordinary combatant. A wave of despair washed over him, but Xu Tian quickly thought of his last hope, Beast God skill. By activating it, he could temporarily gain Xiaobai's attributes. This was his one final chance. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his determined gaze on Steward Lu and began chanting the incantation. Whoosh! A visible surge of energy rippled outward, and Xu Tian's attributes skyrocketed at an astonishing speed, matching Xiaobai's stats in mere moments. Steward Lu noticed the change and froze briefly, but quickly regained his composure. It seems I underestimated you. Steward Lu sneered coldly. But even with your pet's attributes, you stand no chance of defeating me. The gap between us cannot be bridged so easily. Xu Tian's heart raced. He knew Steward Lu's words were true. Even with Xiaobai's attributes, the chasm in their power remained vast. But this was his last show that had to take it. In that critical moment, an earth-shattering roar erupted from within Xu Tian. In the next instant, a massive phantom materialized behind him. It was a strikingly majestic white tiger, resembling Xiao Bai but exuding a more mature and commanding presence. Wind energy swirled fiercely around it, leaving an awe-inspiring impression. A system notification immediately popped up. Target: Phantom of the Beast God White Tiger. Potential: Level: Health: Strength: Defense: Speed: Energy. Seeing this, Xu Tian drew a sharp breath, memories flooding back. This was a hidden attribute of the Beast God's skill Beast God Descent. He hadn't expected to activate it so fortuitously in this moment of peril. Steward Lu's face turned pale as he witnessed the Beast God White Tiger's phantom appear. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, the phantom's razor-sharp claws came slashing toward him with a deafening roar. No! Steward Lu's eyes widened in terror as he desperately tried to flee, only to find himself firmly trapped by an invisible force of wind elements. Xu Tian watched as Steward Lu's form dissolved into a flash of golden light before collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. When Xu Tian finally opened his eyes again, he found Xiao Bai curled up on his chest, sound asleep. Nearby, Xiao Man stood like a small mountain, vigilantly guarding the area. To his amusement, Xiao Wu was perched on top of his head. Roar! Xiao Bai was the first to sense Xu Tian waking up, letting out an excited growl. The other two beasts quickly turned their affectionate gazes toward him. Xu Tian gently stroked their heads and slowly stood up. Looking not far away, he saw Steward Lu's lifeless body lying on the ground, surrounded by the golden glow of loot. The sight brought back memories of what had transpired before he lost consciousness. If not for the Beast God White Tiger's phantom descending, he would have been doomed. While feeling a sense of relief, Xu Tian also realized the importance of preparing more trump cards for survival. The next time he found himself in such a dire situation, luck might not be on his side. Turning his attention to the loot left behind by Steward Lu, Xu Tian was astonished. As expected of someone from the Ren family, the spoils were incredibly rich. There were all kinds of equipment, materials, scrolls, rare potions, and skill books for various professions. Although the set of epic-level equipment was unusable due to level restrictions, Xu Tian discovered something truly unexpected: a fragment of a map. Upon closer inspection, he realized this fragment closely resembled the one he had previously purchased at the Tianyun auction house. Excited, he took out his own piece for comparison, and sure enough, the two fragments fit together perfectly, though two more pieces were still missing. No wonder he wanted to buy that fragment at the auction. Xu Tian muttered to himself. He already had one of the pieces. A realization dawned on him. This really is a blessing in disguise. Now I have two fragments. If I can collect the remaining two, I might be able to uncover the legendary treasure and perhaps even obtain an artifact. The thought of an artifact, an item, surpassing even legendary equipment, filled Xu Tian with excitement and anticipation. Huh, what's this? A purple gold card? Among the loot, Xu Tian found a card similar to the one Xiaoya had given him earlier, except it lacked the Tianyun auction house insignia. He wondered how much balance it held. After carefully gathering all the spoils, Xu Tian decided it was time to leave the instance. He knew news of Steward Lu's death would spread quickly, and the Ren family would undoubtedly send even stronger fighters to hunt him down. If not for Steward Lu's overconfidence, Xu Tian wouldn't have been able to claim victory so swiftly. Even so, he had exhausted all his trump cards. Facing another opponent of the same caliber, he would have no chance. The wisest choice now was to lay low and survive the remaining days until the freshman trials. Once that time came, Teacher Chu Wan would step in to protect him. For now, staying in this level 40 instance was no longer an option. 2 days later, within the Grand Ren family mansion in the heart of Modu, a storm was brewing. Ren Yunshan fixed his icy gaze on the nervous attendant before him, his eyes glinting with a sharp, chilling light. What did you just say? Steward Lu is dead? His voice was as cutting as a blade of ice. The attendant trembled, cold sweat pouring down his face. Yais, he stammered, struggling to explain. Steward Lu was keeping watch on Xu Tian and told me to wait outside. But yesterday, news suddenly came that he was killed by Xu Tian. Hearing this, Ren Yunshan erupted in fury, slamming his palm down on the desk. With a sharp crack, the heavy mahogany desk shattered into pieces. You fool, he roared. Didn't I tell you to stay with him? Do you have any idea how crucial Steward Lu was? He was the only spatial manipulation mage in our family. If he had reached level 90, he would have undoubtedly secured a place on the mage leaderboard. And yet, he was killed by Xu Tian, a mere rookie who just awakened his profession? The attendant was so terrified that he dropped to his knees, his voice trembling as he tried to defend himself. Master Run. It's not that I didn't follow him. It's just that he wouldn't let me. He said he could handle Xu Tian on his own, so I... Ren Yunshan closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm himself. He knew all too well about Steward Liu's arrogance. Enough, he said, shaking his head. Then, he asked, Since he's dead, did you at least recover what he was carrying? The attendant froze for a moment before responding. Master Run. By the time I got there, Xu Tian was already gone, and Steward Liu's belongings had been looted. I have no idea where Xu Tian went, so I came back to report. Before he could finish his sentence, Ren Yunshan slapped him so hard that he was sent flying across the room. The head of the Ren family, his eyes blazing red with fury, bellowed, "You idiot! Who told you to come back? Do you even know what Steward Liu was carrying? Besides that fragment of the map, there were 10 billion gold coins I had just transferred to him, and now it's all gone. If Xu Tian gets his hands on it, do you understand how catastrophic this could be?" The rage within Ren Yunshan burned so fiercely it seemed as if it might ignite the entire room. 10 billion gold coins might not mean much to the Ren family, but it was enough to nurture Xu Tian into an even more formidable adversary. The fact that Xu Tian managed to kill Steward Liu under such circumstances proved his potential was terrifying. If someone like him were allowed to grow, the Ren family would undoubtedly face devastating retaliation. The attendant swallowed hard, quickly pledging, "Understood, Master Ron. He'll head to the southern province right away and capture Xu Tian." "Wait." Ren Yunshan raised a hand to stop him, falling into a moment of contemplation before saying, "No, forget it. Your strength is no match for Steward Liu's. Besides, the new talent assessments are coming up soon. This time, I'll handle it personally." The attendant bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, master." A glint of cold determination flashed in Ren Yunshan's eyes as he began calculating his next steps to deal with this sudden crisis. A dozen days later, inside the level 39 dungeon, two girls who looked exactly alike were locked in battle with a freshly spawned boss. The boss's strength far exceeded their expectations. The girl in the black dress was already injured, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Quick, get out of here. This is a platinum tier boss." The girl in the black dress cried out anxiously, her voice tinged with pain. The girl in the white dress narrowed her beautiful eyes, ready to retreat, but a sudden flash of black light blocked her path. The dark light quickly expanded, forming what seemed like a barrier. Both girls' delicate faces turned pale in an instant. The boss' ultimate skill. The girl in the black dress gritted her teeth. "We fight. I refuse to believe that a mere monster can take our lives." A glint of determination and fury flashed in her eyes. The girl in the white dress looked bitter. If they had a full team of warriors and assassins, there might have been a chance. But with just the two of them, the odds were slim. They had only intended to probe the boss, but it had gone straight into its ultimate move. Unwilling to back down, the girl in the black dress cast another spell attack. This enraged the platinum tier boss further, and the lion-shaped creature lunged toward her with ferocity. "Watch out!" The girl in the white dress cried in alarm, but it was too late. The girl in the black dress froze in place, despair filling her heart. In the blink of an eye, a shadow flashed by. The girl in the black dress found herself falling into the arms of a man. The sudden, overwhelming scent of masculinity left her momentarily stunned. "Hey gorgeous, need a hand?" A brilliant smile greeted her, belonging to none other than Xu Tian. "You, Xu Tian?" The girl in the black dress was a mix of surprise and delight. Her face quickly flushed as she realized Xu Tian's hand had landed on a rather private area. "Ahem, just stay here. I'll take care of this boss." Xu Tian cleared his throat awkwardly and reluctantly let go of her, turning to face the platinum tier boss. "Another over-leveled boss, huh?" Xu Tian muttered as he strode forward, narrowing his eyes. Lately, he had been roaming dungeons above level 30. While the experience was less rewarding, it was a safer strategy. In level 30 dungeons, he was practically invincible. A sleek, jet-black longsword appeared in Xu Tian's hand. Its ancient, intricate patterns gave it an ominous aura, as if it had been forged in the depths of hell. This was Black Abyss, a diamond-tier weapon he had acquired while treasure hunting. It had no level restrictions and boasted an attack boost exceeding 700. "Flames of the Black Abyss," Xu Tian murmured, his speed suddenly surging as he closed the distance to the boss in an instant. With a heavy slash, he struck down hard. Roar! The platinum-tier boss howled in pain, stumbling backward in fear as it stared at Xu Tian. Still not enough attack power, Xu Tian sighed before casting a water-binding spell. With a few more swift strikes, the boss collapsed to the ground. The entire battle was over in less than a minute, simple and brutal. "That's it? It's over?" The girl in the white dress was in disbelief. Recalling how they had been pushed to the brink of death moments ago, her face flushed with embarrassment. "What else did you expect?" Xu Tian replied casually, letting out a nonchalant yawn as he approached. The girl in the black dress reminded her, last time, he managed to kill a diamond-tier boss in just 30 seconds, but he didn't even summon his beasts this time. The girl in the white dress whispered. Hearing this, the girl in the black dress was stunned as well. Last time, Xu Tian had relied on his beasts to take down a diamond-tier boss. Now, he could defeat a platinum tier 1 on his own? His growth was absurdly fast. Hey, are you this quick at everything you do? The girl in the black dress teased with a sly smile. Xu Tian froze for a moment before catching on to her innuendo. He shot back without hesitation. Why don't you try me and find out? The girl in the black dress eyes sparkled mischievously. Oh, how about the two of us together? Ahem. Xu Tian suddenly felt his throat go dry. Xu Tian found himself struggling to resist the fervent charm of He Kun Winru. Her demeanor was proving to be quite a challenge for him. Meanwhile, Bai Kun Winru, standing nearby, blushed slightly, silently wondering how Xu Tian could say such shameless things with such a straight face. Eager to change the subject, Xu Tian's gaze swept over the two beauties before him. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. By the way, aren't you both mysterious class professionals? You're already level 35, yet you couldn't handle a level 39 platinum boss. Bai Kun Winru, worried that He Kun Winru might say something inappropriate again, quickly jumped in to explain, that's because we haven't undergone our class reincarnation yet. If we had, that boss would have been no match for us. Xu Tian's eyes lit up with curiosity. Oh, if your twin masters undergo reincarnation, wouldn't that be like reincarnating twice? A proud smile spread across Bai Kun Winru's face. Exactly. After reincarnation, our attributes can stack together. Impressive, right? She finally felt like she'd regained some confidence in front of Xu Tian. Xu Tian nodded, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Not bad. Twin masters truly deserve their reputation as one of the strongest mysterious professions. The advantages are undeniable. However, seeing Xu Tian's somewhat nonchalant reaction, Bai Kun Winru's excitement dimmed slightly, and her lips pursed in mild disappointment. At that moment, He Kun Winru suddenly leaned closer, wrapping both arms tightly around Xu Tian's right arm. Her scent was intoxicating, and her voice was sweetly seductive. Hey, since you're so strong, why not take us along to level up? Feeling the soft sensation against his arm, Xu Tian's heart skipped a beat. He bit his tongue to steady himself, silently cursing this woman for being such a temptress. Fighting back his inner turmoil, he quickly pulled his arm away and forced a faint smile. I'm being hunted by the Ren family right now. If you stick with me, you'll only get dragged into trouble. He Kun Winru pouted, her eyes flashing with a hint of disdain. Humph, we're not afraid of the Ren family. Xu Tian was taken aback by her confidence, wondering if Winru's background might be more complicated than it seemed. Still, he was used to operating alone. Traveling with two women, especially one as bewitching as He Kun Winru, seemed more trouble than it was worth, no matter how stunning they both were. As Xu Tian racked his brain for a polite way to decline, He Kun Winru suddenly giggled. Relax, I'm just teasing you. We know you're not interested in taking us along. Besides, the time for the freshman trial is almost here. We need to complete our class reincarnation and get ready for it. Xu Tian scratched his head awkwardly, then remembered something and asked, by the way, which academy did you choose? He Kun Winru chuckled lightly. Your neighbor, the Northern Academy. Of course, if we'd known you were going to Qing Academy, we might have followed you just to compete with you. After all, you stole the top spot from us. Xu Tian laughed. Oh really? Well, there's always a chance to compete during the freshman trial. He Kun Winru shot him a playful glare. Who wants to compete with you, pervert? She cast a meaningful glance downward, her gaze lingering for just a moment too long. That look made Xu Tian's little brother feel an inexplicable chill. Bai Kun Winru quickly waved goodbye, her cheeks flushed as she said, we're leaving now. Don't listen to her nonsense. As Xu Tian watched the two women walk away, he glanced down at the time. Only 3 days remained until the freshman trial. He was already level 37, but couldn't help wondering could he reach level 40 in time? 3 days later, the day of the freshman test arrived as scheduled. This year's testing ground was a mysterious realm called the 9-layered Demon Cavern, a unique and enigmatic location in Huaxia that could only be opened once a year. Legend has it that any brave soul who could conquer all 9 levels would have the chance to obtain a divine artifact. However, this myth remains unverified, as no one has ever succeeded in passing through all 9 layers. In previous years, countless individuals had gone bankrupt attempting to purchase an entry pass. This year, however, the universities joined forces to secure the opportunity and designated it as the testing ground for new students. This decision clearly demonstrated how seriously the institutions regarded this year's test. At the Special Teleportation Center in the southern province, the Jiang sisters had already arrived. Jiang Xiaoya was dressed in a pristine white priestess robe, exuding an air of purity that replaced her youthful innocence. Over the past month, with her elder sister Jiang Xiaoying's help, her level had skyrocketed to 39, just one step away from reaching level 40. In her hands, she gripped a dazzling blue staff and epic weapon she had recently obtained, called the Deep Blue Kiss. Standing beside Jiang Xiaoya was her tall and striking sister, Jiang Xiaoying. She wore a fitted t-shirt that accentuated her figure, paired with shorts that revealed her long, fair legs, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Zhang Xiaoye scanned the crowd eagerly, her eyes searching for Xu Tian. Unfortunately, she found no sign of him. Just then, a cool and composed voice sounded from behind. Xiaoye, Xiaoying. Zhang Xiaoye turned around and exclaimed with delight. Teacher Chu. Chu Wan was dressed in a crisp white blouse and a black skirt, with a pair of rimless glasses perched on her high-bridged nose. Her aura carried a unique mix of cool elegance and subtle charm. Glancing around, she asked, Has Xu Tian not arrived yet? Zhang Xiaoye shook her head. Chu Wan frowned slightly, a trace of concern crossing her face. Noticing the unease, Zhang Xiaoying asked, Teacher Chu, is there something wrong? Chu Wan nodded. I've received word that Ren Yunshan, the head of the Ren family, might be coming in person. What? Zhang Xiaoye exclaimed in shock. Ren Yunshan himself? Doesn't that mean Xu Tian is in danger? At that moment, the Jiang sisters' father, Jiang Tianwen, approached. Just as he was about to speak, a hearty laugh interrupted him. Governor Jiang, it's been a while, hasn't it? If I recall correctly, the last time we met was at the capital city conference. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in a suit walking toward them, flanked by an intimidating group of black-clad bodyguards. Each of them exuded a powerful presence, with levels above 70. Beside the man stood a young woman in a black dress Ren Qianqian. Her gaze landed on Jiang Xiaoye, and a flicker of malice flashed in her eyes. Jiang Tianwen responded with a polite smile. Ah, Master Ren, still as distinguished as ever. His expression, however, remained neutral. Ren Yunshan shifted his attention to Chu Wan and said courteously, You must be Teacher Chu from Qing University. I've heard much about you number one on the mage rankings. It's an honor to meet you. Chu Wan replied indifferently, Master Ren. Ren Yunshan didn't seem bothered by her aloofness. Turning back to Jiang Tianwen, he smiled and said, Governor Jiang, you're well aware of the Ren family's strength. I've come all the way from the capital for one purpose and one person, Xu Tian, the Beast Tamer who recently awakened in your province. Hand him over to me. Jiang Tianwen shook his head. Master Ren, you know the full story. Besides, Xu Tian is from my southern province. If I hand him over to you, what would that say about my integrity as a governor? Ren Yunshan's eyes turned cold. So, you're determined to protect him? Yes, Jiang Tianwen replied calmly. Chu Wan cast a surprised glance at Jiang Tianwen. As one of the four major families in the capital, the Ren family had the power to influence a governor's position. Jiang Tianwen's decision to shield Xu Tian was undoubtedly a risk to his career. Ren Yunshan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Very well. In that case, be prepared to share his fate. As the tension escalated, a light-hearted voice suddenly broke the silence. Well, looks like everyone's here. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Xu Tian strolled toward them casually, cradling a drowsy little wight in his arms. Xu Tian. Zhang Xiaoye called out in joy, quickly covering her mouth afterward. Ren Yunshan's gaze fixed on Xu Tian, his tone icy. Xu Tian, I didn't expect you to show up so boldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-clad bodyguards behind Ren Yunshan moved in unison, closing in on Xu Tian. Noticing the sudden shift in the atmosphere, Xu Tian scanned his surroundings. His eyes landed on Ren Qianqian, and he instantly pieced together the identity of the middle-aged man. Taking note of the bodyguard's levels, he couldn't help but feel a pang of alarm. All above level 70? Seriously? Jiang Tianwen's expression darkened as he stepped forward. Several individuals behind him followed suit, forming a defensive line. Ren Yunshan let out a cold laugh. Jiang Tianwen, do you understand the consequences of your actions? Rage burned like a blazing fire in Ren Yunshan's eyes as he glared coldly at Jiang Tianwen. His anger stemmed not only from Jiang's lack of tact, but also from his audacity. Yet, Jiang Tianwen remained composed, meeting Ren Yunshan's gaze directly. Master Ren, he said calmly, do you dare to publicly admit that this matter began with Xu Tian's wrongdoing? These words caused Ren Qianqian, standing beside Ren Yunshan, to reveal a flicker of guilt on her face. However, Ren Yunshan merely sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Why should I care who started it? Xu Tian dared to strike my daughter, and even took the young cub of my Ren family's savage king bear. Killing him wouldn't be excessive. Ren Yunshan's domineering statement infuriated Zhang Xiaoye, who clenched her fists tightly, her anger boiling within. It was clear to her that Ren Qianqian had been the one to strike first. Yet Ren Yunshan twisted the truth so brazenly. Just then, a crisp, melodious voice like that of a songbird rang out. It was Chu Wan. Master Ren, since your side is at fault, why not show some leniency? I can have Xu Tian return the savage king bear cub, and we can let this matter rest. What do you say? Her proposal, however, did little to diffuse the tension. Ren Yunshan narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with menace. Chu Wan, are you planning to shield Xu Tian as well? Think careful, Ido, you really believe he's worth it? Unfazed, Chu Wan responded calmly, Master Rin, Xu Tian is the top scorer in the National College entrance exam and my most outstanding student. You tell Mado you think he's worth it? Her words were like a sharp slap to Rin Yunshan's face in front of the crowd. Rin Yunshan's expression twisted with fury as he spat out 3 consecutive good s before waving his hand. From the crowd emerged a woman whose skin was adorned with lifelike snake patterns, sending chills down the spines of those present. Chu Wan fixed her gaze on the woman and said gravely, a snake spirit master. You must be Dai Yasi. The moment the name was spoken, the tension in the air heightened. Snake spirit masters were known for their wide-range attacks, but were notoriously difficult to control, making them undesirable allies. What's more, Dai Yasi was a top-tier heavenly-ranking expert, striking fear into the hearts of everyone present. Xu Tian narrowed his eyes, growing increasingly vigilant. It was no surprise that one of the 4 great families of the magic capital had a heavenly-ranking powerhouse in their ranks. He silently prepared himself to summon Xiaobai at any moment. Rin Yunshan, noticing the reactions around him, smiled in satisfaction. He gestured again, and an 86th level shield warrior stepped forward to stand by his side. Yasi, bring me that boy, Rin Yunshan ordered coldly. Understood, Dai Yasi replied without emotion. The snake patterns on her skin seemed to come alive, hissing and writhing ominously. Even the ever-composed Chu Wan could not hide a trace of tension. Though she was ranked first on the Earth ranking, she was only at level 86, far below Dai Yasi's level 90. The odds were slim, especially with Jiang Tianwen only at level 80. Amid this escalating standoff, an aged voice suddenly echoed through the air. Hehe, must we truly fight to the death over this? An elderly man dressed in traditional Tang-style attire stepped out slowly from a special passage, a kind smile gracing his face. His presence was like a gentle spring breeze, instantly dissolving the tense and hostile atmosphere. The restless serpent patterns around Dai Yasi also fell into an eerie stillness. A soul master, Jiang Xiaoying blurted out, immediately recognizing the man's ability. Xu Tian furrowed his brow slightly, surprised. This old man was indeed a soul master, a mysterious class renowned for enhancing allies and dispelling negative effects, dominating the field of support roles. Rin Yunshan's eyes flickered with a hint of apprehension as he noticed the man. Principal Tang, I didn't expect you to come in person, he said, his tone laced with a mix of respect and caution. However, it was clear his reverence wasn't directed at the man himself, but rather at the powerful force behind him, the Tang family of the capital. Chu Wan quickly walked up to the elderly man and greeted him respectfully. Grandpa Tang? The man looked at Chu Wan with a warm smile. My dear girl, your grandfather entrusted me to take good care of you. Have I finally fulfilled my promise? For once, a rare smile appeared on Chu Wan's usually cold and elegant face. Of course. This exchange darkened Rin Yunshan's expression. He said coldly, are you two planning to represent the Tang family and the Chu family of the capital to challenge me? As far as I know, neither of you has the authority to do so, do you? Chu Wan remained composed. Master Ren, we don't have that authority now. But once Xu Tian passes the freshman trials, things might change. Rin Yunshan's face turned grim upon hearing this. Xu Tian's formidable strength had already allowed him to defeat one of Rin Yunshan's stewards. Such talent, if showcased in the freshman trials, would undoubtedly catch the attention of influential figures. With their protection, Rin Yunshan's plans would be completely thwarted. This was precisely why he had rushed here, hoping to take Xu Tian away before the trials began. He hadn't anticipated Chu Wan and Tangda getting involved. So, you're determined to protect him today? Rin Yunshan asked in a low voice. Tangda replied softly, at the very least, until after the freshman trials, wouldn't you agree? Fine. Rin Yunshan retorted angrily, flicking his sleeve with frustration. Let's see what happens if Xu Tian becomes the first one eliminated in the trials. Then we'll see how you plan to protect him. With that, he stormed off with his followers into the special passage. Tangda turned to Xu Tian with a kind expression. You must be Xu Tian, correct? I'm Tangda, the principal of Qing University Academy. I've heard a lot about you. Xu Tian bowed respectfully. It's an honor to meet you, Principal Tang. Tangda continued. Your situation is both complicated and straightforward. In essence, it boils down to 2 things. You hid a young lady from the Ren family, and you took the barbarian King Bear. The former isn't a big deal, but the latter is extremely important to the Ren family. As for why, well, you'll find out if you manage to succeed in the freshman trials. From here on out, everything depends on you. Remember, if you want to stand out among the new students and gain the protection of those influential figures, you must come in first place. Only first place will make you unforgettable. Do you understand? Xu Tian nodded solemnly. Understood. He cast a grateful glance at Chu Wan, knowing she was the one working behind the scenes to give him this chance. He vowed to seize it. Good. Let's head inside, Tangda said, gesturing toward the special passage. Though curious about what lay beyond the passage, Xu Tian followed the group inside. After a brief teleportation, they arrived in a vast, open area. In the distance, a towering 90-year pagoda loomed majestically. At its base was a massive field teeming with people candidates, examiners, and high-ranking officials from various provinces and cities. Zhang Tianwen and Zhang Xiaoying separated from the group to greet some familiar officials. Meanwhile, Xu Tian and Zhang Xiaoya followed Xu Wan to the designated waiting area for the trials. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xu Tian asked, "Teacher Chu, what exactly is the format of this test?" He had initially assumed it would be similar to an open-world trial like a college entrance exam, but it seemed quite different now. Zhang Xiaoya also looked at Chu Wan with curiosity. Chu Wan took a moment to organize her thoughts before explaining. The location for your freshman trial is called the 90-year Demon Toweries, that tower over there. Each round of the trial involves teams from various academies entering the tower. Your task is to defeat a certain number of monsters while climbing as high as possible. Only by eliminating enough monsters on each level can you gain access to the next. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated from the competition. Xu Tian and Zhang Xiaoya exchanged a look of realization. I see. Chu Wan added, by the way, each team consists of 4 members. Have you found the other 2 for your team yet? Do pets count? Xu Tian hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Chu Wan. Chu Wan's beautiful eyes glimmered as her lips curved into a slight smile. Instead of answering, she asked in return, what do you think? Xu Tian didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. On the other end, a pleasant female voice answered, hello? I'm at the meeting point. What's up? Have you joined a team yet? Xu Tian asked directly. No, not yet, the girl replied briefly. Xu Tian's eyes lit up. We've got 2 spots here. Interested in joining us? Wait for us. The girl responded quickly and hung up. Beside him, Zhang Xiaoya looked at Xu Tian with a puzzled expression. Xu Tian smiled and explained, she's a friend I met in a dungeon. She has a mysterious class and is pretty strong. Zhang Xiaoya nodded lightly and obediently stood behind Xu Tian. Not long after, a woman in a white dress approached gracefully. It was Wenro. She spotted Xu Tian immediately and greeted him with a warm smile. Xu Tian quickly introduced everyone. This is my mentor from Qingda, Professor Chu. This is my friend, Zhang Xiaoya. And this is Wenro. Zhang Xiaoya and Wenro exchanged smiles and polite greetings. As they sized each other up, they were surprised to notice a similar air about them. Both radiated a calm and gentle demeanor, though Zhang Xiaoya had a more girl-next-door charm, while Wenro, true to her name, exuded elegance and a soft, endearing shyness that made her seem like a caring older sister. After a moment of silence, Chu Wan spoke softly. It seems like you're still 1 person short? Xu Tian smiled knowingly and turned his gaze toward Wenro. Understanding his unspoken cue, Wenro activated a summoning circle. From the glowing array, a figure identical to her stepped out, except this one wore a black dress. The black Wenro immediately charged at the white dress Wenro, shouting, you wretched woman, how dare you lock me in that summoning circle again? Both Zhang Xiaoya and Chu Wan were momentarily stunned. Chu Wan, in particular, narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured, a twin summoner? Exactly, a twin summoner. Xu Tian confirmed with a nod. Chu Wan appeared thoughtful, her gaze lingering on the 2 when roused with a subtle, unreadable expression. The group then took a moment to share their classes and levels. All 3 had already completed their second-class advancements, but a potential issue soon emerged. Zhang Xiaoya hesitated before turning to the white dress Wenro. Both of us are healers. Won't that disrupt the team's balance? She asked uncertainly. The woman in the white dress froze for a moment, then broke into a gentle smile. She looked at Xu Tian, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With someone like you, a total monster, how could there still be any talk of class balance? Xu Tian gently stroked the little creature in his arms, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I am a team all by myself. Let's go. As Xu Tian walked away, the woman in the black dress gazed after him with a look of infatuation, murmuring to herself, he's becoming more and more commanding. Then, turning to the woman in the white dress, she teased, but it seems you've got some competition now. Following her gaze, the woman in the white dress pointed at Zhang Xiaoya, who was standing beside Xu Tian. That's the real girlfriend. The woman in the black dress scrutinized Zhang Xiaoya carefully, her red lips pursed. She's definitely an outstanding girl, but... A sly glint flickered in her eyes. Do you think we'll give up that easily? Absolutely not. The woman in the white dress declared firmly. We must win Xu Tian over. Hearing this, the woman in the white dress suddenly twitched at the corner of her mouth. Hey, you can fight for him all you want, but don't drag me into it. The woman in the black dress refused to back down. We're sisters, aren't we? Are you really going to let me fight this battle alone? With my sharp instincts, I'd say that Zhang family's older sister also has her sights on Xu Tian. The woman in the white dress hesitated. No way. That Zhang's sister is so cold and aloof. Why would she be interested in Xu Tian? Let's make a bet. The woman in the black dress said confidently. If you lose, you'll team up with me to steal Xu Tian from those two sisters. Deal. I'm not afraid of you. The woman in the white dress clearly didn't believe her claim. Soon, the group arrived at the base of the 90-year demon tower. A crowd of students had already gathered there, along with some high-ranking officials and the school principal, all eagerly anticipating the upcoming test. The rules for entering the tower were straightforward. Each academy would send a team for each round, and the team that reached the highest tier would win. Each tier had specific requirements for participants, so higher levels would naturally have an advantage. The two women approached Xu Tian, and one of them said, "So, does this mean that at level 39, in the strongest here?" Xu Tian chuckled. "With your stats, even if you weren't level 39, you'd still be ridiculously overpowered. Looks like the championship is yours to lose." "Just the championship?" Xu Tian raised an eyebrow, then glanced at the two women with a peculiar expression. "But seriously, you two from Peking University teaming up with USIS, that really okay?" The woman in the white dress explained, "The final results are calculated individually, so there aren't as many restrictions on team formations this time. A lot of top-tier talents are forming cross-school teams to achieve better results." "I see." Xu Tian nodded in understanding. Suddenly, the woman in the white dress pointed to a team not far away. "Look over there." Following her finger, Xu Tian narrowed his eyes. Among that team was someone he recognized, or rather, someone he had a grudge against, Ren Xianqian. The woman in the white dress continued, "If we run into them, we'll need to be cautious. Ren Xianqian's profession isn't weak. She's a curse master, a mysterious and powerful class. She also has two other mysterious class teammates. The guy in black is a puppet master, and the girl on the left is a serpent spirit master." "Serpent spirit master?" Zhang Xiaoye was taken aback. "What's her connection to Dai Yasi?" "Dai Yasi is her older sister." "Why? Do you know her?" The woman in the white dress looked at Zhang Xiaoye curiously. Zhang Xiaoye nodded. "Yeah, we just ran into her outside the special passage. She's a bodyguard for the Ren family and tried to take Xu Tian away." The woman in the black dress mused. "So it seems that Ren Xianqian's team was specifically assembled by the Ren family. They're probably targeting Xu Tian." Xu Tian frowned. "Even so, there's no guarantee they'll end up in the same round as us, right?" The woman in the white dress shook her head. "No. The rankings for participants are arranged by the Magic City Academy, and the Ren family is their largest stakeholder. So, they might manipulate the exam?" Xu Tian squinted, recalling Ren Yunshan's parting threat how he would be the first to be eliminated. "That seems likely." The woman in the black dress replied with a yawn. Xu Tian smiled and asked, "Oh, in that case, are you still planning to team up with us?" The woman in the black dress shrugged nonchalantly. "Obviously. Those small fry? They wouldn't last a second against Xiao Bei's paw." Zhang Xiaoye seemed equally unconcerned. The woman in the white dress, however, cautioned, "That's what's strange. Ren Yunshan knows Xu Tian's strength well. He wouldn't just send a single team to deal with us. We should stay alert once we're inside." "Got it." Xu Tian nodded. From start to finish, he had never let his guard down. Before long, a summons echoed from the center of the square. It was time for Xu Tian's group to enter the 90-year demon tower. While waiting for the teleportation, Xu Tian noticed that both women looked unusually serious. He asked, "What's wrong with you two?" The woman in the white dress furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with unease. "So many top-tier talents." She pointed to a group in the distance. "Look over there, that's the team from Tianfu University. They've got two mysterious classes, one of which is the Golden Fist Fighter, known for their devastating melee damage." He Lushan from Ningfu University stood out in the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. He was hailed as the strongest summoner among this year's freshmen in Huaxia, thanks to his mastery of a skill that allowed him to summon epic creatures. Meanwhile, Wu Linlin captivated the crowd with her enigmatic identity as a moonlight elf. Wenru continued introducing the other contestants, mentioning mysterious professions one after another, such as Soul Burner and with Spirit Master. Zhang Xiaoye listened to this information, her delicate face gradually losing color. She asked in a trembling voice, "Why are there so many mysterious professions?" Xu Tian furrowed his brows tightly. Normally, mysterious professions were extremely rare, with each university being fortunate to have even one such individual. However, this round of contestants seemed to be overflowing with them, as if they were as common as cabbages. This abnormality raised alarm bells for Xu Tian and his companions. The two Wenris exchanged a glance before turning to Xu Tian. The Wenru in the white dress softly voiced their shared suspicion. "It's the Ren family. They must have offered huge incentives and manipulated the contestant lineup behind the scenes. Their goal is to hunt you down, Xu Tian." The Wenru in the black dress frowned and said, "Doesn't this mean we'll be pitted against the best talents from every university?" "I'm afraid, yes." The Wenru in white sighed deeply. At the same time, the university president seated on the central platform also noticed the anomaly and began discussing it among themselves. One of them directly questioned, "What's going on? Why are there so many mysterious professions in this round?" These contestants all seem to be the top talents from their respective universities, ranking within the top 500 in the national entrance exam. President of Modu University, "We need an explanation." Tangda, noticing Xu Tian in the crowd, quickly pieced together the situation. He turned to the president of Modu University and asked in a stern tone, while the other presidents also cast questioning glances. The president of Modu University, however, remained calm and unperturbed. He replied, "Fellow presidents, don't you think this makes the competition more exciting? If these top talents were scattered across different rounds, the champions of each round would be predictable. But by placing them all in the same round, we can better determine who the true genius is, can't we?" These words made the other presidents' eyes flicker with a strange light. Their gazes instinctively shifted to Tangda. It was well known that the top scorer in the national entrance exam was a Beast Tamer who had been recruited by Qingda University. This fact had already stirred some resentment among other universities. Though they had also attempted to recruit Xu Tian, Qingda had ultimately secured him first. In truth, if they had truly given it their all, Xu Tian might not have chosen Qingda. However, their hesitation stemmed from a lingering doubt. How could a Beast Tamer possibly achieve the top score? They suspected that Xu Tian might have used some unconventional means. If this competition could knock Xu Tian off his pedestal as the top scorer, Qingda University would become the laughingstock of Huaxia. More importantly, if one of their own university's talents emerged victorious in this round, it would significantly elevate their institution's reputation and standing in the nation. Driven by such motives, all the presidents chose to remain silent, tacitly approving the conspiracy against Xu Tian. "I agree. Perhaps this allocation is indeed the most reasonable." In the conference room, university presidents nodded in agreement, raising their hands to vote in favor. Finally, all eyes turned to Tangda. After a moment of silence, Tangda let out a soft chuckle. "I hope none of you regret your decision." The president of the Magic City Academy cast Tangda a deep glance before calmly saying, "In that case, let's proceed with sending the candidates into the teleportation." Just as Xu Tian was about to enter the teleportation portal, his phone vibrated. He pulled it out and saw a text message from teacher Chu Wan. "Xu Tian, be careful. The president of the Magic City Academy has tampered with the test. The opponents you'll face in your round may all be hostile." Xu Tian looked around and spotted Chu Wan standing not far away, her gaze calm as she watched him. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned and stepped into the shimmering teleportation portal, the first level of the 9-layer demon tower. A flash of light passed, and the surroundings gradually became clear. Xu Tian found himself in a space filled with towering stone tablets, the air damp and heavy with an ominous atmosphere. Not far away, four figures emerged from another golden glow, clearly members of the other competing teams. The group glanced around in confusion, confirming that there was no immediate danger, before shifting their attention to each other. Many hostile gazes landed on Xu Tian and his team. Two of the teams exchanged a glance before walking towards Xu Tian's group. "Well, what a stroke of luck to run into our top-scoring candidate so soon," said a boy carrying a black scythe, grinning slyly. "Ha, a beast master becoming the top scorer? Must be all show and no substance," someone from another team sneered. "Whether it's all show, you'll find out soon enough," the boy with the scythe said coldly, a glint of malice in his eyes. At that moment, a girl in a white dress stepped out from behind Xu Tian and spoke coolly. "You must be Chen Shan, right? The Reaper from the mysterious professions, ranked 439th in the entrance exams, admitted to South China Academy." "Oh, you actually know me?" Chen Shan was momentarily stunned, his gaze shifting to the girl in white. But when his eyes landed on another girl behind her, his pupils contracted sharply. "A twin soul master? You're Wenro, the runner-up?" Chen Shan's exclamation caused a stir among the onlooking teams. "No way, it's Wenro, the second top scorer," someone whispered in astonishment. While many doubted Xu Tian's performance as a beast master, no one dared to underestimate Wenro's strength. The title of Twin Soul Master was legendary. Among all the mysterious professions, its power ranked in the top 3. Possessing 2 professions and 2 characters whose minds were perfectly synchronized, a Twin Soul Master was nearly unbeatable. Whether in unknown combat or team battles, they had unparalleled advantages. Meanwhile, outside the tower, to better monitor the results of the freshman test, the Magic City Academy had specially invited a mirror master to project the scenes inside the tower. What was happening within was clearly visible to all the university presidents. The president of South China Academy, who had hoped Chen Shan might defeat Xu Tian, was stunned to see Wenro, the second top scorer, in Xu Tian's team. He immediately turned to North University's president, Shun Qingrong. Feeling the gazes of those around him, Shun Qingrong spread his hands helplessly. "Why are you looking at me? You all know that girl's background. Oh, you think we can control her?" The other university presidents winced, recalling Wenrou's intimidating family background, and chose to remain silent. On the other side, Magic City Academy's president, Tan Ing, frowned in thought. Wenrou teaming up with Xu Tian was unexpected, but it didn't pose a major problem. After all, he had prepared a special gift for Xu Tian. Wenrou alone wouldn't be enough to stop what was coming. A cold smile crept onto Tan Ying's face as he thought, daring to cross the Rin family's heiress? Xu Tian, you're doomed. Back on the first level of the tower, Xu Tian stepped forward from his team, his expression calm. Wenrou, let me handle this. These people are here for me. Wenrou hesitated briefly before stepping back behind him. Didn't expect you to be so chivalrous. But since that's the case, you're in for some bad luck, Qin Shan said with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. He had worried Wenrou might interfere, but Xu Tian had willingly given up his lifeline. Seeing Qin Shan's excitement, Xu Tian couldn't help but shake his head. This guy had decent exam results, but his intelligence clearly left something to be desired. Did it never occur to him that Wenrou, the runner-up, wouldn't have teamed up with Xu Tian if his results were truly questionable? Shadow Scythe Slash. Qin Shan suddenly yelled, charging at Xu Tian with his scythe raised. Xu Tian stood still, not even attempting to dodge, calmly waiting for the scythe to strike. Clang! A crisp sound of metal breaking rang out, and Qin Shan's scythe shattered on impact, falling to the ground in 2 pieces. My golden weapon! Qin Shan cried out in disbelief, staring at the broken blade on the ground. How? This is a golden weapon, how could it break just by touching you? You must have used some kind of trick. Xu Tian sighed, gesturing for him to come closer. Come here and he'll tell you. Qin Shan eyed him suspiciously, but eventually stepped forward only to be sent flying by a swift kick from Xu Tian. Qin! His teammates cried out, rushing to help him up. Qin Shan scrambled to his feet, pointing at Xu Tian angrily. You dare attack me by surprise? What are you all standing there for? Get him! His 3 teammates exchanged uncertain looks, hesitating. From what they had just witnessed, it was clear Xu Tian wasn't as weak as they had assumed. Realizing something was off, Qin Shan's expression wavered. He turned to the other team nearby and whispered, let's join forces. If we take Xu Tian down, we'll get the Rin family's bounty. That's an epic-level skill book. Hearing this, the other team hesitated briefly before stepping forward, closing in on Xu Tian. Seeing this, Xu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice icy. Still not leaving? Then none of you will leave today. As he spoke, a long sword wreathed in black flames materialized in his hand. The moment the sword appeared, the surrounding air seemed to grow hotter. Slash! Slash! Xu Tian uttered in a low voice, and a blade-like black flame swept through the air, instantly engulfing the 8 opponents. Amid their blood-curdling screams, the health bars above their heads plummeted rapidly, on the verge of being completely depleted. Xu Tian stood by expressionless, showing no intention of stopping. Realizing they couldn't hold on any longer, the 8 had no choice but to activate the life-saving wristbands on their arms. With a buzzing sound and a flash of light, they were teleported out to the outside world. At this moment, their faces were as dark as coal, filled with humiliation and anger. Being eliminated on the first floor without even encountering any small monsters meant their test scores were 0. To make matters worse, a Mirror Master had been broadcasting the scene live, and their embarrassing defeat was witnessed by everyone. The principal of the South China Academy had a face as dark as a stormy sky. Qin Shan was their most promising new student, yet he had managed to achieve a score of 0. This not only failed to bring honor to the academy, but also meant that the resources they had invested in him were wasted. He glared angrily at Principal Tang and demanded, Principal Tang, you owe us an explanation. Principal Tang responded calmly. An explanation for what? The test rules don't prohibit students from eliminating each other. Besides, it was Qin Shan who provoked first. The South China principal was left speechless, unable to refute. After all, everyone had seen Qin Shan and his team of 8 initiate the provocation, only to be defeated single-handedly by Xu Tian. The other principals' gazes shifted as well, their perception of Xu Tian beginning to change. They realized this top scorer in the college entrance exams was no ordinary talent. The principal of the Shanghai Academy fixed his eyes on Xu Tian in the broadcast, a glint of malice flashing in his gaze. He secretly plotted that to protect the rise of the Ran family's genius, Xu Tian must not leave the 9-layered demon tower alive. Inside the tower, after witnessing Xu Tian effortlessly take down the 8 challengers, the other teams abandoned any thoughts of competing with him and retreated. Wenrou approached Xu Tian with a smile and said, it seems they won't be making a move on you for now. Zhang Xiaoye cautioned. But once we reach the higher levels, stronger opponents might try to cause trouble. Xu Tian nodded in agreement, remaining vigilant despite the small victory. After a brief rest, Xu Tian and his team began their climb through the tower. Due to the earlier conflict, they were now lagging behind the other teams. Not long after they resumed, they encountered small monsters resembling spirit-like entities or sword spirits. Xu Tian chuckled softly and summoned Xiaoman. A commanding roar echoed through the tower, sending tremors through the hearts of the nearby teams. Upon seeing the towering beast, the nearby competitors instinctively retreated. Outside the tower, Ren Yunshan's eyes narrowed dangerously at the sight of the Bear King Xiaoman, a murderous aura emanating from him. Xu Tian gestured for Xiaoman to lead the way. The first-floor monsters had relatively low stats, averaging around level 30 and classified as bronze-ranked. For Xiaoman, they were no challenge at all. Before long, the team had ascended to the second floor. After the teleportation, the surrounding teams had shifted, but no formidable opponents appeared yet. Some teams, initially tempted to attack, hesitated and backed off upon noticing Wen Rao's presence. Xu Tian continued the monster hunting spree, and this time, he summoned Xiaobai as well. However, Xiaobai didn't join the fight. Instead, it lounged leisurely on the side, seemingly unbothered by the chaos. A sense of comfort welled up within him. Xu Tian immediately called the other three women to join him on Xiaobai's back. Even with all four seated, Xiaobai still felt spacious. Suddenly, a deep, guttural roar shattered the tranquility. The entire tower shook violently, and in the distance, clouds of dust billowed like dense fog, as if some colossal entity was breaking through the ground. Xu Tian focused his gaze toward the commotion, while the three women beside him wore expressions of uncertainty and alarm. After a brief hesitation, Xu Tian commanded Xiaoman and Xiaobai to dash toward the source of the sound. The interior of the tower was vast, and it took them 10 minutes to reach their destination. By then, a number of small teams had already gathered in the area, including some of the top-ranked prodigies from the recent college entrance exams. Everyone's attention was locked on the dust-filled zone ahead. Although they noticed Xu Tian's arrival, no one showed any intent to confront him. Their focus remained entirely on the mysterious sight. Speculation began to swirl in everyone's minds. Could this be a hidden treasure of the 90-year Demon Tower? Or perhaps a secret realm? The 90-year Demon Tower was already a rare and coveted dungeon for cultivators, offering unparalleled challenges and rewards. Reaching the 9th tier even presented the chance to obtain divine artifacts. The opportunities and treasures concealed within the tower were legendary. Given the tower's unique nature, any secret realm it spawned was unlikely to be ordinary. As the dust gradually settled, the crowd collectively held their breath. Xu Tian and his companions were no exception, their eyes fixed on the scene ahead. But when the view finally became clear, Xu Tian's pupils constricted sharply, and an expression of disbelief spread across his face. Emerging from the ground were countless skeletal remains of various forms. Some were humanoid, others beast-like, but all shared one eerie feature: their eyes glowed with an unsettling red light, resembling a resurrected army of the undead. Behind these skeletal figures stood four pale-faced youths, their lips moving as they chanted incantations. With each word of their spell, more bones crawled out of the earth, accompanied by a spine-chilling series of cracking and popping sounds. The secret realm everyone had anticipated turned out to be the creation of these four individuals. Who were they, and what was their purpose in causing such a disturbance? Questions and unease filled the minds of the onlookers as they processed the bizarre scene before them. Gentle Ro lowered her gaze, her expression grave. The four scions of the undead from the Hunters Guild. What are they doing here? Xu Tian was momentarily stunned before asking, Hunters Guild? Isn't that under the Ren family's influence? Strictly speaking, the Ren family is just one of its shareholders, Gentle Ro explained, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. Xu Tian yawned lazily and asked, So, are they another tactic the Ren family is using to deal with me? Gentle Ro nodded slightly, her voice tinged with concern. Most likely. The four scions of the undead didn't rank very high in exams, probably around the 500th place. But that's due to the nature of their profession. They're all necromancers, and in a place like this, their abilities are 10 times more effective than in an ordinary dungeon. In the 90-year Demon Tower, they're in their element. With the Hunters Guild sending them here, you need to be especially careful this time. Xu Tian, however, chuckled carelessly. What's there to fear? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. The four scions of the undead? Sounds pretty intimidating. I'll give them that. The black-dressed Gentle Ro gave him a coquettish glance. You fool, don't underestimate the Hunters Guild. Those four are notorious for being ruthless. Hearing this, Xu Tian's expression finally turned serious. He scanned the surroundings, noticing that the area below was densely scattered with skeletal remains, bones of those buried within the 90-year Demon Tower. As Gentle Ro had said, this place was indeed a paradise for necromancers. Just then, a timid voice sounded nearby. I think I can counter them. Everyone turned to look. Zhang Xiaoye stood there blinking her innocent eyes, looking guileless. Counter them? The black-dressed Gentle Ro asked curiously, pointing at the group of undead. Zhang Xiaoye nodded. Yes, I can feel that my skills and attacks are highly effective against these undead creatures. Xu Tian's eyes lit up. Of course, Xiaoya's class is Holy Angel. It makes sense that Shed have a natural advantage against such unholy creatures. The two gentle Rouse exchanged a glance, both letting out a sigh of relief. After all, the enemy had 4 necromancers, and if they summoned all the undead creatures on the second floor, it would be a huge problem. Suddenly, Xu Tian thought of something and turned to the white-dressed gentle Row. By the way, aren't you also a priest class? If I remember correctly, priests have some advantage against these kinds of monsters too, right? The white-dressed gentle Row looked a little embarrassed. Well, my priest class had a slight issue during the specialization process. Xu Tian was puzzled. What did it specialize into? Divine Shield Priest, she mumbled softly. Xu Tian's mouth twitched. The one that's infamous for having no offensive abilities and relying entirely on shields for defense? The white-dressed gentle Row gave a sheepish smile. That's the one. At this point, Zhang Xiaoya chimed in. Actually, Divine Shield Priest is really strong. Among all priest specializations, it's ranked in the top 3. Since it lacks offensive power, its ability to protect the team's core damage dealers far surpasses that of an ordinary priest. In battle, it can not only apply high health shields, but also provide continuous healing. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow. Really? If the Divine Shield Priest's abilities are, as you say, healing, while applying shields, then it truly qualifies as a top-tier support class. The white-dressed gentle Row added softly. That's correct. After my specialization, we tested it. A single shielding skill can restore nearly 20 of her health. 20%? Xu Tian's eyes widened. The black-dressed gentle Row, though a mage, currently had close to 7,000 health. A single skill restoring almost 2,000 health, along with adding a shield? That's practically giving her half a life back. Xu Tian couldn't help but glance at Zhang Xiaoya. And you, Xiaoya? As a holy angel, your healing must be even more impressive, right? Plus, if I remember correctly, you're holding an epic grade staff. Zhang Xiaoya replied calmly. My specialization is Holy Light Angel. When I heal a target, I can also apply an aura that provides buffs like damage reduction, increased defense, and crowd control immunity. Additionally, targets within the aura may receive Angel's Blessing, though its effects are currently unknown. As for healing with the Deep Blue Kiss staff, I can restore about 3,000 health in one go. Hearing this number, Xu Tian couldn't help but take a sharp breath. 3,000. That level of healing is something only a level 50 priest could typically achieve, yet Xiaoya, at level 39, had already reached it. This is the terrifying potential of the Holy Angel class. On the other side, the white-dressed gentle Row was also surprised by the number. While Divine Shield Priest was already considered top tier among healing classes, the gap between it and the Holy Angel was still significant at the same level. However, she wasn't too envious. After all, she wasn't just a simple priest. She had another personality to complement her. Together, the two personalities could balance offense and healing, potentially being even more effective in actual combat than Zhang Xiaoya. Tisk, with the two of you as healers, I feel much more at ease, Xu Tian remarked. Both of their support abilities were incredibly strong, more than enough to keep Xiaobai and Xiaoman healthy in the tower. Of course, they were still slightly outclassed by Xiao Wu, whose skills were percentage-based rather than fixed values. However, since Xiao Wu was a secret companion obtained later in a dungeon, only the Ren family's steward Lu knew of her existence and Lu was already dead. Xu Tian had no intention of revealing Xiao Wu's existence, planning to keep her as a trump card for unexpected situations. Just then, a loud rumble echoed below, and the ground began to quake violently. The earth beneath their feet trembled, and small stones visibly bounced on the surface. A section of the ground near the 4 scions of the undead suddenly collapsed, causing the skeletal undead standing above it to tumble down one by one. Soon, a staircase leading downward appeared, extending into the dark, ominous depths below. Several nearby teams shouted at the 4 necromancers. What is this? Hey, what are you guys up to? The 4 scions of the undead finally ceased their chanting, turning to face the surrounding competitors. Their pale faces twisted into eerie smiles. Congratulations, everyone. You've discovered the hidden realm, the tomb of the undead. Hidden treasure realm. A startled cry echoed among the contestants, sparking a wave of commotion. Teams scattered around the area erupted into excitement, their eyes gleaming with greed as they all turned their attention to a staircase descending into the ominous darkness. The 4 sons of the undead noticed the stir and let a faint smirk play on their lips. They began softly chanting an incantation, and the surrounding army of skeletons parted like a receding tide, creating a clear path leading to the hidden realm. Yet, to everyone's surprise, no team dared to make a move. Hey! One contestant suddenly shouted, suspicion lacing his voice. This hidden realm was clearly discovered by you 4. Why would you share it with us? Could it be some kind of trap? The 4 sons of the undead let out an eerie, bone-chilling laugh. Hehe, this is an open realm. Even if we didn't say anything, Do you really think you'd obediently stay outside? Their words caused the contestants to fall into deep thought. It was true if it was an open realm. They could still follow the four sons of the undead inside. There seemed to be no point in trying to block anyone. Listen up, one of the four sons added. The rare treasures in an open realm are limited. First come, first served. With that, they stepped onto the staircase and disappeared into the darkness. Those words were like a match to dry kindling, instantly igniting the contestants' desires. All hesitation was cast aside as they raced toward the entrance, desperate not to miss out on any opportunity. Watching the chaos unfold, Heikun Winru turned anxiously to her teammates. We should go too, or there won't be anything left. However, Xu Tian shook his head slightly. No, those four are up to something. What do you mean? Heikun Winru asked, perplexed. Xu Tian pointed to a spot among the piles of bones. Look closely. They didn't actually enter the realm. They used elemental magic to hide themselves among the undead skeletons. Following Xu Tian's gaze, the group spotted four cloaked figures concealed among the skeleton who the very same four sons of the undead who had supposedly entered the realm moments ago. What the? Heikun Winru gasped, her words trailing off in shock. Xu Tian explained calmly, they likely have some kind of teleportation tool. Walking into the realm was just a diversion. Their real goal was to trick others into going in first. But why would they do that? Zhang Xiaoya asked, her brows furrowed in confusion. Xu Tian narrowed his eyes, his voice steady as he shared his theory. I believe this is a classic tactic of the Hunters Guild using others as cannon fodder. Cannon fodder? The three women exchanged bewildered glances. Xu Tian elaborated. I've encountered people from the Hunters Guild before. When they face an unknown and potentially dangerous realm, they'll often coerce or deceive unsuspecting individuals into testing the waters for them. What? The three women exclaimed, their faces paling. That's barbaric. If there's real danger, those people could. Exactly, Xu Tian confirmed grimly. It's a despicable practice. But I suspect these four have an even bigger agenda. Did you notice how the realm only appeared because they were controlling the undead skeletons nearby? Zhang Xiaoya pondered for a moment. Now that you mention it, are you saying these skeletons are the key to opening the realm? Xu Tian nodded. That's my guess. By controlling the skeletons, the system might register them as defeated, which triggers the realm's entrance to appear. But as necromancers, they can communicate with the undead. They likely already know what's inside the realm and whatever it is, they can't control or defeat it. That's why they're luring others to go in first. Otherwise, with an army of skeletons this large, they could easily block anyone from entering. As Xu Tian finished speaking, the three women's expressions grew increasingly serious. They glanced around, noting the sheer number of skeletons, hundreds, at least. Such a force could easily prevent any team from advancing. The fact that the four sons chose to open the path instead raised unsettling questions about what horrors might lurk within the realm, something even more terrifying than the skeleton army. The thought of the contestants who had rushed into the realm, unaware of the potential danger, sent chills down their spines. The four sons of the undead were ruthless, their tactics cold and calculated. Without the safety of teleportation bracelets, dozens of lives could have been lost to their schemes. Suddenly, the sound of slow, mocking applause pierced the tense atmosphere. Unnoticed until now, the four sons of the undead had silently approached, standing a short distance away with their skeletal army looming ominously behind them. Impressive, truly worthy of a top scholar. The leader of the four sons sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Xu Tian remained composed despite the unexpected confrontation. So, you really are from the Ren family. One of the necromancers stepped forward, his voice hoarse and grating like sandpaper. You've taken something that doesn't belong to you. It's only fair you return it. Xu Tian smirked coldly, his tone unwavering. Do you think you have what it takes to make me? Heh, why don't you try and find out? The four princes of the undead let out a chilling, sinister laugh in unison, their eyes glinting with an eerie light. Their skeletal fingers rubbed against each other, producing a bone-chilling sound. In the next moment, they began chanting in unison, their deep incantations reverberating through the air. Clatter, clatter. The ground beneath Xiao Bai suddenly cracked open as countless skeletons burst forth from the earth. Their bony, claw-like hands clamped tightly onto Xiao Bai's limbs, pinning him firmly in place. A flash of anger flickered in Xiao Bai's eyes as he prepared to unleash his fury, but before he could act, a clear, melodious voice rang out. Holy light, shine forth. Zhang Xiaoya's body suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, instantly illuminating the entire area. The skeletons that had just emerged from the ground let out piercing wails under the radiance of the holy light. Black smoke began to rise from their bones, and they quickly lost their mobility, collapsing into lifeless heaps. A holy angel! The four princes of the undead exclaimed in shock, their composure shaken. Your team actually has a holy angel class? The skeletal army surrounding them crumbled continuously under the relentless holy light, and at the center of it all was Jiang Xiaoya. Witnessing this, the faces hidden beneath the cloaks of the four princes twisted into hideous expressions of rage. One of them immediately began chanting a dark spell, conjuring a beam of black energy that shot straight toward Jiang Xiaoya. Divine Shield. Jiang Xiaoya, her white dress flowing gracefully, raised her hand with a serene motion. A sacred shield of light materialized before her, effortlessly blocking the dark beam. Xu Tian's cold gaze swept toward the attacking necromancer, his voice low and menacing. You're bold, I'll give you that. But you made a mistake by targeting one of mine. Not good, one of the four princes muttered in alarm. Before they could retreat, Xu Tian had already appeared in front of them in a flash. His long sword, wreathed in black flames, cut through the air in an arc, aiming directly at one of their heads. No. The necromancer looked up, his pupils contracting in terror as dread consumed him. He realized that the power of this strike far exceeded his defensive capabilities and would likely take him out instantly. In desperation, he tore off his teleportation talisman without hesitation. A flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from the spot. The remaining three necromancers were left stunned, fear gripping their hearts. They had long heard of Xu Tian's formidable close combat skills, but they never imagined he was this powerful. To force their companion to flee via emergency teleportation with a single strike, was this truly the strength of a beastmaster? Even a blood berserker would struggle to achieve such devastating power. Retreat now. The remaining three undead princes shouted in panic. Under the cover of their skeletal army, they retreated frantically, putting dozens of meters between themselves and Xu Tian's group in the blink of an eye. Finally catching their breath, the trio glared at Xu Tian with eyes full of resentment. This young man's strength was far beyond their expectations. They had intended to use the terrain to their advantage against him, but his holy angel perfectly countered their skeletal army. Even more shocking was the fact that one of their companions had been forced out of the dungeon after Xu Tian shattered his wristband with a single strike. How could this kid's power be this terrifying? One of the undead princes muttered under his breath. Isn't he supposed to be a beast tamer? Aren't their abilities primarily dependent on their pets? If he's this strong himself, just imagine how absurdly powerful his divine beast must be. Another murmured, swallowing nervously. A hint of regret flickered in their eyes at having taken on the task of dealing with Xu Tian. The three exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, let's avoid direct confrontation for now. We'll regroup with Yao San and the others before making our move. Right now, the priority is securing the treasures in this secret realm. On the other side, Xu Tian watched as they retreated back into their skeletal army. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against pursuing them recklessly. Taking on the skeletal horde required the suppressive abilities of Xiaoyu, his holy angel. If he rushed into the midst of the skeletons, Xiaoyu could end up in danger. As for those three, he'd have another opportunity to deal with them. Just then, a flash of silver light appeared at the entrance of the secret realm, and two battered figures emerged. One was a pale-faced young woman clutching a silver staff, her complexion alarmingly ashen. The other was a knight armed with a sword and shield, though his armor was in tatters, bearing the marks of a fierce battle. It's Bai Yuner, Bai Kun exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the young woman. Bai Yuner? Xu Tian raised an eyebrow and looked at her. When Ro explained, she's the heiress of the Bai family in Magic City and the only space attribute mage to awaken in this generation. To protect her, the Bai family even hired a godlike paladin of the same rank at great expense. A space attribute mage, are they rare? Xu Tian asked curiously. Extremely, when Ro nodded. Space mages not only have high offensive power but also possess the ability to teleport. High-level space mages can even extract teammates from a boss's ultimate attack, making them literal lifesavers. Hearing this, Xu Tian was slightly surprised and couldn't help but recall Lu Guancher, the space mage he had killed earlier. Unfortunately for Lu, he hadn't yet learned such skills and had died at Xu Tian's hands. So only this Bai family heiress and the knight made it out. Does that mean the rest of their group was eliminated? Xu Tian asked, blinking. Most likely, when Ro confirmed with a slight nod. Despite her disheveled state, Bai Yuner's delicate features were still striking. Her face was filled with fury as she glared at the remaining three undead princes, shouting angrily, Qin Xie, you undead princes actually dared to scheme against us. Qin Xie sneered and shamelessly retorted, Miss Bai, what are you talking about? You entered the secret realm of your own accord. I didn't force you in. How can you blame us for what happened? Bai Yuner gritted her teeth in anger, her chest heaving with indignation. Qin Xie added insult to injury. Oh, by the way, I assume you ran into the boss down there? What a pity you couldn't take it down. Looks like we'll have to finish the job ourselves. With that, the three undead princes laughed and strode into the secret realm. Watching this, Bai Yuner's anger flared even hotter. She knew exactly what those three were planning. They intended to kill the boss her team had weakened to near death. Shameless. By Yuner cursed, but she was powerless to stop them. She and her teammate had exhausted all their strength just to escape. Their health and mana were nearly depleted, leaving them no chance of competing for the boss. At that moment, Xu Tian's group walked past them. Bai Yunar's eyes suddenly lit up as she remembered something. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she exclaimed excitedly, "It's him, Xu Tian, the top scorer in the national exams." She turned to the knight beside her and whispered, "The undead princes are closely tied to the Ren family, and yet Xu Tian dares to go after them. This is going to be interesting. Let's follow and watch." The knight hesitated. "Miss, but in our current state." "Don't worry, we'll keep our distance," Bai Yunar said in a hushed voice. "Even if we just get to see those guys suffer, it'll be worth it." The knight sighed, but eventually nodded in agreement. Inside the secret realm, the group descended a staircase and entered a shadowy underground cavern. The place resembled a massive subterranean prison, with rusted iron bars forming countless cells. The ground was stained with dried blood, likely remnants of earlier exploration teams who had encountered mobs here. However, those enemies had already been cleared out. Ahead, the three undead princes led their skeletal army forward, heading determinedly in a specific direction. "Looks like I was right. These guys know exactly what kind of boss is lurking underground." Xu Tian and his team quietly followed behind, carefully avoiding the densely packed skeletal army around them. "Hey, why are we even here?" Hey Kun Winru asked softly, her voice lowered, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. Without even turning his head, Xu Tian replied, "Obviously, we're here to snatch the boss. You don't want to see those three kill the boss and hog all the secret realm rewards, do you?" "Of course not." Hey Kun Winru quickly agreed, but then hesitated and added, "But, with their skeletal army everywhere, can we really take it from them?" Xu Tian smirked confidently. "Of course. What? You don't trust my skills?" "I do. We can definitely do it." Zhang Xiaoye chimed in, her unwavering trust in Xu Tian evident in her voice. However, there was a faint tremor that betrayed her unease. Xu Tian glanced back and, sure enough, caught a glimpse of fear flickering in Zhang Xiaoye's eyes. He immediately remembered her fear of the dark. Without hesitation, he turned around and held her hand, offering silent reassurance. Seeing this, He Kun Winru's expression instantly changed. She hurried over to Xu Tian's side, putting on a pitiful look. "Xu Tian, I'm afraid of the dark too." Xu Tian rolled his eyes at her without mercy. Go, go. Find your sisters." Hearing this, He Kun Winru's face fell instantly. Bai Kun Winru, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but tease. "What's the matter?" Realizing who the real queen is now, He Kun Winru shot her a glare. "What are you laughing at? If I can't win Xu Tian over, you'll be the one embarrassed in the end." Bai Kun Winru's face stiffened, as if realizing there was some truth to those words. Just as she opened her mouth to retort, Xu Tian suddenly whispered, "Stop. I think we've reached the boss area." The group immediately halted, silently blending into the shadows. Thanks to He Kun Winru's skill, they melted into the darkness like specters. This ability allowed them to mimic shadows, a key survival skill for dark mages that also enabled them to cast spells undetected. Meanwhile, the three princes of the undead scanned their surroundings warily. After confirming there was no one else, they let out smug chuckles. "Heh, looks like Xu Tian doesn't dare to come down here." One of them sneered. "Of course not. This is our turf. The skeletal undead down here are even more numerous than above. If he dares step foot here, he won't leave alive," another added. "Alright, let's focus on taking down this boss first and see what treasures it drops," the third reminded them. The trio's gaze locked onto the boss, a massive, pitch-black serpent. Its scales gleamed with an ominous sheen, its crimson eyes glowing like blood, sending chills down anyone's spine. This was a living boss, one that even the three princes of the undead couldn't control. That's why they had let other contestants weaken it first. Now, the serpent's health was already below half. Seeing this, the three princes exchanged triumphant grins. "Looks like the treasures of this secret realm are as good as ours." As soon as the words left their mouths, a swarm of skeletal undead charged forward. The cavern echoed with the serpent's deafening roars. The fierce battle raged on for nearly 20 minutes before the serpent's health finally dropped to critical levels. One of the three princes swallowed hard in anticipation. This boss potential must be higher than Diamond tier. I can't wait to see what kind of items it drops. With a thunderous crash, the boss collapsed, its health reduced to a sliver. A burst of purple light radiated around its massive body. But in that very instant, a figure wielding a black long sword appeared out of nowhere. The three princes froze as they recognized the figure. Their faces twisted in shock and fury as they roared in unison, "Xu Tian, how dare you? What do I have to fear?" Xu Tian chuckled lightly, his sword descending in a swift arc. A streak of black flame blazed through the air, and the giant serpent's health dropped to zero in an instant. In that fleeting moment, endless golden light erupted, illuminating the entire hidden realm. Golden! The third son of the undead exclaimed in shock. It's actually a golden reward. But before they could even get a clear look at the prize, Xu Tian had already waved his hand, collecting the entire treasure into his storage space. Curse him! The third son of the undead was furious, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Everything they had painstakingly planned was about to culminate in claiming the ultimate reward of the hidden realm, only for Xu Tian to appear out of nowhere and snatch it from under their noses. Xu Tian, hand it over, or you won't leave here alive, the third son shouted menacingly. He's alone now. That holy angel-class companion isn't with him. Kill him, and the treasure will be ours again. Xu Tian remained calm, his expression serene, his eyes as tranquil as still water. If he wished to leave, he could easily activate the Beast Master exclusive skill, Child of the Wind. This skill granted him 3 teleportation uses during its duration, enabling him to appear and disappear unpredictably. How he managed to steal the boss's reward. But at this moment, he decided not to leave. Kill me? Do you really think you have the strength? Xu Tian's tone was indifferent as he began to summon a contract formation around him. As the formation's light glowed, the massive form of Xiaoman slowly materialized, each step crushing the skeletal undead on the ground into dust. Xiaobai, Xu Tian called softly again. From the distance came a thunderous tiger's roar, and a snow-white figure streaked like lightning to Xu Tian's side. The skeletons it trampled along the way crumbled like fragile paper. The faces of the 3 sons of the undead turned ashen. These were Xu Tian's beasts? Their attributes were terrifying. The skeletons were utterly powerless beneath their feet. However, the 3 sons quickly regained their composure and began chanting incantations. In an instant, the shattered skeletons slowly reassembled and rose again. Xu Tian narrowed his eyes. These undead skeletons could resurrect, but that was all they could do. Their attributes were insignificant compared to Xiaoman and Xiaobai. Once the 3 sons of the undead were dealt with, the skeletons would naturally lose their master's control. Without hesitation, Xu Tian turned his gaze toward the 3 sons, who were hiding amidst the skeletal horde. Feeling his piercing stare, the 3 sons' faces turned pale, and they hurriedly commanded the surrounding skeletons to shield them. Xu Tian snorted coldly, gesturing for Xiaobai and Xiaoman to clear the way. In an instant, the skeletal army crumbled to pieces under the claws of the 2 ferocious beasts. Not far away, Bai Yuner, who had secretly followed, stood dumbfounded. What was she witnessing? A battle between mythical beasts and an undead army? Those 2 beasts were ridiculously strong. Could they really be that guy's summoned creatures? The knight beside her swallowed hard, his voice trembling in shock. It must be. Such an overwhelming undead army would have devoured me in seconds. But to those 2 beasts, these skeletons are no more than brittle clay figures. As a holy light knight, he had ranked 97th nationally in the college entrance exams. He had assumed that the strength gap among the top 100 candidates wouldn't be too vast. But now, witnessing this scene, his worldview was utterly shattered. This is insane. Xu Tian is a complete monster, the knight muttered to himself. His personal combat ability alone rivals mine, and those 2 summoned beasts are absolute nightmares. They treat the skeleton army like ants. Wasn't the Beast Master supposed to be the weakest class? Didn't people say Xu Tian's top rank was suspicious? The knight forced a bitter smile. If this is what weak looks like, then we're not even worthy of being called weaklings. Bai Yuner suddenly frowned in confusion. But why are there only 3 sons of the undead left? Where's the 4th? The knight exchanged a puzzled look with her. Maybe Xu Tian already dealt with the other one? Elsewhere, the 3 women observing the scene were equally stunned. The black-clad Wenru, who had been preparing to step in and assist, quietly lowered her staff. Does he really have to be this terrifying? The white-clad Wenru sighed in amazement. There's no doubt about it, Xu Tian will be one of the pillars of Huaxia's future. A beast master reaching the pinnacle. It's almost surreal to imagine. Zhang Xiaoya's eyes glimmered with a smile. I knew it. Xu Tian is the strongest, without a doubt. At the center of the battlefield, under the cover of Xiaobai and Xiaoman, Xu Tian had already closed in on the 3 undead mages. The skeletal army protecting them had been reduced to mush. Even though more skeletons continued to emerge from the earth, they were instantly obliterated by Xiaobai's devastating claw strikes the moment they appeared. Upon witnessing this scene, the faces of the 3 sons of the undead turned deathly pale. They finally grasped the terrifying power of Xu Tian and couldn't help but think to themselves. No wonder the Ren family would go to such lengths, offering a hefty bounty for his life. Xu Tian slowly stepped out from behind Xiaobai and Xiaoman, his gaze calm as it swept over the 3 before him. His voice was low and composed, yet chilling. Will you leave on your own, or do I need to assist you? The three exchanged glances, their eyes darkening with malice. One of them gritted his teeth and growled, Xu Tian, don't push us too far. If you corner us, you'll regret it just as much. Hearing this, Xu Tian raised an eyebrow slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smirk. Oh, then go ahead, show me what you've got. Honestly, taking you out like this feels a little too easy. His words hit them like a hammer, striking directly at their pride. They felt as if their very souls had been insulted, and rage surged within them. Without hesitation, they began chanting a low, sinister incantation. Just then, Xu Tian sensed an unusual movement behind him. He turned slowly, his pupils contracting sharply. To his astonishment, the massive serpent boss he had just slain had somehow come back to life. However, it was no longer a creature of flesh and blood. Its body had been completely incinerated by Xu Tian's hellfire. What now stood before them was a skeletal frame glowing eerily, with crimson flames burning in its hollow eye sockets. Xu Tian frowned, his eyes darting between the skeletal serpent and the three sons of the undead. A thought crossed his mind. This boss has at least diamond tier potential, and yet those three managed to control it? The trio burst into laughter at his reaction. Ha ha ha, Xu Tian, you didn't see this coming, did you? This is a diamond tier potential boss, you don't stand a chance against it. Kill us? Xu Tian, today will be the day you meet your end. From the back, Bayuner and the knight couldn't help but gasp. What? They actually managed to control that boss? Bayuner exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. They were all too familiar with the boss's strength. It had nearly wiped out their entire team. If not for Bayuner's spatial relocation skill, they would have been eliminated for sure. I can't believe it's a diamond tier potential boss, the knight murmured to himself. If we had a fully advanced third-tier team, maybe there'd be a chance of victory. But that's impossible. Every participant here only awakened their profession a month ago. Even with the fastest leveling speed, no one could surpass level 40, let alone complete the third-tier advancement. Bayuner and the knight exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with worry. The same question lingered in both their minds. Could it be that even Xu Tian isn't a match for them? The diamond boss appeared. From the shadows, a trace of worry surfaced on Jiang Xiaoye's delicate face. She held her breath as she caught sight of the resurrected serpent. However, the tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by a soft chuckle from Wenru, one of the two women beside her. Xiaoye, no need to worry, said the woman in the white dress with a gentle smile. This guy could take down a diamond boss even when he was only at level 27. What? Jiang Xiaoye froze, her eyes wide with surprise. Even though she had immense faith in Xu Tian's abilities, defeating a level 50 diamond boss at level 27? That sounded almost unbelievable. The woman in the black dress, also named Wenru, giggled and added, that's right. His freakish strength is beyond imagination. Trust me, you don't need to worry about him. Secretly, she felt pleased. Clearly, this girl didn't fully understand Xu Tian's capabilities yet, which meant she might still have a chance. Xu Tian glanced at the skeletal serpent and shook his head indifferently. Is this all you've got? Although the level 50 diamond boss was far more powerful than the level 39 withered vine monster he had faced before, with its stats averaging at 5,000 across the board, Xu Tian was no longer who he used to be. Even Xiao Bai and the others had long since outgrown their juvenile phases. Xiao Bai, Xu Tian called softly, not even bothering to ask Xiao Man for assistance. With a low growl, Xiao Bai's fur emitted a faint red glow. Its majestic posture resembled that of a divine beast bathed in holy light. Gathering a swirling mass of wind energy in its mouth, it formed a glowing sphere on the verge of exploding. The leader of the undead trinity sneered at the sight. Xu Tian, do you really think your pet can stand up to a diamond potential boss? It's level 50. Even if your pet has divine potential, it's impossible for it to win. So you. Before he could finish, the glowing sphere in Xiao Bai's mouth transformed into a beam of energy and shot forward, piercing straight through the skeletal serpent's body. White Tiger Radiant Wave. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as the intense white light consumed the skeletal serpent. Under everyone's stunned gazes, the serpent shattered into pieces, its very bones fragmented by the overwhelming wind energy. Impossible. The leader of the undead trinity stood frozen, his expression rigid and his eyes filled with terror. The white tiger had just obliterated a level 50 diamond boss in a single strike. Xu Tian shook his head lightly. You have no idea what divine beasts are capable of. With that, he gestured casually, and Xiao Man charged toward the trio. Without their undead skeletons to protect them, they were no better than ordinary magics, completely vulnerable. As Xiao Man's claws swung down, the trio hastily activated their teleportation bracelets. Just before disappearing, the leader of the undead trinity gritted his teeth and shouted, Xu Tian, we won't let you get away with this. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow and unleashed a sudden burst of black infernal flames. The flames scorched their robes as they screamed and vanished from the scene. Outside the tower, the undead trinity reappeared, engulfed in black flames. They screamed in panic, shouting, "Quick, put out the fire!" A nearby water mage rushed forward to cast spells, but the strange black flames refused to be extinguished. "Step aside." A cold voice rang out as Xu Tian, the headmaster of the Magic City Academy, appeared. His eyes glinted with a sharp light as he cast 3 consecutive ice water spells, finally extinguishing the dark flames. "Headmaster!" The leader of the undead trinity cried out in dismay. "Xu Tian is a monster. His divine beast is beyond anything a human can contend with." "Silence, you useless fools!" Xu Tian roared, his face dark and menacing. The undead 4, students recruited by the Magic City Academy, had been his trump card. He had planned to use the unique environment of the 9-layered demon tower to eliminate Xu Tian. Instead, they had made a complete mockery of themselves in front of everyone, no less. Feeling the weight of the judgmental stares around them, the undead 4 lowered their heads in shame and slunk away silently. Xu Tian forced himself to remain composed as he returned to the discussion table, but he could feel the piercing gazes directed at him. "Headmaster Jia," a man named Tang said lazily from his seat, "your academy's actions are truly an eye-opener. Always preaching fairness, yet resorting to underhanded tactics behind the scenes. One of the top 5 academies in Huaxia, targeting a single student like this? Quite the display of grace and dignity. SK, talk about shooting yourself in the foot." Xu Xinyue's face flushed red with embarrassment. He forced a smile and responded, "You misunderstand. Their conflict is purely personal and has nothing to do with our academy." "Is that so?" Tang sneered. "Then Xu Tian must have a lot of enemies, huh? Even the undead 4 from the Hunters Guild are out to get him." Xu Xinyue remained silent, his expression stiff. His gaze turned even colder as he looked at Xu Tian through the mirror, his eyes now brimming with murderous intent. Back inside the tower, with the undead trinity eliminated, their undead skeletons crumbled into piles of bones. The 3 women approached Xu Tian, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Hey, you're really something. You know that?" teased the woman in the black dress. "You handled everything all by yourself without giving us a chance to help." Xu Tian grinned. "These small fries? Hardly worth troubling you lovely ladies. Flattery will get you everywhere," she replied, her smile growing wider. Zhang Xiaoye gazed at Xu Tian with shining eyes but said nothing. "All right, the air here isn't great. Let's wrap things up and head out," said the woman in the white dress. There wasn't much to tidy up anyway. Xu Tian had already collected all the valuable loot from the serpent boss, leaving behind only piles of useless bones. Just as they were about to leave the secret realm, the woman in the black dress suddenly stiffened and turned toward a particular direction, her voice cold. "Who's there? Show yourself. If you don't blame us for being rude." As she spoke, she raised a hand, summoning a dark magic spell. Wait. Well, come out, okay?" A sweet, delicate voice called out from behind a rock. Bayuner and a holy light knight of the divine seal stepped out from behind a rock, both looking slightly surprised. Dressed in a flowing white dress, Bayuner was the first to speak, her tone brimming with excitement. "Sorry about that. We didn't mean to spy on you. It's just that those 4 guys were so infuriating, so we followed them. Watching you take them down just now was absolutely exhilarating." Xu Tian was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected this young woman to venture this far, just to witness the downfall of the 4 undead lords. In a calm tone, he replied, "You've seen what happened to them. You can leave now, can't you?" Internally, he remained cautious. Bayuner was from the Magic City, and there was a chance she could be connected to the Ren family. Staying vigilant was the safest approach. Sensing Xu Tian's wariness, Bayuner quickly explained, "Of course, with a pet as powerful as yours, we wouldn't dare cause any trouble." Her curious eyes wandered to the small creature in Xu Tian's arms. Recalling how it had effortlessly taken down a diamond-ranked boss earlier, its current docile demeanor was a stark contrast. She couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Noticing Xu Tian's increasingly cold gaze, Bayuner wisely turned to leave, though she cast one last reluctant glance at the little creature before departing. The woman in the black dress, Winru, teased with a playful tone, "Oh my, it seems the young lady from the Bai family has taken quite an interest in your little pet. How about we send it to use some charm and lure her over? A spatial mage would be a great asset to the team in the future." Xu Tian rolled his eyes and countered, "If anyone's going to use charm, it should be you. With your allure, you could probably win over even other women." Winru stretched gracefully, her curvaceous figure drawing attention. Even Bayuner and Zhang Xiaoye couldn't help but glance her way. Smiling, she asked, "Should I take that as a compliment about my charm?" The woman in the white dress muttered under her breath, "Such a temptress." Feeling slightly exasperated, Xu Tian reminded them, "We've already wasted enough time. Let's focus on climbing the tower." The group nodded in agreement and continued their ascent. An hour later, Xu Tian and his companions reached the 3rd floor's end. At their feet lay a freshly defeated boss. Although it only had the potential of a gold-ranked boss, its level was as high as 39. This boss had eliminated many ordinary teams, but it posed no real challenge to Xu Tian's group. What truly caught their attention was the unexpected reward: a golden weapon. Looking at the weapon on the ground, Xu Tian remarked indifferently, "It's just a golden weapon, but not bad." Although he was also at level 39 and still within the range for using gold-tier equipment, in reality, he had long outgrown the need for it. Over the past month of training, he had acquired numerous treasures, including several diamond, epic, and even legendary-grade items. While most of the high-tier equipment couldn't be used yet due to level restrictions, he had already assembled a set of level-free platinum armor and wielded a level-free diamond sword called Black Abyss. The two women, Winru and the one in the white dress, were equally unenthused about the golden weapon. Though they rarely showed their strength, Xu Tian could sense that their equipment was far from ordinary. As for Jiang Xiaoya, with an epic tier staff in hand, she certainly wouldn't care about a mere golden weapon. In the end, the weapon was given to Xu Tian, as it was his pet, Xiao Man, who had taken down the boss. Little did they know, this golden weapon, which they dismissed as insignificant, was worth at least tens of thousands, possibly even hundreds of thousands, in the outside world. The spectators watching the mirrored scenes couldn't help but feel speechless, marveling at how wealthy today's newcomers seemed to be. It made them recall their own struggles at this stage, when even obtaining one piece of golden equipment was a challenge. On the fourth floor, after defeating the boss, they obtained 2 more golden pieces of equipment and some scroll items. Xu Tian mused aloud. It seems that starting from the 3rd floor, items and equipment begin to drop. The higher the floor, the better the rewards. The 3 women nodded in agreement. Scanning his surroundings, Xu Tian noticed that there were significantly fewer teams around. This could be due to the tower's attribute suppression, which prevented further progress, or because they had been eliminated by the bosses. He asked, "Do any of you feel any discomfort?" The 3 women all shook their heads, indicating they were fine. As a dual soul master, Winru's attributes combined those of 2 individuals after her class transformation, possibly even surpassing Xu Tian's in raw stats. Jiang Xiaoya, with her epic tier staff and other high-quality gear, also found the 4th floor manageable. Seeing the 3 women unharmed, Xu Tian nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and said with unwavering determination, "In that case, let's move forward." At the 5th level's end, the 4 of them joined forces to defeat the boss, reaping impressive rewards: 3 gleaming gold pieces of equipment and 2 platinum item scrolls radiating a mysterious aura. After dividing the spoils, they wasted no time and pressed on to the deeper levels. However, upon reaching the end of the 6th level, the scene before them was unsettling. Unlike before, more teams had gathered here, but most were battered and bruised, resting and recovering wherever they could. Clearly, the boss on this level was exceptionally challenging, becoming an insurmountable obstacle for many participating teams. As Xu Tian and his group appeared, they immediately attracted numerous gazes. Among them, some eyes were filled with hostility directed at Xu Tian. Everyone was well aware of the Ren family's bounty, and many, unable to defeat the current boss, began to harbor malicious intent. Why not simply eliminate Xu Tian instead? The reward offered by the Ren family was enough to drive anyone mad. Eliminating Xu Tian would earn them a diamond skill book, while killing him would bring them an epic skill book. To put it into perspective, even the most basic shield warrior class could sell an epic skill book for tens of millions. For certain rare and mysterious classes, an epic skill book could be worth close to 100 million. In an instant, several teams began to stir, closing in on Xu Tian and his group. From one of the teams emerged a figure Xu Tian was all too familiar with. At this moment, she stared at him, her face brimming with mockery. "Xu Tian, you've finally arrived," Ren Qianqian said coldly, her delicate features filled with a deep-seated hatred. Xu Tian, however, remained nonchalant in the face of the young woman. He yawned lazily and replied, "Miss Run, long time no see." "Ha!" Ren Qianqian sneered, her tone dripping with contempt. "Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you here? What you did to me that day, I remember it as if it happened yesterday. Today, you'll pay the ultimate price." She suddenly raised her voice, addressing the surrounding crowd. "Everyone, this is Xu Tian. Whoever manages to eliminate him will be rewarded with a diamond skill book. And if you kill him, it's an epic skill book. What are you all waiting for?" Even though Ren Qianqian remained silent, many had already recognized Xu Tian. After much deliberation, they still decided to eliminate the top scorer of the college entrance exams. The chances of defeating the 6th floor boss were slim, and even if they managed to win by sheer luck, the rewards wouldn't compare to the diamond skill book. On the other hand, teaming up against Xu Tian would guarantee his elimination. Whoever succeeded in taking him down would gain both fame and fortune, surpassing the top scorer in reputation while earning substantial rewards. The surrounding teams moved in slowly. Jiang Xiaoya and the 2 other women cautiously scanned the area, their tension growing more palpable. Xu Tian's gaze swept across the encroaching figures as the soft-spoken girl in the white dress quietly introduced them. That's Zhao Han, ranked 78th in the exams, a mysterious class stone giant. Over there is Huang Cheng, ranked 92nd, a mysterious class array master. And, as her gentle voice continued, Xu Tian's expression grew colder. He spoke indifferently. So many of you want to eliminate me? The girl in the white dress explained softly. Before the freshman trial began, the Ren family put a bounty on you. Eliminating you earns a diamond skill book, and killing you directly awards an epic skill book, with no profession restrictions. Xu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of killing intent flickering within. The Ren family has gone to great lengths for me, he murmured, his breath seemingly carrying a chill. The Ren family's relentless pursuit would have been fatal for most people by now. The girl in the black dress surveyed the area, noting at least 7 teams closing in. Among them, Ren Xianxian's team was the strongest, with all members being mysterious class professionals at level 35 or higher. She asked, Xu Tian, should we retreat for now? Jiang Xiaoya's delicate face was tense, her bright eyes fixed on Xu Tian as she awaited his decision. No retreat. Xu Tian shook his head, a cold smile forming as he glanced at the surrounding teams eyeing him like prey. Do they really think they can eliminate me? What a ridiculous notion. To me, they're not even worth being called small mobs. His words enraged the surrounding teams. Someone shouted angrily, arrogant. Xu Tian, no matter how strong you are, there's no way you'll survive against so many of us. If you're smart, disconnect your wristband, and leave now to avoid unnecessary suffering. Xu Tian responded calmly, why don't you come and try? The man hesitated for a moment, but after glancing around at the others, his resolve reignited. This was the top scorer of the college entrance exams, after all, and supposedly the weakest to Beast Tamer. Eliminating him would surely make him a legend. The man stepped forward, summoning a broad-bladed greatsword, clearly a warrior class professional. With a roar, he charged straight at Xu Tian, sword raised. Prepare to die. As the heavy sword roared through the air, Xu Tian remained expressionless, making no attempt to dodge. Behind him, the white-dressed girl and Jiang Xiaoya shouted anxiously, Xu Tian, watch out. Even Ren Xianxian, observing from a distance, looked puzzled. What's going on? Has Xu Tian frozen in fear, or has he given up resisting? Clang. A sharp sound echoed as the greatsword struck Xu Tian's neck. Yet, contrary to expectations, there was no gruesome decapitation. Instead, the sword shattered on impact. The warrior stood frozen, staring blankly at Xu Tian's unharmed neck, as if questioning whether he was hallucinating. At that moment, Xu Tian spoke softly, his voice chilling. You wanted to kill me? The warrior suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. Instinctively, he tried to activate his wristband to escape, only to realize in horror that he had lost control of his body. Xu Tian now held a weaponized black blade that had appeared in his hand without anyone noticing. He stared coldly at the warrior, who was immobilized by water-based energy. In the next instant, the black blade struck the warrior with tremendous force, engulfing him in black flames. The warrior looked toward his companions in terror, silently pleading for help, but no sound escaped his lips. The black flames burned fiercer, and the acrid smell of scorched flesh began to fill the air. The warrior's face contorted in agony, yet Xu Tian didn't deliver a final blow. Instead, he watched dispassionately as the black flames consumed the man's body and his health bar dwindled. By the time the 10-second immobilization ended, the warrior's health was nearly depleted. At the last possible moment, Xu Tian smirked faintly and severed the man's wristband, teleporting him out of the trial space. Yet, that faint smile on Xu Tian's face sent a chill down the spines of the surrounding competitors. There was a hint of cruelty in his expression, making everyone around him shudder. The contestants exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with fear. One of them muttered under his breath, "This man is nothing short of a demon." The horrifying scene of the warrior being consumed by black flames was still vivid in their minds. The relentless fire licked at his body, leaving behind charred scars. Even though he had been teleported out, it was likely that not a single part of his body remained unscathed. The competitors couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, grateful they weren't the ones facing Xu Tian. Even if he was teleported out, he's probably crippled for life and has no chance of being admitted back into his academy, someone whispered, their tone a mix of sympathy and dread. Such ruthless methods absolutely inhumane. Another competitor said indignantly, though they dared not meet Xu Tian's gaze. In stark contrast to the other's shock, Xu Tian remained composed. Slowly, he turned his head, his eyes scanning the terrified faces around him. His voice was calm but carried clearly to every ear. So, does anyone else want to try and eliminate me? As soon as he finished speaking, silence fell over the area. No one dared to respond, let alone challenge him. Outside the tower, at the council platform, The presidents of various academies were equally stunned by Xu Tian's actions. The president of the academy that had admitted the injured warrior slammed his hand on the table, roaring, "Outrageous! How could he do such a thing?" His face flushed with anger, his fists clenched as if he were ready to storm into the tower himself. This level of cruelty is beyond anything a civilized person would do. Another president exclaimed furiously. That black fire engulfed his entire body. There's no doubt that student's life is ruined. Indeed, such behavior is despicable. I propose we disqualify him from the test altogether, someone suggested, immediately garnering widespread agreement from the others. The council platform was thrown into chaos as the presidents voiced their protests, their outrage palpable. On the other side of the platform, Xu Tian, the president of the Magic Capital Academy, wore a sly smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He was secretly delighted. I didn't expect Xu Tian to be so reckless, handing me such a golden opportunity. Originally, he had only intended to follow Ren Yunshan's instructions to find a way to eliminate Xu Tian. But now, with such an incident and the collective outrage of the other presidents, Xu Tian had made his job much easier. Zhao Xianyu's mind raced. If Xu Tian were disqualified from the test, he would lose his chance to join Tsinghua Academy. At that point, relying on the provincial governor of the southern province alone wouldn't be enough to protect him. Let's see how you escape this time, kid, Zhao Xianyue thought with a cold smirk. Seeing that the atmosphere among the presidents was sufficiently heated, he cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Everyone. Zhao Xianyu's voice rose above the clamor, silencing the room. As one of the officials overseeing this year's admissions test, I am deeply shocked and appalled by Xu Tian's actions. To behave in such an extreme manner in front of so many witnesses is utterly unacceptable. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Therefore, in response to the overwhelming calls from the presidents here, I have decided. Before he could finish, a cool, clear voice suddenly interrupted him. Hold on. Miss Chu's graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of the council table, immediately catching Zhao Xianyue's attention. He frowned slightly and questioned, "You're just a mentor from Qing University. How did you manage to get in here?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Tangda, the silent headmaster of Qing University. Chu Wan walked over to Tangda's side and gently shook his shoulder. "Grandpa Tang," she said softly. Tangda jolted awake, glancing around in confusion. The other headmasters couldn't help but twitch their lips at the sight. There they were, discussing his student, and he'd actually fallen asleep. "Grandpa Tang, they're talking about Xu Tian," Chu Wan quietly reminded him. "Oh." Tangda finally understood what was happening. With a calm expression, he said, "All right then, from now on, Chu Wan will represent Qing University. I'll head back and catch up on some sleep." With that, he stood up, yawned, and slowly left the council table. The scene left the gathered headmasters utterly stunned. Such an important role, handed over so casually? Even Zhao Xianyue's expression froze in disbelief. Chu Wan's status was vastly different from Tangda's. She was the most promising talent of the prestigious Chu family in the capital, while Tangda was merely an elderly figure from the Tang family. Chu Wan could almost represent the Chu family, whereas Tangda, though headmaster of Qing University, wasn't necessarily the voice of the Tang family. Zhao Xianyue was about to probe further when Chu Wan interrupted him. "Everyone, you've all seen what happened. So many people attacked Xu Tian at the same time. This seemed like a premeditated and orchestrated plan. In such a situation, how many attackers would he have faced if he hadn't defended himself? Moreover, that warrior's sword was aimed directly at Xu Tian's vital point. If Xu Tian's defenses hadn't been strong enough, his life could have been in danger. Now tell me, whose actions weigh heavier in this scenario?" Chu Wan's words made the headmasters present fall into contemplation. Some hesitated due to her influential background, while others felt her argument was reasonable. In any case, the voices of protest noticeably quieted down. Zhao Xianyue frowned and countered, "Miss Chu, I disagree. Xu Tian directly caused that student to lose their professional combat abilities, while he himself was unharmed. Shouldn't he be held accountable for that?" "Accountable?" Chu Wan smiled faintly. "Headmaster Jia, didn't I just point out that the warrior's actions were instigated by someone? If that's the case, shouldn't the responsibility for his defeat lie with the one who incited him, rather than Xu Tian?" Chu Wan's sharp words left Zhao Xianyue momentarily speechless. At that moment, the headmaster of Bei University interjected, "Headmaster Jia, as the one in charge, you allowed this assessment to devolve into such chaos. Is this the fairness you promised?" The remark sparked an uproar among the council members. Some questioned whether this was a conspiracy against Xu Tian. Others brought up the bounty offered by the Ren family, and some even suspected Zhao Xianyue of secretly manipulating the contestants. The wave of speculation and discussion made Zhao Xianyue's expression grow increasingly grim. "Enough." Zhao Xianyue interrupted coldly. "This matter ends here. Whatever actions the contestants take during the assessment fall within the normal scope of the test." Though many were dissatisfied, they refrained from pressing further, given the tense situation within the tower. After all, the contestants were not yet official students, and showing bias toward any side at this point would be inappropriate. As the council table gradually quieted down, Xu Wan let out a sigh of relief. She glanced at the mirror image of Xu Tian and murmured softly, "Xu Tian, I've done everything I promised. The rest is up to you." Inside the tower, the team surrounding Xu Tian showed no signs of retreating. Though the warriors' earlier defeat had shaken them, the lure of the Ren family's bounty was too tempting to ignore. For these students, most of whom came from ordinary families, a diamond-grade skill book was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Huang Cheng, ranked 92nd in the entrance exam, stepped forward. "Xu Tian, we admit you're strong, but thinking you can take on all of us alone is pure arrogance." His boldness encouraged the other contestants. Xu Tian smiled calmly. "Huang Cheng, your class is formation master, right? Come on, show me what you've got." Huang Cheng's lips curled into a smug smile upon hearing the words. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed a figure appearing in front of him. He looked up, only to see Xu Tian's emotionless face staring back at him. At the same moment, a sharp pain erupted in his abdomen. "For what reason?" Xu Tian asked softly, his voice calm yet chilling. The black inferno sword in his hand was already engulfed in raging flames as it pierced deeply into Huang Cheng's stomach. Huang Cheng lowered his head in disbelief, staring at the wound. He muttered, This can't be." "Get out," Xu Tian said coldly, withdrawing the black inferno sword with a swift motion. In an instant, flames seemed to consume Huang Cheng's entire body, and his life force plummeted rapidly. His teammates gasped in shock, one of them shouting, "Brother Huang, take revenge for me." Huang Cheng gritted his teeth and managed to yell before decisively activating his teleportation bracelet. A flash of light enveloped him, and his figure vanished without a trace. The scene left all the surrounding contestants stunned. Xu Tian, relying solely on his own strength, and without even summoning his companion, had already eliminated 2 opponents in succession. One of them was even a prodigy ranked in the top 100 of the national exams for mysterious professions. His sheer power was nothing short of terrifying. The crowd couldn't help but question whether challenging Xu Tian was a wise decision. Yet, at this point, there was no turning back. Huang Cheng's teammate was the first to recover and shouted. He only caught Brother Huang off guard with a sneak attack. "If we work together, we can take him down and claim the diamond skill book." "Attack." His words reignited the fighting spirit of the others. Those who had been paralyzed by fear began to stir, and one after another, they charged towards Xu Tian. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Xu Tian's eyes. He let out a low growl, courting death. "Xiao Bai." At his call, a massive summoning circle appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, a colossal white tiger leapt out of the circle, letting loose an earth-shattering roar. Roar! Xiao Bai suddenly appeared in the arena, instantly causing a commotion. The contestants halted their actions and cautiously eyed the divine beast. Not far away, a flicker of hatred flashed in Ren Qianqian's eyes. She still remembered how last time, because of this white tiger, the barbarian king bear suffered a crushing defeat, and her own reputation was tarnished. "Dayan, kill that pet," Ren Qianqian ordered coldly. The girl named Dayan nodded expressionlessly and began chanting a spell. The snake patterns on her skin gradually morphed, transforming her into a true serpent spirit. Xu Tian watched her movements curiously, eager to see what this serpent master was capable of. On the ground, the serpent spirits converged into a peculiar formation. Suddenly, a massive energy serpent emerged from the formation, its jaws wide open, revealing sharp fangs as it surged forward menacingly. Xu Tian chuckled lightly and gave Xiaobai a subtle look. Xiaobai immediately understood, letting out a thunderous roar. White light gathered in its mouth, and in the next moment, a powerful white tiger roar beam shot forth with immense force. Boom! The instant the energies collided, the giant serpent summoned by Dayan disintegrated in an instant. Impossible! Dayan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. Her prized killing move had been effortlessly neutralized. Ren Qianqian's expression darkened, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Damn it, that guy's pet has gotten even stronger." Xu Tian shook his head mockingly. "A serpent master? Is that all you've got?" Just then, a water element cage materialized out of nowhere, trapping Xiaobai inside. A plain-looking boy stepped forward with a smug expression. "Xu Tian, you didn't see this coming, did you? I've imprisoned your divine beast. Now, what will you rely on to fight us?" Ren Qianqian nodded in approval. "Well done, Xu Tian. Without your divine beast, how do you plan to contend with me? Everyone, take note, this is the perfect time to strike him down." As soon as she finished speaking, Ren Qianqian and Zhao Han attacked simultaneously. Zhao Han, ranked 72nd in the national exams, possessed the rare stone golem giant class, excelling in both offense and defense. He was convinced that Xu Tian, being a beast master, was defenseless without his pet. However, Xu Tian sneered. You think just because you've trapped Xiaobai, you can kill me? Don't tell me you seriously believe I only have one pet. Before he finished speaking, a massive contract sigil appeared in front of him. In the next moment, a colossal armored beast emerged from it was none other than the barbarian king bear, Xiao Man. Xiao Man let out a deafening roar and stomped on the ground, causing it to cave in. Zhao Han, who had been full of confidence moments ago, instantly deflated. His still developing stone golem giant form looked like a child in front of the towering barbarian king bear. Xiao Man glanced down at Zhao Han and, without hesitation, swiped at him with a massive paw. Smack! With a loud crack, Zhao Han was sent flying 10 meters like a broken kite, crashing hard onto the ground. His stone golem giant form was forcibly dispelled, leaving him coughing up blood in pain. What's going on? Zhao Han struggled to lift his head, glaring at Ren Qianqian with fury. Miss Ren, didn't your family say he only had one divine beast? What is this barbarian king bear? Ren Qianqian's face turned deathly pale, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. The Ren family deliberately concealed the fact that Xu Tian possessed the wild king bear, leaving most participants completely unaware of this truth. This decision stemmed from their concern. Many powerful families knew the Ren family had captured a wild king bear. If word got out that this rare and ferocious beast was now in Xu Tian's hands, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. For Ren Qianqian, as the heiress of the Ren family, being humiliated by Xu Tian and losing such a precious family asset was an unbearable disgrace. She had counted on Zhao Han to subdue the wild king bear, but to her shock, he was defeated with laughable ease. Xu Tian observed the chaotic scene before him, shaking his head lightly as a faint, composed smile graced his lips. His calm demeanor only fueled Ren Qianqian's fury. Her delicate features twisted in rage as her anger flared uncontrollably. Don't listen to his nonsense, Ren Qianqian shouted sharply. A beast with legendary potential could never compare to a divine beast. With so many of us here, we can definitely take it down. Despite her impassioned declaration, the other participants remained hesitant, too afraid to act recklessly. After all, they were facing a wild king bear with legendary potential, while their own levels barely surpassed 30. Seeing their reluctance, Ren Qianqian gritted her teeth and threw out a tempting offer. Whoever kills Xu Tian, he'll personally reward them with a platinum-grade equipment set. The value of this set, worth millions, immediately ignited the crowd's greed. Many participants' eyes glinted with crimson desire as they launched another charge towards Xu Tian. Narrowing his eyes, Xu Tian's voice took on a chilling edge. Seeking death, are you? Don't blame me for what happens next. Xiaobai. At his command, Xiaobai, who had been restrained, let out a thunderous roar that shook the air. With a single swipe of its paw, it shattered the cage and revealed its majestic form. This sudden turn of events sent Ren Qianqian into a panic. She spun around abruptly to glare at the boy in charge of controlling the cage, her voice shrill with accusation. Didn't you say this cage could hold it for 3 minutes? What's going on? The boy's face turned pale as he stammered in defense. It's impossible. My cage should hold for 3 minutes. Xu Tian let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with mockery. Ridiculous. Even a level 67 spatial mage can only hold Xiaobai for 10 seconds. And you thought you could manage 3 minutes? Isn't that a bit too delusional? His words hit Ren Qianqian and the boy like a bucket of ice water, leaving them frozen in dread. As they watched Xiaobai slowly approach, an ominous feeling crept over them. It's over the same thought crossed their minds simultaneously. Swish. Swish. The tower's interior lit up repeatedly as contestants were eliminated one after another like leaves swept away by the autumn wind. The scene was utterly brutal. Every second, someone was forcibly teleported out of the tower, their screams echoing in a chilling symphony. Ren Qianqian watched as Xu Tian approached her step by step. She shrieked sharply, Xu Tian, don't think you've won. As long as you don't take first place, my Ren family can still end your life. Xu Tian's expression remained cold and emotionless. With a swing of his long sword, black flames erupted instantly. Ren Qianqian activated her wristband without hesitation, but she was still a moment too late. Just as she teleported outside the tower, her dress was engulfed by the flames. She let out a piercing scream. Someone put out the fire. Jia Xianyue arrived in time and extinguished the flames with an ice breath spell. However, Ren Qianqian's dress had already been burned to shreds, leaving large patches of her skin exposed to the gaze of the surrounding crowd. Greedy eyes fixated on her, making the scene even more humiliating. Jia Xianyue's lips twitched, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, that damn Xu Tian, where did he get that weapon? flames that even a regular water mage can't extinguish? Unheard of. Even more terrifying, so many people ganged up on him and still couldn't take him down. His strength is truly beyond comprehension. Xu Tian grew increasingly uneasy. If Xu Tian takes first place, he'll surely attract the attention of powerful figures. By then, even the Ren family might struggle to deal with him. If he continues to grow, he could become a serious threat. Silently, he prayed, I just hope someone can stop this kid. Inside the tower, Xu Tian's relentless elimination of contestants left everyone in shock. Single-handedly, he had wiped out entire elite teams, some of which included top-performing prodigies from the national exams. It was no wonder the Ren family had placed a hefty bounty on him. Xu Tian's power had clearly reached an extraordinary level. Many competitors felt relieved they hadn't joined the attack. Otherwise, they too might have been eliminated in such a miserable fashion. A shared realization spread among the crowd. A genius like Xu Tian was destined to make it onto the Huaxia heavenly rankings in the future. He was in a league of his own. Such a figure was not someone to provoke lightly. After eliminating numerous contestants, Xu Tian called back Xiaoman and Xiaobai. When Rou and the others quickly gathered around him, Zhang Xiaoya's beautiful eyes scanned him up and down, and only after confirming he was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. In her black dress, when Rou teased, "Tisk tisk, taking down so many prodigies all by yourself. I doubt anyone else in history has done what you just did, Xu Tian." In truth, she had been a bit worried earlier. After all, those contestants were some of the most outstanding students of this generation, many of them possessing rare and mysterious professions, not to mention that they were anything but predictable dungeon bosses. Xu Tian chuckled lightly. If they couldn't even defeat the boss of the 6th floor, they're not part of the true first echelon of this generation. Eliminating them is hardly a challenge. When Rou blinked curiously, the first echelon? Xu Tian explained. The so-called first echelon refers to the strongest students of each generation forming a team. Typically, all 4 members have powerful professions that complement each other, allowing them to defeat enemies far stronger than themselves. Such teams usually gain national attention and are often personally assembled by high-ranking officials. This year, 2 such teams have been formed. Suddenly, Xu Tian remembered something and asked, by the way, with your second-place score in the national exams, didn't you receive an invitation to join the first echelon? The two Wenrouse exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. In unison, they replied, of course we did. As Twin Soul Masters, one of us is equivalent to 2 people. Plenty of teams were eager to recruit us. But when they extended the invitation, you happened to call? Xu Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, so just because of a phone call from me, you gave up joining the first echelon? The black-dressed Wenro chuckled softly, leaning close to Xu Tian's ear. She whispered, we know exactly what the first echelon's level is. Even with all 4 of them combined, they might not be as strong as a single Xiaobai. Why would we be foolish enough to leave you and join them? Xu Tian smiled faintly. Well, congratulations, you made the right choice. The two Wenrouse exchanged a glance, and a hint of amusement flickered in their eyes. In truth, when the first echelon extended their invitation, the twins had recommended Xu Tian. However, the team had dismissed his top exam score, claiming that a Beast Tamer wasn't suited for the first echelon. That outright rejection was the real reason they had declined the invitation. If a genius like Xu Tian wasn't worthy of the first echelon, then what was the point of such a team? Let's go. Onto the 7th floor, Xu Tian said, striding toward the 6th floor boss's location. Xiaobai, he called softly, and Xiaobai emerged from the contract seal. With a thunderous roar, Xiaobai opened its mouth, gathering dazzling white energy before unleashing it upon the boss. Bathed in the radiant light, the boss let out a faint whimper before disintegrating into nothingness, leaving only a single piece of equipment behind. A platinum tier item? Looks like the rewards are getting better. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow, picked up the equipment, and stepped into the teleportation portal leading to the 7th floor. The news of Xu Tian's team effortlessly defeating the 6th floor boss spread like wildfire, instantly sweeping across the entire competition venue. The other teams, still struggling bitterly on the 6th floor, stared in disbelief at the leaderboard displaying the latest results. The formidable boss they had fought tooth and nail against was taken down effortlessly by Xu Tian's team. What shocked everyone even more was that Xu Tian hadn't even joined the fight himself. His pet alone had annihilated the boss in an instant. The overwhelming gap in strength left everyone present gasping in astonishment. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Is this the power of the top scorer in the college entrance exam? It's terrifying. Some even started to re-evaluate the Beastmaster profession. Who dares to call Beastmasters the weakest class now? This is practically god-tier strength. As Xu Tian and his team stepped into the 7th floor space, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Xu Tian immediately sensed that the attribute suppression around them had intensified significantly. He glanced cautiously at his 3 teammates. Do you guys feel the effects? The Wenru sisters appeared as composed as ever, but Jiang Xiaoya's face had noticeably paled. Xu Tian asked with concern, Xiaoya, are you okay? Jiang Xiaoya forced a small shake of her head. I'm fine. I can manage. She, too, hadn't expected the attribute suppression on the 7th floor to become this overwhelming. The black-dressed Wenru shot Xu Tian a sharp look, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. It seems the tower's attribute suppression is based on the team's average stats. This is all your fault. Your attributes are way too high. Otherwise, Xiaoya wouldn't be suffering like this. Xu Tian sighed helplessly. How is this my fault again? But he quickly realized that her speculation might be accurate. Although the suppression had been increasing with each floor, neither he nor Wenru had felt much of an impact. Meanwhile, Xiaoya's sudden struggle was a clear indicator that their high attributes had indeed raised the overall suppression effect. Out of concern, Xu Tian suggested, Xiaoya, maybe you should stay here while we move forward? However, Jiang Xiaoya firmly shook her head, determination flashing in her bright eyes. I'm not that fragile. If I really can't take it, I'll use the bracelet to teleport out immediately. She knew she had already fallen behind, but she desperately wanted to stay. More than anything, she wanted to witness Xu Tian's climb to the top and his rise to number 1 with her own eyes. Xu Tian nodded in agreement, signaling the group to continue their journey toward the end of the 7th level. The monsters on this floor were astonishingly powerful, each rivaling the bosses of the 6th level with a golden potential at level 40. Even Xiaoman was struggling slightly, forcing Xu Tian to enlist the help of Xiaobai in clearing the monsters while he walked alongside Wenro and the other 2 women. Outside the tower, the mirror display revealed that only 5 teams remained on the 7th level. The academy principals marveled at the exceptional strength of the country's elite first-tier teams. They passionately discussed the Tima team led by He Lushan and the Changyan team, known for their control-focused strategy. Some also noted that the other 2 teams were equally formidable, with one featuring twin brothers of the mysterious Vajra fist profession and the other entirely composed of individuals with enigmatic professions. Chu Wan gazed at Xu Tian through the mirror, a faint smile forming on her lips. She thought to herself that compared to the other teams, Xu Tian had faced far more hardships, yet he continued to advance with overwhelming strength. If he could defeat the remaining 4 teams, the first-place title would undoubtedly be his. Meanwhile, Ren Yunshan and a disguised Ren Qianqian were also observing the mirror. Ren Qianqian's eyes burned with resentment, unable to comprehend why Xu Tian had not yet been eliminated. Ren Yunshan's expression was equally dark, realizing that Xu Tian's potential could no longer be ignored. He knew that eliminating Xu Tian was the only way to resolve the matter. His gaze lingered on one particular team in the mirror, placing his hopes on them. Inside the 7th level, a heavy gray mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the distant scenery. Suddenly, Wenro pointed toward a faint glimmer of light in the distance and exclaimed in excitement, saying she had spotted a team. Xu Tian mounted Xiaobai and observed carefully. It seemed to be some kind of skill effect. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to investigate. The level was eerily quiet, with no sign of the endpoint or any other teams, which felt highly suspicious. As Xu Tian's group approached, the team ahead quickly noticed their presence. The faint light turned out to be emitted by a knight's shield, used for illumination. The opposing team warily questioned their intentions, and the atmosphere grew tense, as if a confrontation was imminent. Just then, a familiar voice broke the standoff. A woman cloaked in a mage's robe pulled back her hood, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Xu Tian struggled to recall her name, which only made her more annoyed as she shouted in frustration, Bai Yuner? Xu Tian ignored Bai Yuner's embarrassment, and instead asked a question that had been puzzling him. Wasn't your team scattered on the 2nd floor? What happened? Bai Yuner smiled and explained, we reformed the team. Just like us, their teammates got eliminated while fighting the boss, so we decided to form a new group together. As she finished speaking, her gaze drifted past Xu Tian and landed on Xiaobai behind him. Her eyes lit up instantly, and with a face full of admiration, she asked, is this Xiaobai? So handsome. Can I touch him? Xu Tian responded helplessly, sure, go ahead. He hadn't expected Bai Yuner to be so infatuated with Xiaobai. With his permission, Bai Yuner lunged at Xiaobai like an excited child, hugging him tightly and rubbing herself against him. Watching this spectacle, Xu Tian's mouth twitched slightly as he thought, this isn't touching. It's fool-in cuddling. To shift the topic, Xu Tian turned to the knight and asked, by the way, why are you all stopped here? The knight replied, oh, the endpoint is just ahead. We couldn't defeat the boss, so we decided to come back and grind more small mobs for points. You couldn't beat it? Xu Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. This team was a reassembled group of mystical class professionals, with an average level above 38, yet they failed to clear the 7th floor boss? The knight gave a bitter smile. Yeah, the boss is diamond tier and level 49. It's just ridiculous. Level 49? Xu Tian exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiang Xiaoya and the other girls. It seemed the difficulty of the 7th floor truly surpassed the previous 6. Xu Tian asked again, do you know if any other teams have reached the 7th floor? The knight's tone was filled with envy. Before you, 3 teams made it through. The first-tier teams Tianmo and Changmian, as well as the Luo brothers. Those two are incredible. Both managed to evolve into Vajra Fistmaster's Arhat Vajra form. I wouldn't be surprised if they can take down the 7th floor boss. Arhat Vajra form of the Vajra Fistmaster? Xu Tian blinked, quickly recalling the characteristics of this class. Strictly speaking, the Arhat Vajra wasn't exactly a class evolution, but more akin to his Beast God's Descent skill. Once activated, the user's attributes would multiply exponentially, and they would only take one of the actual damage during the state, with the remaining damage calculated after the state ended. It was a high-risk, high-reward ability. One wrong move could lead to death, but it was overwhelmingly powerful, earning it the nickname Invincible Vajra. Xu Tian couldn't help but marvel. The Vajra Fistmaster is already a rare mystical class, and the chances of evolving into the Arhat Vajra form are almost negligible. I can't believe both Luo brothers succeeded. It seems this year truly has its share of geniuses. He thought back to the formation master he encountered earlier and couldn't help but compare. Against the Arhat Vajra, that formation master seemed utterly unimpressive. You guys go on, there's no way we can make it to the 8th floor, Bayuner said, glancing back with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. I've heard about your situation too. As long as you get first place, the Ren family won't dare lay a finger on you. Xu Tian nodded and turned to face Wenro and the other 2 women. Jiang Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, her gaze shifting between Bayuner's team and Xu Tian before she finally spoke. Xu Tian? I'll stay here with them. Xu Tian understood immediately. He knew the attribute suppression ahead would likely be too much for Xiaoya to handle. Gently patting her head, he reassured her softly, don't worry, they'll make sure to take first place. Jiang Xiaoya's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded firmly. I believe in you. Seeing this, Bayuner excitedly grabbed Jiang Xiaoya's hand, though a trace of hesitation crossed her face. She turned to the Divine Light Knight and pointed at him. You, go with them to the 8th floor. The knight was stunned. What? Me? Go with them? Bayuner put her hands on her hips, her tone filled with exasperation. What, are you serious? Do you even know who they are? One was the top scorer, and the other was the second in the college entrance exams. With 2 legends leading you, getting to the 8th floor is a sure thing. And you're hesitating about this opportunity? The knight suddenly understood, embarrassedly glancing at Xu Tian. Legend, he recalled Xu Tian's show of overwhelming power in the 2nd floor labyrinth, where he had effortlessly taken down a diamond-tier boss. The thought of the 7th floor boss now seemed far less intimidating. Xu Tian coughed awkwardly and asked, are you sure you can handle the attribute suppression on the 8th floor? The knight immediately straightened up, eager to prove himself. Don't worry, Legend. My Divine Light Knight class may not have many other advantages, but my stats are high. Plus, I can share them with my teammates. Hearing this, Xu Tian smiled and activated his inside eye. Sure enough, the guy's stats were impressive. A typical level 32nd tier knight would have average attributes of around 1,000, but this knight's stats exceeded 1,500, almost on par with Xu Tian himself. Wenro, standing nearby, explained, the Divine Light Knight is the only mysterious subclass among knights. With each reincarnation, they gain a mark. Every 10 levels, they get 1 more mark. These marks not only boost their base stats, but also enhance the attributes they can share with teammates. Really? Xu Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. All right, come with us. Let's see how much you can share. Yes, Legend. The knight responded eagerly. Moments later, the team composition shifted as the knight joined Xu Tian's group. Xu Tian's stats subtly increased. His strength rose from 1,682 to 1,763, a boost of over 80 points. Not bad, Xu Tian remarked with a glimmer of interest. The Divine Light Knight wasn't just a strong frontliner. His ability to enhance the entire team's stats made him a valuable asset. What's your name? Xu Tian asked with a smile. Legend. Wei Hang. The knight beamed, thrilled by the acknowledgement. No time to waste. Let's move, Xu Tian said, gesturing for the team to press forward. At the end of the 7th floor, they found nothing but the ruins of past battles. Looks like those 3 teams really made it to the 8th floor, Xu Tian observed, narrowing his eyes. Wenro stepped forward. That means all 3 teams have the strength to challenge a diamond-tier boss. With 2 legends this powerful, you'll definitely beat the boss too. Wei Hang exclaimed, his excitement barely contained. Being part of a team destined for the 8th floor made him feel like he had joined the ranks of the elite. Before long, the group encountered a newly respawned boss, a diamond-tier plant-type willow. Legends, it'll tank it. Wei Hang, eager to prove himself, raised his shield and charged to the front. Xu Tian placed a hand on his shoulder and said calmly, no need for all that trouble. Xiaobai, Xiaoman. A summoning circle appeared, and two beasts materialized before the team. Xiaobai locked eyes on the willow boss, its body glowing red as it let out a fierce roar. Slaughter domain. Xu Tian began chanting as waves of red light radiated outward. Slaughter domain stack. Strength increased by 100, defense increased by 60. What the? Wei Heng exclaimed as his strength skyrocketed from 1,500 to 3,000. Is this a bug? He turned to look at Xu Tian and Wenro, only to see their stats had also risen dramatically. Meanwhile, the White Tiger's attributes were off the charts. Wei Heng swallowed hard, realizing that this was the true power of a legend. Had Xu Tian been holding back even when he crushed the second-floor boss? At that moment, Xiaobai moved. It became a blur, instantly closing the distance to the willow boss. Despite being a level 49 diamond tier monster with over 4,000 stats and 40,000 HP, it stood no chance. With a single swipe, Xiaobai took off a third of its health. Holy crap! Unreal! Wei Heng shouted in shock. Our team couldn't even scratch this boss after 10 minutes, and the legend's pet just wiped out a third of its HP in one hit. What kind of god-ear damage is this? The willow boss, enraged, lashed out with its branches. But Xiaobai dodged effortlessly, retreating behind Xiaoman. The bear-like beast stood firm, its armor shimmering as it absorbed the attack. Not only did it take no damage, but its iron body skill reflected a significant amount of damage back at the boss, reducing its health by another half-bar. Is this bear invincible? As a knight accustomed to tanking, Wei Heng could hardly believe his eyes. It's not only immune to damage, but also reflects it? While Wei Heng was still processing his shock, Xiaobai unleashed a roaring light beam, striking the willow's trunk. With a flash, the boss' health hit 0, and loot scattered across the ground. Xu Tian spoke indifferently. That's that. Let's move. Wei Heng stood frozen, utterly stunned. It took him a long moment to snap out of it. Done, 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 done already? Wei Heng stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. The corpse of the 7th-floor boss was still slowly dissipating, and he hadn't even had the chance to throw his first punch. Master, are we heading to the 8th floor now? Wei Heng's voice trembled with a mix of shock and excitement. The woman in the black dress chuckled softly and teased, of course, or are we staying here for dinner? Her tone carried a hint of humor, clearly amused by Wei Heng's exaggerated reaction. Xu Tian allowed himself a faint smile. Let's move, he said succinctly, signaling the group to prepare for the next floor. With a flash of light, the group was instantly transported to the 8th floor. A thick, almost suffocating gray fog enveloped them, as if attempting to swallow them whole. Xu Tian quickly assessed the surroundings and estimated that the attribute suppression here had reached an average of 1,300. With high attribute stats, Wenro and Wei Heng averaged around 1,500 for their core attributes, just enough to adapt to this environment. The group began to advance cautiously, with Wei Heng volunteering to take on the lighting task. His tall figure moved ahead like a mobile beacon, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Xiaobai and Xiaoman scouted the path vigilantly, while Xu Tian and the two Wenrouse followed comfortably behind. The woman in the black dress occasionally lightened the mood with playful remarks directed at Xu Tian, ensuring the atmosphere didn't grow too tense. Suddenly, Wei Heng's voice broke the silence. Masters, there's someone over there. Xu Tian immediately looked up and spotted a faint glow through the fog. Let's check it out, he commanded decisively. Under the cover of Xiaobai and Xiaoman, the group quickly approached the source of the light. When they finally got a clear view, the woman in the white dress exclaimed in surprise, the Luo brothers? Two figures radiating golden light stood before them. Their eyes gleamed with a golden hue as they ferociously attacked the surrounding monsters. Each punch effortlessly shattered a creature, showcasing their overwhelming power. They're in the Arhat Vajra state? Xu Tian frowned slightly, as if realizing something. The woman in the white dress explained softly, yes, they haven't exited the Arhat Vajra state yet. It seems they're using potions to farm monsters. Once they leave this state, all the damage they've accumulated will be tallied. They'll need a large supply of healing potions, or they'll likely die from running out of health. Xu Tian clicked his tongue in amazement. Impressive. Taking out monsters with a single punch. Their attack power must be at least 2,500 right now. The woman in the black dress teased with a smirk. As impressive as they are, can they possibly be more terrifying than you monster? Hearing this, Wei Heng couldn't help but glance back at the two Wenrouse before turning to Xu Tian with genuine admiration. Master, I really envy you. Xu Tian's expression twitched. What exactly are you envying? The woman in the white dress blushed slightly and hurried to clarify. You misunderstood. But Wei Heng grinned mischievously. Oh, I get it. My bad. It's not something to talk about openly, huh? Xu Tian sighed in exasperation, just as a sudden, powerful gust of wind rushed toward them. Xiao Man appeared in the nick of time, blocking the strike with a loud thud. Who are you? A deep voice demanded. The Luo brothers stood before the group, their eyes cautious as they stared at Xiaoman. Clearly, the bear's ability to withstand their punch had surprised them. The woman in the white dress introduced herself gently. I'm Wenro, and these are my teammates, Xu Tian and Wei Hang. Xu Tian? The beast master who ranked first in the entrance exams. The Luo brothers were visibly startled, their expressions growing more guarded. Wenro tilted her head curiously. Why? Is he that scary? The Luo brothers let out a wry laugh. Of course. With a divine beast as his companion and the way he eliminated so many contestants on the 6th floor, who wouldn't be wary of him? The woman in the black dress nodded knowingly. So, I take it you didn't accept the bounty from the Ren family? Wise choice. The Luo brothers shook their heads. The Ren family's reward is decent, but it's not worth risking our lives over. Xu Tian interjected. Have you encountered the 8th floor boss yet? No, one of the brothers replied. Our Arhat Vajra state is about to end, and once it does, we'll enter a period of weakness. Our teammates were already eliminated during the 7th floor boss fight. We stayed here to farm more monsters and secure our hold on 3rd place. But now that you're here, I doubt we can keep that spot. Wenro offered an apologetic smile. Sorry about that, for costing you your position in the top 3, Xu Tian suddenly suggested. How about this wait here, and we'll find another team to knock out for you? The Luo brothers were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Looks like you're not as ruthless as everyone says. Hopefully, we'll get a chance to spar or team up for a dungeon run in the future. Xu Tian nodded. Sure. With that, the Luo brothers broke their wristbands and were transported out of the trial tower. They're pretty straightforward guys, and decent too, Xu Tian commented. The woman in the black dress shot him a glance, her tone slightly reproachful. You're something else. Did you seriously consider taking out another team? The remaining squads are all top-tier contenders, not the easy targets you've dealt with before. It's just the first tier. Are you, the second top scorer in the college entrance exam, actually afraid? Xu Tian said calmly, his tone carrying a hint of confidence. The girl in the black dress responded with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling playfully. With you around, of course not. Her voice was light and filled with trust in Xu Tian. On the side, Wei Hang couldn't help but show a look of envy after hearing their exchange. His gaze shifted back and forth between Xu Tian and the girl, his admiration evident. At that moment, another team slowly emerged from the depths of the 8th level. It was a 4-person group, and among them, a young man dressed in luxurious attire spoke softly. Another team has made it up here. As he spoke, he squinted slightly, revealing a pair of dark blue eyes that seemed to hold a storm within. Most striking of all was the third eye on his forehead, tightly shut, resembling a mysterious scar. A graceful and refined young man in the team asked gently, Really? Fong Yun, can you sense their strength? The one called Fong Yun closed his eyes, as if concentrating intently. After a moment, he shook his head. I can't sense much, but one of them has remarkably high attributes comparable to you, Captain. Hearing this, the young man's gaze turned cold. Is that so? Then it must be him. At this point, a stunning girl dressed in a sheer silver veil spoke up. Lushan, are you talking about Xu Tian? Have they reached the 8th level? Her silver, gossamer-like dress was so thin it was almost transparent, revealing glimpses of her fair skin beneath. Only a few key areas were artfully concealed, making her appearance both alluring and ethereal. Her exquisite features and delicate makeup gave her an almost otherworldly charm. Of course, it's them. A hoarse voice suddenly interjected. With the first and second top scorers of the college entrance exam in their team, if they can't even make it to the 8th level, wouldn't that be pathetic? The speaker was a mysterious figure cloaked in black, their voice so distorted it was impossible to determine their gender. Strapped to their back was a blackened coffin, its ominous appearance enough to send chills down anyone's spine. This team was none other than the Heavenly Demon Squad, known for their top-tier rankings in the college entrance exam. The members included Hua Tianqiu, the 9th-ranked Reaper's Coffin, Wu Linlin, the 8th-ranked Moonlight Elf, Fong Yun, the 5th-ranked Thunder God's Eye, and He Lushan, the 3rd-ranked Demon Summoner. Meanwhile, in another corner of the 8th level, a tiny creature resembling a firefly fluttered slowly through the dense black mist. It drifted through the heavy fog until it finally landed on a pair of delicate, flawless hands, resting there quietly. A delicate hand reached upward, its fair, lotus-like arm belonging to a woman of unparalleled beauty. Her brows were like distant mountains, her lips crimson and teeth pearly white. She wore a traditional Miao ethnic dress, her bright eyes shimmering like autumn waters as they gazed at a small insect. Upon closer inspection, her red lips were seen to be moving slightly, as if in conversation with the creature. Moments later, the corners of her lips lifted into a gentle smile, revealing 2 charming dimples. So, they really came. The woman murmured softly, her voice as clear and ethereal as a mountain spring. Her teammates paused at her words and turned to look at her. "Captain, who's here?" asked a petite girl holding an ice blue staff. Her large, watery eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lan replied softly, "Xu Tian, Wenro, and it seems like there's also a knight with them." The petite girl gasped in surprise. "Wow, they actually made it to the 8th level. You, who ranked 12th in the college exams, managed to reach the 8th level. Why wouldn't they? Don't forget, those two are the top scorers, the valedictorian and salutatorian." A young man in a mage's robe remarked mockingly. "How dare you, Lin Xiao? Say that again if you've got the guts." The petite girl fumed, stomping her feet as icy patterns began to form on her staff. A tall, long-haired girl intervened to mediate. "Lin Xiao, you shouldn't tease Xiao Xian like that. Sure, she only ranked 12th in the exams, but as an ice spirit elementalist, her class is the same as Sister Chu Wan's. And Chu Wan, after just a few class advancements, has already become the #1 on the Huaxia Earth rankings. Xiao Xian's potential is limitless. Our team might be relying on her in the future. Big Sister Tang, you're the best." Lu Xian cheered, throwing herself at the taller girl like an octopus. However, given her shorter stature, she only reached Tang Shui's chest and could only nuzzle against her ample figure. This sight made Lin Xiao gulp audibly, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Letting go of Tang Shui, Lu Xian noticed Lin Xiao's expression and smugly tilted her chin upward. Lan's voice cut through their playful banter. "All right, that's enough. Let's focus on finding the endpoint of the 8th level. If my guess is correct, the boss on this level is likely of epic rank." Her words immediately silenced the group. It was clear that Lan held significant authority within the team. Epic rank? Lin Xiao frowned, a trace of fear flickering in his eyes. A boss of that level would be incredibly challenging to handle. But Lu Xian exclaimed excitedly, "With Big Sister in here, we can definitely take down the boss." An hour later, Xu Tian's team arrived at the 8th level endpoint. After searching for a week without finding the boss, they were puzzled. What's going on? Could someone have already killed the boss? Wei Heng asked, confused. Dressed in white, Wenro shook her head. Impossible. Even if the boss were defeated, it would respawn immediately to challenge the next team. It wouldn't just vanish without a trace. Then where is the boss? Wei Heng glanced around warily. Xu Tian calmly stared ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly. "We might have already encountered the boss." "What? Where?" Wei Heng asked, panicked, scanning his surroundings. "An illusion," Xu Tian said indifferently. Wenro, now in black, turned to him. "An illusion? You're saying we've entered a domain set up by the boss?" "Exactly," Xu Tian nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. "The boss on this level is the illusionary flower of epic potential. Xiao Bai." At his words, Xiao Bai leapt out from Xu Tian's chest and transformed into its combat form. Xu Tian's sharp observation, aided by the system's gifted skill, the Eye of Insight, had allowed him to quickly discern the anomaly. The illusionary flower's true body was nearby. He motioned for Xiao Bai to hold off on attacking. Understanding his intent, Xiao Bai nodded and unleashed a powerful breath of wind energy. The dense wind immediately dispelled the surrounding illusions, revealing the area's true appearance. On a stone platform, a sinister purple flower was in full bloom, emitting glowing pollen. The pollen shimmered in the air, casting an eerie light over the desolate, graveyard-like terrain. Scattered bones on the ground sent shivers down Wei Heng's spine, prompting him and the others to assume defensive stances. Wenro tossed an identification talisman, and the illusionary flower's attributes became visible to everyone. Target: illusionary flower. Potential: epic. Level: 51. Health: 89,741. Strength: 8,234. Defense: 12,043. Speed: 7,242. Energy: 14,789. Skills: enchanting pollen continuously releases pollen in the surrounding area. Any enemy inhaling it will fall into an illusion, during which the illusionary flower absorbs their attributes to nourish itself. As the flower of daylight bloomed, and the illusory blossom unfurled in a dazzling moment, a brilliant light engulfed the surrounding enemies. A surge of overwhelming magical energy swept through the area, dealing up to 150 damage while leaving a shimmering daylight mark on the targets. Immediately after, the illusory blossom unleashed pitch-black flames known in legends as the Fire of Night. These flames burned silently, searing the souls of its victims and dragging them into a deep, dreamless slumber. During this brief sleep, the enemies endured torment equivalent to 50 of their magical damage per second. When they finally awoke from their nightmare, they found themselves branded with the Mark of Night. Then, as if activated by an unseen force, the illusory blossom triggered all the marks at once. In a catastrophic explosion, enemies within several meters were caught in its devastating blast, suffering a staggering 300 magical damage. Even more terrifying, One unfortunate target lost their sense of self entirely, becoming a puppet of the illusory blossom. Finally, the flower demonstrated its horrifying control abilities. Its branches and leaves moved as if alive, swiftly entangling the enemy's limbs. Those ensnared were instantly paralyzed, completely losing their ability to act. Seeing the terrifying stats of the illusory blossom, Xu Tian's face darkened. He couldn't help but recall the time he encountered Lu the Steward at level 67. Even someone as powerful as that had nowhere near such monstrous attributes. Xu Tian's gaze swept across the scattered skeletons around him, and he silently pondered. These must be the weaker creatures of the 8th level, right? The illusory blossom had wiped them all out using just its hallucinogenic pollen, absorbing who knows how much nourishment in the process to grow to this horrifying level. At that moment, Wenru, in her black dress, pointed urgently into the distance. Xu Tian, there's another team over there, she exclaimed. Following her direction, Xu Tian spotted a group of 4 people. They appeared to be trapped in the illusion blossom's hallucinatory effects, standing motionless and dazed. Xu Tian lowered his voice. It seems the illusory blossom hasn't fully awakened yet. Let's go take a look. With that, he motioned for the group to move. The 4 of them crept forward cautiously, like thieves sneaking through the shadows. Even Xiaobai, not one to be left behind, transformed into a small cat and leapt into Xu Tian's arms, adopting a vigilant stance. As they approached, Wenru suddenly gasped in surprise. Huh, that looks like Enlan's team. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow. Enlan? The 4th place scorer in the college entrance exam? His gaze lingered on the woman dressed in Miao ethnic attire, and he couldn't help but think, not bad, she's got quite a figure. After a moment of thought, Wenru suggested, this illusory blossom is probably an open-world boss. With our strength, we might not be able to take it down alone. Why not wake them up and work together? Xu Tian nodded in agreement. Sounds good. He knew full well how troublesome the illusory blossom could be, especially with its infuriating control abilities. Their own team lacked anyone capable of dispelling such effects. By contrast, the curvaceous girl in Enlan's team seemed to be a psychic, likely possessing some dispelling abilities. As this thought crossed his mind, Xu Tian frowned slightly, deep in thought. But how exactly should we wake them up? Gentle pondered for a moment and suggested softly, how about letting Xiaobai use its wind energy to disperse it one more time? Xu Tian shook his head and rejected the idea. No, they aren't our teammates. Xiaobai's wind energy might harm them. Besides, they've been trapped in the illusion for too long. Their health is almost drained by the illusion flower. Xiaobai's attack could be fatal. Gentle furrowed her brows. Then what should we do? Just then, Xiaobai suddenly leapt onto Tang Xue's shoulder and began licking her cheek vigorously. Tang Xue, who had been motionless, had her eyelashes flutter slightly. Wei Hang's eyes lit up as he pointed at Tang Xue and exclaimed, it's working. Physical contact can wake them up. White Dress Gentle nodded. All right, let's each wake one person. With that, she walked toward the petite girl. Black Dress Gentle's gaze fell on Tang Xue's chest with a subtle, enigmatic smile on her lips. Wei Hang, meanwhile, headed toward Lin Xiao, leaving only the Miaozhong girl, Enlan. Hesitating for a moment, Xu Tian finally placed his hand gently on Enlan's fair cheek. As soon as he touched her, he couldn't help but be amazed. Her skin was smooth and soft, with an incredible texture. Almost instinctively, he used both hands, savoring the perfect sensation. It wasn't until Enlan's face turned red from his pinching that her long eyelashes quivered slightly. Xu Tian was lost in the moment until Enlan opened her sharp, icy eyes. His smile froze instantly. I was just trying to wake you up. You believe me, right? He explained awkwardly, but his hands seemed to have a mind of their own and gave her cheek another pinch. Enlan's eyes grew colder, a faint killing intent emanating from them. At that moment, a plaintive cry broke the tension. Ow, my head hurts so much. Xiao Luxian clutched her head, teary-eyed, glaring at White Dress Gentle. Hitting someone's head will stunt their growth. White Dress Gentle awkwardly averted her gaze, only to witness an even more shocking scene. Tang Xue, now awake, discovered her disheveled clothes and 2 faint handprints on her chest. Black Dress Gentle immediately picked up Xiaobai as a scapegoat and said with feigned seriousness, it was all its doing. Tang Xue glanced at Xiaobai's paws, then at the marks on her chest, and black lines seemed to form on her forehead. By comparison, Wei Hang's method seemed much more reasonable. He used his shield to wake Lin Xiao, though it left a large bump on the latter's head. Hey, who are you people? How dare you attack us? Lin Xiao covered his head, indignantly complaining to Enlan. Captain, these guys are too much. They even hit me with a shield. He paused mid-sentence, suddenly stunned. Captain, why is your face swollen? Hearing this, Enlan's gaze turned even icier. Feeling the frigid atmosphere, Lin Xiao quickly lowered his head, not daring to say another word. White Dress Gentle tried to ease the awkwardness. Hello, I'm Wenro. He's our captain, Xu Tian. And this is Wei Hang, our knight. We're here to rescue you. As she finished, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Tang Shui twitched the corner of her mouth and couldn't help but glance at black-dressed Gentle, who looked exactly like her. Is this what you call a rescue? Xu Tian, noticing the cold glare from white-dressed Gentle, coughed twice and explained, we really are here to help. If you don't believe me, look over there. He pointed to the illusion flower not far away. Lan's team turned to see the eerie, purple flower and their expressions changed instantly. The epic boss illusion flower. How is it here? Weren't we just fighting monsters? It's an illusion. The illusion flower has the ability to create illusions, Lan said gravely. They had fallen prey to the illusion flower's trap. Without Xu Tian's team, they might have been drained of their life force within the illusion, unable to use their teleportation bracelets, and perished on the 8th floor. Realizing this grim outcome, Lan's team showed traces of fear on their faces, as well as gratitude towards Xu Tian's group. Compared to death, those earlier mishaps seemed trivial. Xiao Luxian ran up to white-dressed Gentle and bowed deeply. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Thank you for saving me. Tang Shui wanted to thank black-dressed Gentle too, but recalling her earlier experience, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Lin Xiao not only apologized, but also tried to form a sworn brotherhood with Wei Hang. Lan walked up to Xu Tian and said coldly, thank you for dealing with the illusion flower, but the matter of you pinching my face is a separate issue. Xu Tian blinked and wisely chose to remain silent. Let's go. The test is over, Lan said, turning to her teammates. White-dressed Gentle was surprised. You're leaving already? Yes. The illusion flower's stats are far too high. There's no way we can defeat it, Lan replied calmly. But it's an open-world boss. We can work together, Xu Tian suggested. Lan paused in the act of breaking her teleportation bracelet. She lifted her cold, sharp eyes to look at Xu Tian. You want to kill it? Of course. What else? Dance with it? Xu Tian yawned. Even if we team up, we may not be able to defeat it. The stat gap is too large, Lan said, shaking her head, unwilling to take such a risk. Xu Tian sighed, realizing that without offering this aloof girl some incentive, she wouldn't take the risk of cooperating. Accept the team invitation, he said straightforwardly. Though Lan's team was surprised, they accepted the cooperation request in their friend list. Xu Tian then turned to look at Xiao Bai in black-dressed Gentle's arms. Xiao Bai understood and leapt out of her embrace, transforming instantly into its combat form. Roar! With a fierce growl, Xiao Bai activated its Killing God domain, massively boosting its stats. Xu Tian followed up by chanting a spell, stacking another Killing God domain. Lan's team immediately felt their own attributes change, with their strength doubling. How is this possible? Tang Shui was the first to exclaim in shock. As a support class mind healer, she could grant her team immunity and buffs, making her one of the best in her class. But her enhancements were nowhere near this extreme. Doubling strength and doubling speed, this was absurd. Lan also noticed but remained silent. Even with their stats doubled, they still weren't a match for the illusion flower. Xu Tian seemed to read her thoughts and directly displayed Xiao Bai's stats. HP, 27,539. Strength, 10,272. Defense, 8,961. Speed, 19,782. Energy, 7,642. These god-level stats left Lan's team utterly speechless. Xu Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. Now, do we stand a chance? Lan bit her lip and whispered, now's the chance. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Xu Tian rolled his neck, his gaze locked onto the eerie illusionary bloom. With a light wave of his hand, a flash of white light appeared, and the small white tiger leapt out. Opening its mouth, it unleashed a fierce white tiger roar beam, striking the flower's massive form with a resounding impact. The illusionary bloom shuddered violently under the attack. Its enormous petals began to bloom rapidly, releasing a dense spray of nectar and pollen that filled the air. The intoxicating fragrance spread everywhere, but Xu Tian's expression darkened as he warned, be careful. This is its illusion ability. Don't get trapped. Mental support team, assist us. Understood. Tang Shui, a member of Lan's team, responded gravely. She gently shook the white bell in her hand, its crisp and melodious chime ringing out. Instantly, everyone felt a wave of refreshment wash over them, dispelling the negative effects of the pollen. Lu Xin'er suddenly realized and placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, no wonder we got caught in the illusionary bloom's trap earlier without noticing. If it weren't for Sister Tang, we might still be lost in that illusion. Dressed in a white robe, when Rose softly chanted, Holy Shield. In an instant, radiant holy light enveloped the team, granting each member a protective shield with nearly 5,000 health points. Lan glanced at Wenro in awe and sincerely praised, impressive. No wonder you're the second top scorer in the exams. Lin Xiao, clad in a black mage robe, murmured an incantation, "Hear the curse of prana, wither." A moment later, a debuff settled on the illusionary bloom, reducing its magical and physical defenses. Wei Heng raised his holy shield high and called out, "Freeze, snowflakes. Looks like it's up to us to deal the damage. Don't worry, I'll tank the hits for you." He patted his chest confidently. Xu Tian nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze towards Wenro in her black dress. Quickly analyzing the team composition, he noted that most of Enlan's group specialized in support and control, making them better suited for the backline. The real damage dealers were himself, Wenro, Enlan, and Wei Heng, with Wei Heng focusing on tanking the front lines. "You and Xiaoman pair up. We'll attack from the side," Xu Tian instructed succinctly. The battle commenced in an instant. A sharp screech pierced the air as Wenro's dark magic spell struck the illusionary bloom first. Known for its exceptional piercing power, dark magic inflicted a corrosive effect with every hit, gradually weakening the target's magical defenses. However, due to her relatively low stats, the attack only slightly reduced the illusionary bloom's health. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Tian activated his wind spirit ability, teleporting to the front of the illusionary bloom. Wielding his weapon, Demonic Inferno, he slashed down at the flower's stem without hesitation. With a loud whoosh, a blazing inferno erupted, and a series of damage numbers flashed before the team's eyes. 472,378,376. "It's like scratching an itch," Xu Tian muttered under his breath, gaining a new appreciation for the illusionary bloom's formidable defenses. At that moment, the illusionary bloom sensed the imminent threat and lashed out. Green stems and leaves surged like waves, aiming to entangle Xu Tian and immobilize him. "It's that binding skill. Once you're caught, you can't move." Xu Tian shouted in alarm. "I'll handle this." Wei Heng roared, charging forward with his shield raised. He intercepted the incoming stems and leaves heat-in, blocking their path to Xu Tian. Roar! Xiaoman's massive form appeared next, grabbing the writhing stems and tearing them apart with brute force. Severed vines fell to the ground, oozing sticky sap. The illusionary bloom let out a piercing screech, as if enraged. Its entire body trembled violently, and its petals spread wide, attempting to swallow Xiaoman whole. Xiaoman bellowed defiantly, his fur transforming into a hardened, armored coat. He then delivered a powerful punch straight to the center of the flower. The sight left Wenro and the others in the backline gasping in surprise, while Lin Xiao stared in astonishment, thinking, "This guy is incredible." With a sickening squelch, the illusionary bloom latched onto Xiaoman's arm, unleashing a powerful suction force. Everyone watched in horror as Xiaoman's body was gradually being consumed by the flower. "Pull him out." Xu Tian's face paled as he realized the gravity of the situation. The bloom's description hadn't mentioned such a terrifying ability. With a roar, Xiaobai rushed behind Xiaoman, wrapping its paws around his waist and pulling with all its might. With a loud pop, Xiaoman was finally freed, but his arm, now covered in sticky sap, was severely corroded, with most of the fur dissolved away. Xu Tian's pupils contracted as he let out a sigh of relief. Good thing Xiaoman is tough. If it were anyone else, they'd already be reduced to bones. "Don't let it bite you again," Xu Tian warned urgently before teleporting back to the illusionary bloom's rear. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating infernal slash. Xiaobai followed closely, slashing with its claws to send several sharp wind blades slicing through the air toward the bloom. Meanwhile, Lu Xin'er's ice-based abilities began to take effect, drastically slowing the illusionary bloom's movements. "Now's the time, full attack," Enlan commanded decisively, raising her flute to her lips. A stream of melodious notes flowed forth. In an instant, swarms of multicolored insects appeared from nowhere, surging toward the illusionary bloom like a storm. They collided with the flower in a relentless cascade, each impact chipping away at its defenses like moths drawn to a flame. Dazzling bursts of damage erupted on the illusory bloom, as the entire team unleashed a frenzied onslaught. Its massive 80,000 HP began to plummet at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the battle reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, just outside the illusory bloom's territory, Helioshan's team quietly observed the distant battlefield, concealed within a moonlit protective barrier. "Fang Yun, thanks to your thunder god's eye detecting the illusory bloom's pollen in advance, we avoided getting lost in the illusion," Helioshan said, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Fang Yun gave a faint smile, the single eye on his forehead shifting slightly. "It was nothing. The key player here is still Sister Lin Lin." Wu Linlin chimed in with a playful laugh. "Exactly. Let Xu Tian and Enlan's group wear down this boss first. Once they're both on the brink of collapse, we'll swoop in. We'll take not only the boss rewards but also secure first place in this trial." Helushan cast her a glance, a cold smirk curling at his lips. "Their strongest asset is that white tiger. I'll use summoned creatures to hold it off. Tiancho, can you handle the barbarian king bear? The black-robed man carrying a coffin remained silent for a moment before replying in a hoarse voice, no problem, good. Without those two beasts, the remaining 8 won't stand a chance. We'll sit back and reap the rewards, Lushan said, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on the battlefield, speaking no further. On the battlefield, the illusory bloom's HP had already dropped below half, leaving just a third remaining. In the rear, Lu Xin'er couldn't contain her excitement and shouted, Wu, we're about to kill it. Tang Shui immediately cautioned, Xin'er, don't get careless. Keep the control steady. Though her gentle demeanor in her white dress betrayed her joy, she remained vigilant. With relentless attacks, the illusory bloom's HP finally fell to 10. But just then, its flower body began to swell, and an ominous red glow flickered across its petals and roots. Xu Tian's pupils contracted as he realized something was wrong. At the same time, a Lan's warning rang out, get back. The illusory bloom has gone berserk. Before her words could fully register, the illusory bloom's roots trembled violently, spraying thick sap into the air. The liquid erupted like a torrential downpour, cascading toward the group. Move. Xu Tian barked in a low voice, his brows furrowed deeply. The illusionary blossom before him had suddenly gone berserk, an unprecedented occurrence since he awakened his class. Despite having strategized against hundreds of bosses, this was the first time he faced such a dire situation. Once the illusionary blossom went berserk, not only did its stats skyrocket, but its skills were also significantly enhanced. Xu Tian glanced around. His teammates were in rough shape. With no healer in the group, they had barely managed to hold on with Tang Shui's meager healing abilities. The boss's health was down to less than 10%, but the frustration and despair were evident on everyone's faces. Just as Xu Tian hesitated over whether to summon Xiaowu, mocking voices echoed from not far away. Huh. Finally, it's at critical health. We've been waiting for this moment. Xu Tian, why don't you hand over this boss to us? Everyone looked up to see a 4-person team approaching, shrouded in a protective shield. Bai Kun Wenru's expression shifted instantly, her beautiful eyes narrowing as her face darkened. It's the other top-tier team Tianma. Lin Zhao's heart sank as well. With the boss in a berserk state and the sudden arrival of the Tianma team, the captain and their squad were in an incredibly precarious situation. Standing in the middle of the Tianma team was Wu Linlin, her revealing outfit making her stand out. Smirking arrogantly, she said, well, Xu Tian, Wenru, and Enlan. Bet you didn't see this coming, huh? After all your hard work whittling the boss down to near death, you've just handed it over to us on a silver platter. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow. You want the boss? Fine, take it. Guys, fall back. With that, he gestured for his teammates to retreat. The Tianma team froze, especially their captain, Lushan, who looked utterly stunned. He couldn't believe Xu Tian would give up the boss so easily. If they managed to kill this boss, Lushan's points would surpass Xu Tian's, securing him the top spot in the freshman trials. But sure enough, Xu Tian's team was retreating, and decisively so. Watching their retreating figures, Lushan hesitated for a moment before issuing the command, attack. A summoning circle materialized above Lushan, and from it emerged a massive purple ape, the violet-marked demon ape. Wu Linlin exclaimed in delight, amazing. The captain actually summoned it. Lushan commanded, violet-marked demon ape, go. The massive ape roared and charged at the illusionary blossom. However, the flower unfurled its petals, spraying energy-filled nectar that caused the demon ape to collapse, convulsing violently. Lushan's face turned pale with shock, and he quickly shouted, Tuncho, save the violet-marked demon ape. Hua Tiancho responded immediately, rushing forward and slamming the coffin he carried onto the ground. But before he could act further, the illusionary blossom suddenly opened its petals wide and swallowed him whole. The Tianma team watched in horror as this unfolded, their faces ashen. The illusionary blossom shuddered briefly before spitting out a pile of loot. Only then did Lushan realize they'd been tricked. He roared in fury, damn it! This isn't an ordinary illusionary blossom, it's gone berserk. Ripping open a speed scroll, he took off after Xu Tian's team. Wei Hing cried out in panic, boss, Lushan's gone mad. He's using a speed scroll to chase us. Xu Tian asked calmly, is the illusionary blossom following too? After receiving confirmation, Xu Tian raised an eyebrow. Looks like the illusionary blossom's aggro can't be reset. In that case, come on out, Xiaowu. As Xu Tian's voice fell, a contract magic circle suddenly materialized. From within the formation emerged a colossal beast bearing a massive turtle shell on its back. The ancient-looking shell was flanked by 2 eerie heads, one resembling a turtle yet distinctly different, and the other a serpent's head flicking its crimson tongue. Xu Tian's gaze remained indifferent as he looked into the distance. There, the remaining members of the Tianma squad were fleeing in desperation, pursued relentlessly by the frenzied illusionary bloom. With a calm snap of his fingers, he murmured, "Gravity." In an instant, the ground around them underwent a dramatic transformation. The three surviving members of the Tianma squad found their movements abruptly slowed, as if trapped in quicksand. Xu Tian and his companions were struck with terror, unable to react before the illusionary bloom's countless vine-like tendrils reached out and ensnared them. "No, Lushan, save me." Wu Linlin was the first to be caught, her terrified screams echoing through the air. Lushan barely had time to respond before he, too, was entangled and dragged backward by the vines. Spotting Xu Tian standing beside the mysterious Xuanwu beast, Lushan immediately realized who was behind this. Fury ignited within him. "You bastard! Xu Tian, just wait. I won't let you get away with this. Teleport us out," he roared in rage. With his shout, 3 beams of light flashed, and the trio was instantly transported outside the tower. Outside the tower, Lushan and his team suddenly reappeared. Wu Linlin was still trembling with fear, while Lushan stormed toward the mirrored projection, glaring at Xu Tian and his companions with clenched teeth. "Eliminating us won't help you defeat that boss. When you come out, I swear I'll kill you." Lushan's usual refined demeanor had completely vanished. As a scion of the prestigious He family in the capital, he had grown up in luxury and privilege. His awakening as a mysterious summoner had only brought him more attention and admiration. The family had even acquired rare summoning skill books for him. Yet today, he had been utterly humiliated by Xu Tian, and his actions had cost his teammates their lives. To him, this was an unforgivable disgrace. While Lushan seethed with rage, the atmosphere at the discussion table was far more tense. The level 8 boss of the Ninefold Demon Tower turned out to be the illusionary bloom, a creature that, while not highly ranked among external dungeon bosses, had reached an abnormally high level of difficulty within the tower. Given that the tower only opened once every 6 months to a year, the illusionary bloom had absorbed countless minor creatures' essence over time, making it far more powerful than usual. Worse still, it was now in a berserk state. For Lushan's squad to challenge, it was akin to courting death. Thankfully, only Hua Tianqiu had perished in the end. However, the real concern among the higher-ups was for the individuals still inside the 8th level, another top-tier team, Changmian, as well as the National College Entrance Exam champion Xu Tian and the runner-up Wenro. If they recklessly attempted to take on the illusionary bloom, they could face total annihilation, potentially without even having time to activate their wristbands to escape. The loss of such prodigies, representing the pinnacle of this generation's talent, would be an immeasurable blow to Huaxia. "Please, come out safely," Chu Wan muttered anxiously, her delicate hands clenched tightly as she watched the mirrored projection with a face full of worry. Inside the 8th level of the Ninefold Demon Tower, Wenro stared nervously at the slowly advancing illusionary bloom, its movements hindered by the gravity field. "Xu Tian, let's leave too. Okay?" Even Lushan's epic-level summon creature was instantly killed. "That thing is terrifying." "No," Xu Tian replied, shaking his head with a glint of determination in his eyes. "The illusionary bloom is already on the verge of death. Giving up now would be a waste. Besides, retreating isn't my style." Under the effects of the gravity field, the illusionary bloom's speed was drastically reduced. Combined with Xiao Man's binding abilities, as long as they prevented the creature from getting close, victory was still within reach. Moreover, the illusionary bloom's ranged attacks seemed limited to its vines. As this thought crossed his mind, Xu Tian's eyes lit up with inspiration, and a sly smile spread across his face. He softly chanted, "Rock barrier." In an instant, a surge of rocks erupted from the ground. What was typically a defensive skill was repurposed by Xu Tian to trap the illusionary bloom completely. At the same time, he manipulated the earth element to encase the creature's roots in solid stone, rendering it immobile. "Everyone attack!" Xu Tian shouted. Xiaobai was the first to leap into action, unleashing a roaring white tiger light wave from its mouth in a long-range strike. In her black dress, Wenro followed closely, casting spell after spell. The illusionary bloom writhed frantically within its rocky prison, but was powerless to escape. It was being countered by elemental advantage. Earth overcomes wood, and while the illusionary bloom's berserk state made it resistant to ordinary control abilities, the earth element was its natural weakness. With the rock barrier lasting 60 seconds, the team's offensive abilities rained down mercilessly. As the blue energy bar of black dress gentle depleted, she unhesitatingly downed a mana potion and continued her relentless assault. In the final second of her skill duration, the health of the illusory blossom was completely drained. With a thunderous crash, an endless radiance burst forth, and loot rained down like a shower. The illusory blossom collapsed to the ground, its petals scattering across the floor. Everyone stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. They had actually defeated the illusory blossom. This seemingly impossible task had been conquered by Xu Tian and his team. Outside the tower, the scene of the illusory blossom's downfall was broadcast to countless onlookers, sparking an uproar. In the Jiang family home, Zhang Xiaoye watched the mirrored projection with a faint smile on her lips. Sister, I told you Xu Tian could do it, she said confidently. Zhang Xiaoying's eyes flickered with a complex expression. She had never believed that Xu Tian could defeat the illusory blossom. If it had been her, she was certain she wouldn't have been able to accomplish it. Yet, Xu Tian had succeeded. Before the mirrored projection, Lushan struggled to accept what he was seeing, nearly breaking down. Impossible. How could Xu Tian and his team kill this boss? The illusory blossom was already in berserk mode. The heads of various academies exchanged knowing glances, their expressions complicated. They understood clearly that defeating this boss was entirely thanks to Xu Tian's individual strength. It was evident that this generation of Huaxia had produced an extraordinary genius. Inside the tower, the passage to the 9th floor had already opened. The Yanlan team approached the teleportation array but decided to forego advancing further. The attribute suppression is too strong. We can't proceed any further. Being able to defeat this boss is more than enough for us, Yanlan said earnestly, looking at Xu Tian with gratitude. Xu Tian nodded in understanding. After the Yanlan team departed, Wei Hang hesitated as well. Xu Tian smiled and said, "You should go too?" Although Wei Hang's attributes were higher than those of most adventurers, the suppression on the 9th floor would likely still be too much for him to handle. White Dress Gentle summoned a contract formation, and Black Dress Gentle stepped into it. The twin masters merged into one, their attributes surging to an entirely new level. Xu Tian nodded and stepped forward with her to enter the 9th floor. They wasted no time farming mobs for points. Instead, they mounted Little White and charged straight toward the final destination of the 9th floor. The moment they laid eyes on the boss, everyone, both inside and outside the tower, was stunned. It was none other than a legendary potential boss. Standing before it, Xu Tian's lips curled into a wry smile. This was beyond legendary. It had crossed into the realm of myth, far beyond anything he could handle. Even if he reached level 50, it would still be an insurmountable challenge. Yet, he still clung to a sliver of hope, a chance so slim it was almost non-existent. Xu Tian took a deep breath, turned to Gentle beside him, and his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. "Are you willing to take a gamble with me?" "Take a gamble?" Wenru asked softly, her gentle gaze fixed on Xu Tian. Though she had no idea what Xu Tian intended to gamble on, she chose to trust him unconditionally. Xu Tian nodded in gratitude and turned his focus back to the legendary boss. The opportunity he referred to was his Beast God's Descent skill with an infinitesimal chance of summoning the mythical White Tiger. If successful, they might actually defeat the legendary boss. Otherwise, they stood no chance at all. Outside the tower, the crowd watched in shock as Xu Tian and Wenru approached the boss directly, sparking a wave of murmurs. Some questioned their intentions, while others mocked Xu Tian for being overly arrogant. Jia Xianyue observed from a distance, a trace of delight flashing in his eyes. He had initially hoped the Timo squad would eliminate Xu Tian inside the tower, but instead, his plan backfired, leading to their team's complete annihilation. Now, seeing Xu Tian daring to challenge the 9th floor boss, Jia Xianyue secretly hoped the boss would finish him off instantly. Chu Wan stood up nervously, her beautiful eyes fixed on the mirrored projection. She couldn't understand why Xu Tian would risk challenging the 9th floor boss when he had already accomplished so much. The Jiang sisters, Yanlan, and others shared the same puzzled expressions. At that moment, a sudden burst of dazzling light erupted in the mirrored projection, its brilliance reflecting blinding rays across the scene. In the distance, the 9-fold demon tower shook violently. To everyone's astonishment, a massive beastly shadow seemed to swipe at the tower with a giant claw. With a deafening crash, the towering 9-fold demon tower collapsed into ruins. Everyone was stunned speechless. Lushan burst into laughter, declaring that Xu Tian and Wenru must have angered the boss and gotten themselves killed. However, Zhang Xiaoying calmly analyzed the situation, questioning how the boss's rage alone could have destroyed the entire tower. A shocking possibility began to form in everyone's minds, one they hardly dared to believe. Suddenly, 2 teleportation halos lit up in the arena, revealing Xu Tian and Wenru. Xu Tian had fallen unconscious, supported by Wenru, who still bore an expression of awe, as if she had just witnessed something beyond comprehension. Jia Xianyu's face darkened, as he realized the 9th floor boss and the 9-fold demon tower might truly have been defeated. At that moment, Ren Yunshan arrived with a group of black-clad enforcers, demanding Wenru hand over Xu Tian. Chu Wan stepped forward, shielding Xu Tian and Wenru, confronting Ren Yunshan hidden. Ren Yunshan brought in Dai Yasi, a serpent spirit master from the heavenly rankings, to exert pressure, threatening to take Xu Tian by force. Chu Wan was furious. She hadn't expected the Ren family to act so brazenly in such a public setting. Although she had already informed her family in the capital to come to their aid, the distance was great, and they might not arrive in time to stop the Ren family. As the Ren enforcers began to surround them, Chu Wan grew increasingly anxious, desperate for a solution. Just as Chu Wan was feeling restless, a dark shadow darted behind her like a ghost. It bypassed her entirely and lunged straight for Xu Tian. Chu Wan's instincts flared an assassin. Though she was the most gifted talent of the Chu family in the capital, practically the future voice of her clan, even Ren Yunshan wouldn't dare make a move against her in public. The assassin moved with astonishing speed, emerging from the shadows and closing in on Xu Tian in an instant. Just as the assassin's hand was about to touch Xu Tian, a graceful figure resolutely stepped in front of him. A glint of viciousness flashed in the assassin's eyes, and a dagger gleamed coldly as it stabbed directly at Wenro. Yet in the very next second, a dull thud echoed. The assassin was flung backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood poured from their mouth as their life force dwindled to near nothing. "Who gave you the audacity to dare harm our young lady?" A cold, commanding voice rang out, and an elderly man in a black mage's robe appeared seemingly out of thin air in front of Wenro. "Grandpa Nan." Wenro's face lit up with joy. Ren Yunshan's expression twitched as he recognized the man. An 86th level archmage? Someone from the One family? He cursed inwardly at the assassin who had just acted. "Idiot. You couldn't even recognize the One family's heiress and still dared to attack? Useless." The mage in black robes fixed Ren Yunshan with a frosty glare. "Patriarch Run, what is the meaning of this? Were you planning to kill our young lady as well?" His tone bristled with disdain, openly belittling the head of one of the four great clans of the Magic City. Ren Yunshan took a deep breath. Offending the Chu family in the capital was already enough to weigh heavily on him. If he also crossed the One family, the Ren family might not survive the fallout. Suppressing his fury, he forced a strained smile. "This is all just a misunderstanding, my friend. It's my fault for failing to discipline my people. I'll personally visit later to apologize." "Ha, you think you're worthy?" The mage sneered before turning back to Wenro. "Miss, the entrance exams are over. The family head has instructed you to return home and prepare for enrollment." Wenro instinctively tightened her grip on Xu Tian's hand for support. She understood the mage was urging her not to get involved in this matter. But as she looked at Xu Tian, still unconscious, her gaze hardened with determination. "I'll go back with you, but only after he wakes up." The mage chuckled softly. "It's merely a weakness effect from a skill. I can dispel it." With that, he conjured a staff out of thin air and traced a sigil in the air, which descended onto Xu Tian. Moments later, Xu Tian stirred, his eyes slowly opening as he took in his surroundings in confusion. Memories flooded back to him. The 9th floor of the tower, the beast god's descent, the white tiger's phantom accidentally damaging the 9-layered demon tower, the ultimate reward, the teleportation bracelet, and then the ensuing weakness and unconsciousness. As his gaze landed on Ren Yunshan and his men, as well as Chu Wan and Wenro standing protectively in front of him, he immediately grasped the situation. Clearly, Ren Yunshan intended to eliminate him by force. "Miss, he's awake now. It's time for us to leave." The mage spoke with satisfaction, addressing Wenro. "Xu Tian." Wenro hesitated, but Xu Tian raised a hand to stop her. From the mage's words, Xu Tian deduced that Wenro had intervened to dispel his weakness early. It was also clear that the mage didn't want Wenro to get further involved. After all, the Run family, as one of the four great clans of the Magic City, held significant influence throughout China. Even families of equal standing were reluctant to provoke them unnecessarily. "I understand. Thank you for your help. You should go now, it'll be fine," Xu Tian said softly. Wenro glanced around and realized that Chu Wan alone wouldn't be able to hold off the Ren family. Yet, for reasons she couldn't explain, Xu Tian's calm assurance made her choose to trust him. She nodded and followed the mage away, leaving the scene in a tense standoff. Now, it was just Chu Wan standing between Xu Tian and the Ren family. Ren Yunshan sneered coldly. "So what if you're awake? Xu Tian, it's time to settle our score." "Really? And what exactly is this score between us?" Xu Tian replied icily. "Your daughter insulted me first that day. I merely taught her a lesson, and now your family has put a bounty on my head to hunt me down. Even if I did hurt Miss Ren, does it warrant trying to kill me?" His words immediately sparked murmurs among the onlookers. "Yeah, I heard about that." Apparently, the Ren family's daughter was being incredibly arrogant and even insulted Xu Tian's family. Xu Tian's an orphan, isn't he? His parents died in a dungeon when he was young, sacrificing themselves so he could survive. Who wouldn't be furious? So it really was the Ren family's fault. And then they issued a bounty on him? If Xu Tian weren't so capable, he'd probably be dead by now. Do powerful families think they can just bully anyone they want? This is outrageous. The growing wave of whispers and discontent washed over the Ren family, making Ren Yunshan's expression even darker. This wretched boy was stalling for time by stirring up public opinion. No matter what you say, you stole the barbarian king bear from us. That beast belongs to the Ren family, and we're simply taking back what's ours, Ren Yunshan declared, stepping forward as he prepared to strike personally. Chu Wan's eyes widened in alarm. She quickly cast a skill to try to restrain him, but the icy flower that formed on Ren Yunshan's body shattered in mere seconds. He's immune to control effects that quickly. He's a dark berserker. Chu Wan's face paled as she turned to Xu Tian and shouted, "Run!" But Xu Tian didn't retreat. Instead, he stared at Ren Yunshan, who was charging toward him, a resolute glint in his eyes. If there was truly no way out, he wouldn't hesitate to use the ultimate reward from the 9th floor to take this man down with him. Little girl from the Chu family, if you insist on protecting him, don't blame me for what happens next. Ren Yunshan snarled as he appeared before Chu Wan, his body clad in armor and surrounded by swirling dark energy. Ice shards formed around Chu Wan, but they shattered instantly as Ren Yunshan approached. She had no way to resist him. Chu Wan's face turned ashen, but just as the situation reached a critical moment, a voice brimming with authority suddenly rang out. "Ren Yunshan, stop!" The words had barely fallen when Ren Yunshan's expression shifted drastically. Yet, without hesitation, he drew his greatsword and swung it down toward Chu Wan and Xu Tian. If he couldn't take Xu Tian alive, he would ensure the boy's death. Phew! Xu Tian and Chu Wan suddenly felt the temperature around them soar dramatically. Intense flames surged up like a barrier, encircling them. Ren Yunshan, seeing this, abruptly halted his heavy sword mid-swing, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. "Ren Yunshan, what do you think you're doing?" A red-robed elder strode into the scene, his cold gaze sweeping over the members of the Ren family. With a wave of his hand, the fiery barrier behind him dissipated in an instant. Only then did Xu Tian and Chu Wan get a clear view of their surroundings. When Chu Wan noticed the red-robed elder, her eyes revealed a mix of surprise and respect. "Director Chun, what brings you here?" Ren Yunshan also stared at the elder, a trace of hostility and frustration flashing across his face. He clenched his teeth in silent fury. He had been so close to killing Xu Tian, only to be interrupted at the last moment. Chen Guofeng's piercing gaze bore into Ren Yunshan. "Ren Yunshan, Xu Tian is the top scorer of the Huaxia National College entrance exam and ranked first in the National University League exam. He is a future pillar of this country. Do you have any idea what your actions signify?" Ren Yunshan's lips twitched. Chen Guofeng was not only a high-ranking official in the National Security Bureau of Huaxia, but also renowned for his uncompromising integrity. Even the upper echelons of the Ren family dared not provoke him lightly. "Director Chan, Ren Yunshan began to explain, but Chen Guofeng cut him off sharply. "Save it for the National Talent Division. Attempting to harm a national treasure, you'd better prepare for court." Ren Yunshan's face turned ashen, as if he'd swallowed a fly. The mighty head of one of the 4 great families of Modu, forced to face trial? But when he saw the icy expression on Chen Guofeng's face, he dared not utter another word. This man represented the authority of the state. Unless the Ren family wanted to jeopardize their standing in Huaxia, who would dare challenge him? The tense atmosphere began to ease slightly with Chen Guofeng's arrival. At that moment, Zhang Tianwen stepped forward and respectfully greeted, "Director Chen." Chen Guofeng smiled warmly. "Ah, Xiaowen. It's been years since we last met." Ren Yunshan's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. Zhang Tianwen. He suddenly remembered that Zhang Tianwen's mentor was none other than Chen Guofeng. No wonder Chen Guofeng had shown up here. Right, must have been Zhang Tianwen who called him. Realizing this, Ren Yunshan shot a cold, resentful glare at Zhang Tianwen. He hadn't expected that a mere provincial governor would become such a thorn in his side. Chen Guofeng sighed with emotion. "Xiaowen, I'm glad you informed me. Otherwise, I might never have met such an extraordinary young talent of Huaxia. To think someone could defeat the 9th level boss. I once ventured into the 90-year demon tower myself, but only made it to the 7th level. I can't believe your generation has produced so many geniuses capable of reaching the 8th level, and even someone who defeated the 9th level boss. Truly, the heavens are watching over Huaxia." His beard quivered slightly with excitement. Turning to Xu Tian, Chen Guofeng's eyes sparkled. "Young man, have you heard of the National Security Bureau? If you're interested, I can recommend you after you graduate." Before he could finish, a voice suddenly interjected. "Hey, Chen, aren't you being a bit too hasty? You can't just snatch people like that. Xu Tian is my honor student after graduation. He should be joining our Ministry of Defense." An elderly man with graying hair strode forward, followed by a dignified middle-aged man and 2 younger individuals. Chen Guofeng snorted coldly. "Chu Batian, you're late to the party. If you'd been any slower, the Run family would have whisked this gem away, and you'd be left with nothing to fight over." Chu Batian immediately barked. "What do you know? If that bastard Ren Hongzi hadn't held me up, Do you think I'd be this late? Ren Hongzi? Chen Guofeng raised an eyebrow and turned to Ren Yunshan. Impressive, Master Ren. To deal with one young man, you even brought out the old patriarch of the Ren family. Ren Yunshan's expression darkened. He had called on the old patriarch to block the Chu family, but he hadn't accounted for Chen Guofeng's interference. Today was a total disaster, had lost everything, and gained at least 2 powerful enemies for the Ren family. Chu Batian snorted. What now, Ren family brat? Out of respect for your old patriarch, I won't beat you up today. Now get lost, what are you waiting for? An invitation to dinner? Ren Yunshan's mouth twitched. In the presence of these seasoned veterans, his status as the head of the Ren family was utterly insignificant. Just as Ren Yunshan was about to leave, Xu Tian suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of defiance. Wait, Master Ren. After targeting me to this extent, are you planning to just walk away? Don't you think you owe me an apology? Ren Yunshan paused mid-step at the words. He turned around, his gaze sharp and cold as it locked onto Xu Tian. Boy, don't push your luck. Chu Batian immediately interjected, his tone stern. What's this? You sent people to assassinate him, placed a bounty on his head, and left him living in constant fear. It's already generous that no one's demanding compensation for emotional distress, yet you can't even offer a proper apology? Chu Batian knew he had arrived too late to assist Xu Tian at the crucial moment. So now he was eager to back him. Yupan, perhaps persuade him to join the National Defense Department. Ren Yunshan's fists clenched instinctively at the sharp rebuke, but he slowly released them. Through gritted teeth, he forced out 2 words. I'm sorry. With that, he spun around, ready to leave in a fury. Hold on, Xu Tian called out again. Ren Yunshan's expression twisted instantly, his anger flaring. What more do you want? The head of one of the 4 great families, reduced to such a state by a young man, was utterly humiliating. Even Chen Guofeng and Chu Batian looked slightly taken aback, a flicker of hesitation crossing their faces. Ren Yunshan had already swallowed his pride and apologized if Xu Tian pressed further. It might seem excessive. Xu Tian replied calmly, Master Ren, you misunderstand. I'm not asking for another apology from you. I want the true culprit behind this incident to step forward in person. Ren Yunshan froze, the muscles in his face twitching slightly. Chu Batian immediately chimed in. Master Ren, Xu Tian's request is hardly unreasonable. As the saying goes, whoever ties the bell must untie it. Asking your daughter to apologize doesn't seem like too much to ask. Chen Guofeng also voiced his agreement. Master Ren, this request is indeed quite fair. The 2 of them, working in tandem, left Ren Yunshan feeling deeply stifled. He took a deep breath and gave a low, sharp order to his subordinate. Bring Qian here. The subordinate hesitated. Master, the young lady was just defeated by Xu Tian on the 6th floor and witnessed him conquer the 9th floor. She's already devastated by the blow. If we force her to apologize, she might completely break down. I said, bring her here. Ren Yunshan repeated coldly. Not daring to argue further, the subordinate quickly left to summon Ren Qian. Moments later, Ren Qian appeared before the group. She had changed into a new dress, but the humiliation of her earlier defeat by Xu Tian was still etched on her face. When she realized her father intended to make her apologize to Xu Tian, her eyes instantly filled with tears. Father! However, Ren Yunshan's expression remained icy and indifferent. In that moment, Ren Qian understood everything. She glared at Xu Tian with hatred, silently swearing to herself, Xu Tian, one day, I will make you kneel before me, begging for life yet unable to die. Finally, Ren Qian swallowed her pride and said in a low voice, I'm sorry. I was wrong. The Ren family left in disgrace, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Chen Guofeng turned to Xu Tian with a cheerful smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Kid, don't forget our agreement. After you graduate, come join the National Security Bureau. With that, he turned and prepared to head back to the capital. Jiang Tianwen, seeing this, quickly followed to send off his former mentor. Chu Batian stroked his graying beard, his approving gaze landing on Xu Tian. Xu Tian, don't listen to that guy. The Ministry of Defense is where the real future lies. When the time comes, he'll personally open the doors for you. He then turned to Chu Wan, winking playfully. Oh, right. Little Wan is your mentor at Qing University, isn't she? If you have any questions, just ask her. She'll definitely take good care of you at the university. Won't you, little Wan? Chu Wan's cold and composed face froze for a second at his words, but she still nodded lightly. Satisfied, Chu Batian chuckled. See? With Chu Wan around, you can focus on improving yourself at Qing University without worry. She'll handle the rest for you. Alright, it's getting late. I should head back too. Alright, Grandpa, let me see you off, Chu Wan said softly. The surrounding crowd gradually began to leave through the special exit. Xu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The test was over. Zhang Xiaoya approached him and said, Come on, Xu Tian. After the new student test, we have a week to prepare before classes officially start. Then we can head to the capital together. Sure, Xu Tian replied with a smile. After a brief chat, Xu Tian returned home with the Jiang family's car. When he opened the door, he saw his sister, Xu Yun, pacing nervously as she waited for news of his test results. Sis, I'm back, Xu Tian greeted softly. Xu Yun immediately stood up at his words, her eyes full of anticipation. Xu Tian, you're back. Is the test over? Yeah, it's done. I got first place, Xu Tian said with a smile. That's amazing. I knew you were the best. Xu Yun beamed with pride and quickly added, come on, I made all your favorite dishes today. Looking over at the dining table, Xu Tian saw it filled with delicious food, and a warm sense of home washed over him. He looked at his sister and, after a moment of thought, said, Sis, you should come to Qing University with me. 7 days later, on the way to the capital, Xu Tian rode in the Jiang sisters' private car. Chu Wan, as his mentor, had already returned to the capital a few days earlier. Xu Tian, are you sure I can live on campus with you? Xu Yun asked nervously during the ride. Don't worry, sis. Professor Chu has already arranged everything. You can stay on campus under the guise of being a merchant specializing in crafting tools, Xu Tian reassured her. But making tools requires buying a lot of materials, and I don't have any money. Xu Yun lowered her head in embarrassment, like a shy child. Xu Tian was momentarily stunned, suddenly remembering how all the money Xu Yun had earned over the years had been spent on supporting him. Smiling slightly, he pulled out a bank card. Here, there should be some gold coins in this account. Take it, sis. If it's not enough, just ask me. I have plenty of money. This card was something he had obtained after defeating Lu Guanshi, though he hadn't had the time to check its balance. Given Liu's position in the Ren family, Xu Tian figured there should be enough for his sister to start her crafting business. Xu Yun instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing the determined look in Xu Tian's eyes, she relented. She gently patted his head, her expression softening with pride. Xu Tian, you've really grown up. If mom and dad could see you now, they'd be so proud. Her words caused a pang in Xu Tian's heart. Mom and dad, he only knew that they had entered a hidden dungeon to earn money for his tuition. 3 days later, the police reported their deaths. But the truth was, the dungeon had mysteriously disappeared, and not even their bodies or belongings were recovered. No matter what, even if they truly were gone, Xu Tian was determined to uncover the truth once he had the power to do so. Sitting nearby, Zhang Xiaoya also felt a wave of sadness. As Xu Tian's classmate, she had witnessed his journey from being ostracized and bullied in school to becoming the top scorer in the high school exams and standing out among countless prodigies. She couldn't help but feel happy for him. In the front seat, Zhang Xiaoying's expression shifted slightly. Losing both parents at a young age must have been devastating for a family like Xu Tian's. She could only imagine the hardships he and Xu Yun had endured to make it this far. Perhaps, she thought to herself, she shouldn't have said those things to him that day. The rest of the journey was quiet. Finally, the convoy arrived at Qing University in the capital. As one of the most prestigious universities in the city, Qing University's grand entrance stretched for hundreds of meters, exuding an air of majesty. Students bustled in and out, and today, the campus was especially lively with new arrivals. Luxury cars lined the entrance as well-dressed students, looking like young lords and ladies, made their way into the university. Wow, look over there. A sudden exclamation drew everyone's attention. Slowly approaching was the young master of the Morong family, his strikingly handsome features causing many to stop and stare. Following closely behind him was Xu Tian, whose beauty, as pure and elegant as a freshly bloomed lotus, instantly captivated the crowd. She's definitely a contender for campus queen this year, someone whispered. Just then, a confident and commanding figure entered. Their Viwit was Lan, who was rumored to have ranked second in the freshman entrance exams. Her appearance sparked another wave of admiration. Almost simultaneously, a luxurious car from the Jiang family pulled up in front of Qing University's gates. As the car door opened, the Jiang sisters gracefully stepped out. Zhang Xiaoya was dressed in a simple, knee-length white dress, exuding a fresh and ethereal charm, while Zhang Xiaoying, as always, sported shorts and a fitted top that accentuated her curvy, alluring figure. Their presence was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Oh my gosh, beauties. And 2 of them. They look kind of alike. Could they be sisters? Sisters, haha. Shortly after, Xu Tian emerged from the car, scanning the excited onlookers around him with a slight raise of his brow. Not far away, Lan noticed their arrival and gave Xu Tian a small nod of acknowledgement before turning and heading into the campus. However, things weren't as calm for Xu Tian and the Zhang sisters. The sisters' stunning appearances drew a swarm of upperclassmen eager to help carry their luggage. Scratching his head in confusion, Xu Tian muttered to himself, Lan looks great too. Why didn't they act this enthusiastic around her? Hey there, freshman. I'm Chao Rue, a junior. Need help with your bags? Freshman, nice to meet you. am the student council president. The enthusiastic voices of introductions and offers to help overwhelmed Zhang Xiaoya, who looked around helplessly and turned her pleading eyes to her sister. Zhang Xiaoying's lips twitched slightly as she recalled going through a similar experience when she first entered college. Apparently, none of these people recognized her now. Xu Tian. Zhang Xiaoying turned, her sharp gaze locking onto the bystander watching the commotion unfold. Her tone was cold and firm. Xu Tian froze for a moment, unsure how to respond. You wanted to prove yourself, didn't you? Well, hair-race your chance. Zhang Xiaoying tilted her delicate chin, signaling for him to take action. Feeling the hostile stares from the crowd, Xu Tian was momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath, he strode over to Zhang Xiaoya and, without hesitation, wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Sorry, everyone, Xu Tian announced loudly, but she's already taken. Xu Tian. Zhang Xiaoya let out a surprised gasp as she suddenly felt an arm wrap around her waist. But the moment she noticed the curious gazes from those around her, she quickly quieted down. She didn't want Xu Tian to lose face in front of everyone. Besides, if it was Xu Tian, perhaps she didn't really mind. This unexpected scene left the crowd stunned. Xu Tian, though decently good-looking, was dressed plainly and gave off the impression of someone out of place, almost like a freeloader tagging along for a ride. Many in the crowd exchanged looks of disdain and mockery, thinking, how could someone like him deserve a pure and lovely junior like Zhang Xiaoya? Just then, the white cat in Zhang Xiaoya's arms suddenly leaped onto Xu Tian. This unexpected action caused a subtle shift in the expressions of the surrounding senior students. A rumor flashed through their minds: wasn't the top scorer of the freshman entrance exam a beast tamer named Xu Tian, rumored to have a white cat as his divine beast companion? Could this plain-looking guy really be that Xu Tian? Some seniors began eyeing him with caution, while others maintained their dismissive attitudes. After all, they prided themselves on their superior knowledge and experience compared to a mere freshman. And someone like Zhang Xiaoya? She should obviously be the target of everyone's admiration, not someone to be taken by a nobody. At that moment, a male student stepped forward, his lips curling into a sneer. Hey, kid, do you even know what it means to respect your seniors? Let go of her now, and I might consider letting you off this time. Otherwise, your days at Qing University are going to get very rough. Low murmurs arose from the crowd nearby. That's the student council vice president. I heard he's from the powerful Huang family in the capital. A rich second-generation heir with a mysterious profession. Xu Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the threat. So respecting seniors means giving up my girlfriend? Is he out of his mind? He calmly uttered a single word. Leave. The smirk on Huang Yu's face froze instantly. What did you just say, kid? Care to repeat that? His expression grew increasingly menacing. Are you deaf? I said, leave, Xu Tian repeated coldly. The crowd erupted into gasps. Wow, this freshman's got guts. He actually dared to stand up to Huang Yu. Doesn't he know Huang Yu is the campus bully here at Qing University? Yeah, Huang Yu's not just skilled in combat. He's also the young master of the Huang family. This freshman must have a death wish. Zhang Xiaoya tugged on Xu Tian's sleeve, her voice filled with worry. Xu Tian. Xu Tian gently patted her hand to reassure her. Then, he raised his gaze back to Huang Yu. To Huang Yu, however, this gesture felt like a blatant provocation. All right, kid, you've got guts. But it seems I'll have to teach you what it means to respect your seniors, Huang Yu said, his voice dripping with malice. As he spoke, a sharp spear materialized in his hand. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow, then activated his Eye of Insight. Target: Huang Yu. Profession: Spear Wielder. Level: 46. HP: 10,865. Strength: 1,654. Defense: 1,596. Speed: 1,321. Stamina: 1,300. Description: wielding a spear significantly boosts both attack and defense stats, with added penetration abilities. A combat-focused profession with high offensive capabilities. The tension between the two was palpable, and the crowd's excitement only grew. They're really going to fight. The top freshman, Xu Tian, versus last year's student council vice president. This is going to be epic. I heard Xu Tian has a divine beast. I can't wait to see it in action. People say he cleared the 9th level of the Demon Tower and even defeated the legendary boss. Is that true? Huang Yu snorted at the chatter, clearly unimpressed. To him, these stories were nothing but exaggerated rumors. A legendary boss? Its power was said to rival that of deities, definitely not something a mere freshman could defeat. He narrowed his eyes at Xu Tian and taunted. So, I hear you've got a divine beast? Why not summon it and prove it? If you can defeat me, they'll even give you my position as vice president of the student council. Xu Tian smirked, his expression unreadable. Your little title doesn't interest me in the slightest. But since you're so eager, I suppose I can humor you. With that, Xu Tian gently stroked the white cat in his arms. Go ahead. The little white cat leapt forward, letting out an adorable, high-pitched cry. Meow. The crowd burst into laughter. That's it? This tiny kitten is supposed to be a divine beast? If that's a divine beast, then my dog must be a god too. Ha ha ha. So this is the legendary divine beast? What a joke. Honestly, how did this guy even become the top freshman? There's got to be some shady business in the entrance exam. Huang Yu laughed mockingly as well. Xu Tian, I asked for a divine beast, not a pet shop reject. Are you sure you're not confused? They'll give you one last chance step away from Jiang Xiaoya, or it'll make sure you have no place at Qing University. Is that so? Xu Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. He snapped his fingers and said calmly, then tell Muho's confused now? As soon as his words fell, a blinding white light enveloped the little white cat, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. A deafening roar echoed through the air. Roar! The sound sent a shiver down everyone's spine. As the light subsided, a massive beast stood at the campus gates. Its body was covered in striking black stripes against pure white fur, its tiger-like head exuding an aura of majesty, and its limbs as sturdy as pillars. That's the white tiger, someone stammered, trembling in awe. Shock filled the eyes of the crowd. Beast tamers had long been considered a weak profession, as taming high-level beasts was nearly impossible. Yet here stood a freshman who not only became the top scorer but had also tamed a divine beast, a feat unheard of. In the world of Tianqi, divine beasts were the pinnacle of strength, almost synonymous with invincibility. The potential of a beast tamer with a divine beast companion was beyond imagination. Wow, it's truly a divine beast. The moment the white tiger summoned by Xu Tian appeared, it completely captured everyone's attention, standing majestically before the crowd. Huang Yu nearly fell to the ground in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. A mythical creature, a divine beast, actually being used as someone's pet? Was this really the so-called useless beast tamer profession that everyone mocked? Xu Tian glanced at Huang Yu's stunned expression and smirked slightly. Vice President Huang, don't you enjoy seeing divine beasts? Now that you've seen one, how do you feel about it? These words hit Huang Yu like a slap, snapping him out of his shock. He suddenly remembered his position as the vice president of the student council, a position his family had secured for him. How could he tolerate being mocked by a mere freshman, especially one who was an entire year his junior? Anger clouded Huang Yu's judgment. A divine beast? So what? This was still just a freshman. Could he possibly be stronger than him, an upperclassman? Kid, you don't seriously think having a divine beast makes you invincible, do you? Huang Yu sneered, his eyes filled with hostility. We're all from mysterious professions, and my level is higher than yours. Do you really think you can beat me? Xu Tian merely chuckled at this. Why don't you try and find out? Huang Yu's gaze fell on Baihu the white tiger. The sheer size of the creature made his heart tremble, but the cheers of encouragement from the surrounding upperclassmen bolstered his resolve. They were all urging him to teach this disrespectful freshman a lesson. At this point, there was no turning back. Fine. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. From now on, you'll take a detour whenever you see me. Gritting his teeth, Huang Yu charged forward, wielding his spear, aiming directly at Baihu. Smack! A crisp sound shattered the tense atmosphere. Baihu swatted Huang Yu away with a casual paw, sending him flying several meters before he crashed heavily onto the ground, motionless. Quick! Get a healer. A healer! The crowd erupted into chaos. Huang Yu had been reduced to critical health with just one slap. Everyone stared at Baihu in shock, their minds reeling. Was this the power of a divine beast? A single, restrained blow had nearly incapacitated a level 46 Huang Yu. If it had gone all out, Huang Yu might have been sent straight to the afterlife. Baihu, now back in its smaller feline form, coldly scanned the crowd. Those male students who had previously harbored inappropriate thoughts about the Jiang sisters quickly lowered their heads, no longer daring to entertain such ideas. This freshman was simply too domineering, taking down a senior in his first days on campus. Who would dare act recklessly now? Just then, a hurried voice called out, Xu Tian. A stunning woman dressed in professional attire approached quickly. It was none other than Chu Wan. She glanced around at the scene and, after hearing snippets of the students' discussions, sighed in exasperation. So this is why you haven't reported to the office yet. Showing off again. Are we? Come with me now. Chu Wan said coldly. Xu Tian spread his hands innocently. How is this my fault? He's the one who insisted on provoking me. Chu Wan paused for a moment, her lips curling into a faintly sarcastic smile. I almost believed you for a second. It's true. Xu Tian widened his eyes in mock indignation. He demanded to see a divine beast. Being the respectful student I am, how could I refuse such a request? Respectful? You? Chu Wan shot him a sidelong glance, her tone dripping with skepticism. Seeing her expression, Xu Tian quickly retracted his gaze from admiring her figure and cleared his throat. He couldn't help but admit that Chu Wan's professional outfit was incredibly eye-catching, perfectly accentuating her flawless figure. Xu Tian marveled silently how had he not noticed her striking presence before? Enough talk. Come with me to complete your enrollment paperwork, claim your admission rewards, and collect your prizes for the freshman competition, Chu Wan said, turning to lead the way. Xu Tian waved goodbye to the Jiang sisters. All right, they'll be off with Ms. Chu then. As a distinguished honorary mentor at Qing University, Chu Wan was free to choose whether or not to take on students. Before Xu Tian, she had never accepted a single student, deeming it a waste of her time. But Xu Tian was different. His talent surpassed even her own, and his future potential was boundless. In Chu Wan's eyes, only those whose talent exceeded hers were worthy of being her students at least. That was her current standard. With Chu Wan leading the way, Xu Tian quickly completed his enrollment procedures and received his admission rewards. Next on the agenda was the freshman competition prize. As the top scorer in the freshman competition, you're entitled to select 2 items from the list of prizes donated by the various academies. Hey, erase the list, take your pick, Chu Wan said, handing him a scroll. Xu Tian carefully scanned the contents of the scroll, his eyes soon locking onto a particular skill Buka Diamond Tier Beast Tamer skill book. As Chu Wan had mentioned earlier, he had been yearning for this skill book because Beast Tamer skills were exceedingly rare. In dungeons, the drop rate for mysterious profession skills was 10 times lower than for ordinary professions, making them incredibly scarce. While Beast Tamers were often dismissed as a useless profession, those from affluent backgrounds who pursued it refused to give up entirely. Although they didn't contract high-level beasts from the apocalypse world, they would still learn advanced Beast Tamer skills, as some of these skills possessed significant combat potential. As a result, Beast Tamer skill books remained highly coveted in the market. I'll take this one, Xu Tian said decisively, pointing to the Diamond Tier skill book. Chu Wan wasn't surprised by his choice and simply nodded. And the second one? Xu Tian scanned the list again before suddenly pointing to 2 items. These 2 materials? Chu Wan raised an eyebrow, surprised by his selection. These were high-grade materials used for crafting equipment or items. She looked at Xu Tian curiously. Was he planning to craft his own gear? Sensing her confusion, Xu Tian merely smiled without explaining. In truth, he did intend to craft something extraordinary, not just any equipment, but an artifact. Among the ultimate rewards he had obtained from the 9th Demon Tower were not only rare items, but also a prize so incredible it could drive the entire world into a frenzy. Xu Tian's gaze fell onto the blueprint of the divine artifact in his hand, and his heartbeat quickened. The name, Swallowing Heaven Gourd, exuded a commanding aura, as if it truly had the power to devour heaven and earth. What made it even more astonishing was that this artifact possessed 3 powerful abilities, far surpassing those of ordinary top-tier equipment. The first skill, Demon Suppression, immediately caught Xu Tian's attention. It allowed the user to weaken a monster to the brink of death and then absorb it into the gourd, transferring the monster's attributes to the user. Even more incredible, the attributes could stack without limit. This potential for infinite growth was enough to drive any adventurer mad with desire. The other 2 skills, Solidify and Overturn the Heavens, were equally versatile for both offense and defense. Each time a monster was devoured, energy would be accumulated to unleash either an impenetrable defense or a devastating strike. Additionally, it could temporarily boost the corresponding attributes by 300. Xu Tian couldn't help but imagine the game-changing power of such abilities in critical moments. As he prepared to join the elite Qing University, Xu Tian anticipated facing higher-level dungeons and greater dangers. A divine artifact that could protect his life, counterattack enemies, and aid in his growth was nothing short of essential. Determined, he resolved to forge the Swallowing Heaven Gourd as soon as possible. However, the rarity of the materials listed made Xu Tian frown. Many of the required components could only be obtained from level 70 or even level 80 dungeon. Attempting those with his current strength would be suicidal. Fortunately, his storage space already contained some materials, and the rewards from the 9th Demonic Tower and the entrance exam had helped him gather most of what he needed. Looks like I'll need to make a trip to the capital's auction house, Xu Tian muttered to himself. Xu Tian? Xu Tian. Chu Wan's voice snapped him back to reality. Her cool, elegant face showed a hint of confusion. I've been calling you for a while. What were you thinking about? Oh, nothing, Xu Tian replied, shaking off his thoughts. He quickly asked, Miss Chu, do you have any recommendations for auction houses in the capital? I need to acquire a few things. Chu Wan's eyes flickered slightly before she handed him a business card. This is the contact information for one of my elders. He oversees the Xiao family in the capital. The Xiao family is one of the most powerful commercial families in Huaxia, and auction houses are their primary business. If you need assistance, you can mention my name. Xu Tian's eyes lit up, and he thanked her sincerely. The Xiao family was renowned in the business world, with enterprises spanning countless industries. Their Xiao auction house was particularly famous both domestically and internationally. With this connection, the chances of obtaining the remaining materials had significantly increased. You're my student. It's nothing, Xu Wan said calmly. By the way, Ms. Chu, where is my dormitory? Xu Tian suddenly remembered this crucial question. Don't worry, it's all arranged, Xu Wan explained. Considering you ranked first in the college entrance exams and topped the entrance assessment, I specifically requested the principal to let you stay in the Qingxin Villa. The Qingxin Villa? Xu Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't that reserved for the university's honorary professors? That's correct, which is why I made a special application, Xu Wan said softly. I arranged for you to stay in Villa number 7, which has been vacant next to mine. Is that all right? Next to yours? You live in the Qingxin Villa too? Xu Tian looked at her in shock. I thought only honorary professors lived there. Honorary professor sounds old-fashioned, so I just refer to myself as a mentor. Xu Wan replied nonchalantly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. What? Do I not look the part? Xu Tian glanced her up and down, taking in her youthful appearance and graceful figure, and shook his head. You really don't. Xu Wan raised an eyebrow slightly but didn't seem bothered. All right, everything's settled. Pack your belongings, and I'll take you all to move in. Hold on. Xu Tian suddenly remembered something important and asked a bit awkwardly. How many people can the villa accommodate? Qingxin Villa number 7 has 3 floors, plus a garden, lawn, and swimming pool. It covers a total area of 800 square meters, Xu Wan explained. As for the number of residents, I think it could comfortably house more than a dozen people. Her gaze subtly swept over Xu Tian and the group behind him, including Su Yun and the Zhang sisters. You all should be fine. Standing at the back, Zhang Xiaoye couldn't help but marvel as she looked at the elegant and luxurious villa number 7. I've heard so much about the Qingxin Villas, the beautiful scenery, and the exclusive teleportation channels that connect directly to any part of the campus. Seeing it in person, it truly lives up to its reputation. As a freshman, she had already heard of the famous Qingxin Villas. Qing University, as the top institution in the capital, boasted an expansive campus with state-of-the-art facilities. For most students, it took half an hour to walk from the dormitories to the lecture halls, and over an hour to reach the dungeon teleportation center. The exclusive teleportation channels of the Qingxin Villas, however, could save an immense amount of time, essentially equating to more opportunities for gaining experience. Zhang Xiaoye felt fortunate to stay in the Qingxin Villa, knowing it was thanks to Xu Tian. In contrast, Zhang Xiaoying, who had always had a strained relationship with Xu Tian, looked noticeably awkward. After all, she had once even tried to threaten him. Xu Tian, we're not the top freshmen. Do you think it's inappropriate for us to move in here? Zhang Xiaoye asked worriedly as she looked around villa number 7. Xu Wan reassured her softly, don't worry. From now on, this villa belongs to Xu Tian. As long as he agrees, you can move in. Xu Tian chuckled and said, Xiaoye, if teacher Chu says so, then just settle in without worry. Besides, this place has a special teleportation portal, which makes it much more convenient than the regular dormitory area. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Zhang Xiaoying, who stood nearby with a complicated expression. Guessing what Zhang Xiaoying was thinking, Xu Tian half-jokingly said, if you're feeling awkward about it, I could hire you as a housekeeper to take care of me and my sister's daily needs. His comment was like a bombshell, instantly igniting Zhang Xiaoying's fury. What? You want me to be your housekeeper? I'm the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and you dare to, she gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes practically ablaze with anger. Xu Tian shrugged nonchalantly. If you're not willing, then forget it. Zhang Xiaoying's chest heaved with rage, and she almost refused to move in on the spot. But glancing at Zhang Xiaoye, a thought flashed through her mind. If she wasn't around, what if this guy tried something with Xiaoye? Even though she had reluctantly accepted Xu Tian and Xiaoye being together, that didn't mean she could tolerate them doing that kind of thing. Xiaoye was so innocent. What if Xu Tian sweet-talked her into something? Fine. A housekeeper it is. Zhang Xiaoying snapped, her voice filled with anger. Xu Tian was stunned. He had only been joking and never expected Zhang Xiaoying to actually agree. Unconsciously, his eyes drifted to her long, fair legs and her stunning figure, and an image of her in a maid outfit popped into his mind. Realizing his thoughts were straying, Xu Tian quickly cleared his throat to shake off the inappropriate idea. Let's go inside and start tidying up, he suggested, changing the subject. The next day, the freshman courses began. The morning sessions covered topics like elemental counterbalances, career introductions, and information about open dungeons and known monster guides. For Xu Tian, these dry and tedious theoretical lessons held no appeal, and he ended up dozing off at his desk. It wasn't until the afternoon's practical class dungeon trials that Xu Tian finally perked up. During lunchtime, Xu Wan approached Xu Tian with a look of exasperation. You spent the entire morning sleeping? The teaching staff bombarded me with calls, saying you're a promising talent. Why are you slacking off? It was the first time Xu Tian had seen the usually composed and aloof teacher looking so frustrated. He sighed and explained, Teacher Chu, I really don't need to learn this stuff. It's just, well, I just don't need it. The truth was, Xu Tian possessed the Godder ability, Eye of Insight, which allowed him to know everything about his opponents before a fight. For him, the foundational knowledge being taught was entirely unnecessary. Chu Wan was silent for a moment before she finally relented. All right, from now on, you don't have to attend the morning theory classes. You can use that time however you want. I'll handle the principal. Really? Xu Tian's eyes lit up with excitement, and before he knew it, he had thrown his arms around Chu Wan in a jubilant hug, almost planting a kiss on her cheek. Having free time in the mornings meant he could grind so much more experience. Let go. The icy tone in her voice brought Xu Tian back to reality. He suddenly realized what he was doing and quickly released her. In that brief moment, he had felt the slight tremor of her delicate frame and the soft pressure against his chest. Realizing how inappropriate his actions were, he immediately stepped back. Chu Wan's flawless face was now as cold as frost, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to drop a few degrees. Xu Tian wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but he thought he caught a fleeting blush on her crystal-clear earlobes, though it disappeared almost instantly. Teacher Chu, I didn't mean Toy was just too happy. Xu Tian hurriedly explained. After all, Chu Wan was the top-ranked frost mage on the leaderboard, and one spell from her could turn him into an ice sculpture. Seeing Xu Tian's sincere apology, Chu Wan's anger seemed to dissipate slightly. Perhaps he really didn't mean any harm? Strictly speaking, he was still her student, so maybe it wasn't such a big deal after all. Don't do that again, Chu Wan said sternly, her expression still frosty. Xu Tian was taken aback. That was it? Given her usual aloof demeanor, he had expected a far harsher reaction, maybe even to be blasted with a spell. He never imagined he would get off so easily. Xu Tian felt a sudden jolt in his heart, realizing he had developed thoughts he shouldn't have about Ms. Chu. He harshly chastised himself internally. This is your teacher. Even though Ms. Chu was incredibly kind to him, stunningly beautiful, and had an amazing figure, the boundaries of a teacher-student relationship could not be crossed. This mistake must never happen again. Xu Tian straightened up and said firmly, It won't happen again. Ms. Chu Wan asked softly, Are you full? If you're done eating, I'll take you to the Qingda Dungeon Teleportation Center to get familiar with it. I'm full. Xu Tian replied immediately, standing up to follow Chu Wan out of the cafeteria. The teleportation center wasn't far, so they decided to walk. Along the way, many students caught sight of Chu Wan and couldn't help but show expressions of amazement. Some recognized her as Ms. Chu and cast envious glances at Xu Tian, thinking how lucky he was to be walking side by side with the goddess-like teacher. Walking next to Chu Wan, Xu Tian caught a faint, refreshing scent from her and couldn't help but ask, Ms. Chu, why are you always around me? Don't you have other students? Chu Wan furrowed her brows slightly and shook her head. No, I don't. This is my first year as an honor mentor, and since I'm usually busy leveling up myself, I requested to take on only one student. You're the only one. Why? Are you unhappy with how often I've been around? Her voice suddenly carried a hint of sadness. No, not at all. Xu Tian quickly waved his hands. How could I be? I'd be thrilled if you could show up even more often. I just don't want to delay your own progress. You don't need to worry about me, Chu Wan explained. I'm only doing this because my grandfather asked me to look after you. Besides, you're my very first student, so of course, I'll pay extra attention to you. Hearing Xu Tian's response seemed to lift Chu Wan's mood, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Xu Tian couldn't help but stare at her in a daze. We're here, Chu Wan suddenly announced. This is the Dungeon Teleportation Center. In front of them stood an enormous structure, far more impressive than the teleportation center back in the southern province. While it covered slightly less ground, its interior equipment and services were clearly more refined and advanced. Hello, Professor Chu. Inside the teleportation hub of Qing University, a group of students enthusiastically greeted Chu Wan, their gazes flickering curiously to the young man beside her, Xu Tian. It was well known that Professor Chu had never been seen with a male companion, let alone a student. This is Qing University's teleportation hub, Chu Wan explained. Compared to the one in the southern province, this hub offers a more extensive map and grants access to dungeons ranging from level 50 to 70. The southern province's hub only goes up to level 40. Xu Tian's eyes lit up. By the way, since I'm ranked first among the freshmen, does that mean I can enter for free? Chu Wan nodded. That's correct. However, ordinary students have to spend gold coins. Xu Tian grinned from ear to ear. Although he wasn't particularly concerned about the entry fees, saving any amount, no matter how small, felt like a win. Don't get too excited just yet. Chu Wan poured cold water on his enthusiasm. While you don't need gold coins, there's a credit requirement. Without sufficient academic credits, You won't be able to access higher-level dungeons. Credits. Xu Tian's face fell. You mean? Exactly what you're thinking. Xu Wan clarified. Credits can only be earned by completing courses or campus tasks. The more credits you accumulate, the higher-level dungeons you can unlock. Don't even think about sneaking into an intermediate teleportation hub off campus. They can detect your student status and deny you entry. Xu Tian groaned in frustration. This is torture. Academic credits are the bane of every college student's existence. He sighed. Looks like I need to start doing tasks to earn credits quickly. Otherwise, he'll be stuck grinding low-level dungeons for minimal experience. Before he could walk away, Xu Wan grabbed his arm. Wait, can you tell me what level of dungeon you can handle right now? Xu Tian thought for a moment before giving a conservative estimate. Anything below level 60 should be no problem. Xu Wan's pupils contracted slightly. Xu Tian was only level 39, yet he could dominate below level 60? His potential was astonishing. Professor Xu, what are you doing here? A surprised voice called out from behind them. Turning around, they saw a male professor approaching, accompanied by a smug-looking young man. Xu Tian, what are you doing here? Xu Wan's brows furrowed. Xu Tian laughed heartily. This is the university's teleportation hub. Isn't it natural for me to be here? His eyes roamed over Xu Wan with unabashed greed. It's been a while, Professor Xu. You're looking more beautiful than ever. Xu Wan responded coldly. Do you need something? If not, I'm taking my student elsewhere. Student? Xu Tian finally noticed Xu Tian. Seeing the proximity between the two, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. So, Professor Xu has taken on a student? This must be the famous top-ranked freshman Beastmaster. Perfect timing. I've taken on a freshman as well. How about we have them spar? Not interested. Xu Wan replied curtly and moved to leave. Don't be so hasty. Xu Tian stepped in her way. Is it because there's nothing at stake? How about this? I recently acquired some rare materials from a secret realm. If your student wins, they'll give them all to you. He waved his hand, revealing a collection of materials. Xu Tian's eyes sparkled. Among the items was something he desperately needed to forge the devouring gourd. Noticing his reaction, Xu Wan leaned in and whispered, Something you need? Yes, Xu Tian nodded, his gaze shifting to the young man behind Xu Tian. He hadn't seen this person during the freshman trials, meaning his performance in the Ninefold Demon Tower wasn't remarkable. Yet, Xu Tian still dared to propose a duel, which suggested there was more to the story. Xu Wan stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Xu Tian's ear, He's the heir of the Li family from the capital, and like me, he's an honorary mentor at Qing University. The young man with him is a hidden prodigy from the Li family. I don't know much else about him, but his profession is said to be highly unique. This close interaction made Li Xiangshan's expression darken further. Hidden prodigy? What does that mean? Xu Tian asked, surprised. Xu Wan explained in detail. Hidden prodigies are individuals whose talents are deliberately concealed by their families during their awakening. They keep a low profile during national exams and entrance trials, quietly developing their strength within the university. The goal is to make a dramatic debut later and secure a spot on the national rankings. Many families employ this strategy every year. Xu Tian nodded in understanding. So, the people I met before, like He Lushan, might not actually be the strongest in this cohort? Exactly, Xu Wan affirmed. The rewards for ranking on the national leaderboard are far more enticing than being at the top of the initial trials. Some families would rather forego early recognition to aim for those rewards. So, Professor Xu, have you made up your mind? Xu Tian interrupted impatiently. Your student is the top freshman. Are you really afraid to accept the challenge? Xu Wan glanced at Xu Tian, who was scrutinizing the young man. The latter returned his gaze with a provocative smirk, his confidence evident. Xu Tian chuckled softly. All right, I'll take him on. The young man stepped forward, his tone dripping with arrogance. Xu Tian, is it? I heard you ranked first in the freshman trials and even cleared the 9th floor of the tower. Let me tell you something, if I had participated, you wouldn't have even made it to the top. You'd have been knocked out long before. Seeing the confident look on the guy across from him, Xu Tian couldn't help but wonder if this guy had lost his mind. This was the 9-layer demon tower they were talking about. The boss on the 9th floor was a legendary existence, not something that could be taken lightly. Still, Xu Tian thought to himself, bragging wasn't illegal, so he might as well let him be. So, how do you want to compete? A unknown duel? Xu Tian asked nonchalantly. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 contract sigils appeared behind him. Moments later, 3 enormous beasts emerged from the glowing formations. Roar, howl, growl. As the 3 beasts Xiaobai's trio landed, the ground trembled beneath their massive weight. The impressive display made the guy on the other side turn pale as a sheet. Wait, is this what you mean by a unknown duel? He stammered. Desperately trying to change the subject, he pointed toward a corner of the teleportation hall. Let's compete over there instead. Xu Tian followed his finger, and saw a number of floating mirrors, each showing different battle scenes. What's this? Xu Tian asked, puzzled. Xu Wan, standing to the side, explained, this is Qing University's simulated boss battle system. It generates bosses matched to the challenger's level, designed to enhance students' combat experience. If you make it to the higher floors, you can even earn rewards from the school. Sounds like a hassle, Xu Tian grumbled, frowning. Wouldn't it be easier if Xiaobai just slapped him flat and called it a day? As if understanding his master's words, Xiaobai immediately raised a paw, ready to strike. Chu Wan's lips twitched slightly at the sight. While she agreed with Xu Tian in principle, she still explained, the school prohibits students from harming one another. However, if you reach the top, the school will reward you with a set of diamond tier equipment. I can help you exchange it for high-grade materials if you'd like. Hearing this, Xu Tian's eyes lit up. He quickly signaled Xiaobai to lower its paw. High-grade materials another step closer to crafting the heaven-swallowing gourd. Alright, let's do it your way. You go first, Xu Tian said casually. Heh, are you sure about that? I'm warning you once I start, you won't get a chance to catch up. The guy sneered. Xu Tian's mouth twitched slightly, wondering where this kid got his overwhelming confidence. The guy wasted no time stepping into the simulation system. His name flashed on the large screen, Li Feihong. The system generated a golden tier boss to match his level. A golden glow shimmered in Li Feihong's hand, revealing a longbow. Xu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. So, he was an archer. But no ordinary archer would exude this level of confidence. There had to be more to him. In the simulated battle, Li Feihong quickly widened the gap between himself and the boss. Drawing his bow, he aimed carefully before releasing the arrow. It shot out like lightning, piercing straight through the boss' skull. With a low hum, the simulated boss dissolved into a wisp of light and vanished. Li Feihong smirked smugly. Xu Tian, you let me go first? By the time I clear all the levels, you'll have no chance of winning. Let's see how you'll keep calling yourself the top freshman then. Time ticked by, but Xu Tian still hadn't entered the simulation. His expression, however, slowly shifted to one of clarity. Had finally figured out Li Feihong's secret was a Hawkeye archer. This rare archer subclass was known for its ability to pinpoint an opponent's weaknesses with ease, delivering devastatingly precise attacks. Striking these weak points not only dealt massive damage, but also significantly increased crit rates. No wonder Li Feihong could effortlessly one-shot bosses. Within the same level, a Hawkeye archer's single-target damage was practically unrivaled. As a rare variant of the archer class, its awakening rate was extremely low, categorizing it as a mysterious profession. So that's why he's so confident, Xu Tian chuckled softly. He hadn't entered the simulation earlier because he wanted to see what Li Feihong was capable of. Now that he'd figured it out, there was no need to wait any longer. Xu Tian stepped into the simulation portal and was instantly transported to the battle arena. A boss had already been generated, waiting for him. Xiaobai. 30 minutes later. After an exhausting series of Hitandran tactics, Li Feihong finally brought his boss health to 0. He glanced at the monitoring mirrors with a smug expression, confident in his strategy. With his profession's natural advantage and his mastery of speed-based archer skills, he could kite bosses indefinitely. Even against a platinum-tier boss, he was sure he could win. It would just take more time. But he was certain of one thing. In a same-level challenge, no one could beat his speed. His single-target damage was unmatched. That Xu Tian actually let me go first. Clearly, he has no idea how strong I am, Li Feihong thought, grinning as he prepared to face the next boss. Meanwhile, outside the system, Xu Tian glanced at the mirror showing Li Feihong's progress. Shaking his head, he muttered, still stuck on the 47th floor? I've already cleared the entire thing. Hearing this, Li Xiongtian, who was standing nearby, froze. He recalled Xu Tian's earlier simulation replay. It was unreal. Xu Tian had cleared the tower at an inhuman speed, with only Xiaobai taking action. The other two beasts hadn't even joined the fight. At that moment, Li Xiongtian realized he and Li Feihong had severely underestimated Xu Tian's strength. If they participated in the freshman assessments, they wouldn't have made such a mistake. Mr. Li, could you hand over the materials now? Chu Wan asked softly. From the start, she'd been confident Xu Tian wouldn't lose, even against a hidden prodigy. Li Xiongtian glanced at Li Feihong, who was still battling in the simulation. The sight of him defeating a boss and striking a triumphant pose at the mirror made Li Xiongtian want to slap him. Fine, take them, Li Xiongtian said through gritted teeth. The materials included some rare and valuable items worth millions of gold coins, now handed over for free. To his surprise, Chu Wan immediately passed the materials to Xu Tian. Watching this, Li Xiongtian felt his frustration boil over. 2 hours later, Li Feihong finally cleared all the levels. By then, the hall was nearly empty, with only Li Xiongtian waiting. Unaware of the situation, Li Feihong looked around, didn't see Xu Tian, and burst out laughing. Haha, I knew it. I'm the first to clear it. Xu Tian, I've won. Ha ha ha. Xu Tian, unable to hold back any longer, slapped him hard across the face and roared, "One? One my foot." As Xu Tian walked out of the principal's office, he was practically glowing with pride and excitement. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and his face was lit up with an irrepressible joy. The acquisition of two rare materials brought him one step closer to his ultimate goal of crafting the swallowing heaven gourd. Xu Tian quickly calculated what he still needed. Aside from a few ultra-rare materials, he was missing some common and rare ones. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Chu Wan's voice interrupted him. "How many materials are you still missing?" Xu Tian hesitated for a moment before listing them one by one. Hearing the list, Chu Wan frowned slightly, astonished. Some of these materials were extraordinarily rare, items that even her current dungeons might not drop. She couldn't help but wonder what mysterious artifact Xu Tian was planning to create. Softly, Chu Wan suggested, "How about this? These materials are all very valuable. Tomorrow, I'll help you arrange a meeting with Uncle Han so we can discuss this face-to-face. What do you think?" "Sure," Xu Tian agreed with a nod. A face-to-face transaction was indeed more secure. "All right, I'll call you tomorrow," Chu Wan said before heading off to deal with other matters. Back at the teleportation center, Xu Tian's gaze lingered on the task board. With his current level cap at 40, he felt like he had boundless energy but nowhere to channel it. Left with no better options, he decided to take on all the available level 40 tasks at the school. "Let's start with these," Xu Tian declared decisively. The senior student in charge of logging the tasks stared at Xu Tian in disbelief. "Are you serious, freshman?" she asked, shocked. This first year had just taken on over 20 level 40 tasks in one go, prompting her to wonder if he had lost his mind. "Yes, I'm serious," Xu Tian replied confidently, then joked, "By the way, do I get extra credits for accepting so many tasks at once?" The senior's lips twitched in exasperation as she explained, "No, that's against school policy. Each task is worth only 0.2 or 0.3 credits. You'll need to accumulate 100 credits to unlock level 50 access." Xu Tian sighed, then stepped outside to call Jiang Xiaoya. On the other end, her soft voice answered, "Hello, Xu Tian? What's up? I just got out of the shower." "Oh, I just picked up a few credit tasks at the teleportation center and thought you might want to team up," Xu Tian said. "Really? They'll be right there." Jiang Xiaoya responded excitedly before hanging up. Before long, Jiang Xiaoya arrived, dressed in a white dress with her delicate features lightly enhanced by makeup, drawing the attention of many passers-by. To Xu Tian's surprise, she wasn't alone. Jiang Xiaoying was with her. Noticing Xu Tian's curious look, Jiang Xiaoying said coolly, "Don't get the wrong idea. I have my own tasks to handle in the dungeon. I'm not joining you too." "Oh," Xu Tian replied, blinking in mild disbelief. Jiang Xiaoya cheerfully said, "Xu Tian, I also picked up some credit tasks. Let's see if we have any in common and start with those." "Sounds good," Xu Tian agreed, pulling up his task interface. When Jiang Xiaoya saw the screen full of tasks, she was momentarily speechless. This is what you call a few tasks?" Xu Tian shrugged. "Yeah, the task board can only hold this many at once. How much more could I take?" Jiang Xiaoying couldn't help but chime in, "Hey, these tasks all have time limits. If you don't finish them in time, you'll lose credits." "How much time do I have?" Xu Tian asked. 24 hours, Jiang Xiaoying replied. "Plenty of time," Xu Tian said nonchalantly, spreading his hands. Seeing his carefree attitude, Jiang Xiaoying suddenly remembered just how absurd Xu Tian's abilities were. Completing over 20 tasks in 24 hours was probably a walk in the park for him. "All right, let's head out," Xu Tian said, waving goodbye to Jiang Xiaoying and leading Jiang Xiaoya into a level 40 dungeon. This was an open dungeon, and the task required them to hunt down 100 elite monsters. Along the way, they encountered a group from Qing University. The senior students in the group, noticing Jiang Xiaoya's beauty, eagerly offered to help. But when they saw Xu Tian summon creatures, their expressions quickly changed to shock. "What kind of class is this? A summoner? Wait, isn't that Xu Tian, the top freshman?" Realizing who he was, the group wisely backed off. Jiang Xiaoya laughed. "Xu Tian, I didn't expect you to be so famous." "Maybe," Xu Tian replied with a shrug. Just then, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations, host, for defeating a monster. You've unlocked an exploration opportunity. Ding. Congratulations, host, on discovering the location of a top-tier red resource. Please proceed to explore." The system notification made Xu Tian's heart race. A top-tier red resource. It had been a long time since he had encountered one. Excited, he opened his universal map, only to find that the location didn't match the current dungeon. "It's not here." Xu Tian frowned, puzzled. If it wasn't in this dungeon, then where could it be? Eager to find out, Xu Tian quickly completed the task of defeating 100 elite monsters with Jiang Xiaoya and returned to the teleportation center. He meticulously combed through all the level 40 dungeon maps, but found no match for the location displayed on the universal map. This only deepened his curiosity. Could it be a level 50 dungeon? Or maybe a secret realm? Xu Tian speculated. Unable to locate the red resource for now, Xu Tian felt a pang of frustration. Top-tier red resources always yielded incredible rewards. His 2 divine beasts and the platinum-tier skill beast God's Descent had saved him countless times. With his growing strength, this new red resource would undoubtedly be even more valuable. The thought of knowing a treasure existed, but not being able to find it gnawed at him. But Xu Tian quickly composed himself, resolving to figure out the location later. He'd have to ask around about the place. Xu Tian, are you okay? Zhang Xiaoya asked, noticing his distracted expression. I'm fine, Xu Tian said, shaking his head. For now, he decided to focus on completing his tasks. Meanwhile, back at the teleportation center, the senior logging tasks was utterly dumbfounded as she watched Xu Tian come and go at lightning speed. She murmured to herself in disbelief, is he really completing tasks? Isn't this pace a little too much? Can freshmen even work this fast? In just one afternoon, Xu Tian worked like a whirlwind, efficiently completing over 20 tasks. His level skyrocketed to 40, and he earned 7 academic credits in the process. Although he was still far from the goal of 100 credits, the progress was promising. Reaching level 40 meant Xu Tian was now eligible for his 3rd class advancement. However, remembering his scheduled meeting with Chu Wan the next day to see the head of the Xiao family, he decided to postpone the advancement. His 2nd class advancement had taken 2 full days, and he suspected the 3rd would be even more time-consuming. Missing the meeting with the Xiao family head would not be a wise choice. The next morning, Chu Wan's call came right on time, pulling Xu Tian from his sleep. As a special student exempt from attending classes, Xu Tian quickly got ready. When he arrived at the school gate, Chu Wan's sleek white sports car was already waiting. Nearby students cast envious glances, amazed that their goddess-like teacher, Chu Wan, had come to personally pick him up. Climbing into the luxury car, Xu Tian couldn't help but feel grateful for fate's favor. As they drove, Chu Wan suddenly spoke up, by the way, Uncle Xiao said he's bringing his daughter along. You don't mind, do you? Xu Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook his head. I don't mind. Good, Chu Wan continued. By the way, I compiled the list of items you mentioned and gave it to Uncle Xiao yesterday. We should hear something about it today. That's great. Xu Tian praised sincerely, impressed by her efficiency. Before long, they arrived at a cafe where the head of the Xiao family was waiting in a private room. He was a middle-aged man with graying temples and an air of refined authority behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Uncle Xiao, Chu Wan greeted politely, then gestured towards Xu Tian. Xu Tian hesitated, unsure how to address him. The middle-aged man broke the silence with a warm smile. You must be Xu Tian, the top scorer in the college entrance exams. I've heard a lot about you. He stepped aside, revealing a figure behind him. Let me introduce you to my daughter, Xiaoya. She just returned from working at the grassroots level. Xiaowan, it's been a while since you last saw her, hasn't it? A tall, poised woman stepped into view. Her elegant demeanor, perfectly styled hair, and delicate features exuded maturity and grace. Sister Xiaoya. Chu Wan greeted warmly, then corrected, Uncle Xiao. I actually saw Sister Xiaoya not long ago in the southern province. The moment Xu Tian saw Xiaoya, he was utterly stunned. It was her? Xiaoya, on the other hand, smiled brightly and waved at him. Xu Tian, long time no see. Her greeting left both Xiao Jingyu and Chu Wan momentarily speechless. They knew each other? Xiaoya offered an explanation. Father, Xiao Wan, Xu Tian was one of my key clients in the southern province. Do you remember that fire control masterclass advancement scroll? He's the one who entrusted us to auction it. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to complete your task and return to the capital so quickly. Xiao Jingyu chuckled wryly. No wonder you insisted on coming along. Turning to Xu Tian, his gaze became more serious. Someone capable of producing such a rare scroll was clearly no ordinary person. It seemed he had underestimated this young man. Xu Tian, since you are Xiao Wan's student and a friend of Xiao Yas, feel free to call me uncle, Xiao Jingyu said, his tone noticeably more welcoming. As for the items you need, Xiao Wan has already informed me. Most of them are in our inventory, but a few are extremely rare materials worth over 5 million gold coins. We only have 2 of those. Don't worry, though we'll do everything I can to acquire the rest for you. You'll have an update within a week at the latest. Xu Tian noticed the change in Xiao Jingyu's attitude and couldn't help but glance at Xiaoya. She happened to be looking at him too and playfully winked. Thank you, Uncle Xiao, Xu Tian said, handing over a prepared bank card. This contains the gold coins for the materials. Let me know if it's not enough, and I'll cover the rest. Xiao Jingyu accepted it readily before leaving to attend to other matters, leaving Xiaoya and Xu Tian alone. The atmosphere immediately felt more relaxed. Chu Wan narrowed her eyes at Xu Tian. So, it was you in that VIP box at the auction. She recalled attending that auction herself. Though she hadn't been able to bid on the Fire Control Master Scroll, she'd been curious about the mysterious person in Box 1 targeting the Rin family. Now it all made sense. Xu Tian merely smiled faintly. It was better if fewer people knew about such matters. Rare class advancement scrolls were too valuable, and if the wrong people found out, he might end up as a tool for farming scrolls. Xiaoya sighed. I heard that during the new student assessment, the head of the Rin family personally apologized to you. Life is full of surprises. I remember when you were being hunted by their assassins in the southern province. Xu Tian's lips curled into a faint smirk. I have to thank Sister Xiaoya for standing up for me back then. He was well aware that Xiaoya, despite being incognito during her training, had risked herself to protect him. Her kindness was something he would never forget. Let's not dwell on the past, Xiaoya said with a smile. He'll be staying in the capital for now, taking over some of my father's responsibilities, especially at the auction house. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. Looks like we'll be troubling you quite a bit in the future, Xu Tian replied with a grin. The three of them chatted until noon before parting ways. Back at his villa, Xu Tian immediately began preparations for his third-class advancement ceremony. Once started, the process would take a full 3 days. However, during this time, a major event shook all of China, even drawing the attention of the nation's top leadership. Congratulations, host, on completing your third career transformation and unlocking a new career branch. The system's voice echoed in Xu Tian's ears as 3 options appeared before him: Water Attribute Divine Beast Tamer, Dark Attribute Divine Beast Tamer, and Space Attribute Divine Beast Tamer. Each option would enhance the corresponding attribute of his pets and grant unique abilities. Without much hesitation, Xu Tian chose the Water Attribute Divine Beast Tamer. Immediately, the system announced, Congratulations, host, on your career transformation. You are now a Water Attribute Divine Beast Tamer. Additionally, you have obtained the exclusive skill, Raging Tide. The system detailed the effects of the Raging Tide skill. For a short duration, it allows the user to harness water attribute power to create powerful waves and water tornadoes in an area, dealing 70 water attribute damage per second to enemies for 10 seconds. The cooldown time is 60 seconds. Xu Tian smiled faintly. This long-range offensive skill was the perfect complement to his previous lack of attack options. He quickly checked his attribute panel. At level 40, his stats were far superior to those of other professionals at the same level and even surpassed prodigies like Wei Hang and Wenrou. As Xu Tian reveled in his newfound strength, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from teacher Chu Wan, her voice urgent. Xu Tian, have you finished your transformation? Something has happened. Come to the teleportation center immediately. Ending the call, Xu Tian rushed to the teleportation center. Upon arrival, he saw a large gathering of students and teachers, all fixated on a mirrored projection. The projection displayed a 4-person team engaged in a fierce battle with an unfamiliar boss. Despite their efforts, the team was clearly outmatched in both damage output and survivability. Soon, one member was reduced to critical health. Just as a teammate moved to assist, a sinister black light engulfed them, and their status in the team interface turned gray, indicating their death. Witnessing this, everyone present was overwhelmed with fear. Chu Wan approached Xu Tian, accompanied by the Jiang sisters. Her expression was grim as she explained, This is a newly discovered level 40 dungeon in the Apocalypse world, which appeared just a day ago. However, the boss inside is unlike anything we've encountered before. What you're seeing in the projection is a team led by a 6th transformation expert, with all members at least in their 4th transformation. Even with the suppression imposed by the dungeon's rules, their strength far exceeds that of an average level 40 exploration team. Yet, you can see how things have turned out. Xu Tian stared at the projection in shock, unable to comprehend how a level 40 dungeon boss could so easily annihilate a team led by a 6th transformation powerhouse. Even more unsettling was the fact that exploration dungeons lacked teleportation bracelets. Death inside them was permanent. The portal to this dungeon was discovered 2 days ago in the eastern province, which means it's been 50 hours since then. During this time, multiple adventurer teams have entered but failed to return, raising significant concern from the local government. In response, they dispatched an elite pioneering team, accompanied by a mirror, to document the mission. Chu Wan explained in detail to Xu Tian. Xu Tian nodded in understanding and carefully rewatched the combat footage of the team. Suddenly, a crucial detail caught his attention. Where is the mirror? Xu Tian asked, puzzled. Chu Wan froze for a moment, her expression turning odd as she looked at him. This footage. It's the most valuable record left by the mirrorer before their demise. Xu Tian's mouth twitched slightly. All right, so you're asking me to go into this dungeon, aren't you? Exactly, Chu Wan confirmed with a nod. This matter has garnered nationwide attention. The principal received orders from above to form a temporary pioneering team to represent Qing University. Voluntary sign-ups? Xu Tian raised an eyebrow. Of course not, Chu Wan clarified. Based on this footage, we can determine that the boss in this dungeon has high health, explosive damage, and a finishing move. Therefore, The university decided to selectively recruit individuals with abilities that can counter these traits, prioritizing balanced and recovery-capable professions. Most importantly, the team needs a core member. As she finished, Chu Wan's gaze meaningfully landed on Xu Tian. Xu Tian smiled knowingly. So, I'm the core, huh? Chu Wan replied softly, I've already discussed it with Grandpa Tang. You're the perfect choice to lead this team. Additionally, you can personally select the other 3 members. All right, Xu Tian said with a grin. If I remember correctly, successfully pioneering a dungeon comes with national rewards, right? Chu Wan rolled her eyes. There's less than 22 hours left until the pioneering countdown ends. If this dungeon isn't cleared in time, the monsters from the apocalypse world could invade the real world, potentially plunging Huaxia into chaos. At such a critical moment, do you think the country would withhold your reward? Xu Tian chuckled awkwardly before turning his gaze to the Jiang sisters, finally resting on Jiang Xiaoya. You two should come with me. A saint healer's recovery and buff abilities are quite strong. As for your sister, I don't know what her profession is yet, but she seems like a high-damage assassin, right? Jiang Xiaoying spoke calmly. I'm a mysterious profession. A 5-element assassin? 5-element assassin? Xu Tian was taken aback. Jiang Xiaoying explained succinctly. As the name suggests, a 5-element assassin wields the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, giving them countering potential in most battles. Additionally, the synergy of multiple elements can unleash high damage. Balanced, huh? Xu Tian raised an eyebrow and immediately made a decision. All right, you're in. Jiang Xiaoying's eyes flickered briefly. Successfully pioneering the dungeon wouldn't just contribute to the country, but also grant access to the National Talent Cultivation Program, an opportunity of a lifetime. With so many prodigies at Qing University, such a chance would never have been hers or her sister's under normal circumstances. This time, they owed it all to Xu Tian. There's still one more spot. How do you plan to choose? Chu Wan asked, seemingly unsurprised by Xu Tian's decision. Xu Tian scanned the teleportation hall, his eyes finally landing on a familiar figure. Hey boss. Over here. Wei Heng waved excitedly, standing next to the adorably dressed rich girl Bai Yuner. It's you too. Bai Yuner and Wei Heng quickly approached, Bai Yuner's eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Xu Tian. Xu Tian's mouth twitched as he summoned Xiaobai, who was immediately scooped up by Bai Yuner with a cheer. She began playfully ruffling its fur, while Xiaobai retaliated by pawing at her chest, eliciting a series of startled squeals. Wei Heng, how about taking on a task? Xu Tian said with a smile, addressing the sacred light knight. As a frontline fighter, Wei Heng might not need to intervene much with Xiaoman and Xiaowu in the team, but his team-wide attribute-boosting ability was a valuable asset. Wei Heng glanced at Chu Wan, suddenly realizing something. He asked cautiously, Boss, you're not planning to take on the dungeon, are you? That's right, Xu Tian confirmed. Boss, I'm so touched that you'd think of me for something like this, Wei Heng said, his eyes nearly welling up. But then he pointed to the side. However, I think bringing Miss Bai along would be more beneficial for your team. Xu Tian was momentarily stunned. He had chosen Wei Heng for his team-wide attribute buffing ability, while Bai Yuner, though a promising spatial mage, was still in the early stages of development. Her utility seemed limited. As he hesitated, Xu Tian suddenly noticed Xiaobai back in his hands. Even Xiaobai seemed confused, glancing around in bewilderment. Jiang Xiaoying's gaze flickered. Spatial transfer? 2 hours later, the group arrived in the eastern province. The previous updates were outdated, and the latest news revealed that even a team of Earth-ranking elites had entered the dungeon and vanished. The provincial official spoke gravely. Based on our analysis, this boss is likely a higher-tier spawn, with at least diamond-level potential, and it unleashes an ultimate move right at the start of the battle. An Earth-ranking team failed? The news caused many pioneering teams to waver. If even Earth-ranking elites couldn't succeed, how could they stand a chance? Xu Tian. Chu Wan's face grew slightly pale. Earth-ranking individuals were at least level 70. If they failed, could Xu Tian really succeed? Don't worry, Xu Tian said with a smile. If it were a high-level dungeon, I might lack confidence, but this is just a level 40 dungeon. Even with a higher-tier boss, its level can't be that high. Against enemies of the same level, I dominate. Hearing this, Chu Wan and the others exchanged peculiar glances. Wow, only you would dare make such a claim. What nonsense. You dominate at the same level? Earth-ranking elites failed, and you think you can dominate? Right. Where did this guy come from, acting so cocky? If you can't do it, move aside and let me contribute to the nation. Other adventurer teams nearby sneered at Xu Tian's words. Xu Tian, however, simply shook his head and walked to the portal. Several officials stood guard nearby. Seeing Xu Tian's team preparing to enter, one asked, Name, origin, profession? Xu Tian, from Qing University, profession, Beast Tamer. Xu Tian replied calmly. Beast Tamer? The official's pen paused mid-record. a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Beast Tamer, notoriously underwhelming profession, except for one exception. Xu Tian, the Qing University student and national exam top scorer. Wait, that person is Xu Tian? He's the Beast Tamer who owns a divine beast. Xu Tian's heart sank as he realized this, regretting his earlier sarcastic remarks. He became cautious. Beast Tamers with divine beasts were not to be trifled with. It was said that Xu Tian had even defeated the legendary potential boss of the 90-year Demon Tower. Just as he was about to apologize, a blinding white light suddenly enveloped them. A mechanical voice echoed in Xu Tian's mind. Beep. Unrecorded map data detected. System is expanding the resource package. Ding. Resource package expansion complete. You have entered the level 40 dungeon, Silent Ridge. Congratulations on your first-time exploration opportunity. You've discovered black gold resources. Please proceed to collect them. The moment Xu Tian and his team landed, he froze momentarily. Black gold resources? He had never encountered such a thing before. As a reward classified under red tier resources, he couldn't help but wonder what surprises it might hold. Zhang Xiaoying's cool voice interrupted his thoughts. Xu Tian, which way should we go? Let me check, Xu Tian replied, focusing his mind as he carefully examined the newly expanded map. The universal map system was indeed powerful, clearly displaying the distribution of monsters and resources. However, he noticed something unusual. There were 5 bosses marked on the map. Did this mean they had to defeat all 5 to clear the dungeon? Xu Tian frowned slightly. Just then, the system prompted him. Host, you can now view monster information after the resource package expansion. Xu Tian immediately opened the data for one of the bosses. When he saw the startling attributes of the Black Earth Beast, he couldn't help but gasp. A diamond tier boss with such absurdly high stats. It was no wonder the pioneering teams had suffered such crushing defeats. He quickly skimmed through the information for the other bosses. The Giant Wood Beast, Skyfire Beast, Surging Water Beast, and Vajra Beast. Without exception, their stats were equally astonishing. What made Xu Tian even more uneasy was that none of these bosses had ever been documented in the Huaxia Bestiary. He had a nagging feeling that there might be some mysterious connection between these 5 bosses. Xu Tian, what's the plan? Zhang Xiaoying's voice pulled him back to reality. It's fine. Let's head this way. Xu Tian pointed to the left, where the Black Earth Beast was located. Based on the mirrored images he had seen at the teleportation hub, he guessed that the pioneering team had likely encountered this very creature. The group nodded and followed him, soon realizing that even the regular and elite monsters in this level 40 dungeon were far stronger than those in other dungeons. Even Zhang Xiaoying, who had already undergone her 4th class advancement, found it quite challenging to take down a single elite monster. Suddenly, Xu Tian stopped the group. Wait, something seems off here. He noticed an unusual red dot on the map. Although it represented a boss, its size was different from the others. Xu Tian quickly opened the red dot's information and discovered it was a type of leader monster called the Yellow Earth Beast. This discovery confirmed his suspicion this level 40 dungeon was far from ordinary. Zhang Xiaoying and the others also noticed the Yellow Earth Beast. While its stats were high, they didn't seem overwhelming enough to wipe out a top-ranked team. Xu Tian explained, this is a leader monster, something between an elite monster and a boss. They can command surrounding regular and elite monsters, forming organized defenses. No sooner had he finished speaking than a large number of regular and elite monsters began gathering around them. Under the Yellow Earth Beast's command, they arranged themselves into a disciplined formation. The sight left Zhang Xiaoying and the other stunned. Monsters in the apocalypse world were displaying intelligence. We don't have much time. Xiaobai, take care of them, Xu Tian ordered in a low voice. Xiaobai leaped out from Bai Yun'er's arms, instantly transforming into its majestic combat form. The appearance of the divine beast, White Tiger, prompted Bai Yun'er to cheer excitedly. Go, Xiaobai. Xiaobai dashed into the enemy ranks like lightning, its claws cutting through the monsters effortlessly. Regular monsters turned into loot drops in an instant, and even elite monsters fell just as easily. Within seconds, only the leader monster, the Yellow Earth Beast, remained. The Yellow Earth Beast let out a furious roar, but Xiaobai mercilessly unleashed its White Tiger Roar Wave, shattering the leader monster completely. Done. Xu Tian yawned as he stepped forward to collect the loot. The straightforward battle left Bai Yun'er momentarily stunned. She had expected a much fiercer fight. Xu Tian suddenly frowned. Wait, the experience drop rate for these monsters seems significantly higher. He had noticed that the experience gained from regular monsters in this dungeon was nearly double that of other level 40 dungeons. The group exchanged glances, realizing this discovery could potentially disrupt the current dungeon meta in Huaxia. Let's move. Time to find that boss, Xu Tian said, taking a deep breath as he led the team onward. With less than 20 hours remaining in the 72-hour time limit and 5 bosses to defeat, the situation was becoming increasingly urgent. Half an hour later, Xu Tian's team arrived outside the boss territory. After clearing the surrounding monsters, they finally caught sight of the massive creature composed of black soil. At that moment, however, dazzling lights were erupting from its body. It was under attack from another team. The Black Earth Beast, irritated by the barrage of attacks, finally retaliated. It slammed down with overwhelming force toward the group below. The pioneering team scrambled to dodge, but a fragment of rock from the impact zone flew straight toward a girl in a black dress. A girl in a white dress from the same team saw this and screamed in alarm, "Watch out!" The woman in the black dress cast a gentle glance over her shoulder, her pupils reflecting the scene of shattered stones flying through the air. A wave of panic surged in her heart. The Black Earth Beast's attack power was astonishing, and as a mage, her defense and health were relatively fragile. One hit from the beast would leave her on the brink of death, if not outright kill her. To make matters worse, this boss possessed a bizarre finishing move. Behind her, the rest of the pioneering team looked as pale as sheets. They knew all too well that the woman in the black dress could not withstand even a single blow from the Black Earth Beast. This left no room for error in the entire battle. Even more troublesome was the fact that she bore the majority of the team's damage output. If she were to fall, all hope of defeating the boss would be lost. Despair washed over the team like a tidal wave. They were now locked onto by the Black Earth Beast's ultimate skill, and retreat was no longer an option. If the woman in the black dress perished, they too would be doomed. Just when it seemed all was lost, a flash of silver light streaked across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the woman in the black dress vanished into thin air. The rest of the team stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Had she been instantly killed? "No, I can feel it. She's still alive," murmured the woman in the white dress, turning to look behind her. Boom! The earthen walls that had encased the team suddenly exploded. Dust and debris filled the air. As the dust settled, the team's pupils constricted at the sight before them. From the smoke emerged a majestic white tiger, its piercing violet eyes glowing with an almost otherworldly intensity. Following closely behind came a voice they hadn't heard in a long time. "Hey, hey, hey, long time no see." "Xu Tian?" The woman in the white dress exclaimed in surprise, her delicate face lighting up with joy as she recognized the figure behind the tiger. Standing beside Xu Tian was the woman in the black dress, unharmed, her eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. "You always seem to show up at just the right time, don't you?" the woman in the black dress said softly. Xu Tian grinned and replied, "So, how do you plan to thank me for saving your life this time?" She pursed her lips, then teased with a playful glint in her eyes. How about offering myself to you? Buy one, get one free. Buy one, get one free?" Xu Tian's eyes lit up as he instinctively glanced at the woman in the white dress. Before he could say anything further, a voice dripping with annoyance came from behind them. "Seriously? One in black, one in white? The boss isn't even down yet, and you're already flirting? Can you save it for later?" It was Zhang Xiaoying speaking. Only then did Xu Tian refocus on the Black Earth Beast, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "Leave it to me." As he spoke, a weapon named Black Abyss materialized in his hand. "It'll help you," Zhang Xiaoya said, her own weapon, the Deep Blue Kiss, appearing as she volunteered to assist. "No need. We can handle this, boss," Xu Tian replied with a faint smile. This Black Earth Beast wasn't much stronger than the phantom flower they had encountered in the Ninefold Demon Tower. In the next moment, two more contract sigils appeared behind Xu Tian. A massive bear and a turtle-like beast with a snake-like tail emerged one after another. Without hesitation, Xu Tian and his three beasts charged directly at the Black Earth Beast. The scene left the pioneering team utterly stunned. They had been painstakingly cautious while fighting the Black Earth Beast, terrified of being hit by its skills. Yet here was Xu Tian, recklessly charging in with no apparent defensive measures. What was even stranger was the calm demeanor of his teammates, who looked at the Black Earth Beast with what could only be described as pity. What on earth was going on? The woman in the black dress turned to Bai Yuner and said, "Thank you for saving my life earlier. If it weren't for your spatial transference, I wouldn't have made it." The rest of the pioneering team exchanged bewildered glances. Spatial transference? She was a spatial mage? That kind of skill was as rare as legendary class change scrolls. A spatial mage with transference abilities was even more sought after than some of the top-ranked players. Where had this godlike team come from? And that other guy, charging in with his pets, was he always this fearless? From the front lines, Xu Tian's commanding voice rang out. "Xiao Bai, killing field. Roar. Xiao Wu, gravity. Growl. Xiao Man, body slam." To everyone's shock, Xu Tian simply stood to the side, holding his sword while his pets did all the damage. Even more terrifying was the rapid depletion of the Black Earth Beast's health bar. The pioneering team had spent ages chipping away at just one segment of its health, while this group seemed to tear through it effortlessly, bringing the beast to the brink of death in mere moments. "All done," Xu Tian declared with a resounding voice. With that, The black earth beast let out a final roar before collapsing, its body dissolving into a heap of loot. Is it over? The pioneering team stood slack-jawed. They couldn't help but question whether this was the same boss they had been struggling against moments ago. But there was no denying what they had witnessed. Xu Tian's team had taken it down with ease. This could only mean one thing. They were in the presence of an extraordinary player. Yet Xu Tian looked so young. A middle-aged man stepped forward with a friendly demeanor, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Chang Tianla, a professor at Beta Academy. You must be a friend of Winris? A teacher from Beta Academy? Xu Tian raised an eyebrow, his thoughts turning inward. Beta Academy actually sent a teacher to explore a dungeon. It seemed they were indeed giving it their all. He extended his hand politely. Hello, I'm Xu Tian, a friend of Wenro, and also a new student at Qingda Academy. Chang Tian's right hand froze midair. A new student at Qingda? Xu Tian? The name sparked a sense of familiarity in his mind. He frowned, thinking for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, Xu Tian, are you the Beast Master Xu Tian who ranked first in the college entrance exams? The corner of Xu Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Yes, that's me. He thought to himself, it's just first place in the exams. Is it really that big of a deal? Chang Tianla swallowed hard, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. No wonder this kid was so formidable. Turns out he's that prodigy beast master. Rumor had it that one of his beasts was a mythical creature. No wonder he could so effortlessly defeat the Black Earth Beast. Even though he now understood the source of Xu Tian's strength, a wave of existential doubt washed over Chang Tianla. While he wasn't among the absolute top-tier fighters, he was still a level 78, 7-turn mysterious class professional and even ranked on the Earth leaderboard. Yet, even at his level, a slight mistake in facing the Black Earth Beast could mean death. Xu Tian, on the other hand, had taken it down with ease. The strength of this new student was simply terrifying. At that moment, Bayuner blinked her curious, wide eyes and hesitantly asked, does this mean we've successfully cleared the dungeon? The others also looked over with questioning expressions. Xu Tian shook his head lightly. Not quite. There are 5 bosses like the Black Earth Beast in total. What? The group's faces grew grave. Just one boss of this caliber was already a headache, and now they learned there were 5 in the dungeon? The challenge level seemed excessively high. Xu Tian continued. Besides that, you've probably also noticed the Lord monsters, the ones that can control smaller mobs. Chang Tianla and Wenro exchanged a glance, and the former nodded slightly. Yes, those things, so they're called Lord monsters? Xu Tian mused. I think it's not so much that the bosses are overleveled, but rather that this is just how this dungeon is designed. It's just that this is the first time we've encountered a dungeon like this. Hearing Xu Tian's words, everyone's expressions instantly grew serious, and they fell into deep thought. Xu Tian's theory was indeed not without merit. In the past, the level 40 dungeons they entered typically only had elite monsters and regular mobs, with the strongest being the boss. However, today's dungeon was entirely different. Not only was the boss absurdly powerful, but even the mob's spawning patterns had changed. Zhang Xiaoye suddenly voiced a thought that left everyone stunned. What if it's not just the secret realms that have difficulty levels? Her words prompted the group to consider a possibility they had never entertained before. Traditionally, humans had only assigned difficulty tiers to secret realms, ranging from normal to inferno, with higher difficulties being harder to conquer. Inferno-level secret realms typically required an adventuring team at least 10 levels above the average to stand a chance of clearing them. But what if dungeons also had difficulty levels? For instance, a level 40 normal dungeon, level 40 hard dungeon, level 40 nightmare dungeon, level 40 inferno dungeon, and possibly even higher difficulty tiers. The more they thought about it, the more disturbed they became. Chang Tian's expression grew especially grim. This is no small matter. I need to leave the dungeon immediately to report this to the higher-ups. The rest of this I'll leave to your team, Chang Tianla said solemnly, looking at Xu Tian. Got it. Xu Tian nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Chang Tianla departed with 2 other teammates. Wenro decided to stay and join Xu Tian's group. Bayuner then suggested, why not let Wenro join our team? After all, my role is limited to spatial transfer, so it doesn't really matter whether I'm in the team or not. Wenro hesitated and said shyly, that doesn't seem right. I can just form a solo team. Seeing the 2 of them being so polite, Xu Tian felt a little exasperated. If it weren't for the rule against creating temporary teams during exploration, he would have just formed a 5-person team. Alright, how about this? The 4 of you form one team, and I'll go solo, Xu Tian said with a wave of his hand, making the final decision. The girls exchanged glances and agreed. Following Xu Tian's instructions, the group began heading toward the next boss location. Along the way, they encountered some tough elite monsters, which were handled by Xiaobai. Meanwhile, Wenro and her team focused on clearing mobs, earning a decent amount of experience in the process. After about an hour, they finally encountered the second boss, a giant wood beast. However, a new problem arose. The giant wood beast stats were completely different from the ones Xu Tian had seen before. They had increased by an entire tier. Target: Giant Wood Beast. Potential: Diamond. Level: 49. HP: 57,964. Strength: 7,562. Defense: 8,283. Speed: 6,044. Energy: 7,352. Its average stats were more than 1,000 points higher than the Black Earth Beast they had previously defeated. Alarmed, Xu Tian quickly pulled up the map interface to check the stats of the other three bosses. He gasped in shock. Sure enough, the other bosses' stats had also increased. Just like the Giant Wood Beast, their average stats had risen by over 1,000 points. When he added up the total increase, it roughly equaled the Black Earth Beast's original stats. This meant that the attributes of the defeated Black Earth Beast had been redistributed among the remaining four bosses. This is bad, Xu Tian muttered to himself. Based on this pattern, it seemed likely that the final boss would inherit the combined attributes of the other four. With each boss averaging around 6,000 in their stats, the final boss could potentially have a single stat reaching a terrifying 30,000. Not even an 80th level, 7th tier expert might possess such monstrous attributes. Xu Tian, what's wrong? One of the girls asked, noticing his grim expression. Nothing, Xu Tian replied, shaking his head. He decided not to share his suspicions with them. For one, he couldn't confirm the accuracy of his theory. For another, he didn't know when the stat transfer occurred. If the transfer happened immediately after a boss death, the situation would be even more troublesome than he anticipated. Rather than worrying them unnecessarily, he chose to keep it to himself. Oh so, what should we do about this boss? The girls asked. You focus on controlling the surrounding mobs. I'll take it down myself, Xu Tian said calmly. His nonchalant tone made Wenro, dressed in her black dress, blush slightly as she thought to herself, he's so cool. Without further ado, the group got to work. Among the girls, Zhang Xiaoying had the highest damage output. As a single target assassin with an elemental advantage, she could take down a mob in mere seconds. The others struggled a bit more in comparison, but were still able to handle the surrounding waves of monsters. Satisfied with their performance, Xu Tian turned his attention toward the Giant Wood Beast. Although its stats had increased by over 1,000 points on average, it wasn't much different from the Black Earth Beast in the eyes of Xiao Bai and the others. After all, in its transformed state, Xiao Bai's average stats had already reached 8,000. Xiao Bai, attack! Xu Tian commanded in a low voice. Xiao Bai's swift figure became a blur as it charged forward. At the same time, the Giant Wood Beast noticed Xu Tian's presence. The leaves around it rapidly extended, forming a cage that encircled Xu Tian and Xiao Bai, cutting them off from the outside world. Special move? Xu Tian raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he drew out Heiyu, the blade slicing through the air in a dark arc as it struck the cage with force. In an instant, dense black flames surged like a tidal wave, consuming every wooden branch in their path. The giant tree beast let out guttural, gurgling cries, its massive branches whipping towards Xu Tian like lashes. With a fierce roar, Xiao Man darted forward like lightning, positioning its sturdy body in front of Xu Tian. Xiao Wu's serpent tail swayed gently, releasing a faint blue glow that enveloped Xiao Man, enhancing its defenses. The branches crashed heavily onto Xiao Man, but it was as though they struck an impenetrable fortress, causing barely any damage. At the same time, Xiao Bai let out an earth-shaking roar, its razor-sharp claws slashing through the air, leaving streaks of silver light that tore into the giant tree beast's body. The powerful wind element energy cut through the beast like blades, and a cascade of glaring damage numbers erupted in the air. In the blink of an eye, the giant tree beast's health plummeted by half. Chirp! Xiao Wu let out a sharp cry, spitting out a crystal-clear water orb that shot straight toward the giant tree beast. Although the damage wasn't as devastating as Xiao Bai's attack, the blow left the beast severely weakened. Sensing the opportunity, Xiao Bai struck once more with a swift and fierce attack, delivering the final blow that ended the colossal creature's life. The giant tree beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into a pile of golden loot. The cage surrounding them vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the girls had finished clearing the surrounding monsters and turned their attention to the spoils on the ground. Their eyes sparkled with astonishment and anticipation. The scene of Xu Tian effortlessly taking down the boss once again redefined their perception of his power. Though they'd grown accustomed to his incredible strength, witnessing him dispatch such a formidable boss with ease still left them in awe. Huh, is this a skill book? Xu Tian crouched down, picking up a faintly glowing book. A trace of excitement finally surfaced in his eyes. Compared to other ordinary level 40 dungeons, the quality of this one's loot was undoubtedly superior. While it didn't exceed the platinum tier limit, every item was a top-tier platinum piece. Xu Tian recalled the platinum-grade bracers he had obtained from defeating the Black Earth Beast earlier. Just the defense stats alone had increased by 200 points, and it even came with a defensive skill. Such a treasure was, of course, something he had claimed without hesitation. This time, however, he'd unexpectedly acquired a rare skill book. The drop rate for skill books was already significantly lower than that of equipment, and skill books for mysterious classes were even rarer, often more coveted than legendary treasures. Xu Tian couldn't wait to open the skill book, and as he did, a winged emblem slowly materialized in the air. This is a skill from the Holy Angel class? Xu Tian murmured, a mix of surprise and anticipation flickering in his gaze. The holy light shone down from the heavens, a dazzling beam illuminating everything. Xu Tian gazed intently at the platinum skill book in his hands, carefully reading the description. The holy angel waves their staff, releasing a sacred brilliance that significantly reduces the enemy's movement speed while increasing their casting speed. This is a powerful area control skill. Though it deals no direct damage, the dual debuff more than compensates for its lack of offensive power. Xu Tian looked up, his eyes instinctively falling on Jiang Xiaoya. He quickly walked toward her and handed her the skill book. Xiaoya, this skill is perfect for you, he said firmly, his tone leaving no room for objections. Jiang Xiaoya accepted the skill book, her eyes sparkling with excitement. However, she soon shook her head and declined. Xu Tian, this is your reward for defeating the boss. I can't take it. As she spoke, she glanced at her bank card, as if considering purchasing the skill book herself. Yet the market price of a platinum skill book had long surpassed 3 million gold coins, not to mention that this was a rare skill for a mysterious class. Her expression quickly turned awkward. Xu Tian couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoya, do we really need to be so formal with each other? Take it. You're the only one who can learn this skill, and once you do, you'll be able to help me even more, won't you? Jiang Xiaoya's cheeks flushed red as she nodded shyly. All right then, but I'll repay you for the skill's value by helping you farm materials. Her earnest gaze left Xu Tian no choice but to nod in agreement. At that moment, the girl in the black dress gently nudged the girl in the white dress with her elbow and whispered, "See that? He's so good at creating moments to spend time together. You should learn from him." The girl in the white dress looked confused. What does this have to do with me? If you want to be with Xu Tian, just go tell him yourself. Fine, I will. But don't regret it later. The girl in the black dress teased with a playful smirk. Regret? As if. Go ahead. The girl in the white dress huffed, clearly not believing her counterpart had the courage. To everyone's surprise, the girl in the black dress really did walk up to Xu Tian. In a sweet, syrupy voice, she said, "Xu Tian, that heartless woman abandoned me. Why don't you take care of me from now on? I can cook, clean, and even warm your bed. Plus, I know a few other things." Her voice was soft and alluring, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Xu Tian was instantly struck with awkwardness, unsure how to respond to this sudden turn of events. He instinctively glanced at the girl in the white dress, only to find her already turning away in embarrassment. She was inwardly panicking, thinking, how could I forget that this troublemaker has my face? Now everyone's seen me like this, so humiliating. Xu Tian coughed twice, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Ahem, let's focus on clearing the remaining bosses. We don't have much time left to finish the raid. All right, whatever you say, the girl in the black dress replied, blinking innocently and putting on a sweet, obedient expression. The others exchanged glances. Bai Yuner leaned over to Jiang Xiaoying and whispered, Xiaoying, are they officially a couple now? Her question only deepened Jiang Xiaoying's scowl. After this brief interlude, the group arrived at the territory of the next boss. But when they saw the boss's stats panel, everyone was stunned. Target, Jing Shui Beast. Potential, Diamond. Health, 76,320. Strength, 9,840. Defense, 8,890. Speed, 11,340. Energy, 10,654. A massive crocodile covered in shimmering scales swam leisurely in the lake, surrounded by numerous smaller creatures. Crocodiles, giant water snakes, and piranhas. But what shocked the group the most was the boss stats, which far surpassed any they had seen before. Jiang Xiaoying frowned. How does it have an average stat of over 10,000? The last boss, the giant wood beast, only had an average stat of around 1,000 inch. Xu Tian sighed, deciding to reveal the truth. It seems the bosses are linked in a special way. Whenever one boss is defeated, its stats are immediately distributed among the remaining bosses. And this mechanism activates instantly, leaving us no time to react. At his words, everyone's faces turned pale. Jiang Xiaoya's voice trembled as she said, does that mean the final boss will have the combined stats of all 5 bosses? Its average stats could reach 30,000? How could we possibly defeat that? Even the playful girl in the black dress dropped her usual joking demeanor, her expression growing serious. Jiang Xiaoying, ever perceptive, noticed something unusual about Xu Tian's demeanor. Xu Tian, do you already have a plan? she asked. Though she hadn't known him for as long as her sister, who had been friends with him for 6 years, she understood his character well enough to know he wouldn't act recklessly without a strategy. Xu Tian hesitated for a moment before his gaze landed on Bai Yuner, who was playing with a small white creature. Yes, I have an idea, but the key to its success lies with her. Bai Yuner froze under the sudden attention, looking utterly confused. Me? She asked, bewildered. She had no idea why she had suddenly become the focal point. That's right, Bai Yuner, it's you. Xu Tian's voice broke the silence as his gaze locked onto her. You have the ability to teleport objects instantly to a specific location. But I want to know how many targets can you move at once, and what are the distance limitations? Hearing the seriousness in Xu Tian's tone, Bai Yuner understood this was no time for jokes. She frowned slightly, her eyes flickering as she quickly calculated. After a brief moment, she looked up and responded. The number of targets and the distance are inversely proportional. The more targets, the shorter the distance I can teleport them. What about 50 kilometers? Xu Tian asked without hesitation. 50 kilometers? Bai Yuner's eyes widened in shock, her voice almost a shriek. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and recalculated in her mind. If it's 50 kilometers, I can only take 2 targets. 2 targets? That's enough. Xu Tian exhaled in relief, a faint smile appearing on his face. The women exchanged glances, puzzled, their eyes filled with questions as they looked at Xu Tian. Without offering an explanation, Xu Tian shifted his attention to the nearby Jing Shui beast. Let's deal with this boss first, he said, scanning the surroundings. Its territory is in a lake, so Xiaobai can only attack from the shore. Fortunately, I have a water element pet. With a light wave of his hand, Xu Tian summoned Xuanwu. He patted the little creature's head. Xiao Wu, it's your time to shine. With a deep rumble, Xuanwu instantly transformed into its battle form, its massive body plunging into the water with a resounding splash, sending waves rippling across the surface. The nearby smaller creatures sensed the intruder and began swimming toward Xuanwu. Seeing this, Xu Tian leaped gracefully onto Xuanwu's back. Forming a series of hand seals, he chanted an incantation. Instantly, the surrounding water began to churn violently, and countless streams converged into a massive waterspout, spinning furiously. The smaller creatures didn't even get close before the powerful suction pulled them into the vortex. Their health bars plummeted at an alarming rate, and in moments, they were reduced to a pile of dropped materials. The women watching from a distance were stunned, their mouths agape. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. A single skill wiped out all the nearby creatures? That's insane. Xu Tian didn't pause. He immediately commanded Xiao Wu to advance. Taking advantage of the remaining duration of the Raging Wave skill, they launched a ferocious attack on the crocodile boss. Xiao Wu unleashed water element energy blasts from its mouth, while Xiao Bai attacked relentlessly from afar. Under the relentless assault, the boss fell within minutes, collapsing into a pool of blood. However, before the victory could be celebrated, a more pressing concern arose. With the fall of this boss, the remaining 2 bosses instantly absorbed the attributes of the defeated one. This meant their average stats would now skyrocket to over 15,000. Xu Tian and the others' expressions turned grim. Those numbers were far beyond what they could handle. The crowd's gaze was fixed intently on Xu Tian, the tension in the air palpable. Everyone was waiting for him to reveal a solution, as the success of the expedition depended on it. Today was the final deadline. If they failed, the creatures of the apocalypse world would invade the real world, causing the dungeon system to collapse. High-level monsters would wreak havoc on weaker humans, and even the strongest players on the heaven rankings might not survive. Though the nation might have contingency plans, even sending in heaven-ranked teams would result in their levels being suppressed, rendering them less powerful than Xu Tian alone. The question remained, how could they defeat a boss with an average stat of 30,000 in all 4 attributes within the limited time? This realization hit everyone hard. They weren't just facing a difficult dungeon. This was an entirely new level of challenge. Xu Tian felt the hopeful gazes of the girls on him. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Bai Yuner and asked, if I remember correctly, long-distance spatial teleportation requires memorizing geographical coordinates, right? Bai Yuner nodded in confirmation. Xu Tian continued, we've already spent 8 hours on the first 3 bosses, leaving only 12 hours before the expedition ends. The remaining 2 bosses are far apart, and even if we skip fighting smaller monsters, just traveling there would take 9 hours. Xiaobai and I will separate from the group and head to the final boss location. At the same time, you all will engage the 4th boss. Work with Xiao Wu and Xiao Man to deplete its health as much as possible. Once we weaken the final boss to near death, Bai Yuner will teleport us back to you, and we'll combine our efforts to bring both bosses' health to 0 simultaneously and finish them off together. Wenru raised an eyebrow skeptically. Why would you need to come back to help us? Are you doubting our damage output? Xu Tian shook his head, explaining, I'm not doubting you. but these two bosses have had their health enhanced to 200,000. Your current damage output won't be able to keep pace with ours. Hearing this, the girls collectively gasped. 200,000 health? That was the kind of stat reserved for level 70 legendary bosses, yet it had appeared in a level 40 dungeon. Xu Tian's plan seemed to be the most reliable option, provided Bai Yunar's mana could sustain 2 spatial transfers. Bai Yunar confidently raised her hand. No problem. While my mana might not be enough for 2 uses, I can always drink a potion. Zhang Xiaoying voiced her concern. But are you sure you can handle the 5th boss with its enhanced stats? An average of 30,000 in all 4 attributes is double the current boss's stats. With such a gap, you could be one-shot killed. Xu Tian replied calmly, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to handle it. Wenru, in her soft, gentle voice, asked, and what if something unexpected happens? Then you can go ahead and mourn us, Xu Tian quipped, leaping onto Xiao Bei's back. The girls were momentarily stunned before bursting into mixed laughter and exasperation. Even in such a tense situation, he had the audacity to joke around. 9 hours later, Xu Tian, riding Xiao Bai with Bai Yunar in tow, arrived at the final boss territory. A few hours earlier, Xiao Yu and her group had already encountered the 4th boss. Checking the time, Xu Tian found it aligned with his calculations. He immediately activated the Apocalypse World's video call function. Xiao Yu, it's time to begin. On Zhang Xiaoya's side, the girls had already arranged their formation. With Xiao Man and Xiao Wu present, Xu Tian wasn't worried about casualties. As for himself and Xiao Bai, with the double-killing god domain activated, they could deplete the boss health at maximum speed. Bai Yunar hesitantly asked, are you sure you don't need me to help? No, save your mana for the teleportation, Xu Tian replied, shaking his head before launching his attack alongside Xiao Bai. Red light shimmered on Xiao Bei's body as the killing god domain was unleashed. Xu Tian also chanted a spell, stacking the double-killing god domain. Xiao Bei's strength attribute surged by 100, reaching a staggering 16,000 instantly. Witnessing this, Bai Yunar was utterly shocked. No wonder Xu Tian chose to bring Xiao Bai along. This combination was overwhelmingly powerful. Xu Tian, wielding his Black Abyss blade, charged at the boss, activating both his Wind's Grace and Tidal Fury abilities. The former enhanced his mobility, while the latter was one of his few high-damage skills. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, was more direct, its tiger claws slashing with wind blades that relentlessly battered the boss, causing its health to drop visibly. Even so, depleting 200,000 health was no small feat. It took a full 40 minutes of relentless output to finally bring the boss to its last sliver of health. Xu Tian's expression turned serious as he shouted, Bai Yunar, get ready to teleport. The monster's aggro reset window is only 20 minutes, and we need to kill the other boss within that time. Without hesitation, Bai Yunar raised her staff and cast her spatial magic. Teleportation. In an instant, the trio appeared in front of the 4th boss. Zhang Xiaoya and the others were already locked in battle, their attacks focused on whittling down its health. Seeing Xu Tian and the others materialize out of thin air, the girls were stunned. That was fast. We've barely started. Wenru, in her black dress, blinked in surprise. Hearing this, Xu Tian's lips twitched. She wasn't wrong, they truly had just begun. The 4th boss health had only been reduced by about 15. This was unavoidable. Xiao Wu and Xiao Man weren't damage-oriented pets, and the girls' stats were too far below the boss, resulting in limited damage output. Now, Xu Tian and Xiao Bai had just 20 minutes to deplete the remaining 85 of the boss health. The challenge was formidable. It had taken them 40 minutes of full-force attacks to bring the previous boss to near death. This boss had similar stats, so the time required wouldn't differ much. However, the 20-minute limit left no room for error. Fortunately, with Xiao Wu and the others assisting, and with the added boost from the killing god domains, their collective damage output should reach a new level. Xiao Bai, let's begin, Xu Tian said softly. After 20 minutes of relentless battle, the group finally managed to take down the boss in the final moments. Xu Tian, barely catching his breath, immediately shouted, Bai Yunar, here. Bai Yunar responded promptly, downing a mana potion in one swift motion before casting a spatial transfer spell. With a flash of silver light, Xu Tian and Xiao Bai appeared in front of the 5th boss. As expected, the boss's hostility hadn't subsided. Upon seeing them, it immediately swung a massive fist in their direction. Faced with the sheer force of a 30,000 strength attribute attack, Xu Tian dared not block it heeded and quickly activated Rock Barrier. Countless stones erupted from the ground, forming a sturdy shield. Xu Tian remained vigilant, swiftly leaping onto Xiao Bai's back. Sure enough, with a thunderous crash, the rock barrier crumbled. Fortunately, Xiao Bai reacted swiftly, jumping away just in time. Glancing back, Xu Tian saw a massive crater where they had stood moments ago, the boss and iron beast glaring at them with blood-red eyes. Xu Tian's heart sank. Even absolute defense couldn't hold up? A 30,000 strength attribute is no joke. Xiaobai, finish it. Xu Tian commanded in a low voice. Xiaobai roared, gathering energy in its mouth before unleashing the white tiger howling light wave. The iron beast quickly assumed a defensive stance. The wave collided with the boss, sparks flying everywhere. While the boss's health dropped, it wasn't enough to finish it off. As Xu Tian prepared to deliver the finishing blow, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The iron beast, having blocked the attack, suddenly pounded its chest and let out a strange cry. A green glow enveloped its body, and its health began to regenerate. Xu Tian, it's healing. Bai Yuner exclaimed in alarm. Gritting his teeth, Xu Tian realized they had only one chance to end this. If the iron beast regained even a fraction of its health, they would all be doomed. Beast God's Descent. Xu Tian activated the high-risk skill once more. With their attributes synchronized for 30 seconds, Xu Tian and Xiao Bai launched a simultaneous attack. Dark flames from Xu Tian's Black Abyss sword slashed through the air, while Xiao Bai's radiant light struck the iron beast's chest with a deafening impact. A dazzling burst of golden light erupted, and countless loot items scattered across the ground like blooming flowers. It's over. Xu Tian exhaled in relief, turning his gaze toward Bai Yuner, who was catching her breath in the distance. Xu Tian, I'll bring the others over now, Bai Yuner said with a light smile, stepping forward. Xu Tian nodded, but before he could respond, a wave of dizziness overtook him, and he collapsed straight into Bai Yuner's chest. Hey, hey! Bai Yuner yelped in surprise as Xu Tian's head landed squarely against her. An hour later, Xu Tian's weakened state had subsided. Leaning against Xiao Bai, he noticed that all the women had arrived, undoubtedly thanks to Bai Yuner. Spotting Bai Yuner blushing and avoiding his gaze, Xu Tian felt puzzled. The faint floral scent lingering in the air only added to his confusion. Xiao Bai playfully licked Xu Tian's face. Xiao Bai, stop it, Xu Tian said, pushing it away. Xiao Bai, looking aggrieved, transformed into a small cat and leapt into Bai Yuner's arms, nuzzling against her, causing her to cry out in surprise. Ahem. Does this mean we've officially cleared the dungeon? Zhang Xiaoying asked. Yes, all the bosses are down. This counts as a successful run. The items on the ground are the first clear rewards, Xu Tian explained. After inspecting the rewards, Xu Tian was amazed. 3 sets of silverware equipment, an abundance of crafting materials, and a mysterious skill scroll. Without hesitation, Xu Tian pocketed the scroll, intending to give it to his sister. He didn't keep everything for himself, though. He distributed some of the materials to everyone and stored the rest in his inventory. People outside are probably getting anxious. Should we go out and share the good news? Zhang Xiaoying suggested. Yeah, Xu Tian, you've been out for an hour. There's less than an hour left until the dungeon officially closes, the woman in the white dress gently reminded him. All right, Xu Tian started to say, but then something important came to mind. Actually, you all head out first. I still have something to take care of. What is it? Zhang Xiaoying asked, frowning. The woman in the black dress shot him a teasing look. You're not planning something suspicious, are you? Hey, what are you thinking? Even if it's that, this is hardly the place for it. Xu Tian retorted, exasperated. The black-dressed woman blinked innocently. Oh, so you're just picky about the setting? Well, we've booked a presidential suite at a hotel in Shangjing. How about trying it out there? The atmosphere will be top-notch. The others immediately gave him strange looks, while the woman in the white dress blushed furiously. Ahem, the room, Xu Tian began, but stopped short when he noticed Xiao Yu glaring daggers at him. He quickly changed his tune. The room's not happening. I really do have something to handle. You all go ahead and let Teacher Chu know we're safe. Without waiting for a response, Xu Tian made a hasty retreat. The Silent Ridge. Riding on Xiao Bai, Xu Tian finally arrived at the location of the black gold resources. The 5 bosses had already been defeated, and the dungeon no longer posed a threat to him. He explored leisurely, his gaze suddenly caught by something unusual. Reaching into the water, Xu Tian groped around for a while and pulled out a yellowed sheet of paper. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a fragment of a treasure map. His brows furrowed as he recalled the fragment he had recently acquired at the auction in the southern province. It had been snatched from the Ren family, followed by another piece obtained from Steward Liu. His heartbeat quickened as Xu Tian eagerly pulled out the other 2 fragments to compare. A perfect match. 3 out of 4 pieces were now in his possession, leaving only one to complete the set. He couldn't help but fantasize about the treasure the map might lead to. A divine artifact? A legendary skill scroll? Or perhaps an egg of the next mythical beast? If he could acquire a blueprint for another divine artifact, that would be even better. Unfortunately, the clue to the final fragment remained elusive. Xu Tian resolved to ask Xiaoya for help in gathering information once he returned. Even so, finding the 3rd fragment was already satisfying. It brought him just 1 step away from completing the map. Humming a cheerful tune, Little Conk, toot 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 toot, Seagulls scatter aimlessly. Xu Tian strolled out of the dungeon. With a flash of light, Xu Tian returned to the real world. The surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. Xu Tian is out, someone shouted first. Xu Tian, you're my idol. No, you're our idol. You cleared a dungeon that even the Earth-ranking team couldn't crack. Truly deserving of being the top freshman. Amazing. Xu Tian, I want to have your babies. Amid the crowd, Xu Shan, the head of the Eastern Province, personally held up a banner as he approached enthusiastically. Xu Tian, I heard you solo cleared the dungeon? This dungeon appeared in my province, and yet we lacked the strength to resolve it. If it weren't for you, I might have lost my position. You're a true benefactor to me. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow and replied humbly, Governor Xu, you're too kind. I was just doing my part for the country. Xu Shan waved his hands dismissively. Oh no, you've done a great service to the Eastern Province. If you ever need anything in the future, the Eastern Province will be at your disposal. Xu Tian knew this was likely just polite talk and would probably be forgotten by the next day. With a meaningful smile, he seized the moment and said, in that case, I happen to have a list of materials I need. Governor Xu, could you help me gather them? As he spoke, he handed over the list of materials required to craft the devouring gourd. Xu Shan took the list, his expression instantly turning complicated. Are you sure about these? Yes, absolutely, Xu Tian replied with a straight face. Xu Shan took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. All right, I'll help you gather them, but I can't guarantee I'll get everything on this list. Hearing the hesitation in his tone, Xu Tian smiled and said, do your best, Governor Xu. It's just some minor materials. Besides, I have something even more important to share with you. What is it? Xu Shan's eyes lit up with interest. Xu Tian leaned in slightly and said mysteriously, there's an issue with this dungeon's difficulty. It's possible that from now on, the highest dungeon difficulty will no longer be purgatory. Governor Xu, you might want to start preparing for what's to come. Xu Shan's eyes widened at the revelation, instantly grasping the significance of this information. An increase in dungeon difficulty would undoubtedly cause public unrest. If he could release the news in advance, the people of the Eastern Province could be better prepared. More successful dungeon raids would also boost his political achievements. Realizing this, Xu Shan suddenly felt that the materials were a small price to pay. Rest assured, Xu Tian, the materials are as good as done. Reliable, Xu Tian praised with a thumbs up. Although he had already asked the Xiao family to work on this, an extra source of free materials was always welcome. Who knows? They might come in handy for crafting the next divine artifact. After some casual conversation, Xu Shan arranged for someone to escort Xu Tian and his companions back, even extending a warm invitation for Xu Tian to visit the Eastern Province again. On the way back, Xu Tian recounted his experiences in the dungeon to Chu Wan in detail. After listening, Chu Wan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she softly remarked, the world is about to change. 3 days later, a groundbreaking announcement shocked the globe. China had introduced a new difficulty level chaos. Furthermore, a difficulty system was implemented for standard dungeons, and entry requirements were recalibrated. Chaos-level dungeons required players to be at least 20 levels higher than the dungeon itself. Additionally, any discovery of new difficulty dungeons had to be reported to the state immediately. At the same time, major nations like the United States and the United Kingdom issued similar updates, while Japan went as far as to declare a national-level emergency. The world order was quietly but profoundly shifting. The Great Australia Chaos Dungeon, level 70. 3 days of exploration ended in failure. Great Australia has fallen. Xu Tian stared at his phone screen, his brows furrowed tightly. The news headline hit him like a hammer, leaving him momentarily stunned. Although he had anticipated the Chaos Dungeon's difficulty would spike, the fall of Great Australia was still beyond his imagination. At this moment, he seemed to glimpse a harsh reality. The weak were being mercilessly eliminated. Yes, the fall of Great Australia serves as a wake-up call to the real world, said Chu Wan, seated across from Xu Tian, setting down her coffee cup with a grave expression. The balance between us and the apocalypse world has been broken. Xu Tian frowned and asked, so has anyone been sent to check on Great Australia? Chu Wan nodded, her tone somber. Yes, Great Australia has been completely overrun by monsters from the apocalypse world. Only a handful of high-level elites managed to escape. Xu Tian drew in a sharp breath, his face betraying his shock. Chu Wan continued, the monsters from the apocalypse world are far more savage than we imagined. Once they enter the real world, they go into a berserk state, and their destructive power increases exponentially. The defensive measures of the Australian government collapsed in less than 3 days. Hearing this, Su Yun, sitting nearby, gasped in horror. As someone in a non-combat profession, she felt utterly powerless in the face of such a disaster. Noticing his sister's fear, Xu Tian smiled gently. Sis, don't worry. Even if that day ever comes, I won't let anything happen to you. His words brought Xu Yun a small measure of comfort. Oh, by the way, sis, I have something for you, Xu Tian said, suddenly remembering a certain item. He retrieved a comprehension scroll from his backpack and handed it to Xu Yun. Chu Wan's eyes lit up. A comprehension scroll? Is this a reward from the dungeon? Not bad. Xu Yun accepted the scroll, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. She whispered softly, a comprehension scroll. Closing her eyes, she began to focus, sensing its power. Moments later, the scroll emitted a dazzling glow before disintegrating into a dull scrap of paper. When Xu Yun opened her eyes again, they sparkled with astonishment, and her breathing grew rapid. She turned to Xu Tian, her voice trembling with excitement. Xu Tian, I think I've comprehended something extraordinary. Xu Yun's words made Xu Tian and Chu Wan simultaneously turn to look at her. Xu Yun, her face flushed with anger, directly unfolded the illustrated scroll. Chrono Scroll, upon use, purifies all suppression effects, instantly restoring the user's normal attributes. Can be used during dungeon exploration. The brief description caused Xu Tian and Chu Wan's pupils to contract sharply. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. This scroll could purify the suppressive effects of the apocalypse world, and could even be used during dungeon raids. With this, the success rate of clearing dungeons would dramatically increase, making its value surpass even that of a divine artifact. Xu Tian took a deep breath, his gaze heavy as he looked at Xu Yun. Once this scroll became known, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar, and Xu Yun's safety would be at risk. With his current strength, Xu Tian knew he couldn't protect her. The only solution was relying on the nation. Only under the nation's protection could Xu Yun be truly safe. Xu Tian's serious expression fell into Xu Yun's eyes, making her uneasy. Xu Tian, how about we pretend this never happened? Xu Tian was momentarily stunned. While the Chrono Scroll would indeed put Xu Yun in great danger, it also presented a rare opportunity. With it, Xu Yun would undoubtedly gain the nation's full support, her future status potentially surpassing even that of the top-ranked experts. Yet, Xu Yun wanted to hide it. Xu Tian understood his sister simply didn't want to leave him. After their parents encountered misfortune in a dungeon, the two had depended on each other, their bond transcending ordinary familial ties. Perhaps, she just wanted to stay by his side. But now, serving the nation was the best choice. Yeah, the Chrono Scroll is extraordinary. It's not just a regular item. It's a treasure that could change the fate of our nation. With it, the mortality rate for dungeon exploration teams will significantly decrease, and Huaxia will be able to maintain a balance with the apocalypse world for a long time, Xu Tian said slowly. Xu Yun fell silent. She knew Xu Tian was right, but choosing the nation meant going to an unfamiliar place and being separated from her only family, Xu Tian. Struggling internally, Xu Yun finally said, Xu Tian, give me 3 days to think it over. Xu Tian looked at Chu Wan. The latter tilted her head slightly and said, I didn't hear anything. The three returned to the villa, each lost in their thoughts. The Jiang sisters were sitting in the living room watching TV. Seeing them enter, they froze. What happened? Later that afternoon, Xiaoya called. Xu Tian, little brother, there's news about the materials. My father asked me to inform you. Do you have time now? We can discuss it in person. All right, Xu Tian agreed and set a meeting place with her. This time, he didn't call Chu Wan along. He already knew Xiaoya, so there was no need for a mediator. They met in a private room at a refined tea house. Xiaoya, dressed in a fitted cheongsam, sat gracefully. She poured Xu Tian a cup of tea. You're here? Did you have anything to drink on the way? The tea here is quite good. Xu Tian drank it in one gulp and got straight to the point. Xiaoya sighed softly. So impatient. Can't we chat a little first? She took out a storage bracelet. He erased the list of materials you needed. Some were hard to find, but my father used the Shao clan's treasure-seeking order to acquire them for you. Everything is here. Xu Tian eagerly checked the contents. With these materials, he could finally forge the Swallowing Heaven Gourd, a divine artifact. He pulled out a bank card. I'm not sure about the cost of these materials, but the balance on this card should cover it. Please thank Uncle Xiao for me. That treasure-seeking order must be something special, right? Xiaoya smiled. It is special, but compared to a genius like you, it's nothing. You're the rising star of Huaxia now. If it weren't for you clearing that troublesome dungeon in the eastern province, we might have faced another disaster like what happened in Australia. Xu Tian scratched his head. Really? He found it hard to believe that, with so many experts in Huaxia, there wouldn't have been other preparations in place. After processing the payment, Xiaoya handed him the remaining balance. Erase what's left. Xu Tian glanced at it, surprised. There's still so much? The card still had 400 million left, out of the original 700 million. Xiaoya explained, don't think we're giving you a discount. Those sellers were willing to sell at a lower price to earn my father's favor. Xu Tian nodded, deciding not to dwell on it. Xiaoya then asked, I heard from Xiao Wan that Qing University gave you a ticket to the Xinzhou conquest? Yeah, Xu Tian replied, suddenly recalling that the Xinzhou conquest was approaching. That dungeon, with its double drop rates, offered the chance to obtain divine artifacts and legendary skill scrolls. Most importantly, the experience multiplier was high. He needed to level up quickly, not just for himself but also for Xiaobai and the others. Now that he could handle epic bosses, further strengthening himself would enable him to face legendary bosses, putting him on par with top-tier experts and giving him a shot at entering the Earth rankings. Our Xiao clan also secured a ticket to the Shunzhou conquest. They'll join you when the time comes, Xiaoya said calmly. Oh, all right, Xu Tian nodded, then suddenly realized what she had said. Wait, what did you just say? The invitation to Xinzhou's battle for supremacy sparked a glimmer of anticipation in Xiaoya's eyes. She blinked her large, watery eyes and looked pitifully at Xu Tian. You'll take me with you, won't you? She asked softly. Xu Tian scratched his head in confusion. But, aren't you in a support class profession? Can support class professions even participate in battle for supremacy? Xiaoya smiled faintly and replied in a gentle tone. I knew you'd say that. But, let me tell you, I'm no longer the support class player I used to be. As she spoke, she raised her delicate hand and snapped her fingers. A small flame flickered to life in her palm. A flame controller? Xu Tian froze in surprise, staring at Xiaoya. You bought the flame controller profession scroll? But, isn't it impossible for support class professions to transition to a mystical profession? Xiaoya gave him a mysterious look and asked, Have you ever heard of a wishing master? A wishing master? Xu Tian echoed, stunned. Xiaoya explained, it's an incredibly unique existence within the mystical professions. It doesn't have any offensive, defensive, or survival capabilities. In terms of combat power, it's even weaker than life professions. But it has one extraordinary ability granting wishes. No matter how impossible something seems, if the wish succeeds, it can become a reality. She continued, for example, I used the flame controller profession scroll to transition. Normally, that's against the rules. But with the intervention of a wishing master, if they wished for me to successfully transition and the wish was granted, it could override the rules of the apocalypse world. Xu Tian suddenly understood, though a wry smile crept onto his face. From what I know, there's only one wishing master in Huaxia, and they're under strict protection by the upper echelons. Getting them to act must come at an astronomical price. But the Xiao family probably has the resources to afford it. And they actually went through with it. Xiaoya blinked playfully and teased. So, Xu Tian, do you have any wishes you'd like to come true? How about I help you secure a wish in one condition? You take me with you to Shenzhou's battle for supremacy? Xu Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Deal. Put it on my tab. Xiaoya was momentarily stunned, not expecting Xu Tian to take her offer seriously. She had only been joking, but as someone of her stature, it wasn't in her nature to go back on her word. She silently reminded herself to be more cautious when joking around with Xu Tian in the future. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll get going, Xiaoya said as she stood up, grabbing her bag and preparing to leave. Okay, Xu Tian nodded, already eager to return home and start crafting the devouring gourd. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, by the way, Xiaoya, I don't have a car. Can you give me a ride? Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. She drove him to the school gate in her understated Ferrari. As she sped away, she left behind a crowd of students staring in envy. Their attention quickly turned to Xu Tian, whispering amongst themselves and speculating whether he was living off a wealthy girlfriend. Back at the Serenity Villa, Xu Tian shut himself in his room and immediately took out the blueprint to begin crafting. Creating the artifact would take 3 hours, and Xu Tian waited patiently, not eating or drinking. Finally, the crafting interface lit up with a burst of golden light, and a hazy, gourd-shaped object materialized. Its surface was adorned with cloud-like patterns, and at the center were 3 ancient, elegant characters, devouring gourd. Eagerly, Xu Tian inspected its attributes. Weapon, devouring gourd. Grade, artifact. Current tier, diamond. Strength, 2,460. Vitality, 2,460. Armor penetration, 1470. Skills, 1. Subjugate evil. If the target enemy is classified as a monster, it can be reduced to near death and absorbed into the devouring gourd for digestion. The gourd can extract certain attributes from the monster and add them to the wielder. Note: experience is gained normally, and attribute stacking has no upper limit. 2. Solid gourd barrier. For every monster digested, energy is stored to activate a super defense, granting the wielder 300 of their defense attributes. 3. Heaven shatter. For every monster digested, energy is stored to unleash a devastating attack, granting the wielder 300 of their attack attributes. Attack, defense, and growth all in one. This is truly a masterpiece. Xu Tian exclaimed excitedly. He marveled at the additional strength and vitality stats, which were over 2,400, nearly triple that of standard diamond tier equipment. Even more thrilling was the fact that the devouring gourd was still in its diamond tier, with room to grow further. Xu Tian couldn't wait to test its power. He ventured into a level 40 infernal dungeon called Boulder Town, one of the recently added dungeons in Apocalypse World, with a difficulty level lower than the 5 Elemental Beast dungeon. Heading straight to the boss's location, Xu Tian soon encountered his target. Boss, Boulder Beast. Potential, Diamond. Level, 47. HP, 87,615. Strength, 5,480. Defense, 6,029. Speed, 4,822. Vitality, 4,966. Skills, Boulder Meteor, Stonefall Barrage, Rolling Stones. While the boss's stats were higher than those of an average diamond tier boss, it was far easier to handle than the 5 elemental beasts. This time, Xu Tian decided not to summon Xiaobai and the others. He was determined to solo the Boulder Beast and test both his own strength and the power of the devouring gourd. Equipping the gourd, Xu Tian's strength and vitality attributes soared to 4,000. Using his killing god domain skill, his strength could even break past 6,000, putting him on par with formidable fighters like Xiao Man. For the first time, he felt like he could rely on his own abilities rather than depending entirely on his summoned beasts. Taking a deep breath, Xu Tian prepared for the battle ahead. This was his chance to experience the true might of the devouring gourd and prove that he was no longer just a summoner who relied on his companions. Black Abyss, Xu Tian uttered softly, and a diamond greatsword materialized in his right hand out of thin air. The uniqueness of this divine weapon lay in its ability to bypass the weapon equipment slot, allowing him to simultaneously wield other weapons. The only limitation was that it couldn't stack weapon slot attributes. As the Black Abyss was unsheathed, Xu Tian began chanting a low incantation to activate the Slayer's domain. Instantly, he felt a surge in both strength and agility. In the next moment, like an arrow unleashed from a bowstring, he dashed toward the stone beast. The diamond greatsword cut through the air and struck the creature with immense force. Clang! Clink! The crisp sound of metal colliding echoed in the air. The stone beast's defense was indeed formidable. Even Xu Tian's full-powered strike only managed to chip away a sliver of its health. The lumbering stone beast, slow to react, attempted to counterattack but was effortlessly evaded by Xu Tian. At this moment, he finally grasped the true essence of the Slayer's domain, the incredible speed boost. A 100 increase in speed had pushed his stats to over 9,000, far surpassing the stone beast's reaction capabilities. What followed was a prolonged battle of attrition. Leveraging his extraordinary speed, Xu Tian weaved around the stone beast, delivering precise strikes. Even when he was occasionally hit, Xiao Wu would immediately heal him. As the fight wore on, Xu Tian's combat skills noticeably improved. His movements became increasingly agile, making it nearly impossible for the stone beast to land a single blow. Finally, with a powerful, decisive slash, the stone beast collapsed to the ground. A bounty of loot spilled from its lifeless body, marking the victorious conclusion of this boss battle. Woof! Xiaobai was the first to rush over, excitedly licking Xu Tian's hand as if celebrating the hard-earned victory. Xiao Man also bounded over joyfully, attempting to pin Xu Tian between its massive front paws. Seeing this, Xu Tian quickly dodged, though a smile unconsciously spread across his face. In the time that followed, Xu Tian led his team of pets to defeat several more bosses, clearing out some minor mobs along the way, before deciding to leave the dungeon. To his surprise, as he stepped out of the dungeon, he found Chu Wan waiting for him. "Miss Chu, what are you doing here?" Xu Tian asked in astonishment. "Of course, I'm here to find you." Chu Wan stifled a yawn and gestured for him to follow. "Come with me." "Where to?" Xu Tian asked curiously as he matched her pace. "The principal's office," she answered succinctly. 10 minutes later, Xu Tian stood in the principal's office. Principal Tang greeted him with a warm smile. "Xu Tian, it's been a while." Xu Tian had some recollection of this kind and affable old principal. He respectfully replied, "Good day, Principal Tang." Tang spoke slowly. "The reason I asked you to come here is to grant you a special privilege. This is something Chu Wan fought hard to secure for you. Previously, the Board of Trustees had denied it due to concerns about fairness to other students. However, considering the 5-element beast dungeon you recently cleared, which subsequent tests confirmed to be of epic difficulty, we've reached a decision. We're granting you access to all dungeons below level 70. Coupled with your existing privilege of free dungeon entry, this essentially means that the school's mid-level dungeons are now fully open to you." Although Xu Tian had a rough idea of what was coming as Principal Tang spoke, hearing the confirmation still filled him with excitement. Finally, no more grinding in level 40 dungeons. "By the way, can I bring others along?" Xu Tian suddenly thought to ask. Tangda was briefly taken aback, but then chuckled. "Given your abilities, I personally have no objections." "Thank you, Principal." Xu Tian expressed his gratitude sincerely. Tangda waved it off. Don't thank me. You should thank Chu Wan. She personally visited each member of the board to secure this for you. Even though I'm the principal, I don't have the final say in such matters. Hearing this, Xu Tian turned to look at Chu Wan, his eyes brimming with gratitude. He couldn't deny that his mentor had gone above and beyond for him. From protecting him from the Ren family before his enrollment to looking out for him after he joined the school, and even introducing him to the Shao family representative, her kindness had far exceeded the bounds of a typical teacher-student relationship. Not to mention, Chu Wan was ranked first on the Earth list. The time she spent advocating for him must have come at the expense of her own training. Feeling Xu Tian's earnest gaze, a rare trace of warmth seemed to soften Chu Wan's usually cold and elegant demeanor. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Don't look at me like that. It's just what a teacher should do, isn't it? Xu Tian scratched his head, wondering if a teacher was really obligated to go to such lengths. Perhaps it was because he was her only student that she treated him with such care. He decided not to dwell on the matter further. In the days that followed, Xu Tian relished the exhilaration of unrestricted dungeon access. Level 60 dungeons were a breeze for him and his 3 pets. With such high-efficiency dungeon runs, Xu Tian and his pets experienced a rapid surge in levels. Xu Tian's level soared like a rocket, climbing from level 40 all the way to 47. His companions were not far behind Xiao by reached level 34, and Xiao Man leapt directly to level 40, nearly catching up with Xu Tian. Even Xiao Wu closed the gap, advancing to level 28. During this intense period of leveling up, Xu Tian also began gathering unrestricted epic gear in preparation for the upcoming Shanzhou duel for supremacy. However, a phone call from Su Yun interrupted Xu Tian's rhythm. The tone of her voice on the other end made his heart tighten. His instincts told him that his sister might be about to part ways with him. Without hesitation, he exited the dungeon and rushed back to Qingxin Villa. Su Yun was sitting in the living room, her expression a mix of emotions. Xiao Tian, I've already contacted the relevant authorities. They'll send someone to pick me up soon, she said softly. You're right. The temporal scroll has a significant impact on both the nation and the world. I can't be selfish. But after this, I want to have many chances to see you. Her gaze was filled with both affection and a trace of reluctance. She continued with heartfelt advice. While I'm gone, take good care of yourself. Study hard and work on leveling up as much as you can. The stronger you are, the less danger you'll face. Hearing her words, Xu Tian felt a lump in his throat. Ever since their parents passed away, Su Yun had taken on the burden of the family, being both a sister and a mother figure to him. Though he hated the thought of her leaving, he understood that this was the safest option. The existence of the temporal scroll would inevitably be exposed, and when that happened, Su Yun would face unimaginable risks. It was better for her to be under the protection of the state. Xu Tian silently vowed that one day, he would grow strong enough that no one could challenge him. When that time came, he would bring his sister back. I'll come visit you whenever I can, Xu Tian promised in a low voice. Su Yun nodded and handed him a storage bracelet. Here are some temporal scrolls I made over the past few days. Take them and use them wisely. As Xu Tian accepted the bracelet, the sound of footsteps came from outside. The state's protection team had arrived. Watching Su Yun being escorted away, Xu Tian felt an emptiness settle in his heart. In the days that followed, Xu Tian threw himself entirely into the dungeons, relentlessly pushing his level higher, as if trying to fill the void within. He knew he had to become strong enough to protect the people he cared about in the future. And so, time passed day by day. Finally, the moment for the Shanzhou duel for supremacy arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host. A golden resource has been detected. Please proceed to locate it. Xu Tian was sweeping through a level 60 dungeon with his 3 pets, effortlessly clearing out mobs. The system notification made him pause for a moment. He glanced at the time and realized that the Shinzhou struggle event was about to begin. It's time, Xu Tian murmured softly. Without hesitation, he mounted Xiaobai and dashed toward the golden resources location. Xiaobai's hooves thundered like a storm, kicking up clouds of dust. The adventuring parties nearby quickly made way, their eyes filled with wariness. Recently, the name of a beast master capable of dominating level 60 dungeons had spread widely. Rumor had it that this individual, barely over level 50, could instantly kill epic level bosses, leaving everyone in awe. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have located the golden resource and obtained 3 legendary attack scrolls. The system notification sounded again. Xu Tian nodded in satisfaction. These 3 legendary attack scrolls, each comparable to Xiaobai's full force strike, were indeed a valuable find. Time to head out, Xu Tian said, gazing into the distance and taking a deep breath. His relentless training had paid off. His level had reached 53. His 3 pets had also made significant progress. Xiaoman was now level 45, Xiaobai level 40, and Xiao Wu close behind at level 38. Among them, Xiaobai's stats were the most astounding. Even in its normal form, it boasted an average of 7,000 in its four main attributes, which surged to 14,000 in battle form. Xiao Wu followed with an average of 6,500, while Xiao Man, despite being the highest level, had the lowest potential, with an average of only 4,000. As for Xu Tian himself, the experience gained from slaying nearly 1,000 monsters had granted him an average increase of 250 attribute points through the feedback of his devouring gourd. Combined with the attribute bonuses linked to his three beasts, Xu Tian's average four-dimensional stats had now surpassed the 6,000 mark, rivaling even Xiao Wu. These stats were rare for combat classes at level 60. Moreover, with the devouring gourd, a divine artifact, in his possession, Xu Tian's combat output was already formidable. His only weakness was the lack of diverse offensive skills. Looks like I'll need to hunt for some Beastmaster skill books once I leave, Xu Tian thought to himself as he exited the dungeon. Meanwhile, at Qing University, tensions were brewing. The Shenzhou struggle is an opportunity everyone dreams of. If Qing University has an entry ticket, it should be awarded through fair competition among all students. Why should the ticket go to a freshman? We senior students have contributed so much to the university, and yet the administration gives something so valuable to a newcomer. Unfair. We demand a fair selection process. Outside the principal's office, a crowd of students, mostly seniors, held protest signs, their discontent directed at the coveted entry ticket to the Shenzhou struggle. Inside the office, Principal Tang wore a troubled expression. The value of the Shenzhou struggle entry ticket was immeasurable. Rumor had it that anyone who returned alive from the event would gain the strength to enter the Huaxiao leaderboard. Once the news broke, the strong senior students naturally took the lead in protesting, and the uproar was now beyond control. Grandpa Tang, a soft voice called as Chu Wan, dressed in a light blue gown, stepped into the office. Xiao Wan, you're here? Has Xu Tian come out yet? Tang asked urgently. Chu Wan shook her head. Not yet, she replied, her brows furrowed. Is the situation really that serious now? Tang let out a bitter laugh. Yes. A few students have even reported this to the Board of Trustees. The board members are pressuring me to resolve this matter. But weren't they the ones who decided to give the ticket to Xu Tian in the first place? Chu Wan frowned. Tang remained silent. Chu Wan quickly pieced together the situation and bit her lip in frustration. Changing their minds like this? Do they even deserve to be trustees anymore? Some of those students are young masters from prominent families in the capital. The trustees don't want to offend them, Tang decided. Is that so? If they can't be offended, does that mean the Chu family can? Chu Wan's eyes glinted with cold determination. Xiao Wan, you're not thinking of involving the Chu family, are you? Tang asked with a frown. Chu Wan nodded calmly. Tang hesitated. If the Chu family steps in, this issue could indeed be resolved. But having a prominent family from the capital interfere with university matters is unprecedented. It might give other influential families an excuse to cause trouble. So what? Chu Wan's tone was icy. Xu Tian is my student, and the ticket was promised to him by those very trustees. Now they want to backtrack? Do they think I'm so easily bullied? It seems those old fools have gotten too comfortable. Perhaps it's time for Qing University to get a new board. Her composed yet threatening words sent a chill through Tang De. He suddenly remembered that Chu Wan wasn't just an honorary mentor at Qing University, she was also the future head of the Chu family. Those trustees likely never imagined they'd provoke someone like her over this matter. Just then, Chu Wan's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, her face lit up with joy. Xu Tian, have you made it out? Yes, Teacher Chu. I heard there are students protesting, and it seems to be about the Shenzhou struggle ticket. What's going on? Xu Tian asked. Chu Wan's expression stiffened, and she bit her lip. You don't need to worry about this. The Shenzhou struggle starts in 2 days. Focus on your preparations and leave the rest to me. There was a brief silence on the other end before Xu Tian said, Teacher, let me handle this. With that, he hung up. Chu Wan was momentarily stunned before realizing that Xu Tian was already outside the principal's office. She and Tang quickly stepped out to meet him. Outside the office, a group of senior students confronted Xu Tian. Xu Tian, hand over the Shenzhou struggle ticket. You don't deserve to represent Qing University, one of them sneered. Xu Tian responded calmly. If I'm not qualified, are you? Besides, this ticket was promised to me when I was admitted. Why should I give it to you? Huh, what a joke. I didn't hear anything about tickets being handed out when I enrolled. Another senior mocked. The Shenzhou struggle isn't some ordinary event. It's a battlefield for the best talents from around the world. If a freshman like you goes in and gets crushed by foreign geniuses, wouldn't that disgrace Huaxia? As the confrontation escalated, more senior students gathered, their stance growing increasingly aggressive. Xu Tian smirked coldly. What's this? Bullying a freshman now? A group of senior students froze upon hearing the words, a glint of coldness flashing in their eyes. One of them sneered and said, So what if we're bullying you? Hand over the admission ticket, and we'll still be your seniors, and you'll still be our junior. How about it? The Shenzhou contest entry ticket is for the capable. Hand it over, and we'll let you leave. Xu Tian's gaze grew colder as he listened to the voices around him. He replied calmly, fine. If it's for the capable, then come and take it. Before his words even faded, 3 radiant contract arrays appeared behind him. In the next moment, 3 majestic beasts materialized out of thin air, their breaths roaring like a fierce gale. Their massive forms, gleaming fur, and overwhelming presence were awe-inspiring. The sudden appearance of these beasts startled the senior students, but they quickly narrowed their eyes and adopted a disdainful expression. Xu Tian, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have divine beasts, one senior sneered. In this world, rank is king. Divine beasts that haven't matured yet, do you really think they can overthrow us? A faint smirk appeared on Xu Tian's lips. Maybe not the heavens, but bringing you down? That's easy. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Bai, Xiao Man, and Xiao Wu roared and charged forward. Xiao Man lunged towards the nearest senior, plopping down heavily and pinning the student under its weight. Brother Su. The others cried out in alarm. But before they could react, a sudden tornado swept through, tossing them into the air like rag dolls. This was Xiao Bei's newly mastered skill Cyclone Tempest. At the same time, Xiao Wu opened its massive jaws and unleashed a powerful jet of water, forcing the remaining seniors to retreat in disarray, drenched and humiliated. By the time Chu Wan and Tangde arrived at the scene, the senior students were already lying on the ground, battered and wailing. It was a one-sided domination. Chu Wan and Tangde exchanged looks, astonished. They had expected Xu Tian to struggle against so many opponents, but the reality was quite the opposite. Xu Tian surveyed the surroundings, his voice calm yet commanding. You were right, the Shenzhou contest isn't just an ordinary event. It represents the dignity of our nation. Letting you participate would only bring disgrace. He paused. Now, does anyone else want the entry ticket? His words made the seniors realize how foolish their provocation had been. They shook their heads vigorously, some even breaking into tears. From a distant high-rise, a girl in a traditional Miao dress and lawn watched the scene unfold. She murmured to her companion, I told you, this was nothing but a farce. He handled it effortlessly. The girl across from her pouted and reluctantly handed over a skill scroll for a bugmaster. That guy's a total monster. He just went straight to fighting. And Lan accepted the scroll thoughtfully. All right, let's focus on preparing for the Shenzhou contest. The competition won't just be against talents from Huaxia. Those foreign geniuses will be formidable as well. I heard there's a prodigy from Neon who can summon demon gods. I wonder how they'll compare to Xu Tian. Her gaze lingered on Xu Tian's figure, illuminated by the sunlight. She whispered softly. The other girl pouted again. If we run into him during the Shenzhou contest, we could totally use our looks to make him our bodyguard. And Lan chuckled at the thought of the many admirers Xu Tian had attracted during the 9-layered Demon Tower incident. You might be overestimating yourself a little. Meanwhile, Xu Tian noticed Chu Wan and Tangde approaching. He smiled and asked, Teacher Chu, is there going to be any trouble for beating up this group? Chu Wan turned to Tangde. Grandpa Tang, it's just a few senior students. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Tangde sighed helplessly. What's done is done. Besides, I doubt they'd want to report this to the school board. After all, getting beaten by a freshman isn't exactly something to brag about. Chu Wan grinned in satisfaction. Looks like this was the right way to handle it, then. Xu Tian nodded in agreement. They acted out simply because they thought a freshman like me didn't deserve the Shenzhou contest ticket. And what's more effective than beating them into submission? Nothing. Tangde chuckled. Haha, originally, Little Wan planned to have the Chu family step in to resolve this. Who would have thought you'd just handle it yourself? Xu Tian paused, glancing at Chu Wan. The Chu family intervening in academy matters will that be against the rules? Chu Wan quickly changed the subject. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, Xu Tian, the Shenzhou contest starts in 2 days. Are you fully prepared? Oh, right. I still need some skill scrolls to fill in my gaps. They'll head over to Sister Xiaoya later and ask her to help me find some, Xu Tian replied. Sister Xiaoya? Chu Wan's cold expression faltered slightly, her eyes flickering as she looked at Xu Tian. You two are close? Xu Tian explained. Not really. She helped me sell a fire mage class change scroll before, and then we met again not long ago. Is that so? Chu Wan seemed lost in thought. In that case, I'll go with you later. I also have some things I need her help with. All right, Xu Tian agreed, oblivious to any underlying meaning. At the Xiao auction house, Xiaoya greeted them in an elegant black dress. Her tall and curvaceous figure exuded charm, and her eyes shimmered faintly with a red glow, likely due to her class as a fire mage. Xu Tian, little one, you're here. Xiaoya greeted warmly. Xu Tian got straight to the point. With the Shenzhou contest coming up, I'm looking to buy a few things. Sister Xiaoya, do you have any skill scrolls for Beast Tamers? Xiaoya raised an eyebrow in surprise. Beast Tamer skill scrolls? Those are quite rare. For one, Beast Tamers are a mysterious class. Secondly, they've long been considered a trash class by most people. Even if someone finds a Beast Tamer skill scroll, they'd usually break it down for materials. What rank are you looking for? Preferably diamond or higher, and focused on offense. Price isn't an issue, Xu Tian replied. All right, they'll have someone check the inventory for you, Xiaoya said, making a quick call. After arranging it, she reached into her pocket and took out a small, exquisite jade pendant. By the way, this is for you. What's this? Xu Tian asked, puzzled. Xiaoya explained. It's an unrestricted legendary accessory. These pendants are connected. They function as a legendary item when together and can locate each other when apart. In battle, they activate a shield equivalent to 30 of the owner's HP and can cleanse negative effects. Xu Tian's eyes widened in shock. Together, they were equivalent to a legendary item? The value of such an accessory would easily be in the billions. And yet, Xiaoya was giving it to him. Even Chu Wan was stunned. She recognized these as the famed Mandarin duck pendants from a previous auction. When separated, they provided shields, but when combined, they could unleash a devastating attack capable of killing legendary bosses and heavily injuring mythic bosses. However, the cooldown for this attack was significant 1 month. There were rumors of ways to shorten the cooldown, but Xiaoya didn't seem to know the details. Back then, this piece of equipment was indeed acquired by the Xiao family during an auction, but it had never been revealed to the public. Today, Xiaoya not only brought it out, but also gave it to Xu Tian. These two pieces of equipment carried extraordinary significance. Xiaoya smiled and said, take it. Once you enter the sacred continent, you'll need it to find me. Consider it your reward for protecting me in the sacred continent. Hearing this, Xu Tian immediately felt at ease and unceremoniously pocketed the equipment. Chu Wan, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned and asked, Xiaoya, are you going to the sacred continent too? Yes, my father bought me an entry ticket so I can participate, Xiaoya replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Wan's eyes flickered. The sacred continent had entry restrictions. Players above level 70 were not allowed in, and she was already level 87, making her ineligible. However, she still said, Xiaoya, help me get a level 70 binding scroll. A level 70 binding scroll? Xiaoya was taken aback, but then looked concerned. Xiao Wan, think carefully. Once you use the binding scroll, your level won't return to normal for 6 months, and your 7 rebirths will drop back to 6. If you encounter enemies of the Chu family in the sacred continent, it could be dangerous. Xu Tian also expressed his concern. Ms. Chu, maybe it's better not to take the risk. Chu Wan replied calmly, it's fine. I've been to the sacred continent before and know the terrain well. It's hard for anyone to kill me there. Xu Tian scratched his head, puzzled by Chu Wan's sudden desire to enter the sacred continent. Seeing this, Xiaoya reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll get it for you. The next morning, as Xu Tian had just woken up, he received a call from Xiaoya. She informed him that the skills he wanted were available. One was the Diamond Tier Beastmaster skill, Heavenly Fire Meteor, and the other was the Epic Melee Output skill, Thunder Battle Body. Xu Tian was surprised by the low price of the skills, to which Xiaoya explained, Beastmaster skills aren't typically valuable. The scarcity in the market is just because no one thought of selling them. The seller gave our Xiao family some face, so they only asked for 300,000. Xiaoya personally delivered the skill scrolls, and Xu Tian immediately learned and tested them. As expected, the two skills significantly boosted his damage output, especially Thunder Battle Body, which could even stack with other abilities. When the Sacred Continent officially launched, Xu Tian was abruptly transported inside in the middle of the night while he was asleep. Before he could react, a greeny demon leopard, resembling a mix of tiger and leopard, lunged at him. Xu Tian responded swiftly, drawing his black inferno blade and using the Eye of Insight to analyze the demon leopard's stats. Equipping the devouring gourd, he activated the God of Slaughter domain and slashed, instantly depleting nearly a quarter of the leopard's health. The demon leopard entered a berserk state, but was quickly defeated under Xu Tian's relentless and powerful attacks. The system then notified Xu Tian of gaining an exploration opportunity, revealing a red resource and guiding him to the next red resource location. Hearing the system prompt about another red resource, Xu Tian was momentarily stunned. He then remembered the elusive red resource he had previously discovered during his explorations. A sudden realization dawned on him. So it's in Shenzhou? No wonder it can't be located on a normal map. This discovery instantly cleared his mind. Determined, he embraced the role of a nocturnal warrior, ready to venture out to uncover this treasure. He suddenly recalled the transformation of the potential column of the greeny demon panther into a description and asked in confusion, System, do you know what's going on here? The system remained silent. Xu Tian sighed. Looks like even the system doesn't have an answer. This Shenzhou is far stranger than the other instances. Even the potential of the monsters can't be displayed. I need to stay cautious. Xiao Bai, Xu Tian called, summoning a contract formation. A small, Snow White Beast leapt out and joyfully jumped into his arms, licking him affectionately. Xu Tian chuckled and gently set it down. All right, enough of that. Let's go treasure hunting. Xiaobai immediately switched to battle mode, its snowy white fur emitting a faint glow under the night sky. Xu Tian mounted Xiaobai and dashed toward the first red resource point. They arrived at a dark and desolate mountain ridge, where a thick mist lingered and skeletal remains littered the ground. The eerie atmosphere made Xu Tian's lips twitch involuntarily. What kind of red resource would be in a place like this? Despite his unease, the allure of rare resources drove him to press on. However, as he ventured deeper, Xu Tian noticed something unusual. The red resource was moving. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, only to confirm that it was indeed shifting, and worse, it was heading straight for him. As he stood puzzled, a cacophony of clanging and screeching noises suddenly erupted from all directions. Swish! Dark, towering figures began to emerge one by one, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground as they dragged massive weapons behind them. Xu Tian's eyes widened in shock, and he muttered under his breath, "What the heck are these things?" He quickly activated his inside eye to analyze the situation. Target: Dark Knight Legion. Description: a legion of knights buried in the mass grave, mutated by a mysterious energy. Resurrected from death, they possess a strong counter to healing abilities. Health: 276,934. Strength: 7,963. Defense: 8,054. Speed: 9,432. Stamina: 4,328. Skills: Dark Corrosion, Heavy Slash, Nether Flame. Seeing this information, Xu Tian's pupils contracted sharply. The Dark Knight Legion? Those stats seem manageable, but what's with that 276,000 health? Are you kidding me? Just then, a muffled thud echoed behind him. A shadowy figure wielding a massive sword had somehow crept up at his back. This Dark Knight was clad in rusted, battered armor, and beneath its helmet, its withered face bore eyes like swirling black voids. Huh. With a guttural roar seemingly coming from nowhere, the knight raised its colossal sword and swung it down towards Xu Tian's head in a deadly arc. Thankfully, Xiaobai reacted swiftly, dodging the lethal strike just in time. Crash! The Dark Knight's sword smashed into a nearby giant tree, slicing it cleanly in half with terrifying ease. What the? Xu Tian's heart raced as he surveyed the encroaching circle of Dark Knights. His expression grew grave. So we're doing this for real, huh? Xiaoman, Xiaowu. As his words rang out, two more contract formations appeared behind him. Two massive beasts emerged with earth-shaking roars, charging into the fray. Xiaoman, like an impenetrable wall, positioned itself in front of Xu Tian and Xiaobai, engaging the sword-wielding Knight Hedon. Leaping off Xiaobai's back, Xu Tian shouted commands. Healing's useless here. Xiaoman, Xiaobai, focus on pure damage output. He thought to himself, as was often the case, the stronger the enemies, the rarer the treasure they guarded. The previous encounter with the spider nest while searching for Xiao Wu came to mind. Compared to that, this Dark Knight Legion was clearly on another level. Xiaobai charged ahead, its body glowing faintly red. It unleashed a blast of wind energy, tearing one of the Dark Knights to pieces in an instant. Yet, to Xu Tian's dismay, the fallen knight rose again shortly after. Undying? Xu Tian frowned but noticed that the massive 276,000 health bar had taken a significant hit. Ah, I see now. They're sharing a single health pool. They won't truly die until that bar is completely drained. Xu Tian's eyes gleamed with understanding. With the strategy clear, he cast aside any hesitation and launched a full assault alongside his companions. Thunder Battle Form. Without hesitation, Xu Tian activated his newly learned epic skill. In an instant, arcs of lightning danced around his body, crackling with energy. He could even feel it surging through his veins. The overwhelming sensation of power sent a surge of excitement through him. All right then, Xu Tian said, his gaze firm. Let's do this. And with that, he braced himself for the intense battle ahead. Xu Tian lightly clenched his right fist, and in an instant, the black prison appeared in his hand. At the same time, the sky-swallowing gourd behind him hovered midair, emitting a mysterious glow. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Xu Tian shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The spot where he had been standing still crackled with traces of flickering lightning arcs. After activating the Thunder Battle Body, Xu Tian felt his speed elevate to an entirely new level. He moved effortlessly through the ranks of the Dark Knight Legion, weaving seamlessly like a fish in water. With each swing of the black prison, black flames intertwined with electric sparks, dancing vividly in the air. One strike, two strikes, three strikes. Each blow was impeccably precise. The health of the Dark Knights plummeted visibly with each attack. Meanwhile, Xu Tian's companions refused to be outdone. One by one, they unleashed their most powerful skills, creating a dazzling display of light and energy. In this fierce battle, Xu Tian and his team worked in perfect harmony, their relentless onslaught crashing down like an unending tidal wave. Finally, with Xu Tian's last decisive strike, the health of the Dark Knight Legion was completely depleted. With a thunderous crash, the knights collapsed to the ground, disintegrating into dust and scattered loot. Amid the chaos, an egg rolled out from the arms of a fallen warrior. Its surface bore patterns that resembled flickering flames, so lifelike that it stirred an undeniable sense of wonder. Xu Tian immediately recognized the value of this extraordinary egg, and a wave of joy surged through him. This was the third divine beast egg. He could hardly wait to discover what miraculous creature lay within. With anticipation brimming in his heart, Xu Tian and his companions, including Xiaobai, gathered around the fiery red egg. They held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on it. Suddenly, the egg gave a faint tremble, emitting a soft, gurgled sound. "It's hatching! It's hatching!" Xu Tian exclaimed excitedly. "Come on, little one. You can do it." Under their watchful and eager gazes, a tiny crack appeared on the eggshell. The crack gradually widened until, at last, the shell broke apart completely. A small red head peeked out from the egg, its sharp beak glinting and a pair of ruby-like eyes shining brilliantly. Tiny wings fluttered as the creature emerged. Suddenly, the small creature spread its wings wide, and a radiant burst of crimson light filled the sky, dazzling everyone present. When Xu Tian opened his eyes again, he was greeted by the sight of a majestic bird. Its body was adorned with resplendent feathers that shimmered with an almost divine brilliance, exuding an aura of treasure-like beauty. Its delicate claws gently pushed aside the remnants of the eggshell, and its form resembled a masterpiece of art. A vibrant, multicolored crest stood proudly atop its head, giving it the air of a regal little princess. Xu Tian held his breath, his heart filled with awe and joy. The third divine beast, the vermilion bird, had finally arrived. Xu Tian carefully read through the introduction of Zhuke and couldn't help but swallow hard. This newly acquired pet was undoubtedly a powerhouse in terms of offensive capabilities. Its skills were designed entirely to maximize damage output. The Crimson Eye could identify enemy weaknesses and lock onto targets. The Celestial Inferno field created a favorable battlefield, and the Blazing Feather Barrage was a devastating area attack. Compared to Xiaobai's balanced abilities and Zaiwa's defensive support, Zook's presence clearly indicated it was destined to be the team's main damage dealer. "They'll call you Xiaohong," Xu Tian said softly, his gaze filled with affection. Upon hearing its new name, Zhuke lowered its proud head and affectionately nuzzled against Xu Tian's chest. It then transformed into its juvenile form, curling up lightly in Xu Tian's arms and letting out cheerful chirps, as if expressing its love for the warm embrace. However, the tender moment was quickly interrupted. A white blur suddenly darted out and swatted at Xiaohong's head. It was none other than Xiaobai, who had also reverted to its juvenile form. The little tiger bared its teeth and glared at Xiaohong, clearly displeased with the newcomer occupying its exclusive spot. Xu Tian couldn't help but laugh awkwardly, realizing that his arms had always been Xiaobai's territory. Even the docile Xiaowu only dared to perch on his shoulder. But Xiaohong seemed unwilling to give up the comfortable spot, stubbornly staying in Xu Tian's embrace. Seeing this, Xiaobai grew even more irritated. With a resounding roar, it unleashed a powerful aura. The freshly hatched Xiaohong was no match for Xiaobai and could only let out a pitiful whimper under the pressure, reluctantly retreating from Xu Tian's arms. Satisfied, Xiaobai reclaimed its throne, basking in the unique privilege. Feeling wronged, Xiaohong flitted to Xu Tian's shoulder, only to find a small green turtle already occupying the space. It immediately began chirping in protest. The kind-hearted Xiaowu, noticing this, chose to retreat into Xu Tian's chest pocket. While Xiaohong quieted down, its gaze frequently drifted back to Xu Tian's arms, clearly still longing for the coveted spot. Watching this minor scuffle, Xu Tian felt both amused and slightly exasperated. He realized that once Xiaohong leveled up, a fierce rivalry between these two mythical creatures was inevitable. With a hint of anticipation, Xu Tian decided to take the three pets out for some leveling. As they grinded for experience, Xu Tian, growing drowsy, was startled to notice that Xiaobai was fighting monsters with an almost frenzied determination. Although Xiaohong couldn't yet battle independently, it somehow managed to command Xiaowu to assist her in taking down enemies. The two little creatures were clearly competing. Resigned, Xu Tian summoned Xiaoman to serve as a temporary pillow. At least this self-sufficient leveling spared him some effort. The next day, deep in the dense forests of Shenzhou, a tense chase was unfolding. "Xiaoya, stop running." A man with a sinister expression, wielding a black scythe, weaved through the forest. "I know you've got some valuable treasures on you. Hand them over, and I promise I won't make things difficult for you." Ahead of him, Xiaoya was fleeing desperately. She hadn't expected to encounter Qin Jinming, the infamous Death Scythe assassin from the Hunter Guild, at this location. This profit-driven man clearly had ill intentions, planning to rob her before eliminating her. Thanks to her sharp instincts honed from years in the business world, Xiaoya quickly saw through Qin Jinming's plan. At the moment, she was using a speed scroll to escape, but its effect was running out. Once it expired, she would find herself in grave danger. Clutching the jade pendant hanging around her neck, Xiaoya tried to sense Xu Tian's location. To her dismay, that infuriating man hadn't moved an inch. Her heart was filled with both urgency and frustration. Xiaoya, this is Shenzhou Zhulu. No matter how far you run, you can't escape into the real world. Qin Jiming shouted, his eyes gleaming with malice. You'd better hand over your treasures willingly. Once your speed scroll wears off, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiaoya's anxiety grew. The distance between her and Xu Tian was still significant, and the speed scroll clearly wouldn't last long enough to reach him. She knew all too well that if Qin Jiming caught up, he wouldn't just stop at stealing her possessions. Time ticked by, and the speed scroll's effect dwindled to its final 30 seconds. Just then, the figure on the other end of the jade pendant finally stirred. Whoosh! The effects of the speed scroll abruptly dissipated, and Xiaoya's pace slowed dramatically. Right behind her, Qin Jiming finally caught up, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. I really don't get it. You're barely over level 40, yet you dare to step into the godly contention of Shenzhou seeking death? Is it because you're relying on the wealth of the Xiao family? Qin Jiming looked down at Xiaoya with disdain in his voice. Heh, without real strength, those items of yours are nothing but laughable crutches. Now, hand over your gear, and I'll let you walk away. Xiaoya remained silent, her expression unreadable. Qin Jiming's patience began to wear thin. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as his voice turned colder. Didn't you hear me? Give me your stuff, or don't blame me for taking it by force. Suddenly, a peculiar glint flashed in Xiaoya's eyes. She stared directly at Qin Jiming and said calmly, if you've got the guts, go ahead and try. Qin Jiming was momentarily stunned, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Did Xiaoya have some kind of hidden weapon? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Even if she did, what could it possibly change? She was only level 40. How could she possibly pose a threat to him? Having settled his thoughts, Qin Jiming hesitated no longer. Without mercy, he swung his scythe straight toward Xiaoya's neck. In his mind, he was already calculating the spoils of victory. Once she was dead, the Xiao family's precious items would all become his. The treasures prepared by the most prestigious family in the capital surely wouldn't disappoint. But just as his scythe was about to touch Xiaoya, Qin Jiming suddenly sensed a gust of wind behind him. Alarmed, he turned his heedingly to meet a pair of massive tiger eyes brimming with deadly intent. Thud! In the next instant, a colossal tiger paw slammed into Qin Jiming, sending him flying several meters. His health plummeted as his body crashed heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Qin Jiming struggled to his feet, his face pale. He looked toward the figure that had appeared out of nowhere, his expression filled with shock. It's you, Xu Tian. Xu Tian yawned lazily, his tone casual. Do I know you? Xiaoya slowly approached Xu Tian and explained. He's from the Hunter Guild, so he probably knows of you. Oh, the Hunter Guild, Xu Tian remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Then you can die now. The moment he finished speaking, the white tiger lunged forward with lightning speed. With a single powerful swipe, Qin Jiming was struck down before he could even utter a final word. Xu Tian frowned slightly, his voice tinged with disdain. Is this the kind of trash the Hunter Guild sends to embarrass themselves? Xiaoya's expression turned a little odd as she forced a bitter smile. Trash? This guy is actually considered one of the more talented members of the Hunter Guild. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent him here. That said, the Hunter Guild sent 10 of their talents into the godly contention of Shenzhou this time. Qin Jiming was just the lowest ranked among them. 10 people? Xu Tian was uninterested in Qin Jiming but seemed surprised by the number Xiaoya mentioned. How does the Hunter Guild have so many entry passes? Xiaoya raised an eyebrow. Did you forget? The Hunter Guild is backed by the 4 great families of the Magic City. Getting a few passes for the godly contention of Shenzhou is hardly surprising. Fair point. Xu Tian scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Xiaoya continued, still, in previous years, the most the Hunter Guild ever sent was 5 people. Sending 10 this time is unusual. I wonder if they have some ulterior motive. Xu Tian wasn't particularly interested in this topic and instead asked, what about you? How did you run into this guy? Xiaoya recounted the events leading up to their encounter. After hearing her explanation, Xu Tian blinked and asked, so if I hadn't shown up, were you just planning to sit there and wait for death? Xiaoya smiled faintly and countered. What do you think? So, what should we do next? Xu Tian asked. As a newcomer to the godly contention of Shenzhou, he genuinely had no idea what to do. Xu Tian had promised to explain things to him, but ever since he accepted the legendary equipment from Xiaoya, Shed been ignoring him. He still wasn't sure why. Xiaoya explained, well, according to my intel, there are many resource points in the godly contention of Shenzhou, including artifact inheritances and other treasures. If you pass the trials at these points, you can earn rewards. That's what most people come here for. Hearing this, Xu Tian suddenly remembered the place with the Dark Knight Legion he had stumbled upon earlier. Could that have been a resource point? A thought struck him, and he opened his universal map. To his astonishment, the map clearly marked the locations of various resource points. Confused, Xu Tian asked, wait, how are these resource points usually found? Are they just marked on the map? Xiaoya glanced at him oddly. Marked on the map? What are you talking about? To find a resource point, you have to hunt down small monsters. They occasionally drop fragments of resource point maps. Only by piecing those together can you locate a resource point. Taking a deep breath, Xu Tian said slowly, you might not believe me, but my map really does show the resource points. Xiaoya blinked at him, utterly perplexed. What? Several minutes later, Xu Tian and Xiaoya arrived at one of the resource points marked on his map. The monsters here were noticeably different from the smaller ones. Outside, they were much stronger. Behind these guardian-like creatures, a golden glow shimmered, as if beckoning them toward hidden treasures. Xiaoya finally believed Xu Tian's words, and was astonished to find that his map was indeed different from hers. It could directly display resource points. Frowning, Xu Tian asked, why are the highest level resource points on the map only marked in gold? There's no black gold, purple gold, or even red resources. Didn't they say there were top-tier red resources in Shenzhou? Xiaoya explained, those advanced resources require specific triggering methods. In Shenzhou, there's a place called Shenzhou City where you can exchange for those resources. She secretly felt relieved, thinking to herself that it was a good thing his map didn't show those three types of resources. Otherwise, she'd really suspect he was cheating. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled. You can exchange for them? Looks like Shenzhou has more complex gameplay than I thought. Yeah, let's clear this resource point first, Xiaoya suggested. Sure, Xu Tian said with a wave of his hand. Xiao Bai, Xiao Wu, Xiao Hong, go. As soon as the words left his mouth, three massive beasts charged into the resource point. Xiaoya couldn't help but show a hint of envy as she watched, thinking how great it must be to be a beast tamer. You don't even have to lift a finger. But soon, she realized something wasn't right. Wait a second, Xiaoya said, staring at Xu Tian in confusion. How do you have three divine beasts? I remember back in the southern province, you only had one. Where did the other two come from? Her gaze was filled with suspicion, as if she were looking at someone using hacks. Xu Tian hesitated for a moment before replying slowly, if I told you I found them, would you believe me? Xiaoya didn't answer, but the half-step she instinctively took backwards said it all. In her mind, she couldn't help but think, most people might never even encounter a single divine beast in their lifetime, and this guy somehow has three. While others tame ordinary beasts, he's taming divine ones. No wonder he's so overpowered. Moments later, the three divine beasts returned, bringing back a pile of loot. Xu Tian usually didn't care much about such items, since the system often gifted him purple and gold-tier resources. However, as he carefully examined the loot, he froze. This is exclusive equipment? Xu Tian murmured in astonishment. The appearance of the Black Moon bracers left both Xu Tian and Xiaoya stunned. This epic-grade Beastmaster exclusive equipment not only boasted 739 defense and 876 attack points, but also came with an active skill called Moonlight. The skill description revealed that upon activation, a beam of moonlight would appear, continuously restoring mana for the Beastmaster's companion while generating a protective shield. Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise, we've never heard of such equipment before. Even the Xiao family's largest trading firm in Huaxia has no records of it. It's never appeared in Shenzhou struggle either. Xu Tian yawned nonchalantly and said, who cares why this equipment exists? It's mine, and it'd be a waste not to use it. This is my first piece of epic equipment. If I can collect a full set of Beastmaster exclusive gear in Shenzhou struggle, that would be amazing. Over the next few days, Xu Tian and Xiaoya continued searching for resource points. At each location, Xiaobai and the other beasts took charge of clearing out the surrounding monsters, while Xu Tian gathered the loot. As the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiaoya never competed with Xu Tian for these resources. Her goal on this journey, apart from gaining experience and leveling up quickly, was tied to another matter, though the time wasn't right to reveal it yet. 3 days later, they finally found an exchange talisman. The talisman was engraved with lifelike black wings, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. Xiaoya explained excitedly, this is it. With this, we can exchange it in Shenzhou City for the location of a high-level resource point. 1 talisman can be traded for a black gold resource, 3 for a purple gold resource, and 5 for a red grade resource. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow and commented, it took us 3 days to get just one. That's not very efficient, considering Shinjo's struggle is only open for a month. Xiaoya chuckled. This is already considered fast. Some people with bad luck might not even get one in an entire month. She then asked, are you planning to use this talisman now? Maybe trade it for a black gold resource? Xu Tian immediately shook his head. That's not worth it. Let's keep farming resources and see if we can collect 5. In the meantime, we can also search for Teacher Chu's whereabouts. Another 4 days passed, and Xu Tian managed to obtain 2 more exchange talismans. During this time, they encountered other participants, but upon seeing the ferocious beasts accompanying Xu Tian, most kept their distance. However, trouble eventually found them. At one resource point, they crossed paths with a team from Neon. These individuals seemed to have little interest in Xu Tian, but were clearly captivated by Xiaoya. Xiaoya was dressed in a fitted mage's robe designed for mobility, which perfectly accentuated her figure. The Neon team members were evidently charmed by her beauty and began speaking in a language Xu Tian didn't understand. Judging by Xiaoya's icy expression and clenched fists, their words were undoubtedly vulgar. Xu Tian sighed and said calmly, I'll give you 3 seconds to apologize. 3. Karisai. Rukiway. One of the Neon men shouted. 2. Baka. Wakarimison. Another yelled. 1. As the countdown ended, Xu Tian's expression turned cold. All right. You've successfully missed your chance. The group of Neon people barely had time to react before a pitch-black heavy sword appeared in Xu Tian's hand. Without hesitation, he swung the sword fiercely at them. The sharp blade cut through the air with a piercing whistle. What the? You bastard! They screamed in panic. One of them, still confused about what was happening, was instantly taken down by a single strike from Xu Tian, leaving behind nothing but loot. The remaining ones were utterly terrified, their cries of fear echoing around them. Get lost. This Huaxia guy actually attacked us directly. He dared to kill Sandakun. We'll kill him. Watch me sneak up on him with my Earth Escape Jutsu. The Neon people shouted in their own language, their voices chaotic and frantic. Xu Tian frowned as he listened, completely unable to understand what they were saying. Can you people speak something comprehensible? He thought to himself irritably. At that moment, a voice called out urgently from behind him. It was Xiaoya. Xu Tian, be careful. That guy knows Earth Escape. Earth Escape? Xu Tian paused, his mind racing. These Neon people could actually use ninja techniques like Earth Escape. Could they have awakened as ninja class fighters? Before he could think further, one of the Neon people had already vanished into the ground. Xu Tian immediately caught on and called out calmly, Xiaoman. As soon as he spoke, a contract sigil materialized behind him. From it emerged Xiaoman, his towering and muscular companion. Without hesitation, Xiaoman stomped heavily on the ground with immense force. Bastard! The Neon ninja who had burrowed underground was forcibly ejected, stumbling out in complete disarray. He glared angrily at Xiaoman until his eyes registered the massive, towering figure before him. His face froze in sheer disbelief. The rest of the Neon group began whispering nervously among themselves. This Huaxia guy can summon a giant beast? Could he be a summoner, like Shinmokuken? So what if he is? Shinmokuken is the greatest summoner in the world. He can summon our demon god and will definitely defeat this guy. Xu Tian watched them coldly, his expression indifferent. He couldn't help but think they must be out of their minds, facing imminent death, and yet they were still chatting about nonsense instead of worrying about their lives? Without another word, Xu Tian waved his hand casually. Xiaoman understood the signal instantly. He glared menacingly at the Neon group, then dropped down with a thunderous crash, sitting directly on top of them. You Huaxia. One of the Neon people tried to speak, but their words were cut off as Xiaoman's massive body crushed them beneath him. Silence fell. When Xiaoman finally stood up, the ground bore no gruesome traces of blood or gore. Instead, a few glowing items lay quietly on the ground, telling the silent story of what had just transpired. You just killed them outright? Xiaoya stared at the piles of loot on the ground, her voice tinged with shock. Xu Tian responded calmly, yeah. I couldn't understand what they were saying, so there was no way to communicate. I just dealt with it. He paused, then added, besides, the way they were looking at you was downright disgusting. Xiaoya's expression softened slightly, but she still couldn't help asking, just because of that? Isn't that kind of a flimsy excuse, though? Xu Tian didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, by the way, what were they saying earlier? Xiaoya thought for a moment and replied, they mentioned someone called Shimu Jun. Apparently, he can summon a demon god. Summon a demon god? Xu Tian chuckled lightly. I wonder if this so-called demon god could even stand a chance against Xiao Bai and the others. Suddenly, Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly, hey, there's a redemption token among their loot? Xu Tian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't hide his joy. With this, they were just 1 token away from collecting all 5. He began contemplating the difference between the red tier resources in Shinjo Julu and the system rewards. his anticipation growing. Let's pick up the pace, I can't wait to redeem it. Xu Tian called over Xiaobai and Xiao Hong in a low voice. Over time, Xiao Hong had leveled up to 28, though it still wasn't quite on par with Xiaobai. Nonetheless, it could now take on a solid offensive role. Xu Tian grinned at them, saying, whoever gets the 5th redemption token first will get a special reward. Xiaobai and Xiao Hong immediately perked up, dashing off in excitement. Xiao Hong even flew back briefly to snatch Xiao Wu, who had been tucked away in Xu Tian's pocket. Sharing the locations of resource points on their shared map, Xu Tian sent them off in different directions to farm 2 resource points simultaneously. Xiaoyu looked a little worried. Aren't you afraid something might happen to them? Xu Tian reassured her, not at all. Their stats are way above those of the monsters here. Xiaobai is a balanced DPS pet with both sustained and burst damage capabilities. Xiao Hong and Xiao Wu, when paired together, are all about extreme offense and support. They're more than capable of handling themselves separately. So, which way are we going? Xiaoya asked. Xu Tian summoned his Black Abyss Greatsword and smiled faintly. Us? We're taking on this resource point right in front of us. Xiaoya froze. In her impression, Xu Tian always relied on his pets for combat. Now he was going to fight himself? She knew he wasn't weak, but the monsters guarding resource points were no pushovers either. However, Xiaoya quickly realized her concerns were completely unnecessary. Once Xu Tian activated his thunderstorm battle form, he was like a god of war. Wielding the Black Abyss Greatsword, he tore through the monster hordes, casting spells of various elements to clear the surrounding area. Xiaoya couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Isn't this guy supposed to be a Beast Tamer? How does he have such insane spell damage? For 3 days, their multi-pronged farming operation continued, but luck didn't seem to be on their side. The final redemption token remained elusive. The frustration of being just one step away from completion was like the agony of missing the last card in a gacha game. Xu Tian was desperate to redeem the red tier resources in Shenzhou Julu, convinced that the double drop rate here would yield rewards even better than the system's offerings. But Shenzhou Julu seemed intent on testing his patience. After 3 days, Xiaobai and Xiao Hong were utterly exhausted, looking like they could collapse at any moment. Still, motivated by Xu Tian's promise of a reward, the little creatures kept pushing themselves to farm resource points. Finally, Xu Tian waved his hand decisively. Enough. We're done farming. The mythical beasts looked at him in confusion, unsure if he was truly giving up. Xiaoyu also gave him a puzzled look. In her eyes, Xu Tian wasn't someone who gave up easily. Xu Tian explained, there's more than one way to get redemption tokens. We don't have to keep grinding resource points. Xiaoyu frowned. But isn't farming resource points the only way to get them? As soon as she said it, she realized her mistake. After all, their 4th token hadn't come from farming. Xu Tian, you're not thinking of... Xiao Ya's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. That's right, stealing, Xu Tian said nonchalantly. If we can't farm a token, we'll just take one from someone who already has one. I'm sure anyone who's survived this long must have at least one. Xiaoya hesitated, saying, isn't that a bit wrong? But the glint of excitement in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Robbing someone? As the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, she had never done anything like this before. It sounded thrilling. All right then, let's get started. Xiaobai, Xiao Hong, Xiao Wu, Xiao Man, any objections? Xu Tian asked. Roar. Squeak. Gore. Howl. The 4 creatures eagerly nodded, clearly fed up with the monotony of farming and itching for something more exciting. Xiaoya laughed. You're all just like your master. But I must admit, it's rare to see you so united. Hearing this, the 4 creatures exchanged glances. Xiaobai and Xiao Hong's eyes immediately filled with competitive sparks. Xiaobai leapt into Xu Tian's arms, shooting a provocative look at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, feeling slighted, glanced wistfully at Xiaobai but knew it wasn't a match for it just yet. Resigned, it turned to seek comfort elsewhere, flapping its wings and flying straight into Xiao Ya's embrace. After spending the past few days together, the pets had grown quite close to Xiao Ya, even becoming affectionate with her. Xiao Hong nestled into her arms, rubbing its head against her soft chest with a contented expression. Seeing this, Xiao Bei's eyes widened in disbelief, then filled with envy. It looked up at Xu Tian, its gaze suddenly tinged with disdain, as if questioning its life choices. For the first time, it found its usual perch in Xu Tian's arms distinctly unappealing. Xu Tian noticed Xiao Bei's shifting expression and couldn't help but sigh. Seriously? Have some self-respect. Once Xiaoya had calmed the playful Xiao Hong, she looked up at Xu Tian and asked, so, who exactly are we going to rob? As soon as Xiaoya finished speaking, a glint of light flashed in Xu Tian's eyes. He swiftly retrieved the watch-like device from his storage space and began examining it carefully. However, apart from a button for recording audio, he couldn't find any other operational features. Xu Tian pressed the button and shouted into the device, Baka Yuru. Then, he turned to Xiaoya with a questioning look in his eyes. Shemukin, how do you curse in Japanese again? Xiaoya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she softly replied, Kuso Jaiwa. Xu Tian pressed the button again and yelled, Kuso Jaiwa, into the device. Although Xiaoya felt his actions were a bit crude, for some inexplicable reason, she didn't feel the slightest aversion to it. Meanwhile, at a resource point in the Shanzhou battlefield, a group of people wearing traditional Japanese hunting outfits had gathered. Suddenly, their communication watches emitted Xu Tian's voice, causing an uproar among them. At the forefront, Shinmu Xing's face turned ashen, while the others wore expressions of confusion and anger. One of them shouted furiously, that despicable Gongsheng! How dare he insult Shinmu-sama? Shinmu Xing remained calm and analyzed the situation. That's not Gongsheng's voice. Someone must have taken his communication device. His gaze grew icy. They'll find out who has the audacity to steal from us neon people. A man with a sinister, sharp face stepped forward and volunteered, Shinmu-sama, let me capture this insolent fool. They'll make him kneel and beg for forgiveness. Shinmu Xing nodded in agreement, instructing, remember, bring him back alive. The sinister man immediately began tracking Xu Tian's location through the communication device and set off with two subordinates in tow. Back to Xu Tian and Xiaoya. Seeing that the device elicited no response, Xu Tian casually tossed it back into his storage space. He turned to Xiaoya with a grin and said, if we can't find the neon people, we'll just target someone else. After all, in this Shanzhou battlefield, everyone's an enemy. The two mounted their steed, Xiaobai, and headed toward a resource point. There, a group of people from Bangzi Nation were clearing monsters. The team consisted of 3 men and 1 woman, led by a sweet-looking girl named Park Missen. The 3 men doted on her, refusing to let her lift a finger, not even against minor monsters. Although Park Missen maintained a cold demeanor, she was somewhat moved by their flattery. She urged, hurry up and finish here so we can move to the next resource point. We've only collected 1 exchange token so far, and it's not even enough to trade for a single purple gold resource point. Motivated by her words, the 3 men worked even harder and quickly cleared the area, unexpectedly obtaining another exchange token. Just as they were celebrating, they realized the exit was blocked by Xu Tian's mount, Xiaoman. One of the Bangzi men shouted, this is bad. It's an ambush. Protect the princess. Xu Tian and Xiaoya strolled out leisurely from behind, with Xu Tian yawning as he sized up the group. If I'm not mistaken, you just got an exchange token, didn't you? After hearing the translation, Park Missen surprisingly suggested that Xu Tian and Xiaoya could join their group and promised to protect them. This caught Xu Tian off guard. Glancing at the towering Xiaoman, he couldn't help but wonder if he really looked like someone seeking protection. Without hesitation, Xu Tian drew out his black prison blade and shouted, enough talk. This is a robbery. Hand over everything valuable you've got. The Bangzi men's faces turned pale as they translated Xu Tian's words to Park Missen. She looked at Xu Tian in shock before saying something in response. One of the Bangzi men glared at Xu Tian and said, hey, our princess is giving you a chance. Leave now, and we'll pretend this never happened. Also, she said robbing people is a bad habit, and you should quit it in the future. Xu Tian twitched his lips, thinking to himself that this Bangzi princess might be a bit too naive. His eyes glinted, and Xiao Man roared as it charged forward, pinning one of the Bangzi men to the ground in an instant. The pinned man struggled in terror, shouting, Princess, save me! Please, don't hurt him. Park Mijuan pleaded anxiously, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. The moment she finished speaking, 2 other Korean boys immediately seized the opportunity to show off. How dare you, Chinese scum! You dare lay a hand on us? Prepare to die! They shouted angrily, charging towards Xu Tian with an aggressive demeanor. However, these 2 were merely ordinary knights, not even qualified as mysterious class professions. They relied solely on slightly higher level attributes to bully others at common resource points. To Xu Tian, they were no threat at all. Xu Tian smirked faintly, his body barely moving. He simply raised his black abyss sword and swung it horizontally. In an instant, the 2 Korean boys were sent flying like broken kites. With a single strike, their sword and shield were left with visible cracks, black flames flickering faintly through the gaps. The Korean boys stared at their weapons in shock, unable to believe their eyes. How is this possible? They were horrified. These were diamond-tier weapons, and they were ruined with just 1 strike. How powerful was this man's damage output? The Korean boy pinned beneath Xiaoman's foot witnessed the scene and immediately abandoned any thought of resistance. Park Mijuan cast a deep glance at Xu Tian and whispered a few words to her companion, who was fluent in Chinese. We're willing to hand over our belongings, the man said with difficulty. Hearing this, Xu Tian smiled and gestured for Xiaoman to release them. See? If you'd agreed earlier, we could have avoided all this trouble. Now, hand over everything, exchange tokens, equipment, skill scrolls, everything. He turned to the other two. As for you two, your swords and shields are broken, but your armor still has some value. Take it off. Finally, his gaze landed on Park Mijuan. As expected of the Princess of Korea, that's the famous accessory, Heart of the Ocean, isn't it? Hand it over. Oh, and that mage robe of yours looks pretty nice too. Before he could finish, Xu Tian noticed the peculiar look Xiaoya was giving him. He coughed awkwardly. The robe can stay on. The three Korean boys were on the verge of tears, unable to believe they were being robbed in the game Shenzhou Struggles. Park Mijuan bit her lip, her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of emotions. She had always thought the Chinese were peace-loving, but this man exuded an air of dominance and aggression. A few minutes later, the Korean players were stripped of all valuable items, left with only their beginner gear. While Park Mijuan managed to keep her clothes, her precious accessory was confiscated. She looked at Xu Tian with a mix of resentment and bewilderment. Not bad. At least you were cooperative, Xu Tian said, satisfied as he counted his spoils. I didn't expect my first robbery to go so smoothly. Maybe I'm cut out for this line of work. Hearing this, the Korean boys shivered in fear. Ah, and now I finally have enough exchange tokens, 5 of them. Wait, actually, I have 6. Xu Tian chuckled. What? The Koreans were stunned. This guy had 6 exchange tokens? Were they all stolen? Well, our work here is done. Time to head out, Xu Tian said with a grin. Keep grinding those resource points, and maybe we'll run into each other again. With that, he left with Xiaoya and Xiaoman. Princess, that Chinese guy is just too despicable. One of the Korean boys fumed. Yeah, who would want to run into him again? Park Mijuan, however, seemed thoughtful. If they can rob us, why can't we rob others? The 3 Korean boys froze. Then their expressions lit up with realization. Little did Xu Tian know, his actions had completely changed the rules of the game in Shenzhou Struggles. Meanwhile, Xiaoya glanced at the exchange tokens in Xu Tian's hand and asked eagerly, now that we have 5 tokens, are we heading to Shenzhou City? She licked her lips in anticipation, curious about the red tier resources the tokens could exchange for. Xu Tian shook his head. No rush. These tokens can only be used to exchange for resource point locations, right? Not just that, Xiaoya explained. Exchange tokens are like universal currency in Shenzhou Struggles. In Shenzhou City, there are all kinds of NPCs where you can buy potions, skill scrolls, and more. In that case, we'd better stock up on more tokens, Xu Tian said thoughtfully. Xiaoya gave him a puzzled look. What I mean is, let's rob a few more groups. I'm not done having fun, Xu Tian said with a mischievous grin. Xiaoya was momentarily stunned. Could this really be addictive? How about 2 more hits? Xu Tian asked, winking at her. Xiaoya nearly blurted out, let's do it, but managed to restrain herself. After all, she was the dignified eldest daughter of the Xiao family. How could she say something so unrefined? Seeing her hesitation, Xu Tian handed her the Heart of the Ocean he had taken from Park Mijuan. I don't need this. It's yours. Xiaoya's eyes immediately lit up with determination. The Heart of the Ocean was an extraordinary accessory, its exact tier hard to determine, but its attributes and effects were exceptional. She had wanted to buy it before but couldn't afford it. She never expected to get it this way. Afterward, Xu Tian and Xiaoya carried out a few more robberies, still using their ambush strategy. However, luck wasn't on their side this time. They only managed to ambush 3 teams all day, 2 of which were solo players. These lone players were poor, with not even a single exchange token on them. Xu Tian had to settle for taking some gold coins and gear. The third group was wealthier, possessing 1 exchange token and wearing full diamond tier gear. They initially tried to resist but quickly gave up under Xu Tian's education. That evening, as Xu Tian set up a tent, he smiled and said, all in all, we made more than grinding resource points. Exactly, Xiaoya agreed. We got 3 exchange tokens in a day. This method is definitely more efficient than grinding. She couldn't help but marvel at how Shenzhou Struggles could be played in such an unconventional way. Early the next morning, Xu Tian had barely woken from his dreams when Xiaoya eagerly ducked into his tent, her face full of anticipation. Xu Tian blinked in surprise, then a playful grin spread across his face. When did I ever say we'd be snatching anyone again today? Xiaoji, seems like you're getting addicted to this. Xiaoya's cheeks instantly flushed red at his teasing. Nonsense. I would never get addicted to something like that. Xu Tian chuckled, but didn't expose her little secret. All right, let's pack up the tent first. As for where we're heading next, well, decide based on the situation. Xiaoya nodded in agreement and was about to exit the tent when she suddenly twisted around and froze. Xu Tian looked at her, puzzled. What's wrong? I think I'm stuck, Xiaoya admitted, her face turning crimson as her voice dropped to a whisper. Xu Tian stared at her blankly for a moment before the realization struck him. His expression grew a bit peculiar. The entrance to the tent isn't that narrow. I've been going in and out just fine. Could it be that, don't you dare say it. Xiaoya cut him off, her face burning as she glared at him. Xu Tian wisely kept his mouth shut and watched as Xiaoya tried a few more times to free herself, all to no avail. Finally, she turned to him with a pleading look. Be a good little brother and help me out, will you? Xu Tian scratched his head. How exactly should I help? Try pushing me, Xiaoya suggested hesitantly. He nodded and placed his hands on her shoulders, giving a firm push. No, no, that hurts. Xiaoya yelped, her voice sharp with pain. Xu Tian's face froze. The sound she made combined with her words could easily be misunderstood by someone overhearing, and her curvaceous figure, contorted in such an awkward position, wasn't helping his composure. He felt himself struggling to stay focused. You know what? You figure it out yourself. Xu Tian quickly turned away, deciding not to get further involved. Xiaoya was dumbfounded. How am I supposed to do this on my own? Please, little brother, help me, she pleaded, her voice soft and tinged with a hint of coquettishness. With a resigned sigh, Xu Tian turned back, realizing there wasn't much choice. This time, with a bit more effort, he managed to free her from her predicament. Xiaoya trembled slightly, likely from the discomfort, but she stayed quiet. To avoid further awkwardness, Xu Tian shut his eyes until the task was done. Him out, Xiaoya finally exclaimed with relief, collapsing to the ground as Xu Tian also slumped down, exhausted. Despite his extraordinary capabilities, this small ordeal had drained him. The reason wasn't physical, it was mental. Even with his eyes closed, he couldn't stop the vivid image of Xiaoya's awkward position from replaying in his mind. The torment was real. After mentally chanting, "Stay focused" a few times, Xu Tian pulled himself together and began packing up the tent. Xiaoya, meanwhile, was still adjusting her slightly disheveled clothing, her appearance now carrying a subtle allure. Just then, mocking voices rang out nearby. A group of men approached, their expressions a mix of amusement and hostility. The amusement was directed at Xiaoya's current state. Her flushed face and slightly messy attire made it look like something had just happened. The hostility, however, stemmed from jealousy. These men had clearly been searching for Xu Tian, and seeing him here with a beautiful woman only fueled their resentment. They had put in so much effort to track him down, and here he was, seemingly enjoying himself. But soon, they thought, they'd take care of this boy and claim the woman for themselves. The leader of the group, a sinister-looking man, sneered and spoke in broken Chinese. Heh, you must be the one who insulted Shemukin over the communicator, right? Shemukin? Xu Tian responded coolly. The name sounded vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Don't play dumb. Where are Kasha-kun and the others? Tell us, and I might let you die quickly. Don't worry, after you're gone, we'll take good care of your lovely lady friend here. The man's words dripped with malice, his leer making his intentions all too clear. Hearing this, Xu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. These men were revolting, especially the way they ogled Xiaoya. It made his blood boil. And indeed, Xu Tian wasted no time expressing his anger. Take care of her? I'll take care of you first, he roared, and suddenly, four glowing summoning circles appeared behind him. A chorus of ferocious roars erupted from within, echoing Xu Tian's fury. You want to know where your companions are? Don't worry, you'll be joining them soon enough. A dark smile crept across Xu Tian's face as he turned his gaze to the group, his expression now laced with cruelty. The sinister man faltered under Xu Tian's glare, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. Especially when he noticed the creatures emerging from the summoning circles. They were nothing like the ones summoned by Shemukin. Roar! Before the man could react further, Xiao Man, one of Xu Tian's companions, charged forward. Though it rarely appeared during boss fights, it was always the first to leap into action when dealing with people. With its massive bear-like paw, one swipe was enough to break bones or worse. If it aimed for the face, a trip to the hospital would be the least of one's worries. Xiao Man didn't stop there. It leapt into the air and landed squarely on two of the man's comrades with a resounding thud. When it stood up, a golden glow shimmered from beneath its hefty frame. The sinister man's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized his teammates had been instantly reduced to loot drops. To add insult to injury, Xiao Man even wiggled its rear mockingly before stepping away. Enraged, the leader turned his glare on Xu Tian. Damn you! You'll pay for this, he shouted, pulling out a curved blade that shimmered with an unusual light. A shinobi warrior? Xu Tian raised an eyebrow, mildly intrigued. So this guy was from one of Neon's secret professions. Still, what difference did it make? The moment he crossed paths with Xu Tian, his fate had already been sealed. Xu Tian's gaze turned icy as a massive black greatsword materialized in his hands, its surface flickering with an ominous, fiery glow. A shinobi warrior? Let's see if your blade is faster than mine. Xu Tian sneered, swinging the greatsword with deadly precision. The divine warrior swung his curved blade, the air echoing with sharp whistles. He was gathering momentum for his Strikia special skill unique to divine warriors that boosted their damage. Opposite him stood Xu Tian, quietly observing the opponent's movements. At last, the divine warrior's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. He raised his head and glared viciously at Xu Tian. "Huaxia man, shiny eye!" he snarled before slashing down with his blade. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow slightly as a faint red glow surrounded him Slayer's domain. Without any excessive movements, he simply raised his black sword, Abyss, and swung it abruptly. The tip of the blade, wreathed in black flames, pierced straight through the divine warrior's chest. A critical hit. The divine warrior's health dropped to 0 in an instant. He collapsed with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into a pile of loot. Xiaoya approached, her expression puzzled. "Who are these people?" Xu Tian shrugged. "You're the translator here. If you don't know, how would I? But judging from that shiny eye, they're probably from Neon. Could they be companions of those other Neon people?" Xiaoya speculated. "Most likely," Xu Tian nodded. "But how did they find us?" Reaching into his storage space, Xu Tian retrieved an object. Maybe because of this, the communication device? Xiaoya was surprised. She had assumed Xu Tian had discarded it. "Yeah. It seems this thing not only transmits messages, but also tracks locations, and it even works inside the storage space," Xu Tian remarked. "I have to admit, Neon has some impressive technology." He quickly stashed the device away, along with the communication devices of the other 3 fallen opponents. Xiaoya pondered for a moment. It seems like these Neon people have a leader, but he hasn't shown up. Now that 2 groups of them have died at our hands, they won't let this go easily. "What do you plan to do? That so-called Kamikakin?" Xu Tian yawned. "Doesn't matter. Even if he's the Emperor's son, I'm not worried." Xiaoya said nothing, simply staring at Xu Tian. "What? Is there something on my face?" Xu Tian asked, confused. "Nothing," Xiaoya sighed. "I just remembered how you weren't this confident back in the southern province." "Really?" Xu Tian scratched his head. Maybe people just change over time. He thought back to the despair he had felt when he first awakened as a beast master, and how things had turned around with the help of the system. Without the system, where would he be now? Shaking off those thoughts, Xu Tian said, "Let's head to Shenzhou City. I want to see what the red ear reward for the Shenzhou Battle Royale is." "Do you even know the way?" Xiaoya asked. "No idea. But since it's a city, it should be pretty noticeable." Xu Tian replied as Zhuke transformed into its battle form, spreading its massive wings. Scarlet, now grown large enough to carry 2 passengers, looked magnificent, its feathers like exquisite works of art. "We'll fly. It'll be easier to spot Shenzhou City that way." Xu Tian climbed onto Zhuke and extended a hand to Xiaoya. Scarlet turned its head to look at Xiaoya, as if urging her to climb aboard. Xiaoya's heart raced with excitement. She had never imagined she would have the chance to ride such a breathtaking divine beast. Even as the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, such an opportunity was beyond her reach. After all, Xu Tian was the only one in the world with a divine beast, and riding Zhuke was a privilege reserved only for those by his side. Taking Xu Tian's hand, she climbed onto Scarlet's soft, broad back. With a piercing cry, Scarlet soared into the sky. The scenery below shrank rapidly as the wind roared past them. Xiaoya instinctively covered her eyes, afraid to look down. Xu Tian chuckled. "Sister Xiaoya, if you keep your eyes covered, you might miss a once-in-a-lifetime view." Slowly lowering her hands, Xiaoya turned her gaze outward. The clouds glowed with hues of gold and crimson, the setting sun casting its light across the sky in a stunning display of color. "So even the apocalypse world has sunsets," Xiaoya murmured softly. The 2 of them silently admired the breathtaking view, lost in the moment until the twilight faded. "Uho, it's dark now, and we still haven't found Shenzhou City. Are we going to have to camp out for the night?" Xu Tian muttered, frustrated. Realizing that they had been so captivated by the sunset that they had forgotten their mission, Xiaoya felt a little embarrassed. "Scarlet, can you see clearly down below?" Xu Tian called out loudly. Scarlet let out a confident cry, indicating that it could see perfectly well in the dark. Relieved, the 2 settled in. Xiaoya suggested, "How about we spend the night on Scarlet? The time left for the Shenzhou Battle Royale is already more than halfway over." Xu Tian agreed. He wasn't particularly tired and instead enjoyed the cool night breeze and the serene silence around them. Before long, Xiaoya dozed off and leaned against Xu Tian, falling into a deep sleep. She seemed uncomfortable and shifted her position, startling Xu Tian. Luckily, Scarlet's back was wide enough to keep her safe as she adjusted. Then, she wrapped her arms around Xu Tian like an octopus, treating him like a pillow. To make matters worse, Xu Tian could feel 2 soft mounds pressing against his chest, rising and falling with Xiaoya's breathing. Xu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this some kind of test for me?" he thought, frozen in place. Xiaohong's piercing cry shattered the heavens as it slowly descended near the city of Shenzhou. The sound startled Xiaoya awake, and she suddenly realized she was lying on Xu Tian's chest in a rather compromising position. Alarmed, Xiaoya quickly looked at Xu Tian with suspicion, wondering how she ended up like this. Xu Tian hastily explained, "Ahem, I didn't touch you, all right?" He raised his hands to show his innocence. Only then did Xiaoya realize that she was the one who had clung to Xu Tian. Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. She quickly jumped off Xiaohong's back, berating herself internally. Xu Tian sighed in resignation as the soft sensation on his chest disappeared. He casually patted Xiaohong on the head, causing the bird to look at him in confusion, not understanding why it was being smacked. Is this the city of Shenzhou? Xu Tian and Xiaoya gazed at the towering and majestic city before them, unable to suppress their curiosity. Xiaoya pointed to the side. It should be. Look over there, there are some other contenders for the Shenzhou contest trying to enter. Following her direction, Xu Tian saw a group of competitors of various skin tones arguing animatedly with NPC guards outside the city gate. Their voices were filled with frustration. Why won't you let us in at a time like this? A beast outbreak could happen outside the city at any moment. We need to get inside, not stay out here. Xu Tian frowned in thought, unable to understand why entry to the city was being denied, or what exactly a beast outbreak entailed. Xiaoya shook her head, clearly just as clueless. The two NPC guards responded coldly, "You've already used up your exchange tokens. According to the rules, you cannot remain in the city of Shenzhou." The guards, clad entirely in armor, revealed no hint of their true appearances. The competitors retorted angrily, "Is it our fault the tokens are used up? We're going in. What? Is this city your personal property?" With that, some of them drew their weapons, ready to fight. Xu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. This was his first time encountering NPCs in the apocalypse world, and he had no idea how strong they were. A swordsman charged at one of the guards, swinging a massive blade. The guard muttered an incantation in a strange language, and suddenly a status panel lit up around him. Target: Shenzhou City NPC Guard. Potential: Level: 99. HP: 9,999,999. Strength: 215,962. Defense: 203,471. Speed: 184,453. Energy: 158,888. Xu Tian was stunned as he read the stats. It wasn't the level 99 that shocked him, it was the fact that the NPC had a health bar. Even though its health was an astronomical 9,999,999, the presence of a health bar meant it could theoretically be killed. Xu Tian's eyes flickered with intrigue as he pondered this revelation. However, the competitors clearly weren't up to the challenge. The moment they saw the guard's stats, regret flashed across their faces. Within seconds, screams filled the air as they were swiftly defeated, leaving behind only their dropped items. The gruesome scene struck fear into the hearts of the other troublemakers. They dared not cause any more commotion but continued to eye the city gates with a mix of desperation and unease, as though something even more terrifying awaited them. Xiaoya clutched Xu Tian's sleeve nervously. "Maybe we should leave too?" Xu Tian chuckled. "Leave? They said those without exchange tokens can't enter. But we have 6 tokens. Follow me." He grabbed Xiaoya's hand and confidently stepped forward. "Entry is forbidden for those without exchange tokens," one of the guards warned. Xu Tian smiled and retrieved 6 exchange tokens from his inventory. The guard's tone immediately softened. "Honored guests, welcome to the city of Shenzhou. Since this is your first visit, we will conduct a rating for you. Based on your 6 exchange tokens, you qualify as top-tier VIPs and are entitled to premium services. Please, follow me." One of the guards stepped forward, speaking in a muffled voice. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow, thinking that this top-tier VIP treatment felt suspiciously like something reserved for wealthy players in pay-to-win games. As they entered the city, Xu Tian glanced back. The competitors outside watched them with envy, jealousy, and even madness in their eyes. However, deterred by the NPC guards, they dared not act on their emotions. Xu Tian took note of this before turning to follow the guard deeper into the city. The two were led to a lavish and grand hotel. The hotel's entrance was flanked by NPC attendants, all strikingly beautiful women dressed in low-cut, flowing gowns. From Xu Tian's vantage point, the plunging necklines offered a clear view of their curves. He couldn't help but think it was the first time he'd seen such attire in a hotel setting. The NPC guard introduced the place. "Esteemed top-tier VIPs, this is your accommodation for the night, the Shenzhou Grand Hotel. Here, you will enjoy the finest services and most comfortable rest. The hotel's bathtubs have the ability to restore energy and health while eliminating fatigue. For additional services, feel free to consult the hotel staff. I'll leave you to it." With that, the guard departed. A sweet-looking female attendant immediately approached them. "Welcome, honored guests. What kind of room would you like to book?" Xu Tian met her gaze and was startled. The woman was undeniably beautiful by human standards, but her eyes were unnerving. They lacked the warmth or emotion typical of humans, instead exuding a cunning and sly aura, much like a predator sizing up its prey. A fox. Xu Tian thought to himself. She's just like a fox, calculating and dangerous. Something about this place feels off. Swallowing hard, Xu Tian activated his insight skill to scan her stats. Like the guards, her potential was unknown, but her level was slightly lower, 94. Even so, she was far beyond what Xu Tian could handle. Honored guest? The woman tilted her head and spoke again. This time, her gaze seemed colder, devoid of any warmth, sending a chill down Xu Tian's spine. What kind of room would you prefer, sir? She asked once more. What types do you have? Xu Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and replied cautiously. His mind raced. If this hotel's NPCs were suspicious, then the entire city's NPCs might pose a threat. But without the strength to uncover the truth, Xu Tian resolved to play by the game's rules for now. The rooms are divided into single and double rooms, with two options, standard and deluxe. The NPC girl explained. Xu Tian nodded and said, all right, we'll take two standard single rooms. How many gold coins? The NPC girl was momentarily surprised but quickly flashed a sweet smile. Gold coins? Esteemed guests, it will cost you 4 exchange tokens in total. What? Xu Tian and Xiaoyu exclaimed in unison. They had worked hard to collect 6 exchange tokens, and now 4 of them would be used just for 2 standard rooms? Noticing their shock, the NPC girl explained, esteemed guests, once you check into a room, it's yours to use permanently, as long as you remain in Shanzhou Lu. Xu Tian frowned and confirmed. So, as long as I don't leave Shanzhou Lu, the room is mine indefinitely? It's not charged per day? Correct, the NPC girl replied with a nod. Xu Tian's expression softened slightly, but he still looked displeased. For exchange tokens, if they gave them to the hotel, how would they afford to exchange for readier resources? The NPC girl smiled and gently reminded them, esteemed guests, this is the game rule. Once you enter Shenzhou City, you are required to check into a hotel. Xu Tian couldn't shake the strange feeling he had. Was it his imagination? Or did the girl's skin seem to darken slightly, giving her an eerie and unsettling aura? Suddenly, Xiaoya asked, what if we get a double room instead? The NPC girl's smile remained unchanged. That would be 2 exchange tokens, esteemed guests. All right, we'll take a double room. Xiaoya decisively grabbed 2 exchange tokens from Xu Tian's hand and handed them over to the NPC. Then, she quickly pulled Xu Tian toward their room. Once inside, Xiaoya immediately locked the door. Her face had turned pale. Xu Tian, did you notice that NPC just now? She can change her face. Xu Tian nodded, his expression grave. I saw it. There's definitely something wrong with this Shanzhou city. I remember Xiao Wan mentioning before that this place is very strange. Xu Tian thought for a moment, then sighed. In any case, we've already checked in. I think I understand now why those people were stuck outside. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Why? Xu Tian explained. The hotels here require exchange tokens to check in. Those people might have only had 1 or 2 tokens on them. They gave their only token to the hotel, but if they wanted to exchange for higher tier resources, they had to go back out to farm for more. What they didn't know was that they'd need another token to get back into the city. If they couldn't earn one within a day, they'd be stuck outside. Xiaoya suddenly understood. This place is such a scam. Xu Tian sighed. It's definitely a bit of a trap, but the guards can't exactly write the rules on their faces. So what do we do tomorrow? Xiaoya asked, looking a bit helpless. They didn't have enough tokens left to exchange for the 5 required for red tier resources. Xu Tian thought for a moment. We'll see tomorrow. There should be ways to earn exchange tokens inside Shanzhou City. If all else fails, we can always go back out to farm. We've got extra tokens, so we don't have to worry about not being able to return. Xiaoya nodded, but then bit her lip hesitantly. I want to take a shower. Xu Tian froze for a moment and glanced at the bathroom, which was surrounded by frosted glass. While it wasn't completely transparent, you could still make out vague outlines. Well, go ahead. I promise I won't peek, Xu Tian said firmly. Xiaoya rolled her eyes at him before heading straight into the bathroom. Soon after, the sound of running water filled the room. Xu Tian forced himself to stare at the wall, determined to maintain his integrity. Xu Tian, I forgot to bring my slippers, Xiaoya's voice called out. Coming. Xu Tian immediately turned around, afraid that any delay would be disrespectful to Xiaoya. Through the frosted glass, he could vaguely make out a graceful silhouette. He placed the slippers by the door and resisted the urge to look any further. A moment later, the water stopped. Xiaoya emerged wrapped in a towel, her damp hair hanging loosely around her shoulders. Even without makeup, she looked breathtakingly beautiful. Xu Tian was momentarily stunned. Noticing his gaze, Xiaoya's cheeks flushed. She quickly climbed into bed, pulling the blanket over herself. Xu Tian cleared his throat awkwardly and turned to look out the window. The view is nice tonight, he said, trying to change the subject. Xiaoya glanced at the pitch-black window and raised an eyebrow. Oh, is it the view that's nice? Or is it the figure that's nice? Xu Tian froze, clearly caught off guard. Peeking out from under the blanket, Xiaoya softly asked. So, tell Muho, do you think has a better figure, me or Xiaowan? Xu Tian looked at her, and his mind involuntarily conjured up an image of what might be under the blanket. He sighed inwardly, realizing that choosing a double room might have been a mistake. He recalled Xiaowan in her office attire and subconsciously compared them. Xiaoya had a fuller figure, but Xiaowan had more perfectly shaped legs. Both had their own unique charms, but he dared not voice such thoughts. Of course, Xiaoya, your figure is better, Xu Tian said with a smile. Really? Are you sure? Xiaoya's lips curved into a sly smile, and Xu Tian suddenly had a bad feeling. You're in trouble now. How dare you say Xiaowan doesn't have a good figure? Just wait until I tell on you. Xiaoya teased with a mischievous grin. Xu Tian was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected her to turn his words against him like this. And maybe he'll add another charge having improper thoughts about her best friend, Xiaoya continued, clearly enjoying herself. Okay, I was wrong. Xu Tian finally gave in, lying back on the bed. The soft mattress was a welcome relief, and before long, he fell into a deep sleep. On the other bed, Xiaoya lay awake, her bright eyes filled with a mix of emotions. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the hotel window and into the room. Xu Tian opened his eyes, his gaze falling onto the street below. On the wide streets, vendors wearing straw raincoats and conical hats were selling breakfast, their faces completely concealed. At that moment, a soft hum came from behind him. Xiaoya sat up, rubbing her eyes lazily. Xu Tian, you're awake? She murmured. Yeah, Xu Tian nodded. Sister Xiaoya, time to get up. We've got things to do today. All right, Xiaoya mumbled groggily as she got out of bed and instinctively walked toward the wardrobe. But when she opened it and saw it was completely empty, she snapped awake. Looking down at herself, she let out an ear-piercing scream. Ah! Later, on the bustling streets of Shenzhou City, Xiaoya wore an ink-green qipao that accentuated her fair skin and tall, slender figure. Her cheeks were flushed as she angrily confronted Xu Tian. Tell me, what exactly did you see earlier? Xu Tian's gaze involuntarily drifted to the curve of her neckline. After a moment of thought, he replied, a little white bunny, so white and fluffy, with its ears standing up. Xiaoya froze, her expression stiffening. Then, without a word, she turned around, her face so red it seemed like it could drip blood. Sensing her impending eruption, Xu Tian quickly changed the subject. Ahem, looks like something's happening over there. We'll go check it out. He briskly made his way toward a crowd cheering loudly. At the center of the commotion was a platform resembling a martial stage, where 4 people stood. 2 of them were the Luo brothers, whom Xu Tian recognized, while the other 2 were foreigners with blonde hair and blue-eyes, a man and a woman with haughty expressions. The audience below roared, "Victory to the Lighthouse Nation! Victory to the Lighthouse Nation! Arrogant Huaxia people are no match for us." Ha ha ha. The blonde-haired man sneered in fluent Chinese. So these are the so-called geniuses of Huaxia? I expected more, but it turns out you're nothing but weaklings. His female companion chimed in. You still have one last exchange token left. If you lose, you'll have to leave Shenzhou City. Do you even dare to continue fighting us? The Luo brothers' eyes burned with anger. The elder brother clenched his fists, ready to charge forward, but was stopped by his younger brother, who shook his head in silent warning. Frustration and reluctance welled up in the elder brother's heart. Seeing this, the 2 foreigners grew even more smug, shouting provocations. What's the matter? Are all Huaxia people this weak? Come on. Is there anyone else in Huaxia brave enough to challenge us? Or is your nation full of cowards and trash? The surrounding Huaxia spectators clenched their fists, seething with rage, but no one dared to step forward. The younger Luo brother finally couldn't hold back. Brother, let's fight them. Just then, a calm voice came from behind. Hey, if you can't handle it, don't force yourselves. Leave this kind of showboating to me. Xu Tian walked past the Luo brothers and slowly ascended the stage. He sighed. How annoying. The 2 foreigners were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. A Huaxia man? You actually have the guts to step up? Xu Tian replied indifferently. Why wouldn't I? The blonde-haired man smirked. This is a challenge match, and we're wagering exchange tokens. How many are you putting up? Xu Tian yawned. 4. The foreigners were visibly shocked. What did you say? You're wagering for exchange tokens? Xu Tian sneered. What's the matter? Don't you have enough? The man quickly composed himself. Ha, just 4 exchange tokens? If even a Huaxia person like you has them, why wouldn't we? Xu Tian narrowed his eyes, silently resolving not to let them lose too easily. The woman added mockingly, Where's your partner? Bring them out. We wouldn't want people saying we bullied you. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow. Partner, this is a two-person challenge, the man taunted. Don't tell me you didn't know. Or is it that you don't even have a partner? Xu Tian's gaze turned cold. A partner? Of course I have one. As the words left his mouth, a glowing contract array appeared behind him. From it emerged a massive, armored beast. With one thunderous step, Xiao Man landed on the stage, cracking its surface. It pounded its chest, emitting a deep, resonant roar that echoed across the crowd. The two foreigners looked up at Xiao Man's towering figure, their faces draining of color. Roar! Xiao Man stepped forward, its hot breath blasting out in waves as its eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Faced with the imposing creature, one of the two lighthouse men panicked and shoved his companion, his voice trembling. Hurry! Can't you read minds? Read it. What does it want? The other lighthouse man turned his head and shot a glare at his companion, as if looking at a fool. Internally, he cursed. I can read human minds, not the minds of beasts. Besides, even a complete idiot can see what it wants right now. This guy's clearly scared out of his wits. Shut up. He slapped his companion hard across the face, his eyes blazing with anger. It's just a bear. What are you afraid of? Use your control skills already. The slap seemed to jolt the panicked man back to his senses. He suddenly realized, right, it's just a guy who can summon a bear. What's there to fear? Would vine bind? Both lighthouse men acted simultaneously, summoning green vines that slithered like snakes toward Xiao Man. Xu Tian's lips curled into a faint smirk, tinged with derision. Controlling Xiao Man with such a low-level wood element spell? They must be joking. They were clearly underestimating a creature with legendary potential. The vines barely touched Xiao Man's fur before it gave a slight shake, and the vines withered and snapped apart as if they had been drained of life. The two lighthouse men stared in disbelief, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Before they could recover from their shock, Xiao Man swiped a massive paw. With a resounding boom, one of the wood mages was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. The man struggled to his feet, his face bruised and swollen. Stumbling and crawling toward the edge of the stage, he shouted repeatedly, I surrender. I give up. The spectators from other nations exchanged odd glances. Just moments ago, this man had been arrogant and domineering, yet now he was utterly humiliated. Wasn't he the one who had been mocking the Huaxia people, calling them weaklings and cowards? But this was a two-person battle. One man's surrender didn't end the match. The other lighthouse man, though clearly terrified, stubbornly refused to yield. They had wagered all 4 of their exchange tokens. Losing meant expulsion, left to face the ongoing beast chaos with no end in sight. Xu Tian raised an eyebrow at the remaining lighthouse man, a hint of amusement in his tone. Oh, so we've got ourselves a tough guy? To the lighthouse man, those words were the ultimate taunt. He smiled bitterly to himself. Tough guy? Hardly. He was just cornered with no way out. Xiao Man turned its attention to the unyielding man, its menacing aura intensifying. It seemed puzzled after it had already dealt with the other guy so decisively. Why wasn't this one afraid? Was it doing something wrong? Would its master think it was incompetent? With that thought, Xiao Man delivered another heavy blow. Boom! The lighthouse man was sent flying once more. Though his eyes burned with hatred, he clenched his teeth and refused to admit defeat. Xu Tian saw through the man's thoughts and shook his head. What's more important, your life or those tokens? Do you really think this will lead to victory? He gestured casually. Xiao Man. Understanding its master's command, Xiao Man leapt into the air. The lighthouse man, already gravely injured, watched in horror as the massive creature descended toward him like a mountain. For the first time, he felt the suffocating presence of death. He tried desperately to flee, but Xiao Man's range of attack left him no escape. With a loud thud, Xiao Man landed heavily. A faint golden light shimmered from the impact, and the spectators felt a chill run down their spines. Their gazes toward Xu Tian were now filled with shock and fear. This Huaxia man was ruthless. You dare kill one of us lighthouse men? The injured man's companion roared, his voice filled with fury and disbelief. Xu Tian's tone was cold as ice. And if I did? Is there a rule here that says no killing? The lighthouse man's face darkened. Indeed, there were no such rules here. If you killed one of us, the man snarled, his expression twisted with malice, then you'll pay with your life. Behind him, a towering, sinister black tree materialized. Its thick trunk and grotesquely twisted branches exuded an eerie, malevolent aura. Xu Tian narrowed his eyes. A skill, huh? He hadn't expected the man to have such a trump card. So the earlier surrender and retreat had been a ruse, a setup for this moment. The black tree extended its branches, wrapping tightly around Xiao Man. The bear roared in anger, thrashing furiously, but it couldn't break free. The tree's strength was clearly beyond its expectations. Xu Tian's gaze sharpened. He had to admit, The effort the lighthouse man had put into this skill made it quite formidable. The man cackled wildly. Ha ha ha, you're finished this time. Huaxia man, you dared to kill my teammate, now you'll die for it. He'll kill you. Countless dark vines shot towards Xu Tian. In the lighthouse man's eyes, once Xu Tian was ensnared, his fate would be sealed. But just as the attack neared, Xu Tian calmly raised a hand and beckoned. Xiao Bai. A contract magic circle suddenly appeared behind Xu Tian, and moments later, a majestic snow-white tiger stepped out. The tiger crouched slightly, its piercing eyes exuding an intimidating brilliance, while its entire body radiated a suffocating aura of menace. Just as the creeping vines were about to ensnare Xiao Man, countless razor-sharp wind blades materialized out of thin air in front of Xiao Bai, slicing the approaching vines into fragments in an instant, rescuing Xiao Man from near entanglement. The expression of arrogant confidence on the lighthouse man's face froze as he witnessed this scene. He stared at Xu Tian in disbelief, his mind racing. How is this possible? This guy can summon another creature? Isn't it said that a summoner can only maintain one summoned creature at a time? Suddenly, a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. No, this man isn't a summoner at all. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. His eyes widened in terror as he comprehended the truth. This man was a beast master, the so-called most useless profession in legend. However, his shock and fear lasted only a split second. In the next moment, a storm of wind blades surged forward, shredding the lighthouse man into pieces, leaving behind nothing but a pile of scattered loot on the ground. All done, Xu Tian said nonchalantly, stifling a yawn, as though the intense battle just now was nothing out of the ordinary. Xiao Bai and Xiao Man quickly returned to his side. Xiao Bai transformed into a small cat and nimbly leapt into Xu Tian's arms, while Xiao Man lowered its head, looking dejected. Xu Tian gently patted Xiao Man's head, sighing inwardly as he pondered ways to help Xiao Man evolve. In the world of Shenzhou Zhulu, where the average level was in the 60s or 70s, it was increasingly difficult for Xiao Man to make a significant impact. After all, it wasn't one of those divine beasts capable of easily defeating opponents regardless of level disparity, nor did it possess the overpowered transformation ability that had become the hallmark of mythical creatures. After recalling Xiao Bai and Xiao Man, Xu Tian stepped off the arena. The surrounding contestants quickly moved aside as if avoiding a plague. They were well aware that someone capable of effortlessly defeating two lighthouse men in a row was not someone they could afford to provoke. Xu Tian walked straight toward the Luo brothers. The two exchanged complex looks as they watched him approach, their thoughts drifting back to the last time they had parted ways at the Ninefold Demon Tower. The significant leap in Xu Tian's strength was undeniable. Against the two lighthouse men, the brothers had been completely suppressed, unable to even use their ultimate moves. Yet Xu Tian had dispatched them with ease, relying solely on his pets. They understood perfectly well Xu Tian wasn't just backed by powerful pets, his own strength must be extraordinary as well. Xu Tian strode toward the Luo brothers, his expression devoid of any disdain. The Luo brothers, seeing Xu Tian approach, gave a bitter smile. Your timing today was impeccable. If not for you, the two of us would have been branded as traitors to Huaxia. Xu Tian gave a slight nod. They weren't wrong. If no one had been able to defeat those two men from the Lighthouse Nation today, the Luo brothers who had lost the first duel would undoubtedly become scapegoats. After all, it was their initial loss that emboldened those two to relentlessly target Huaxia's players. Haha, it was no trouble at all, Xu Tian said with a calm smile. Honestly, I just found those two guys annoying. The Luo brothers' expressions turned serious, and they offered a word of caution. By the way, you need to be careful. There are still plenty of strong players from the Lighthouse Nation in this city, and news of what happened will likely reach them soon. Watch out, they might try to retaliate. Xu Tian paused, surprised. Retaliate? Are players allowed to fight freely in the city? Of course not, the Luo brothers explained. But the Beast Frenzy is about to begin. Beast Frenzy? Xu Tian frowned. He had heard the term before, but still didn't fully understand what it meant. The Luo brothers elaborated. Think of it as one of the major events in Shenzhou. It takes place right here in Shenzhou City. During the event, all the monsters in the surrounding areas go into a berserk state and attack the city. Players can take advantage of the chaos to hunt these monsters outside the city walls. The drop rate for exchange tokens from these monsters is 10 times higher than that of regular resource point monsters. 10 times? Xu Tian couldn't help but be astonished by the incredible drop rate. The Luo brothers nodded and continued, but it's also extremely dangerous. The monsters are all in a berserk state, and one wrong move could get you killed. The safest approach is to fight the beasts that manage to climb onto the city walls. If you venture outside and get surrounded, most people wouldn't last a minute. I see. Thank you, Xu Tian said with a grateful nod. Without their explanation, he might have missed this crucial piece of information. The Luo brothers waved it off. We should be the ones thanking you. What you did for us today was far more than we could repay with a few words. If you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to reach out. Here is our contact info. With that, they handed Xu Tian a business card. Xu Tian accepted the card with a smile. Inwardly, he mused that the Luo brothers had only lost to those two lighthouse players because they hadn't activated their Arhat Vajra state. Otherwise, the outcome might have been very different. The Vajra Fistmaster seemed like a class with great potential, and their promise of support was a valuable asset. After parting ways with the Luo brothers, Xu Tian turned to look for Xiaoya, but she was nowhere to be seen. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Where did she go?" Suddenly, a piercing alarm rang out across the city, accompanied by a faint tremor in the ground. Players strolling through the streets immediately perked up, their faces lighting up with excitement as they rushed toward the city walls. Just then, the Luo brothers, who had only just left, hurried back with excitement written all over their faces. "Xu Tian, the beast frenzy has started. Let's head to the city walls together." Xu Tian hesitated briefly before nodding. Searching for Xiaoya in the city was like looking for a needle in a haystack. With all the players flocking to the city walls for the beast frenzy, she was likely there as well. And so, the three of them set off for the walls together. Meanwhile, back at the hotel where Xu Tian was staying, Xiaoya stepped into the lobby with her long legs, her eyes scanning the room before she pulled out a badge. The moment the staff saw it, they immediately bowed. "My lady." Xiaoya's expression was cold, a stark contrast to the demeanor she displayed around Xu Tian. "I need to speak with your manager." "Yes, right away." The staff quickly retreated, and moments later, a figure cloaked entirely in black robes approached, stopping before Xiaoya. Xiaoya narrowed her eyes slightly. "Let me see what race you are." "Yes, my lady." A deep voice came from the black-robed figure as it pulled back its hood, revealing a beast man with the head of a bull. Its back was covered in whip scars, and its bullish face twisted into a grimace. "So, a member of the bull clan," Xiaoya remarked indifferently. "Tell me, why did Greater Australia fall so quickly?" The bull-headed beast man answered respectfully, "My lady, it was under orders from above. The testing phase has nearly concluded, and it's time to close the net." "Close the net?" A flicker of anger flashed in Xiaoya's eyes. This world hasn't yet adapted to the apocalypse. Forcing integration so soon will only backfire and accomplish nothing. "My apologies, my lady. We are merely following orders," the beast man replied in a low voice. Xiaoya stared at it for a moment before letting out a cold snort. "Fine. Relay this message to them. I am currently working on something, and I don't want to see another incident like Greater Australia happening before it's ready. Is that clear?" The beast man hesitated briefly before nodding. "Understood." Satisfied, Xiaoya turned and left. Back on the city walls, waves of monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes howled furiously as they attacked the fortifications. Some of the more agile beasts managed to climb onto the walls, only to be swiftly taken down by the defending players. Xu Tian roamed the wall, scanning the crowd for any sign of Xiaoya. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion ahead. "Look, it's the contestants, our companions." A few Huaxia people urgently pointed outside the city, their voices filled with anxiety. "They're surrounded by monsters. If we don't save them now, it'll be too late." Xu Tian followed their gaze and saw a group of humans below the city walls, desperately fighting off a relentless wave of monsters. Despite their numbers, their formation was on the verge of collapse, ready to crumble at any moment. Among the group, a familiar figure caught Xu Tian's attention. "Why is it her? She entered Shenzhou as well?" Xu Tian was startled, his brows furrowing deeply. The Huaxia people rushed to the city guards, demanding the gates be opened to rescue their comrades. However, the guards' response was unexpectedly cold. "Open the gates? Once the beast tide begins, it cannot be stopped." "I won't open them." "Bastard! Do you have no humanity?" Someone shouted furiously from the crowd. "Exactly. Those are our own people," another echoed angrily. Faced with the crowd's outrage, the guard revealed a sinister smile. "Your own people? Ha! There's only one way to save them: defeat me, or wait until the afternoon to bring them up." As he spoke, he displayed his level, 99. At the sight of his level, the crowd fell silent, their anger replaced by dread. Challenging a level 99 guard? That was nothing short of suicide. As for charging into the beast horde to rescue them, that was pure fantasy. Xu Tian witnessed everything, his heart burning with urgency. Taking on the guard alone was clearly impossible, but perhaps there was another way. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, Wenro gripped her staff tightly, casting shields over her teammates one after another. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with exhaustion and despair. She had never imagined her luck would be this bad, encountering a beast tide the moment she arrived outside Shenzhou City. Worse still, the gates were firmly shut, leaving them trapped between the monsters and the city walls. As more monsters surged from behind, their defenses began to falter. Wenro gritted her teeth and activated the twin pact array. A dark-clad version of herself, Black Skirt Wenro, appeared out of thin air. But as soon as she took in the dire situation around her, fury erupted from her. You and I have no quarrel. Why are you dragging me into this? Cut the nonsense. If I die, so do you. Wenro snapped back. Black skirt Wenro froze for a moment before swinging her staff, unleashing dark magic to push back the oncoming monsters. This gave the group a brief moment of respite, but soon, a new wave of creatures came charging forward. One particularly ferocious monster lunged directly at Black Skirt Wenro. Her face turned ashen. Her skills were all on cooldown, leaving her defenseless. Everyone around her was too occupied with their own battles to offer any help. Is this it for me? She thought in despair, watching as the monster's claws descended toward her. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.